Mr. Liu, please this way. Within the prestigious Jiangtian No. 1 Residence Hotel in Jiang City, three young women with ponytails, clad in white shirts and form-fitting black skirts, led the way for Lu Chuan. Along the 100-meter-long corridor, hundreds of women in uniforms stood neatly in formation that a glance reveals that each one possesses an exquisite figure, truly a rare gem among gems. The reason for this spectacle lies in the fact that this is a parallel world with a male-to-female ratio of 1 to 100,000 that in a vast population of 1.4 billion, the scarcity of men could be likened to national treasures. To cultivate a more favorable environment for male suitors, government agencies meticulously organize a monthly matchmaking event of 1:20 as a traveler from another world. Lu Chuan was naturally among the invited. This occasion marked Lu Chuan's first foray into matchmaking. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, he beheld over 20 women standing behind a long table. They all rose in unison, bowing deeply to Lu Chuan. Once he settled into the main seat opposite them, he raised his hand to gesture for them to be seated, saying, "Please, take your seats." The women promptly sat down, their eyes collectively fixed upon Lu Chuan. Their gazes resembled those of individuals who had discovered a rare treasure, each one gleaming with determination to be the one who pleases Lu Chuan. Among them was a girl with twin ponytails and a cherubic face, who leaned closer to a cool and elegant lady beside her, whispering, "Men are already as rare as phoenix feathers, and one as handsome as him. Seeing him is like hitting the jackpot. I never expected to cross paths with someone like him in this lifetime." The cool lady cast her a sidelong glance and replied softly, "Don't celebrate too soon. Whether he will choose you is still uncertain." The sentiments of the other women mirrored this apprehension. Seated at the head of the table, Lu Chuan surveyed the 20 women before him with calmness. He observed an array of types: lowly, mature, sweet, and energetic girls, each possessing their unique charm. Lu Chuan cleared his throat and stated, "Ladies, let me be clear from the outset. I am here under the compulsion of the male matchmaking government agency, compelled to participate. At present, I have no intentions of marriage. Thus, I will only select 4 or 5 as potential romantic interests to satisfy the government's requirements. Of course, should any of you impress me during our time together, I may consider one of you as a future spouse. Besides the photographs, I trust the government has already provided you with my basic information. You should have a general understanding of me. Now that you see me in person, allow me to introduce myself briefly out of courtesy. My name is Lu Chuan, and I am studying fine arts at Jiang City University. I am 20 years old, and I am an orphan. I have never been married, nor have I ever been divorced. As for concubines, I have none." Upon finishing his introduction, Lu Chuan gestured for the women to begin, saying, "Now, please introduce yourselves, starting from the left." At this, the women erupted with excitement. Although they were already familiar with Lu Chuan's basic details, a man of his caliber and appearance was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For any woman, marrying him would be akin to striking gold. At that moment, the woman on the far left stood up. Dressed in a crisp white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt, she perfectly accentuated her graceful silhouette, her long legs elegantly clad in black stockings. Her black, red-bottomed high heels added an extra touch of allure. With her hair styled in a neat ponytail and square glasses perched on her prominent nose, she exuded an air of aloofness with every movement. She delicately adjusted her glasses with a slender finger, and her cool voice broke the silence. "My name is Xiang Mu, and I am the chairwoman of Jiang City Group. I am 22 years old. If you choose me as your romantic partner, I can offer you 200,000 a month and a dowry of 1 million." Xiang Mu appeared calm and collected on the surface, yet internally, she was overwhelmed with anxiety. Despite her status as a chairwoman, she rarely encountered men, let alone one, as striking as Lu Chuan. Clenching her sweating palms, she feigned composure and continued, "Of course, if you find that insufficient, I can accommodate any amount you desire. My hobbies and interests can be entirely aligned with yours. What you like, I will like as well." As Xiang Mu concluded, she chastised herself inwardly. "I forgot to mention my unique qualities. Oh no, I wonder if he will mind. No matter what, I must become his." Lu Chuan's gaze traveled from Xiang Mu's face downward, scrutinizing her figure and demeanor. He found both her physique and beauty impeccable, truly aligning with his tastes. Just as Xiang Mu was about to add something, Lu Chuan spoke first, nodding thoughtfully. Xiaomu, quite impressive. Your financial situation is certainly commendable, and your looks and figure align perfectly with my aesthetic. So for the first choice, it shall be you. As Lu Chuan's words fell, a spark of surprise ignited in Xiaomu's eyes. Her previously aloof demeanor melted away, replaced by a wave of relief and excitement. She repeated, "Thank you. Thank you for choosing me. I will strive to be a worthy girlfriend." Yet, in that very instant, she realized her exuberance had revealed her true feelings. She quickly clarified to Lu Chuan, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not usually like this. I simply lost my composure in the moment." Lu Chuan regarded the woman before him with a faint smile, thinking to himself, "Interesting. It seems I made a wise first choice." He waved his hand, understood. Seeing Lu Chuan's expression remain neutral, Xiaomu was elated internally. "Phew, I thought I was done for. Clearly, my visit to the temple the other day paid off. Now, I just need to excel as his girlfriend. I must secure my place as a potential spouse." The other women watched, green with envy and jealousy. After all, those present not only boasted striking appearances and figures, but also comparable economic statuses. Next, a girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a white dress and sporting kitten heels, stood up. She bowed deeply to Lu Chuan before speaking in a gentle tone. "My name is Lin Wani. I am 23 years old. My family is engaged in overseas business, and I own over 30 hotels and restaurants. I am currently a student at Jiang City University. If you choose me, I can immediately transfer to your department. And I possess various skills," she declared. Upon hearing the word skills, Lu Chuan's eyes brightened. "Skills? Which aspect are you referring to?" he inquired. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly nodded. Yes, it's precisely what you were thinking. I hope Lu Chuan can grant me an opportunity." Lu Chuan smiled nonchalantly. "Your words have piqued my curiosity. Very well, then I choose you for the second." As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, the other women immediately grasped the crux of the matter. They clamored eagerly, "Lu Chuan, I could do it too. I have undergone 3 years of training. Miju, Miju." And in an instant, the entire private room descended into chaos. Then, with a loud bang, Lu Chuan slammed his hand on the table, commanding silence. "Everyone, be quiet. I've stated that I will select at most 4 or 5. Too many will be a hassle. I will not inquire further about the others. Those who fit the lowly and mature types may remain. The rest may leave." As Lu Chuan's words echoed, among the remaining 18 women, those who did not fit his specified types feigned indifference. "We could be aloof." "Yes, indeed." Seeing this, Lu Chuan sighed in exasperation, raising his hands in surrender. "You all." He then casually pointed at 2 individuals, one of whom had a cherubic face. "You. And you stay. The others are kindly asked to leave. Moreover, I am not made of iron. If I were to choose all of you, I would surely be drained to a husk." The unselected women displayed expressions of dismay. After all, for a handsome, unmarried man like Lu Chuan, missing this opportunity could mean a lifetime of regret. Noticing their immobility, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow and questioned, "Is my refusal not clear enough?" "You Lu Chuan." One woman mustered her courage to speak. "Could we exchange contact information? If you ever wish to consider matchmaking again, could you prioritize us?" The others nodded vigorously and struck poses that were both adorable and alluring. Like a tea that moment, a mechanical notification chimed in Lu Chuan's mind. Detected host has completed the first matchmaking. System activated. Host, Lu Chuan. Age, 20. Height, 185 centimeters. Attractiveness, 9 out of 10. Strength, 8 out of 10. In this world, the average male strength is typically 4 out of 10. The host is currently facing a choice, completing. The selection task will yield rewards. Choice 1. Acquiesce to their request and provide contact information. Reward. Ancient kidney body. Choice 2. Decline their request. Reward. 1 3-hour stamina pill. Choice 3. Refuse and insult them. Reward. Title of high-quality male. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. System, you finally decided to show yourself after a year. Do you have any idea how I've endured this past year? Please make your choice within 1 minute. It seems this system is rather straightforward. Gazing at the choice panel visible only to him, Lu Chuan pondered, choice 1 is clearly the best. I choose 1. Selection successful. Please complete it promptly. Lu Chuan lifted his gaze to the crowd. Clearing his throat, he said, exchanging contact information is not out of the question. With that, he took out his phone and displayed a QR code. Holding it high, he instructed, you may add me. If I require assistance in the future, I will message you. However, please refrain from bothering me with messages during ordinary times. The crowd nodded in unison, assuring, we won't. Task completed, ancient kidney body has been successfully installed. In an instant, a surge of immense power coursed through Lu Chuan's body. He marveled internally, goodness, this effect is astonishing. Now, let's see just how strong this power truly is. Turning his attention to the 4 women he had just selected, a smile graced his face as he said, let's go, as I have chosen you. From this moment on, we shall be considered a couple. Allow me to get to know you better. As a couple, we should engage in activities befitting our status. I trust you have no objections. Once the others had vacated the private room, the remaining 4 women nodded in agreement. Among them, the girl with the cherubic face and twin tails, her eyes sparkling, enthusiastically exclaimed, absolutely fine. You've chosen us, so everything will be according to your arrangements. I shall cover all expenses during our courtship. Previously lost in the commotion, Lu Chuan had not taken a closer look at her. Now, he gazed at the girl clad in a fitted gray and white JK uniform. Her calves adorned with short white stockings emanated a youthful vibrancy. Curious, Lu Chuan inquired, what is your name? Seeing Lu Chuan finally notice her, the girl beamed, her smile crescent-shaped. She eagerly stepped forward to introduce herself. My name is Su Xiao, and I am 21 years old. My mother is the president of Jiangxi University, and I am also studying there. Just a moment, I'll ask my mother to transfer me into the same major as you. Lu Chuan pondered inwardly. How remarkable that each matchmaking candidate has such a formidable background. Upon reflection, it makes sense in a world where the male-to-female ratio is 1 to 100,000. Without some connections, one might never find a chance for matchmaking in a lifetime. Lu Chuan raised his gaze to Su Xiao and continued, what are your hobbies? Her eyes lit up as she replied eagerly, I absolutely adore cosplay. I frequently attend comic conventions. If you're interested, I can wear the costumes of your favorite characters for you every day. This hobby is quite intriguing, and I find it appealing. It seems I have made the right choice. Lu Chuan softly responded, then shifted his gaze to the woman beside Su Xiao. This woman was dressed in a teaching outfit, featuring a black short blazer over a white shirt, complemented by a delicately patterned tie. With the influence of her figure, the shirt collar was slightly open, revealing her slender collarbone, while her gaze behind glasses held a hint of shyness. Her lower half was clad in black ultra-short shorts, adorned with lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings, and she wore black high heels, exuding a blend of sensuality and elegance. A rectangular pair of glasses perched on her nose, and a work badge hung from her chest. Lu Chuan slowly approached, scrutinizing her with curiosity. Have we met somewhere before? Why do I feel that you look particularly familiar? The woman before him appeared aloof, yet exuded a delicate fragility. She spoke softly, her voice gentle. Lu Chuan, actually, I am your English teacher. I'm 25 years old and also a professor at Jiangxi University. Since you usually sit at the back of the classroom, we haven't had many opportunities to meet. So it's understandable that you don't recognize me. However, there are only 3 male students in our school, so I know quite a bit about you. As her words settled, both Lu Chuan and the other 3 individuals brightened, their attention drawn to her. Lu Chuan cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed as he said, Ahem, so you're my English teacher. What a coincidence. He chuckled awkwardly. Haha. Due to Lu Chuan's lingering reverence and discomfort regarding the teacher-student relationship from his past life, he found himself somewhat constrained in conversation. So, what is your name again? It seems that Lu Chuan has not paid any attention to me in class. The woman smiled softly and replied, but that's all right. You can call me Lin Yao, or Yao Yao if you prefer. Lin Yao, got it. Lu Chuan responded, I'll remember that now. By the way, why are you still wearing your teaching clothes? Lu Chuan inquired curiously. Well, it's mainly because I was in a rush. Lin Yao explained shyly. After my class, I had less than half an hour before the blind date that I simply didn't have time to change, so I came in this outfit. Oh, I see. Lu Chuan then gave her a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's fine. You look quite good like this. Lu Chuan's light touch. Lin Yao felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her. Her pupils dilated, and her heart raced like a startled deer. On the surface, she maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, a tumultuous joy surged. Is this what it feels like to be touched by a man? How wonderfully extraordinary. The other three observed this scene with envy in their eyes. Su Xiao couldn't help but internally lament. How unfair. Why doesn't Luchuan touch me? Xiaomu silently wished. I also longed to feel his touch. Seeing their reactions, Luchuan cleared his throat and spoke more seriously. All right, although we are now in a romantic relationship, whether we eventually walk down the aisle together depends on your future conduct. Now, before our first date begins, I need you all to change into different outfits. I, on the other hand, need to report the results of this blind date to the male matchmaking department. The four nodded eagerly. All right, we will change and come to pick you up. Luchuan then turned and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, he was met by the matchmaking department staff who had been waiting. They respectfully escorted him into the car, retracing their route back to the government office. After a short while, the vehicle came to a gentle halt. Luchuan stepped out and proceeded directly towards the government hall. Upon entering, two of the three female staff members immediately approached to guide him to the lounge. The third hurried off to notify the department manager. As Luchuan settled onto the sofa in the lounge, a professionally dressed woman entered with a smile. Hello, Luchuan. How did you find your first government-arranged blind date? Luchuan turned to face her, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I've told you all before. I currently have no plans to marry I only selected for his romantic interests. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly sat across from him, visibly anxious. Luchuan, for is simply too few. This makes it difficult for me to explain to my superiors. In the next moment, she produced a thick stack of information. Take a look at these and choose a few dozen more. Otherwise, it's really insufficient. Understand that in terms of genetics, looks, and various attributes, you stand out among the scarce male population. That's why I specifically selected 20 women who match your criteria. But why have you only chosen 4? Luchuan, with a resigned expression, spread his hands and replied. While it is true that men are rare, you know as well as I do that if I pick too many at once, it becomes quite a hassle. Moreover, I simply wish to live a tranquil life doing what I enjoy. Choosing 4 is already my limit. Manager Zhang, please don't make this more difficult for me, that if I encounter someone who captures my heart in the future, I will surely consider them. Seeing Luchuan's resolute stance and taking into account his unique status, Manager Zhang refrained from pressing further. She sighed in resignation. All right, fine. For it is, among the few men in Jiangcheng, you are the only one left unmarried. The others have married nearly 100 women. Your situation truly puts us in a bind at the Jiangcheng male matchmaking department. We're at a loss as to how to report this to our superiors. Luchuan stood up to reassure her. All right, I'll strive to marry 10 within a year. Now, let me register. I have other matters to attend to. Manager Zhang shook her head helplessly and said, Come on, follow me. Under Manager Zhang's guidance, Luchuan registered the details of the 4 individuals he had just selected into his personal database. Due to the extreme scarcity of males, each male had an independent database. Once someone became a potential spouse or romantic interest, their information would be entered and publicly announced throughout the city. In a sense, these 4 women would become part of Luchuan's private property. If anyone were to harm or endanger them, they would face severe legal repercussions. Simultaneously, these women would enjoy special policies granted by the state. After completing the registration, Luchuan exited the government hall. Meanwhile, across Jiangcheng, whether it's school bulletin boards, electronic screens in subway stations, or televisions in restaurants and social media platforms, a message was rolling out. Luchuan from Jiangxing University has officially acquired partners. This announcement instantly sparked fervent discussions among the women of the city. With the most handsome male, Luchuan, has begun selecting companions, becoming the talk of the town. In Jiangcheng, women of beauty and means, whether working, in meetings, or even taking a shower, were all abuzz with excitement. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on a photograph of Luchuan on their mobile devices. In a classroom at the School of Economics and Management at Jiangxing University, a female student suddenly rose, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, our Luchuan has begun to entertain suitors." As her words echoed, both the lecturer and the other female students who had not been engrossed in their phones halted their activities, promptly retrieving their devices to investigate. Simultaneously, The campus belle, Lu Rian, clad in a tank top, abruptly sat up in her dormitory bed, her gaze intently fixed on the notifications on her phone. Is he finally ready to select his admirers? Within the lead group of Jiangsheng, Li Xia, who was presiding over a meeting with several female executives, also paused the video conference to check her phone. At that moment, a wave of intent to pursue Lu Chuan surged within them, each harboring a resolute determination to succeed. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan stepped out of the government hall, gazing up at the sky, and sighed, alas, after such an announcement from the government, I suspect troubles are on the horizon. Just then, 4 high-performance sports cars sped toward Lu Chuan like a tempest. Chapter 3. The arrival of 4 more. As Lu Chuan observed the approaching cars, a slight smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Oh, they arrive with remarkable speed." Almost immediately, a series of hissing brake sounds filled the air. The 4 sports cars, like well-disciplined soldiers, came to a synchronized halt before Lu Chuan. Following that, the sound of car doors slamming echoed in succession. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chuan realized that the newcomers were not Xia Mu, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, and Lin Wan, but rather 2 captivating women clad in form-fitting black dresses exuding an aura of icy sophistication, a fresh-faced JK girl, and a ponytailed girl in a white short-sleeve shirt. As he regarded these unfamiliar women, Lu Chuan's expression turned frosty, and he inquired, "I believe we are not acquainted? What brings you here with such fanfare?" No sooner had Lu Chuan posed his question than the 4 women swiftly encircled him. One of the elegantly dressed women in black took the initiative to speak. "Lu Chuan, I am Li Shirya, the chairwoman of the Li Group. I've heard that you have chosen Xiaomu, along with a principal's daughter, a teacher, and a woman of modest means as your companions. Is there any truth to this?" The other 3 women regarded Lu Chuan with serious expressions, their eyes betraying a mix of urgency and curiosity. Realizing their intention, Lu Chuan could not help but smile calmly and replied, "Haven't you seen the information already? Is there any doubt about it?" As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, another aloof woman chimed in. "Since you have begun selecting companions, consider me as one of them. In terms of economic strength and status, my family, the Shen family, is also a prominent name in Jiang City, and I am no less than the 4 you have chosen." Li Shirya quickly concurred, stating, "Of course, I cannot speak for the others, but you must choose me." Internally, she mused, "If I could become his partner, I would not only shed the label of an eligible bachelor, but also gain special privileges from the state, securing important projects for my company. No matter what, I must become his." The other 2 women nodded in agreement, one declaring, "I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family," while the other added, "And I am from the Wang family. In terms of both economic standing and physical allure, we are not inferior to your chosen companions." Lu Chuan surveyed the 4 before him and could not deny their exceptional beauty and figure. However, he remained unmoved. Just as he was about to decline their advances, the roar of approaching sports cars reached his ears once more. For cars, like untamed stallions, raced towards them, the thunderous sound of their engines growing louder as they neared Lu Chuan. On this occasion, it was none other than Xia Mu and her companions who alighted from the vehicle. To their astonishment, Li Xia, the esteemed chairwoman of the Li Group, would resort to publicly usurping another's boyfriend. Xia Mu and her 3 friends slowly approached Lu Chuan, shielding him closely behind them. Li Xia regarded her rival, Xia Mu, and with a derisive snort remarked, "Miss Xia, you seem to be meddling quite excessively. There are no laws dictating that once a man has chosen a partner, others are barred from pursuing him." The other 3 chimed in agreement. Indeed, especially since Lu Chuan has yet to express his intentions, why the rush? Moreover, men are already scarce, and one as exceptional as Lu Chuan is even rarer. Now that he has begun to select a partner, do you truly believe we would let this opportunity slip away? Su Xiaoxiao interjected, "Enough. You all hold esteemed positions. It is quite unbecoming to disregard your image in pursuit of becoming Lu Chuan's partner." Lin Wani added, "Ultimately, it is Lu Chuan's choice that matters." As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Lu Chuan, eagerly awaiting his decision. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. Host detected to be facing a choice. Choice 1. Reject all 4. Reward. Obtain the ability to see success rates. Choice 2. Accept all 4 as romantic partners. Reward. 3 million yuan. Lu Chuan mused to himself. Perfect. I intended to refuse them anyway, and now I can gain a reward for it. Besides, in a world where men are rare treasures, Earning 3 million is hardly a challenge. All I need is to find a few wealthy women to brush against, and a fortune would readily be mine. Thus, he resolutely replied, I choose option 1. Choice successful. Host, please complete the task promptly. Meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lu Chuan coldly stated, whether you are chairwomen or daughters of affluent families. Your eagerness to become mine, whether driven by a desire for male companionship or to leverage me for state privileges, holds no interest for me. Let it be known, I am not one to accept all suitors indiscriminately. Your status carries no allure for me, regardless of your wealth or power. Therefore, do not squander your time with me. You would be better off pursuing other men. Congratulations, host has completed the task, reward successfully issued. With that, Lu Chuan turned to Xiao Mu and her friends and said, let us depart. Li Xia and the others stood in stunned silence, watching the 5 retreating figures. I have never encountered a man so disinterested in wealth and power. He truly is a remarkable individual, Li Xia murmured to herself, realizing that winning his heart could not be achieved through mere economic conditions or background. It seemed that sincerity was her only recourse. After her quiet contemplation, she drove away without a backward glance. Witnessing this, the other 3 decided to alter their strategy, intending to pursue Lu Chuan in a different manner. Subsequently, they dispersed, each dialing their phones as they walked. Hello, Mom. I'm going to Jiangxing University. Could you help me prepare? Sister, I'm going to Jiangxing University, preferably to enter the School of Fine Arts. Please arrange a teaching position for me there, ideally in the Fine Arts department. Accompanied by the roar of sports cars, the 4 gradually departed. Lu Chuan strolled over to the cars of Xiao Mu and Lin Wan-yi, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them. He noted that all 4 were dressed in casual attire, exuding a unique charm within their simplicity. Just as Lu Chuan hesitated over which car to enter, the 4 of them spoke in unison, Lu Chuan, get in my car. Observing their eager expressions, it seemed they all yearned for him to choose their vehicle. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he proposed, since you all wish for me to ride in your car, why not have a little competition? Whoever can make me feel a spark of attraction within a minute will be the one I choose. Even the slightest hint will suffice. So, let your charm shine. Chapter 4. The test. Lin Yao took a small step forward, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Lu Chuan and asked, any method is acceptable? At her question, the other 3 mirrored her intrigue. Any means. So long as you can conceive of it, Lu Chuan affirmed. Upon receiving his confirmation, a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. Lu Chuan turned, leisurely leaning against the hood of Xiao Mu's Porsche Panamera. With arms crossed and an air of nonchalance, he declared, I'll give you a minute to prepare. Whoever is ready may go first. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 fell into deep contemplation. Xiao Mu quickly pulled out her phone, swiftly opening a popular app and typing in how to make a man feel attracted within a minute, murmuring to herself, if only I had chosen a major in male psychology. Seeing this, Lin Yao and Lin Wan-yi also took out their phones to search for relevant tutorials. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao, a vivacious girl who often indulged in the study of male psychology, donned a pink short sleeve paired with blue ultra-short denim shorts. A gleam of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she approached Lu Chuan. Internally, she was delighted, thinking that the flirtation techniques she had learned previously would finally come in handy today. Upon reaching Lu Chuan, she instantly adopted a coy, charming demeanor, her eyes glistening with innocence as she gazed up at him. She leaned in slightly, her cheek merely 3 centimeters away from Lu Chuan's, then gently took his hand in hers, speaking in a soft, delicate tone. Lu Chuan, didn't you mention before that you were interested in cosplay? Why not reach out and touch me, to see if I might be suitable as your future spouse? As soon as she finished her sentence, she pressed Lu Chuan's hand against her chest. He felt the warmth of Su Xiaoxiao's breath and the soft texture beneath his palm. Had this been before his journey to this world, he might have felt a flutter of attraction. However, after spending a year here and encountering countless beauties, he had grown immune to such situations. Lu Chuan simply gave a gentle squeeze, his expression remaining indifferent as he remarked, well, everything seems fine, just a bit smaller than expected. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson from his touch. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Blushing, she murmured to herself, did he just squeeze me? So this is what it feels like to be touched by a man. How wonderfully curious. Though she could not fathom the reason for her blush, she wished for this sensation to linger. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's flushed cheeks, Lu Chuan slowly withdrew his hand. lightly patting her shoulder as he said, "All right, the minute is up. Unfortunately, you did not evoke any feelings of excitement in me. Next, please." Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to say something, Lu Chuan pulled her aside. The other three, witnessing that Su Xiaoxiao did not seem to mind Lu Chuan's touch, felt a surge of desire to experience such a sensation themselves. At that moment, Lin Yao stepped forward, diligently recalling the techniques she had learned from her phone moments before. She approached Lu Chuan, her gaze landing on his handsome face, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush and her demeanor to appear somewhat shy. Lu Chuan, noticing Lin Yao's discomfort, couldn't help but tease, "Are you that nervous looking at me? Or is this part of your plan?" Lin Yao slightly raised her delicate finger, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, pondering. The video seemed to suggest this approach, but why is he not reacting? Lu Chuan, puzzled, stared at Lin Yao and asked, "Are you not going to begin?" Only then did Lin Yao snap back to reality, awkwardly replying, "Oh, I will start now." Internally, she sighed. After all this, it turns out he didn't even notice. Resolving to employ a different tactic, she suddenly lifted her right foot and stomped heavily onto the car hood beside Lu Chuan. Then, she slid her slender fingers down her smooth, long legs clad in ultra-short denim shorts. Her expression shifted from bashful restraint to assertive confidence. "Lu Chuan, look." Lin Yao's gaze fixed intently on Lu Chuan. "Are my legs fair? Would you care to touch them?" Lu Chuan was taken aback by Lin Yao's sudden shift in demeanor, marveling inwardly, "Goodness, is this truly the same delicate girl from earlier?" In his recollection, she had always been a fragile woman. What has brought about this transformation? Seeing that Lu Chuan remained unaffected, Lin Yao gritted her teeth, grasped his hand, and pressed it against her thigh, eagerly inquiring, "Lu Chuan, what do you think? Does the sensation meet your expectations?" At that moment, Lin Yao feigned confidence, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Lu Chuan's hand glided gently over Lin Yao's thigh, caressing it lightly before delivering a soft pat. He felt the softness and smoothness of her leg, clearly a result of meticulous care. Nevertheless, he maintained an indifferent expression and remarked, "The maintenance is commendable. If you were to don sheer white stockings, it would be even more exquisite." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope sparked in Lin Yao's eyes as she promptly pressed for clarification. Yet, Lu Chuan coldly responded, "Thus, you have not succeeded." Next, Xiaomu, Lin Wan Yi, and Su Xiaoxiao, witnessing the exchange, collectively exhaled in relief. "Phew, that startled me." Su Xiaoxiao feigned wiping non-existent sweat from her brow while muttering softly, "I almost thought she had succeeded." Disappointed, Lin Yao approached Su Xiaoxiao, musing, "So he favors sheer stockings? I shall have to purchase some upon returning." At this juncture, only Xiaomu and Lin Wanyi remained. They exchanged glances. "Allow me to go first," Xiaomu declared, gradually making her way towards Lu Chuan. She contemplated, based on the performances of the previous two, it seems only more intimate actions will elicit a reaction from him. As Lu Chuan observed Xiaomu, dressed in a white blouse and a black bodycon skirt, her long legs accentuated by lace and red high heels, a flicker of attraction stirred within him. As she approached, he softly urged, "Let us commence. I am eager to see your methods." Xiaomu retained her usual aloof demeanor. Adjusting her glasses, she suddenly leaned in close to Lu Chuan and asked, "Lu Chuan, are you certain any method is permissible?" Lu Chuan, captivated by her lips so near, replied nonchalantly, "Naturally." With his affirmation, Xiaomu swiftly removed her glasses and discarded them to the ground. With a crisp sound, as the glasses hit the floor, Xiaomu unexpectedly straddled Lu Chuan's lap, entwining her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. Lu Chuan instantly felt the movement of her lips, an involuntary gulp escaping him as a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils. At this moment, Xiaomu kept her eyes tightly shut, seemingly savoring the instant to the fullest. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, fixated on her gaze, observing her long lashes up close, pondering silently. One must admit, Xiaomu is undeniably captivating. Yet, I wonder how she fares in other aspects. Should the circumstances be suitable, she could indeed be considered as a potential partner for marriage. Just then, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly rushed over and yanked Xiaomu away from Lu Chuan, exclaiming loudly, "Cheating! She is cheating! How can this be? You're clearly taking advantage of Lu Chuan." Xiaomu leisurely wiped the corner of her mouth and replied coolly, "I am not cheating. You all heard it. Lu Chuan said any method would suffice. You simply didn't anticipate it. You. Su Xiaoxiao stammered in frustration. Lu Chuan then straightened up, gently pushing the two apart, saying, "All right, enough. Xiaomu is indeed correct. It's merely that you were unaware. So have I passed?" Xiaomu turned to Lu Chuan. "Well, you've barely passed," he replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaomu cast a smug glance at Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yao. "Don't get too carried away," Su Xiaoxiao retorted. "Let us not forget, there's still one more." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chuan turned his attention to Lin Wani. Indeed, there was still another. At that moment, Lin Wani slowly approached, inwardly contemplating. "It seems all I need is to engage in more intimate gestures with him. Lu Chuan must certainly be mine." Chapter 5. A date. Lin Wani gracefully strode towards Lu Chuan, deliberately unbuttoning one of the buttons at her chest to reveal her fair skin beneath. Witnessing her actions, Lu Chuan could already sense her forthcoming intentions. He adjusted his attire and calmly remarked, "If you intend to imitate Xiaomu's approach, then I suggest you reconsider. After all, the repetition of the same tactic inevitably leads to tedium." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Chuan pondered internally. Since the beginning of this matchmaking process until now, they have complied with my requests without fail, never rejecting any. Now, to entice me into their vehicle, they are willing to resort to such public displays. Alas, in this world, it seems women hold little value in the eyes of men. Coupled with the special privileges granted by the state, life becomes exceedingly comfortable. The privileges afforded to men may not hold substantial practical utility for themselves. However, for others, they serve as a universal pass, regardless of the endeavor. This privilege alleviates numerous inconveniences. In this era where men are regarded as national treasures, they would never dare to recklessly engage in extreme actions against men, such as abduction. After all, the consequences of such actions are profoundly severe, far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. The consequences for the less fortunate can lead to utter ruin, while the more severe cases may even result in a death sentence. Consequently, some women, in pursuit of this privilege, find themselves compelled to become companions to men. Observing that Lu Chuan had already broached the subject directly, Lin Wan felt that any further attempts to draw closer would be inappropriate. Just as she was racking her brain to devise a way to capture Lu Chuan's heart, he unexpectedly spoke. "Enough, you needn't strain your thoughts any further. I have decided to accompany Xiaomu in her vehicle. We must fulfill this engagement, as it is an essential aspect of male legal protocols. Afterward, I shall return to school." Upon hearing this, the others first expressed envy that Xiaomu would be sharing a ride with Lu Chuan, then nodded in acknowledgement as they each proceeded to their own vehicles. At that moment, Xiaomu hurried ahead of Lu Chuan, arriving at the passenger door. She gracefully opened it, gesturing elegantly for him to enter, and sweetly said, "Please, sir, do step inside." Lu Chuan looked up at her, astonished, and inquired, "Where did you learn that?" Xiaomu lowered her gaze slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and shyly replied, "I've seen many people say this to boys on Douyin." For Lu Chuan, prior to his journey through time, such phrases were typically uttered by boys to girls. Hearing someone address him in this manner for the first time left him feeling oddly unaccustomed. As Lu Chuan settled into the car, the door shut with a decisive thud as Xiaomu gently closed it behind him. She then gracefully took her place in the driver's seat. Lu Chuan casually glanced around the impeccably clean interior of the vehicle. "Where to next?" Xiaomu inquired. Lu Chuan turned to her and replied, "Naturally, we shall first dine. What did you expect? Do you think we should head straight to a hotel?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiaomu started the engine, slowly pulling away, with Su Xiaoxiao and the others following closely behind. After a moment, Xiaomu appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. A faint blush coloring her cheeks as she softly remarked, "If you truly had that in mind, it would be feasible. After all, I am now yours." Lu Chuan gazed at Xiaomu, focused on driving, his eyes drawn to her delicate profile, and questioned, "You are the chairwoman of a corporation, yet you do not exude the typical commanding presence associated with a CEO. Moreover, you seem to acquiesce to everything I say. Why is that?" Xiaomu let out a gentle sigh, replying, "In truth, I am quite renowned for my aloofness at the company. The employees privately refer to me as an emotionless work robot. You are aware, of course, that the scarcity of men is beyond imagination these days. Previously, I had attended numerous matchmaking events, yet each encounter concluded in disappointment. The way those men gazed at us felt as though we were mere playthings, devoid of the respect we rightfully deserved." As I spoke, Xiaomu's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, reflecting an unbidden tension. While it is true that men are quite rare for us women, I would rather embrace solitude than be reduced to their objects of amusement. Just as I resolved to treat this matchmaking attempt as my final endeavor, intending to abandon all hope if it proved unsuccessful, I was unexpectedly chosen by you. Unlike the others, your gaze did not carry disdain or objectification. Rather, it exuded comfort. This is precisely why, irrespective of the demands you may present, I am inclined to comply, eager to become the person you desire. Lu Chuan reclined against the seat, gazing out the window, and remarked, I never imagined that within less than a day of our acquaintance, you would share such profound thoughts with me. Are you not concerned that I might become like the other men? Xiaomu, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, allowed a confident smile to grace her lips as she replied, No, I am certain you will not. Lu Chuan raised an inquisitive eyebrow, asking, Oh, you are so certain? Xiaomu nodded resolutely, her eyes brimming with trust. I am quite convinced, for it is what my intuition conveys. Turning to face Xiaomu, Lu Chuan found her exceedingly intriguing, and his fondness for her subtly deepened. At that moment, he inadvertently activated a capability that revealed success rates. Suddenly, a string of numbers appeared above Xiaomu's head. Xiaomu, genuine affection rate, 95. To confirm his sight, Lu Chuan glanced twice, realizing this might be the ability granted by the system to perceive success probabilities. To his astonishment, this woman genuinely harbored feelings for him. How fascinating. After musing inwardly, Lu Chuan chose not to respond to Xiaomu, but redirected his gaze to the outside world. Observing the shimmering reflections of neon lights upon the glass facades of office buildings lining the streets. The streetlights filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting flickering halos upon the car's exterior, illuminating his profile in a dance of light and shadow. As they passed through a bustling commercial area, a convenience store at the street corner illuminated with a stark white glow, its glass door adorned with posters advertising 24-hour energy drinks for men. Throughout the journey, Lu Chuan's eyes scanned the storefronts, noting the signs of numerous women's product shops and establishments featuring life-sized male figurines. Upon reaching the city center, Xiaomu skillfully parked the car in front of a restaurant named Jiangxing First Pavilion. We have arrived. What do you think of this place? Xiaomu turned to Lu Chuan, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lu Chuan peered through the car window, beholding the opulence of the restaurant before them. It was renowned as the premier upscale establishment in Jiang City, where expenditures reportedly commenced at a staggering $1 million. Observing this, Lu Chuan could not help but glance at Xiaomu, half-jokingly remarking, The prices here are rather steep. Are you certain you wish to choose this place? You ought to deliberate carefully. Xiaomu offered a gentle smile, her demeanor serene, her gaze brimming with affection for Lu Chuan. For you, this sum is trivial. It is worth it, she replied. Subsequently, the two slowly opened the car doors and alighted. At that moment, the night had fully descended, the hour hand indicating precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao Lin Yao and Lin Wan arrived beside them in succession. Let us proceed inside and take a look, Lu Chuan stated, stepping forward first. The four women closely followed in his wake. Chapter 6. Bankruptcy. Upon entering the grand hall of the restaurant, Lu Chuan was struck by the magnificent ambience of the nearly 10-meter-tall atrium. A chandelier, meticulously crafted from thousands of check crystals, descended from the vaulted ceiling. The floor was laid with substantial slabs of Italian gray stone, each step taken imparting the warm, smooth texture of the material beneath. His gaze drifted leftward, where a wall of intricately forged bronze reliefs captured his attention, depicting scenes of courtly feasting from the Renaissance era. At that moment, numerous female attendants keenly sensed the arrival of male patrons, their eyes igniting with excitement akin to torches aflame. One after another, they rushed towards Lu Chuan with eager urgency, fearful of being outpaced by their peers. After all, attending to male customers presented a rare opportunity for close interaction. Among them, a slender woman was the swiftest, reaching Lu Chuan first. With a beaming smile, she slightly bowed and said, "Good evening, sir. It is a great honor to serve you. We have exclusive high-end private rooms prepared specifically for male guests. Please follow me." The other female attendants, arriving slightly later, found themselves dismayed at the lost opportunity. Yet, unwilling to depart empty-handed, they lingered nearby, their gazes scrutinizing every detail of Lu Chuan, filled with curiosity and admiration. Upon noticing Xiaomu and the other three women behind him, envy flickered across their faces. Lu Chuan maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the woman before him, responding coolly, "There are 5 of us in total. Please lead us to our table." "Certainly, sir," the woman replied with a smile. "However, before we proceed, I must ask you to scan your face at the front to verify your privilege level, so I can arrange the most suitable private room for you." The others behind Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, exchanged curious glances. I pondered in silence about the extent of Lu Chuan's male privilege. As he approached to scan his face, the screen prominently displayed the bold letters indicating an S-level privilege. In an effort to provide superior services to rare males and to enhance the birth rate, the state has conferred special rights upon each male. The privilege level is determined through a comprehensive evaluation of various parameters, including appearance, sperm quality, height, and weight. The levels of privilege are categorized from highest to lowest as S, A, B, and C. The onlookers, including Xiao Mu, gasped at this revelation, overwhelmed with astonishment. An S-level privilege? They murmured amongst themselves, initially believing that Lu Chuan's looks would only qualify him for an A-level. Su Xiao felt a ripple of intrigue within her. Contemplating, if he possesses S-level status, then his sperm quality must indeed be exceptional. Could it truly be infallible? Xiao Mu and the others shared the same thought. Now that we have confirmed this, let us proceed. Lu Chuan's voice shattered the brief silence. As his words settled, the attendant regained her composure and promptly replied, "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Under her guidance, the 5 swiftly arrived at the entrance of a room labeled Male Exclusive Room Number 1 on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, in the spacious corridor, faint sounds of men and women could be heard emanating from room number 5, though Lu Chuan paid little heed to it. Upon entering the room, the 4 took their seats. The attendant, wearing a smile, addressed Lu Chuan, "Sir, as you possess S-level privilege, all expenses for this meal will be waived." Lu Chuan simply acknowledged with a casual, "All right, understood." He then turned to Xiao Mu and the others, saying, "Order whatever you wish. I have no particular dietary restrictions." Xiao Mu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly responded, I apologize, Lu Chuan. I had intended to treat you this time, but it seems your special privilege has rendered that unnecessary. As your girlfriend, I feel quite remiss. How about this? I could gift you a car, or perhaps a villa." The other 3 nodded in agreement, and Su Xiao leaned closer to Lu Chuan, wrapping her arm around his, and sweetly insisting, Yes, otherwise, as your girlfriend, we would be embarrassed." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, inwardly grumbling, this cursed privilege. Ever since I traversed into this world a year ago and was rated with S-level privilege, I have not spent a single penny. In fact, the combined support from the government, school, and state amounts to a staggering 3.2 billion each month. As Lin Wani and the others noticed Lu Chuan lost in thought, they couldn't help but inquire, "What's the matter, Lu Chuan?" It was only then that Lu Chuan returned to reality and turned his gaze towards the 4 of them. This? At that moment, a system prompt reverberated in his mind, detected that the host is faced with a choice. Choice 1, refuse their request, reward, the ability to see others' wealth. Choice 2, agree to their request, reward, 1 beauty-enhancing elixir. The beauty elixir held little value for me. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Chuan silently decided, "Then I shall choose the first option. Host choice successful. Please complete the task promptly." Lu Chuan then turned to the group and earnestly said, "I appreciate your kindness, but these things hold little significance for me. Therefore, you should keep them for yourselves." The others, seeing Lu Chuan's firm rejection, felt it inappropriate to press further. They could only nod in understanding. Host's task completed, reward has been successfully granted. "All right, you may order. I am fine with anything," Lu Chuan said. Upon hearing this, the group obediently picked up the menus to peruse. Lu Chuan mused privately, "Let me see just how much wealth you all possess." Subsequently, he activated the ability rewarded by the system. In the next moment, a series of numbers appeared above each person's head. Su Xiao, pocket money 8.6 million. Lin Wani, personal assets 4.5 billion. Lin Yao, personal assets 86 million. Goodness, they are all wealthy. Lu Chuan couldn't help but exclaim softly. Just as he turned to look at Xiao Mu, he saw the numbers above her head. Xiao Mu, company bankrupt, debt 1.2 billion. Lu Chuan, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes and scrutinized it again. Incredible, it's true? Good heavens, she owes 1.2 billion. And she was considering buying me a car and a house. Chapter 7 B-Class Privilege. Is it that significant? Such a good woman must be cherished dearly. Lu Chuan thought to himself. At that moment, the four had just finished ordering their dishes. Suddenly, Xiaomu's phone on the table began to vibrate vigorously, emitting a buzzing sound. Xiaomu quickly picked up the phone, smiled gently at Lu Chuan, and softly said, "I'll step outside to take this call." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly walked out. Just as Xiaomu stepped out the door of the adjacent private room number 5 was flung open with a loud crash. A man, clad in a tailored suit and weighing approximately 170 pounds, emerged, flanked by a beautifully made-up woman on each side. Behind him followed a throng of several heavily made-up women, each dressed in revealing attire. The parts that ought to be concealed and those that should be revealed were displayed without reservation. The man's chest bore a conspicuous B-level privilege badge, glaringly evident. As this group passed the entrance of the private room where Lu Chuan was situated, the man's eyes brimmed with disdain as he cast a casual glance inside. Upon noticing the recently exited Xiaomu, a playful smirk immediately graced his features. Intentionally raising his voice, he spoke with a heavy tone of mockery. "Oh, is that not General Manager Xia? I hear your company has gone bankrupt, leaving you with a debt of 1.2 billion. What now? Have you sunk to relying on a 20-year-old student for sustenance? Ha! How about coming over here? I could use my B-level privilege to assist you." The woman in his arms chimed in sweetly, swaying against him. "Darling, don't say that. General Manager Xia was once the owner of a company. She's just had a stroke of bad luck, tripped by business risks." With that, she subtly shot Xiaomu a triumphant glance. Instantly, Xiaomu's complexion turned as pale as paper, her hands clenched into tight fists, trembling with rage. Zhao Feng. Zhongli. Lu Chuan, observing the scene, furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze coldly fixed on the 35-year-old man and the woman in her 20s. He activated his wealth perception ability, scanning the two. Zhao Feng. Family assets 1 billion, including the illegal embezzlement of 1.2 billion from Xiaomu's company. Zhongli. Personal assets 32 million, of which 28 million are kickbacks transferred by Zhao Feng, former financial director of Xiaomu's company. Understanding the situation, Lu Chuan slowly rose and made his way toward the entrance. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Urgent task triggered. Expose Zhao Feng and Zhang Li's conspiracy. Assist Xiaomu in recovering her assets. Option 1. Confront them directly. Using S-level privilege for a mandatory investigation. Reward. Business evidence extraction I. Capable of revealing contract loopholes and transfer records. Option 2. Exercise patience and gather evidence in secret. Reward. Networking summon card. Capable of mobilizing an industry magnate for assistance. Patience? That is utterly impossible in this lifetime, Lu Chuan resolutely responded in his mind. Opting for option 1. Host selection successful. Please complete the task promptly. Lu Chuan swiftly approached Xiaomu. "Xiaomu," she implored anxiously, "this is my affair. You need not involve yourself." Ignoring her protest, he firmly drew her behind him, stating with conviction, "Do not forget, you are my woman, Lu Chuan. As your boyfriend, how could I possibly stand idly by?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his icy gaze to the slightly shorter man before him, coldly addressing him. "Zhao Feng. Is it? You claim Xiaomu owes 1.2 billion? Yet I have heard that the sum was illicitly transferred under your instruction to Zhang Li for fraudulent accounting." The host immediately severed ties with the other party. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. Zhao Feng was initially taken aback, inwardly astonished at how Lu Chuan had come to know of this matter. However, he swiftly dismissed it as Lu Chuan attempting to deceive him, sneering derisively as he retorted, "What are you even worth? Without evidence, refrain from spouting nonsense. Do you believe I want to file a complaint against you using my B-level privileges, leading to an investigation?" Lu Chuan let out a cold laugh, then skillfully retrieved his phone and accessed the mail privilege management system. He aimed the phone's camera at Zhao Feng's face, and the screen instantaneously flashed. Target detected as involved in the illegal appropriation of others' assets. S-level user Lu Chuan applies for temporary investigative authority. Permission granted. Lu Chuan gazed at him with palpable disdain, clicking his tongue as he remarked, TSK, illegal appropriation of others' assets. Have you forgotten that? According to Article 7 of the Mail Privilege Supplementary Regulations, S-level users have the right to initiate immediate investigations into B-level and below users suspected of legal violations. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt a jolt of panic. He had previously assumed Lu Chuan lacked the privilege badge due to a low authority level. Now, Realizing Lu Chuan was indeed an S-level authority holder, he felt as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Lu Chuan then shifted his attention to Zhang Li. Activating his commercial evidence extraction optics, a clear message appeared on Zhang Li's bag. The bag contains forged transfer receipts from October 2026, concealed within the inner compartment. Zhang Li, sensing the cold intensity of Lu Chuan's gaze, became visibly flustered and stammered, "What are you planning to do?" Without uttering another word, Lu Chuan strode forward and swiftly seized the bag from Zhang Li. He rummaged through it, quickly locating the incriminating receipt. What a valuable find. Simultaneously, he addressed the restaurant manager who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion, saying, "Contact the Economic Investigation Department to probe Zhao Feng's company's public account from October 2026. Also, examine the transaction history of Zhang Li's personal account. I guarantee it under my S-level authority." The restaurant manager, fully aware of the formidable nature of S-level male privileges, did not dare to delay and promptly complied. He reported Lu Chuan's name and status over the phone, and upon hearing it, the other end responded with immediate deference. "We'll investigate right away." Results within 5 minutes. Zhao Feng, upon witnessing this, turned pale, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "How dare you lay hands on me? My mother is—" Yet before he could finish, Lu Chuan interrupted forcefully, "Your mother?" Even if the King of Heaven himself intervened, it would be futile. At that moment, news from the Economic Investigation Department arrived. Confirmation that Zhao Feng, through Zhang Li, forged contracts to transfer 1.2 billion from the Xiaomu company to his personal account. Evidence is irrefutable. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of S-class privileges, and even as a man, he understood that once the evidence was conclusive, he could easily find himself imprisoned under the influence of such authority. It was over, utterly finished. In despair, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Zhang Li was so frightened that she burst into tears, collapsing to the ground. She grasped Lu Chuan's leg tightly, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, I was wrong. It was all Zhao Feng's coercion. Get away from me. Do not soil my clothes." Lu Chuan replied with evident disgust, kicking her aside. Zhang Li fell to the ground. The women behind Zhao Feng now cowered in fear, retreating as far as they could. Xiaomu, witnessing the evidence before her, felt a mix of shock and fury. Yet, her gaze toward Lu Chuan was filled with profound gratitude. A system notification chimed. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Bonus. Asset doubling card. Can specify an asset to recover, with investment returns doubling within 24 hours. Lu Chuan turned his cold gaze toward the incapacitated Zhao Feng and said icily, "According to the law, illegal occupation of commercial assets requires not only the return of the principal, but also triple the penalty. 12 billion in principal, 36 billion in penalties, totaling 48 billion. Transfer it to Xiaomu immediately." Zhao Feng, in despair, shrieked, "I don't have that much money." Lu Chuan scoffed derisively, "Oh really? Don't you have a family asset of 10 billion? As he spoke, Lu Chuan activated his wealth insight, revealing Zhao Feng's asset details. "You have 5 billion in liquid funds in your company account. Transfer it now." Zhao Feng stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Lu Chuan's eyes were as cold as frost. His voice chillingly firm, "My patience is limited. I hope you do not require me to repeat myself." Seeing this, Zhao Feng hurriedly fumbled for his phone, his trembling fingers frantically tapping the screen. "I will transfer it now, right now." Moments later, the 48 billion instantly arrived in Xiaomu's account. As Xiaomu gazed at the balance displayed on her phone, her eyes brimmed with tears, nearly overflowing with emotion. Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan then turned to Zhang Li, coldly stating, "You should also return the 32 million in bribes." Zhang Li, realizing she could not resist, quickly complied and initiated the transfer. Subsequently, Lu Chuan silently instructed the system, "Designate the asset doubling card to the 12 billion principal just recovered from Xiaomu." System acknowledged. Then, Lu Chuan, through the extraction of commercial evidence, identified a lucrative investment opportunity. Approaching Xiaomu, he gently advised, "Invest this 12 billion into the Eastern New Energy Project. It will double in 24 hours. Trust me." Xiaomu, meeting Lu Chuan's unwavering gaze, nodded with gratitude. "All right." Lu Chuan then commanded the manager standing nearby, "Take these two into custody. I will take full responsibility for everything." The manager promptly nodded and respectfully replied, "Yes. I shall attend to it right away." At that moment, Lu Chuan took Xia Mu's hand gently and said, "Let us proceed. The matter is resolved. We shall dine now." In the next instant, with a decisive motion, Lu Chuan firmly closed the door behind them with a resounding thud. Chapter 8. Come to my home. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Chuan had just pulled out a chair to sit down when his gaze swept over the elegantly arranged dishes on the table, only to catch the intense stares of the four individuals across from him. Tapping his fingers lightly on the edge of the table, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What's the matter? Are the dishes not to your liking? Or is it that my face, still bearing Zhao Feng's cold sweat, has become a delicacy?" At this remark, Lin Wani couldn't help but let out a laugh. Just as she was about to speak, Su Xiao interjected. She nudged Lin Yao beside her with her elbow and exclaimed, "Can you believe it?" When he retorted to Zhao Feng earlier, saying "your mother," I got goosebumps. He seems like an entirely different person compared to before. Lin Yao nodded vigorously, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Especially when he stood in front of Xia Mu and said "my woman." Suddenly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she sneaked a glance at Xia Mu. Seeing that she was unperturbed, she quietly added, "He was rather handsome." Xia Mu lifted her teacup for a sip, though the smile in her eyes was unmistakable. Just moments ago, Lu Chuan's protective stance before her felt like an unexpected shield. When she looked up at him, their eyes met, and it was as if a gentle spark ignited between them, causing Xia Mu's ears to blush subtly, while Lu Chuan simply smiled with nonchalance. Clearing his throat, Lu Chuan then feigned a serious demeanor, as if discussing appearances in front of the concerned party was appropriate. Isn't this a bit at odds with the core socialist values? He reached for the communal chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork. "Hurry and eat. I must return to school shortly." At that moment, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, and she exchanged glances with the other three. The next moment, as Lu Chuan resumed eating, the four figures converged around him, encircling him in a delightful embrace. Xia Mu delicately picked up a glistening piece of crab meat, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lin Yao held up an abalone slice, her breath barely audible. Su Xiao's shrimp still exuded warmth, almost brushing against Lu Chuan's nose. Only Lin Wan Yi, with a piece of greens, was a beat slower, her smile slightly awkward. Lu Chuan, they chorused in unison, their voices laced with various tones of sweetness. Surrounded, Lu Chuan found his elbow brushing against Xia Mu's waist, his back against Lin Yao's shoulder, and the air thick with the scent of 4 different perfumes. As he gazed at the dishes being presented to him, feeling the softness against his arm, he sighed in resignation. "All right then, today I shall play the role of the Empress Dowager." The 4 girls immediately burst into laughter, each taking turns to feed him with their chopsticks. As Lu Chuan chewed, his gaze inadvertently wandered over the tops of their heads, through the lens of success rates. A glimpse into their feelings reveals the following. Xia Mu, true love rate 100, note, willing to bear any risk for you. Su Xiao, sincerity rate 95, note, wishes to be with you every day. Lin Yao, admiration rate 94, note, the words I dare not utter are concealed in each moment I pass you water. Lin Wani, sincerity rate 20, note, approaching you is for a reason. The final line appears obscured, its latter part shrouded in ambiguity. Lu Chuan's movements with the shrimp slowed, his gaze discreetly fixed on Lin Wani's face. She was bowed, smiling, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her hidden emotions, yet her fingers, gripping the vegetables, were pale at the knuckles. During the earlier commotion caused by Zhao Feng, Lin Wani was the only one who did not step forward, merely standing in the background, her expression calm, unlike Su Xiao, who was fuming, or Lin Yao, who was clenching her fists. At the time, he paid it no mind, but reflecting now, that serenity seemed to harbor something deeper. Lu Chuan, Lin Wani suddenly looked up. Meeting his gaze, startled, she recoiled slightly, nearly dropping the greens in her hand. "Why are you looking at me? Is the vegetable I picked not tasty?" Lu Chuan quickly averted his gaze, forcing a natural smile as he bit into the greens. "Not at all, it's quite sweet." After swallowing, he deliberately looked out the window. "Hurry and eat. I still need to head to school to check in." Lin Wani sighed in relief and lowered her head. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, holding his teacup, gently traced the cup's surface, pondering the underlying meaning behind her sincerity rate of 20. Lin Wani, it seemed, was not as straightforward as she appeared. After a brief moment, the group concluded their meal and exited the private room. As they stepped outside, the 4 swiftly surrounded Lu Chuan, speaking in unison. "Lu Chuan, Let me take you back to school. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuan smiled and replied, no need. Lin Yao can take me. She's going the same way. With that, he made his way directly to Lin Yao's car. The others, hearing this, opened their mouths as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Su Xiaoxiao muttered under her breath, humph, it's just living at school. Starting tomorrow, I'll also be living at school, and will have my mother arrange for me to share a dorm with him. With that, she climbed into the car without looking back, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Xiaomu silently contemplated. I should first take care of matters at the company before seeking him out. With that thought, she too entered her vehicle and slowly departed. Before long, Lu Chuan and Lin Yao arrived at the gates of Jiangxing University, only to find them firmly shut. Lu Chuan pulled out his phone to check the time, which read 23:25. Ah, we're late, Lu Chuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Lin Yao turned to him, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as she shyly suggested. How about we go to my place? I bought a house just outside the school, it's very close. Oh, what a coincidence. Lu Chuan observed Lin Yao, who appeared somewhat reserved, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Then let us proceed. Chapter 9. Returning home as soon as Lu Chuan's words fell, Lin Yao seemed to have heard something utterly astonishing. She abruptly turned to Lu Chuan, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape. She stammered, You have so readily agreed? Aren't you going to consider refusing? Refuse? Lu Chuan replied, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Lin Yao's anxious, yet inquisitive demeanor. Why would I refuse? Lin Yao's cheeks flushed a delicate hue as she murmured, Isn't it said that when boys are out, they must always protect themselves? One shouldn't casually return home with a woman. Aren't you concerned that I might be a wicked woman? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan teased, After all, you are my teacher. So I trust you. With a mischievous smile curling at his lips, he added, Of course, if you insist, I wouldn't be opposed to indulging you. After all, it is only right to occasionally reward one's girlfriend. Before Lu Chuan could finish his sentence, Lin Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. Without a word, she pressed down hard on the accelerator of her high heels. Instantly, a deafening roar erupted as the sports car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards the road leading to Jiangxing University, Lu Chuan, seated in the passenger seat, was taken aback by the sudden acceleration. He quickly turned to Lin Yao, exclaiming, Wait, why are you driving so fast all of a sudden? At that moment, Lin Yao's face was as red as the sunset, her gaze fixed firmly ahead as she murmured, I'm not sure. I just felt an uncontrollable urge to accelerate. Lu Chuan's pupils widened in surprise, internally pondering, Goodness, I was merely jesting. Surely she can't have taken it seriously? He sighed. Well, it should be fine, considering I possess the ancient reward of the system. As Lin Yao accelerated wildly, the streetlights along the road blurred past like shooting stars. In merely 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. Lu Chuan peered through the car window, taking a brief glance at the surroundings. The community was lush with greenery, and under the warm glow of the streetlights, it cast dappled shadows. The elegant buildings were arranged in a somewhat upscale manner. At the entrance, a young woman in a security uniform, appearing to be in her 20s, recognized Lin Yao and promptly opened the folding gate, greeting her with a smile. Oh, it's Lin, teacher. You're back. Did you not stay at the school today? Oh, the school gate was closed when I returned, so I came home, Lin Yao replied, leaning her head out to respond. The woman looked at Lin Yao, who wore a joyful expression, and teased. Today, Teacher Lin seems particularly happy. It must be due to a successful blind date, right? I came across a government announcement on my phone, and upon seeing your name, I felt a surge of envy. With the scarcity of men, a man like Lu Chuan is simply irresistible. Now, it appears that Teacher Lin has found her match. Upon noticing Lu Chuan in the car, Lin Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, merely smiling and nodding in response. Yet the woman seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, continuing, Teacher Lin, do you remember the study materials I gave you last time? Make sure to study hard. Do let me know how it feels afterward. Unlike me, who probably won't come across a man in this lifetime, I can only amuse myself with toys. Hearing this, Lin Yao's face instantly turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly glanced at Lu Chuan, who looked at her with a surprised expression. Flustered, she turned to the woman outside and said, I should be heading back now. Let's talk another day. With that, Lin Yao started the car and swiftly drove into the community. How strange. Why is Teacher Lin acting so oddly today? The female security guard scratched her head, muttering to herself. Isn't she usually fond of my risque jokes? Meanwhile, Lu Chuan observed Lin Yao, who appeared embarrassed, stammering, Lu Chuan. Please let me explain. I'm not that kind of person. She often talks nonsense. You mustn't take her seriously. Lu Chuan regarded Lin Yao, pondering silently. TSK, TSK. One should not judge a book by its cover. I always thought she was the demure and honest type, but it seems otherwise. Clearing his throat, he remarked. There's no need for such explanations. It's perfectly normal for a person to have a few secrets. However, I am rather curious. He tilted his head with interest. Given the shortage of men, how were those study materials created? When you return, would you mind sharing yours with me? Lin Yao's face instantly flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe tomato, momentarily at a loss for words. She racked her brain, seeking an excuse to evade the request, realizing there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Perhaps it's best to let it go, she thought. Oh really? Lu Chuan squinted slightly, an air of skepticism in his gaze. Of course it's true, Lin Yao asserted, nodding vigorously, attempting to imbue her tone with firmness. That stuff is uninteresting, trust me. A sly smile crept onto Lu Chuan's lips. How can you be so certain it's uninteresting? Before she could contemplate her response, Lin Yao blurted out, well, I've already seen it all. Oh, so you've seen everything, have you? Lu Chuan's smile blossomed further, his gaze laced with playful mockery as he looked at Lin Yao, seemingly amused. So, you are quite the seasoned player, aren't you? It was then that Lin Yao snapped back to reality, realizing she had been cleverly led into conversation by Lu Chuan. Embarrassment and irritation washed over her. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she reproached him. Lu Chuan, you are quite mischievous, aren't you? Why must you be like this? Noticing her flustered state, Lu Chuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, is it really such a bad thing? The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down Lin Yao's spine, electrifying her senses. Her face deepened in hue, and her fingers instinctively gripped the steering wheel tighter. Biting her lower lip, her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, well, perhaps not. Lu Chuan, thoroughly pleased by her bashful demeanor, leaned back slightly against the passenger seat. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Just then, the car gently rolled into the parking area of Lin Yao's apartment building. Once she parked the car with steady hands, she dared not turn to meet Lu Chuan's gaze directly. Instead, she softly announced, we're here. With that, she hastily opened the car door and stepped out. Observing her retreat, Lu Chuan wore a faint smile as he followed suit. The two ascended the elevator to Lin Yao's home. Exiting the lift, Lu Chuan glanced at the door number 503. I shall remember this, he declared. In the future, when school is out, I will come to your home. Chapter 10, let me explain. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Her voice a gentle whisper, that sounds good. Slowly, she retrieved a key from her bag, pausing briefly over the keyring. She then selected one and extended it towards Lu Chuan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness and anticipation. Here, this is the key to my home. Please take care of it. Lu Chuan accepted the key with a smile, responding softly, of course. He stepped forward, inserting the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door clicked open, revealing an interior adorned in a minimalist black and white aesthetic. The clean lines and subdued colors fostered a serene and inviting atmosphere. He nodded in satisfaction, genuinely complimenting, not bad at all. It seems our tastes align quite well. Hearing his praise, Lin Yao felt a surge of joy within her, her eyes sparkling with delight. I'm glad you like it. As she spoke, she approached the shoe cabinet by the door and crouched down, retrieving her slippers and offering them to Lu Chuan. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She added apologetically, I've never had a male guest at home before, and I didn't have time to prepare for you. If you don't mind, please wear my slippers. Lu Chuan gazed at the white pig-headed slippers, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Without a trace of hesitation, he slipped off his shoes and put them on, speaking in a relaxed tone. How could I possibly dislike them? He then stepped inside the house. Lin Yao gently arranged Lu Chuan's shoes neatly. Next, she slowly removed her high heels, her long fingers delicately peeling off the black stockings from her legs. Exposing skin as pale as jade, she walked in barefoot, her movements light and graceful. Lu Chuan settled onto the white sofa in the living room, inadvertently turning his head. His gaze first landed on Lin Yao's long, straight legs beneath her black bodycon skirt, as white as jade. It then gradually descended, sweeping over her delicate, fair feet, and the translucent white of her toenails. Lu Chuan couldn't help but inquire with concern, aren't your feet cold like this? Noticing Lu Chuan's gaze, Lin Yao felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "Not at all." Observing her somewhat constrained demeanor, Lu Chuan teased, "I recall this is your home, right? Why do you seem so uneasy in your own space, looking all shy?" Lin Yao, meeting Lu Chuan's natural expression, felt her cheeks warm and explained, "It's just that I've never really interacted much with men. Suddenly being alone with one makes me a bit nervous and bashful." After speaking, as if recalling something, she hastily added, "Let me go heat up a cup of milk for you. Please wait a moment." With that, she hurried towards the kitchen. "Is it truly that nerve-wracking to be with me?" Lu Chuan murmured, watching Lin Yao's hasty retreat. He then rose to survey the living room. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at the door of Lin Yao's bedroom. His hand hovered over the doorknob, a flicker of hesitation stirring within him. Would she be angry if I entered? With this uncertainty, he gently twisted the knob and slowly pushed the door open. Upon entering the bedroom, Lu Chuan discovered a remarkably simple layout. A bed, a desk, a computer, and a bookshelf created an atmosphere of minimalism and order. His gaze fell upon the desk, which was adorned with an array of gleaming trophies and stacks of certificates, their sheer number leaving him astounded. "Goodness, this is impressive," Lu Chuan exclaimed. As he approached for a closer look, he read accolades such as first prize in the International English Olympiad, first prize in the IERA International English Speech Contest, and first prize in the International Public Speaking Competition, IPSC, each a testament to her remarkable achievements. He was taken aback to discover that she was indeed a scholar of considerable merit. His attention then drifted to the drawer beneath the desk, curiosity compelling him to slowly pull it open. In the next moment, a pink toy resembling a cucumber came into view. As Lu Chuan delicately grasped the toy, intent on examining it closely, Lin Yao entered the room, balancing a steaming cup of milk in her hands. The moment her gaze fell upon the object in Lu Chuan's grip, her entire demeanor froze. An expression of utter astonishment spread across her face, her mouth agape, and her previously fair cheeks transformed into a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Lu Chuan, you." Lin Yao's voice quivered, laden with an ineffable sense of shame and embarrassment. Lu Chuan, sensing her presence, turned to face her, then glanced at the toy in his hand, momentarily struck dumb. It took several seconds for him to regain his composure, after which he hastily began to explain, "No, wait. Let me clarify. I didn't mean to uncover this." As Lin Yao observed Lu Chuan approaching with the toy, waves of humiliation surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. In a state of panic, she implored, "Please, don't come any closer." Lu Chuan, drawing nearer, anxiously reiterated, "No, please. Hear me out. I truly did not intend for this to happen." Unable to bear the weight of her embarrassment any longer, Lin Yao turned and fled the room. Lu Chuan watched her retreating figure with a resigned sigh, placing the toy back in its original position, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, it's just a toy. Why must she be so bashful?" He then exited the room as well. A few minutes later, the two sat silently on the sofa, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Observing the lingering flush on Lin Yao's face, Lu Chuan cleared his throat and attempted once more to explain, "Ahem, I genuinely did not mean any harm. Moreover, considering the rarity of males in our circumstances, possessing such an item is quite normal. There is no need for you to feel this way." At that moment, Lin Yao was oblivious to Lu Chuan's words. Her mind was consumed with anxiety and self-reproach, incessantly murmuring to herself, "Oh no, will he think I am a woman who lacks self-respect and then abandon me? What should I do? How can I explain?" Seeing Lin Yao's lack of response, Lu Chuan felt a pang of helplessness and gently sat beside her. He tenderly patted her shoulder and said, "Oh, come now. I've already apologized. It has been several minutes. Surely, your anger must have subsided by now. If you continue like this, I might just go and seek out Xiaomu." Startled by Lu Chuan's sudden touch, Lin Yao flinched like a frightened fawn, her face instantly reflecting a flurry of panic. She quickly turned to Lu Chuan, instinctively bowing her head in apology. Her voice trembling slightly, "I'm so sorry. Please don't abandon me. I promise I won't touch that thing again." Lu Chuan, taken aback by her response, wore a look of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief as he replied, When did I ever say I would abandon you?" Lin Yao gradually lifted her head, confusion evident on her face, her mouth slightly agape, with a display of endearing innocence. Lu Chuan observed her bemused expression and instantly realized that she had not absorbed a single word he had said. He sighed in resignation and patiently reiterated, What I meant was, I accidentally stumbled upon that item. I thought you were upset, which is why you weren't speaking to me. After all this time. It turns out you hadn't heard a word. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, Lin Yao felt a weight lift from her heart. Yet, a hint of doubt lingered as she cautiously inquired. So, you 1T removed me from your database, right? No, I 1T, Lu Chuan replied with a calm demeanor, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. As for that item, it can actually be discarded. After all, I will always be here. The moment Lu Chuan spoke, the earlier awkwardness resurfaced vividly in Lin Yao's mind. She shyly turned her head away, gently nodding, her voice barely audible. I understand. I will take care of it shortly. Let us discuss it tomorrow. It's quite late now. We should wash up and get some rest. As Lu Chuan spoke, he rose and softly patted Lin Yao's shoulder. I have class tomorrow, and you do too, right? Oh, right. Lu Chuan seemed to suddenly recall. The first class is yours, isn't it? Yes, that is correct. Lin Yao nodded gently. Then there is no problem. If I don't wake up tomorrow, you know what to do, right? With a playful smirk. Lu Chuan looked at Lin Yao. That might not be appropriate, Lin Yao replied, a frown creasing her brow, her expression tinged with confusion. There are over 130 students in the class, and you are the only boy. Ah, I almost forgot about that. Lu Chuan chuckled helplessly. All right then. Just wake me up tomorrow. But for now, let us go take a shower together. Don't forget, we are a couple now. Before Lin Yao could respond, Lu Chuan took her hand, which was slightly moist from earlier tension, and led her toward the shower room. Chapter 11. Intimacy. By the time Lin Yao regained her composure, her cheeks had flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples. She merely averted her gaze slightly to the side. The delicate atmosphere was shattered by a soft click as 3 minutes slipped away unnoticed, followed by clothing being tossed from the bathroom. Soon, a veil of steam engulfed the space, obscuring the figures within, leaving only sounds in their wake. The following day, the morning sun shone particularly bright, streaming through the gaps in the curtains, casting gentle rays upon Lu Chuan's face. On the soft, spacious white bed, the two lay entwined. Lu Chuan was the first to slowly open his eyes, feeling a tingling numbness in his arm. He turned his head and beheld Lin Yao's head resting on his arm. Her slender fingers lightly pressed against her chest, the delicate, fair skin radiating a soft sheen. The slight upward curve of her lips seemed to possess a hint of sweet mirth, evidently a reflection of her satisfaction from the previous night's experiences. Lu Chuan distinctly felt the warmth of her breath brushing against his chest. Unconsciously, he slowly raised his hand to gently caress her exquisitely delicate cheek, reminiscent of mutton fat jade. As his gaze inadvertently drifted downward, a tantalizing yet private scene unfolded before him. Just as Lu Chuan was about to cautiously withdraw his arm from beneath Lin Yao's head, she seemed to sense something, suddenly extending her arms to embrace him tightly. Her entire being clung to him like an octopus, mumbling indistinctly, Lu Chuan, don't go. I still want. Her soft, glutinous voice held a touch of playful reproach and dependence. Feeling the gentle pressure against his chest, Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and murmured, why are you so clingy? He gently patted Lin Yao's cheek and called out tenderly, Lin Yao, it's time to get up, we have class. After 3 minutes of his soft coaxing, Lin Yao finally began to slowly open her sleepy eyes. She first rubbed her eyes and asked, what is wrong, Lu Chuan? It's time to get up, we still have class? Her voice, laced with a nasal tone and sleepiness, prompted her to drowsily inquire, what time is it for class? Lu Chuan reached for his phone on the bedside table and, upon glancing at the screen, was met with the glaring digits, 9:36. Well, in short, they were late. Upon hearing the word late, Lin Yao jolted upright from the bed, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? We're late? The sudden movement caused her blanket to slip off her upper body. Lu Chuan regarded Lin Yao with calmness, softly reassuring her, it's all right. It's not too late to go now. At that moment, Lin Yao inadvertently looked down and realized her state of undress. Her face flushed a deep crimson. In a flurry, she quickly covered herself with the blanket, gripping the edges tightly as if it were her last line of defense. Observing this, Lu Chuan cleared his throat and remarked nonchalantly, ahem, after last night. It's not as if we haven't seen each other. There's no need to be so shy. Lin Yao's face reddened further. She slightly lowered her head and softly explained, I didn't mean it that way. It was just an instinctive reaction, so I understand. Let us go. Lu Chuan smiled and said, get ready, we're heading to school. He then rose from the bed and made his way to the living room. picking up the scattered clothes from the floor to put them on. Just as Lu Chuan was about to gather Lin Yao's clothes to hand them to her, he noticed that one or two pieces were already torn and tattered. Lu Chuan wore an awkward expression, scratching his head as he pondered. Could this possibly be my doing? Subsequently, he approached the bedroom with the tattered garment in hand. Clearing his throat softly, Lin Yao, it seems your clothes are no longer wearable. You might want to change into something else. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao's mind unwittingly conjured the blush-inducing scene from the previous night. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, akin to being set ablaze, and she shyly nodded. Her voice barely a whisper, "All right, I understand." With that, she leaned over the bed and made her way to the wardrobe to retrieve another outfit. Chapter 12, Friend Request 99. Lu Chuan quietly observed Lin Yao from the side, noticing she had donned a slightly oversized white shirt that gracefully enveloped her hips, exuding an air of both languidness and allure. They then entered the washroom together to freshen up. "Thank you, Lu Chuan," Lin Yao said softly while squeezing toothpaste. "You've truly allowed me to experience what it feels like to be with a man." Caught off guard by her words while brushing his teeth, Lu Chuan choked on some foam, hastily halting his brushing and turning to Lin Yao with a look of astonishment. "You certainly speak quite directly." Lin Yao's cheeks flushed even more, and in a low voice, she continued, "If you have time in the future and I have needs, would you really respond to my messages?" Lu Chuan chuckled helplessly and nodded. "If you have needs, just message me. I generally agree if I'm free and not accompanying others." Lin Yao nodded gently, MHM. After their brief freshening up, Lin Yao proceeded to apply her makeup. Naturally beautiful, her complexion was exquisite even without embellishment. Yet, she still picked up a light pink lipstick and delicately applied it to her lips. Once finished, she turned to Lu Chuan, playfully pouting her lips and tilting her head, asking bashfully, "Do you think this lipstick looks good on me?" Lu Chuan had just completed his washing and was drying his face with a towel. He glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, "It looks good, looks good. Let us tidy up and hurry along." With that, he exited the washroom. Lin Yao observed Lu Chuan's somewhat indifferent demeanor, her heart sinking slightly, fearing he didn't favor the color of the lipstick. In a rush, she grabbed a tissue to wipe it off and opted for a much lighter shade of pink. Moments later, Lin Yao emerged from the bedroom. Seated on the sofa, Lu Chuan looked up to see Lin Yao clad in a white crop top, the trendy bell sleeves perfectly accentuating her slender waist. Her lower half was adorned with a black figure-hugging mini-skirt, with playful white laces at the side adding a touch of whimsy to her ensemble. Dressed in a pair of elegant black sandals adorned with delicate straps, complemented by white stockings, she exuded both fashion and charm. Lu Chuan rose from the sofa and said, "If everything is ready, let us depart." Lin Yao replied with a soft and the two made their way outside to the parking area. Once inside the car, the roar of the engine signaled their swift departure. During the drive, Lu Chuan refrained from disturbing Lin Yao, who was focused on the road, and instead took up his phone to browse. Upon opening the messaging app, he was taken aback. There, beneath his contacts, 99 red dots stood out prominently. "I haven't checked my phone for just one evening. How could there be so many notifications?" Lu Chuan mused silently. Upon opening the contact requests, he was astonished to find 368 new friend requests. "Li Xia has sent you a friend request. Note, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. May I pursue you slowly?" "Lu Rian has sent you a friend request. Note, you finally seem willing to accept my pursuit. I have secretly admired you for a long time. Could you grant me a chance?" "Su Xiaoxiao has sent you a friend request. Note, Lu Chuan, it's been a whole night. Why haven't you accepted my friend request yet?" "Xiaomu has sent you a friend request. Note, are you busy? I noticed your friend requests have been pending since the blind date." Lu Chuan gazed at the seemingly endless list of requests, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. After approving a few requests from acquaintances, he decided to disregard the rest. At that moment, Lin Yao, who was diligently driving, noticed Lu Chuan's slightly bitter expression and inquired with concern, "Lu Chuan, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Well, sort of," Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, contemplating the troubles that awaited him at school. "Usually, it's manageable, but ever since the blind date concluded, the government department issued an announcement. My friend requests have been nonstop. Once we arrive at school, I can only imagine how many will come forth to confess their feelings." Lin Yao turned to glance at Lu Chuan and asked, "Have you thought of a way to handle it?" "Not yet." Lu Chuan shook his head. Just then, a video call from Su Xiaoxiao came through. Upon seeing this, Lu Chuan answered it casually, revealing Su Xiaoxiao, who sported twin ponytails in a classroom setting. "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Lu Chuan inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao eagerly pressed, "Lu Chuan, where were you last night? I went to your dorm, but couldn't find you. Leaving me all alone in my dorm." Lu Chuan looked puzzled. "Wait, why would you come to my dorm?" Su Xiaoxiao responded defiantly, "After we parted last night, I had my mom arrange for me to stay in your dorm, but I didn't see you there. Where are you now? Are you in the car?" Su Xiaoxiao, peering through the background behind Lu Chuan, made an astute guess. Lu Chuan had no intention of concealing the truth and candidly replied, "Yes, I was in the car. I stayed at Lin Yao's place last night." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Su Xiaoxiao leapt from her seat like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice piercing the air as if it could shatter the screen. "What? The first person you were intimate with was actually Lin Yao? How could that be?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao found herself in the classroom where Lu Chuan was preparing to teach. The instant her words echoed, the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. Subsequently, all eyes turned towards Su Xiaoxiao, their gazes akin to spotlights illuminating her presence. Ever since the news broke that Lu Chuan had begun to entertain suitors, this classroom, which could only accommodate 300 students, was now overflowing with eager listeners, every seat occupied. A diverse array of individuals, from the extraordinarily exceptional to the rather peculiar, filled the space, a veritable bloom of humanity. Among them were the daughters of the Wang and Lu families. Almost immediately, the classroom buzzed with animated discussions, akin to water boiling in a pot. "No wonder teacher Lin Yao was late today. It all makes sense now. How fortunate for her. I envy her so much. I wish I could be bullied by Lu Chuan too, but alas, that's beyond my fate. Oh please, do you really think Lu Chuan would notice you? Even the principal's daughter doesn't have that opportunity." In one corner of the classroom, Lu Huahuan of the Lu family fumed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she muttered under her breath, "How infuriating. Just a mere Lin Yao. Why should she be the first?" Despite the screen separating them, Lu Chuan could distinctly hear the murmurs, his brows knitting together in annoyance as he addressed Su Xiaoxiao. "Su Xiaoxiao, what's this? Do you think I don't have enough troubles already?" Su Xiaoxiao, noticing Lu Chuan's evident displeasure, offered an awkward smile and said, "I'm sorry. I got a bit carried away and lost control. But don't worry, I'll take care of it right away." With that, she hastily ended the video call. Flustered as she attempted to quell the chatter within the classroom, Lu Chuan turned to Lin Yao and gently reassured her, "Don't take their words to heart. They're merely envious." Lin Yao nodded softly, her voice soothing, "I want tea." At that moment, the vehicle slowly approached the entrance of Jiangxing University, making its way to the parking space beneath the teaching building. As they stepped out of the car, a throng of girls surged towards them like a tidal wave, clutching flowers and even 4090 graphics cards in a frenzy. Chapter 13. The pursuers. Lu Chuan gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, utterly taken aback. "Goodness! How did they know I was here?" Just as Lin Yao was about to respond, Lu Chuan's quick reflexes kicked in. With a firm grip on Lin Yao's wrist, he urged, "Run." Having said that, the two of them attempted to flee from the chaotic scene. However, in the eyes of the surrounding girls, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There was no way they would allow Lu Chuan to escape so easily. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, akin to ravenous wolves spotting their prey, as they charged relentlessly towards Lu Chuan and Lin Yao. Ultimately, surrounded by nearly 100 frenzied attackers, Lu Chuan and Lin Yao found themselves ensnared, unable to break free. The girls, their expressions dreamy and infatuated, clamored incessantly, "Lu Chuan, I adore you. My love for you is overwhelming. Will you let me be your girlfriend? Lu Chuan, I like you too. Just accept me. I would willingly be your 100th concubine. Please, grant me this favor. And me, I would toil for you. As long as I could remain by your side, you could tease me every day, Lu Chuan." The cacophony of passionate confessions rang in Lu Chuan's ears, overwhelming him. The vibrant flowers and graphics cards were nearly thrust into his face, leaving him dazed and helpless. At that critical moment, a system notification echoed in his mind, detected that the host is currently in a predicament. Choice 1. Reject them and give them a stern reprimand. Reward. Mastery of all music and instruments at 100%. Choice 2. Agree to all of them. Reward. Pass through a sea of blossoms. A single petal brushes against me title. Why is it another task selection? Lu Chuan mused internally. Surely I should choose option 1. Host selection successful. Please complete the task promptly. Gripping Lin Yao's wrist tightly, Lu Chuan shouted at the surging tide of girls, "What on earth are you all doing? I'm not some super celebrity. Is this frenzy really necessary? It's as if you've never seen a man before. While I may entertain admirers, I am not interested in just anyone. From now on, if you do not have 1 million in savings or do not possess beauty surpassing Lin Yao's, do not waste your time here. Disperse." His words struck like a heavy blow, instantly silencing the once crazed crowd. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. System rewards have been issued." Seeing the girls quiet down significantly, Lu Chuan finally exhaled in relief. He quickly took Lin Yao's hand and said, "Let us go." At that moment, a girl in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Is it okay if I've had plastic surgery? What if I can't afford a loan?" Lu Chuan turned his head, casting a cold glance at the girl before him, who bore a rather rotund visage, her face marred by excess flesh. Yet her eyes shimmered with a glimmer of unrealistic hope. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Lu Chuan erupted, "You, get lost." After delivering this scathing remark, he grasped Lin Yao's hand and hastily departed without looking back. The girl, witnessing Lu Chuan's merciless departure, instantly donned an expression of indignation. Raising her voice, she shouted, "Humph! Do you really think I look like this without makeup? And just because I don't take out loans, how would you know I'm not wealthy? Don't judge a book by its cover." Upon hearing her words, Lu Chuan couldn't help but wear an expression of bewilderment, casting a hurried glance in her direction. Pondering the peculiarities of her thought process, not daring to linger any longer, he tightened his grip on Lin Yao's hand and sprinted towards the classroom, muttering incessantly, "Run faster. Run faster, this is terrifying. These people are utterly outrageous." Lin Yao, observing Lu Chuan's flustered demeanor, could not suppress a delighted smile. Within that smile lay the joy of being steadfastly chosen by Lu Chuan amidst a throng of predatory female admirers, alongside the exhilaration derived from witnessing his unapologetic rejection of those girls just moments ago. Moments later, the two of them arrived breathlessly at the classroom door, just as the second period had quietly commenced. Fortunately, the second class was still Lin Yao's English lesson. As Lu Chuan and Lin Yao stepped into the classroom, they were instantly taken aback by the sight before them. The classroom, which ordinarily accommodated 300 students, was now filled to capacity, every seat occupied by girls. Lu Chuan, accustomed to sharing space with over 130 girls, found the sudden influx of over 300 to be quite astonishing. "Goodness, have I inadvertently stumbled into a den of foxes?" he murmured to himself, bemused by the unexpected turnout. At that moment, every girl in the classroom seemed magnetically drawn to Lu Chuan, their collective gaze fixated upon him. Just as he was at a loss for words, a girl from the back row abruptly stood up. Lu Chuan looked up to see a youthful girl with pink pigtails, her eyes shielded by round black sunglasses and adorned with a sparkling limited edition diamond watch. Inwardly, Lu Chuan mused, "Surely, she isn't here to confess her feelings again?" As anticipated, the girl began to speak slowly, her voice clear yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. "I heard someone say that if you don't have 1 million in savings and don't look as good as teacher Lin Yao, you shouldn't pursue you. Is that true?" Lu Chuan gazed at the woman, his expression somewhat stiff as he replied, "Indeed, it was I who said so." The corners of the woman's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile as she slowly spoke. "Lu Chuan, I possess 8 million in savings. I have just instructed someone to place the withdrawn cash in the security office downstairs. As for my appearance," with a swift motion, she removed her sunglasses, unveiling an exquisitely beautiful face. Her features rivaled those of Lin Yao, and in certain angles, she even surpassed her. "Am I qualified?" Lu Chuan studied her intently, unable to deny the woman's striking beauty. "Yes, indeed, you meet the criteria I seek in a partner." After a brief pause, Lu Chuan continued, "However, I presume you are aware that you are not the only one in this classroom. If you wish for me to choose you from this multitude, lacking any additional talents may render it quite difficult for you to capture my favor." No sooner had Lu Chuan finished speaking than a girl in sports attire beside him slammed her hand on the table, producing a black card with a flourish. She proclaimed loudly, "My mother is a bank president, and my savings are in the 9 figures. As for my skills, I have achieved level 8 in piano. I wonder if I might catch your eye?" Lu Chuan offered a nonchalant smile, his gaze sweeping over the girl as he replied, "You certainly possess talent. However, I regret to inform you that your appearance does not align with my aesthetic preferences. You would do well to save your efforts and refrain from pursuing me. Besides, Those vying for my attention could form a line stretching all the way to the land of cherry blossoms. Surely, I can select someone more to my liking? The girl, visibly displeased, retorted loudly, "Why may I not pursue you? The law clearly states that men are not exempt from such pursuits. Does your word hold more weight than the law?" Just as other girls prepared to voice their thoughts, Luchuan suddenly recalled the reward bestowed upon him by the system. He raised his voice first, stating, "The law does indeed permit women to pursue men who are already in relationships. Nevertheless, do not forget that the ultimate decision lies in my hands." He added, "I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Now, how many of the girls in this classroom are ready to confess their feelings for me? If so, please raise your hands. I shall grant you this opportunity." As Luchuan finished speaking, the classroom fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. The girls exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. In the next moment, as if enchanted, nearly all of the over 300 students raised their hands in unison, creating a forest of hands. The only exception was Su Xiaoxiao, already Luchuan's girlfriend, who sat smiling in her seat, not raising her hand. Observing this, Luchuan felt a jolt of surprise and muttered to himself, "Indeed, being excessively handsome can be a burden, especially considering how rare males are." Clearing his throat, Luchuan feigned calmness as he remarked, "It appears there are quite a number of you, after all." At this moment, in the corner, the young lady of the Lu family, Lu Huanhuan, rose to her feet, her gaze intense as she inquired, "So, what sort of opportunity are you referring to?" Luchuan smiled faintly, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes as he replied, "It's quite simple. In 3 days, there will be a campus singer competition, and I shall participate as well. Whoever receives a higher score than I will become my girlfriend. Of course, this includes, but is not limited to, all the girls from Jiangxing University." As Luchuan's words echoed through the room, Lin Yao looked at him with astonishment, her expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "Luchuan, do you really have musical talent? I've never seen you partake in such competitions before." Observing Lin Yao's worried demeanor, Luchuan gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "I know a little, so there's no need to worry." At that moment, a girl in the classroom stood up, her eyes filled with skepticism and provocation. "Luchuan, are you serious? I am from the Music Academy, and if I lose, you must keep your promise." Luchuan raised his gaze, noticing that other girls were also watching him with a scrutinizing yet expectant look. He nodded affirmatively, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, I, Luchuan, always keep my word." With Luchuan's confirmation, the classroom erupted in excitement. All the girls clamored to register for the campus singer competition, resembling a fervent rush for a limited opportunity. Turning to Lin Yao, Luchuan said gently, "You should attend your class. I will return to my seat." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked down the aisle towards the back of the classroom. Along the way, numerous girls, drawn like moths to a flame, inched closer to him, inhaling deeply as if to capture his unique essence, whispering to one another, "Is this the scent of a boy? How special?" Luchuan, feeling somewhat exasperated, could only shake his head lightly and quicken his pace. Eventually arriving at the back row, he plopped down beside Su Xiaoxiao, the JK girl sitting to Luchuan's right. Upon noticing him beside her, gleamed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She clasped her hands over her mouth, her body trembling slightly as she suppressed her elation. Stealthily, she took out her phone, adjusting the angle carefully to capture a photo with Luchuan when he wasn't paying attention. At that moment, the crisp sound of the class bell rang out, and Lin Yao, as usual, commenced her lecture. Su Xiaoxiao then wrapped her arm around Luchuan's, presenting her phone screen to him with excitement. "Luchuan, look, someone just posted a video of you speaking on the campus confession wall. And look, it's also on the campus forum." Luchuan felt the soft touch on his arm and casually glanced at his phone screen, responding with a nonchalant tone, "It doesn't matter. I'm not particularly concerned about these things." After saying this, he took out his phone, and with a subtle chime from the TIM notification, opened the game QQ Speed. However, after playing for only a short while, Su Xiaoxiao once again thrust her phone in front of him, her excitement nearly causing her to leap from her seat, her arm instinctively tightening around him. Luchuan looked quickly. Initially, only a few dozen people had signed up for the campus singer competition. After seeing your comments on the confession wall, the number of applicants skyrocketed to 5,800 and continues to rise. Upon hearing this, Luchuan merely responded with a faint "oh," seemingly unfazed by the astonishing figure. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao appeared to witness something truly incredible, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah! The director of the music academy has registered too, and a teacher from the dance academy has signed up." Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to Su Xiaoxiao with a look of disbelief. "Wait, is that for real? Isn't this competition supposed to be limited to students?" Without hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao presented her phone screen to him. "You'd better see for yourself." Lu Chuan set his own phone aside and peered at the screen she offered. The first message on the campus forum read, "Due to special circumstances, the rules for this campus singer competition have been altered. Both students and teachers are welcome to participate." After reading the content, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Chuan's face as he muttered, "No, this can't be just a coincidence, can it?" Meanwhile, in a conference room at Jiangxing University, a group of 7 or 8 women sat together, their ages ranging from 27 to over 30, exuding an air of mature femininity. Among them were the director of the academy and a few class counselors. "Do you think what we're doing is a bit excessive?" A woman with gold-rimmed glasses furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Lu Chuan just made his statement, and the next moment we're changing the rules. Will he not become suspicious? As soon as she finished speaking, another tall woman leaned back against the table, arms crossed over her chest, saying nonchalantly, "If he finds out, so be it. Besides, we're nearly 30, and not a single man has touched us. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? Moreover, the law states that women over 30 cannot pursue men. Are we really going to let this chance slip away?" The others, while feeling that such actions might not be entirely ethical, found it hard to resist the rare opportunity presented by Lu Chuan. On this side of Lu Chuan, he was gazing at a post on Su Xiaoxiao's phone, displayed on the campus confession wall. The title read, "Suddenly lost in thought while preparing lessons in the office." As if I could again hear the sound of tuning backstage during that grand competition. Having just finished revising the choral score for his students, he found himself momentarily distracted while staring at the computer screen. Now standing at the podium, observing the glimmer in his students' eyes during rehearsal, he felt that youthful passion had never truly faded. Thus, he resolved to participate in the upcoming campus singer competition, purely to relive the essence of his own youthful days. After all, some melodies resonate most beautifully only in the winds of youth. Accompanying the post was a photograph of her seated before a piano. Lu Chuan clicked on the image and beheld a woman who, despite being 30, bore no discernible difference from a 25-year-old. With her long hair cascading down, gentle eyes, and a faint smile gracing her lips, she exuded the unique allure of a mature woman seated at the piano. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, "I never expected even the esteemed He Yiming from the Music Academy would participate. She is a national-level music teacher. Lu Chuan, if she is pursuing you, you must be prepared for her to become your girlfriend." Chapter 15. Lu Ri and Lu Chuan couldn't help but reflect on the sheer madness of the world, which exceeded his imagination. He clicked his tongue, pondering, if not for the protection of the law, with these women as fierce as wolves, I would likely have been reduced to a mere husk by now. Sighing softly at this thought, he felt reassured by the system's reward of 100% mastery of musical instruments. He mused that as long as the judges for the campus singer competition were not compromised, there should be no one surpassing his vocal and musical prowess. Meanwhile, in the corner of the classroom, Lu Huanhuan was intently engaged in information exchange with someone. Her slender fingers glided swiftly across her phone screen, revealing a message that boldly stated, "In one day, help me find out all the judges for this campus singer competition." Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, 45 minutes had passed. The crisp sound of the class bell rang, prompting the students to gradually pack their belongings and leave the classroom. As they departed, each cast a lingering glance at Lu Chuan, their lips curving into subtle smiles, as if he were already theirs to claim. However, Lu Chuan paid them no heed. Habitually checking his phone, he noted the screen clearly displaying 11 o'clock. Stretching lazily, he turned to Su Xiaoxiao beside him and said, "Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. I am absolutely famished." Su Xiaoxiao, upon hearing this, promptly stood up, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains, her face aglow with a smile as she replied, "Sure. Let us go." As she spoke, she naturally wrapped her arm around Lu Chuan's, as if he were her exclusive support. The two walked side by side to the podium, and Lu Chuan gazed at Lin Yao, who was busy tidying up her belongings, and said, "Let's go together." Lin Yao lifted her head, her gaze falling upon Su Xiaoxiao's hand, encircling Lu Chuan's arm. Suddenly realizing her own disadvantage, she stubbornly reached out, tightly clasping Lu Chuan's other arm. Lu Chuan, caught between the two, looked helplessly from side to side, and with a wry smile remarked, "With you both like this, I can hardly walk." After saying this, he gently exerted force, withdrawing his arm from their embrace. Then, seizing the moment, he wrapped his arms around their waists, pulling them into his embrace with a grin, saying, "Now this feels right. This is how we should walk." Su Xiaoxiao felt the firm grip of Lu Chuan's hand around her waist. A wave of warmth surged to her cheeks, causing her face to blush ever so slightly. She bit her lip gently, her voice tinged with shyness. "This is indeed much better." Meanwhile, Lin Yao, having experienced a prior intimacy with Lu Chuan, was no longer as easily embarrassed as she had been at first. At that moment, she nestled happily in Lu Chuan's arms, as if she had found the warmest place in the world. Thus, Lu Chuan embraced both lovely ladies and stepped out of the classroom, heading towards the nearest dining hall. As the trio leisurely strolled past the school's basketball court, the previously serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered. A throng of girls suddenly rushed towards Lu Chuan from all directions, shouting excitedly, "Lu Chuan, is the video on the confession wall real? Lu Chuan, can I still marry you even without a dowry?" The clamorous calls echoed, instantly capturing the attention of those around them. Lu Chuan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected situation. Observing the girls crowding around him, he cooled his expression and stated sternly, "Don't push. If you keep pressing against me, don't blame me for being harsh." The girls, taken aback by Lu Chuan's icy words, halted as if immobilized, their faces displaying confusion and guilt as they hastily apologized. I'm sorry. We got too excited." Once Lu Chuan noticed their emotions calming down slightly, he spoke again. "The video on the confession wall is indeed real. As long as you can score higher than me in the campus singer competition, I will accept any condition." With that, Lu Chuan ceased further discussion. Firmly holding on to Lin Yao and Su Xiaoxiao, he squeezed through the crowd and gradually departed. The moment the girls received Lu Chuan's affirmative response, they erupted with excitement, as if they had won the lottery. One girl jumped up in exhilaration, exclaiming, "Let us go, let us hurry and practice. If luck is on our side, then a boyfriend might just appear." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement and promptly dispersed, hastening towards the direction of the music academy. At this moment, Lu Chuan and his companions had arrived at the third cafeteria. As soon as Lu Chuan stepped inside, he noticed that the cafeteria appeared unusually spacious due to the absence of other students who were still in classes. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to turn and inquire about Lu Chuan's meal preferences, a melodious female voice suddenly called out from behind, "Lu Chuan." Instinctively, Lu Chuan turned to see that it was Lu Ruyan, who approached him with a smile. In Chapter 16, Collaboration, Lu Chuan looked up to find Lu Ruyan sporting a playful ponytail. Her ultra-short denim shorts showcased her long, slender legs, complemented by a simple white t-shirt that exuded a fresh yet alluring charm. Lu Chuan mused to himself, "Isn't this the campus beauty Lu Ruyan from Jiangxing University? I recall we hardly interact in daily life. What could be the reason for her sudden visit?" As Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped closer to Lu Chuan, she gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear with her slender fingers, an action both elegant and natural. Then, with her hands neatly clasped behind her, she leaned slightly forward, her face breaking into a sweet smile as she softly spoke, "Lu Chuan, I am Lu Ruyan. I believe you are familiar with my name. May I have the honor of inviting you to lunch?" In a place like Jiangxing University, teeming with beautiful girls, those possessing extraordinary looks and captivating figures abound. It is no wonder that Lu Ruyan stands out among countless beauties, universally acknowledged as the campus flower, with an impeccable blend of beauty and grace. At that moment, Lin Yao and Su Xiaoxiao, who were beside Lu Chuan, sensed an imminent danger akin to small creatures detecting a predator. They instinctively sensed an unprecedented aura of crisis, their eyes betraying a flicker of vigilance, fearful that Lu Chuan might be enchanted by her charm. Lu Chuan gazed at Lu Ruyan, his expression calm, unaffected by her beauty. He furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I recall that we do not seem to have any prior connection. Is there a specific reason you sought me out today?" Lu Ruyan straightened herself, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes as she feigned reproach. "Lu Chuan, you are as aloof as ever, always keeping others at bay. Is it not permissible to invite you to lunch under the guise of friendship?" "Oh, friendship, you say?" Lu Chuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with a hint of mockery. "I seem to recall you rarely stepping outside your dormitory, seldom making friends. What has prompted our campus beauty to suddenly desire companionship today? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with a deeper mirth as she chuckled lightly. It seems that Lu Chuan has taken quite an interest in me. However, it is indeed an honor for me, Lu Ruyan, to have captured your attention. Interest is perhaps too strong a word. I merely overheard some other girls mention you. Lu Chuan replied with an unperturbed demeanor, his tone casual. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes, almost imperceptibly. Yet, in the next moment, she swiftly adjusted her emotions, her gaze returning to its former brightness. Maintaining a gentle smile, she remarked, I see, then it is no matter. So Lu Chuan, regarding my earlier invitation, you are, after all, our school's flower, Lu Chuan said with an air of indifference, unhurriedly continuing. Since you have taken the initiative to invite me, I suppose I should grant you this courtesy. Let us join together with the three of us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao and Su Xiao, nestled in Lu Chuan's embrace, instinctively exchanged glances. The innate intuition of women alerted them that this school beauty might very well become one of Lu Chuan's many admirers in the future. Su Xiao pondered to herself, her lips unconsciously pouting as she murmured softly, this won't do. I must quickly devise a way to diminish Lu Chuan's fondness for her. Otherwise, with her beauty and figure, our opportunities to interact with Lu Chuan may be entirely usurped by her. It seems necessary to confer with Lu Chuan's other girlfriends about a strategy. A moment later, the four arrived at a banquet table laden with dozens of dishes. Just as Lu Chuan casually picked up a plate to select his meal, Lu Ruyan swiftly approached his side and deftly took the plate from his hands. With a beaming smile, she said, allow me to assist you in choosing. I am somewhat acquainted with the dishes you enjoy. As Lu Chuan observed Lu Ruyan diligently serving him, he noted that each dish she selected was indeed among his favorites, leaving him pleasantly surprised. It appears that this Lu, the school beauty, has invested considerable thought into understanding my preferences. Meanwhile, Su Xiao and Lin Yao widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. They simultaneously recognized Lu Ruyan's advances, and a strong sense of competition surged within them. We must take action, Lin Yao whispered, urgency flickering in her gaze. Yes, we cannot allow this newcomer to seize the upper hand. She is clearly provoking us. Su Xiao agreed, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. After their hushed confabulations, as if reaching a silent consensus, they swiftly grabbed their own plates and hurried to serve Lu Chuan, their movements brimming with eagerness and reluctance. Lu Chuan settled into a nearby seat, patiently awaiting the three. Before long, the trio returned, each bearing a meticulously chosen array of dishes for him. Approaching swiftly, several individuals simultaneously placed their trays before Lu Chuan. Su Xiao, with a solicitous smile, eagerly spoke first. Lu Chuan, here you go. I've prepared everything for you. Lu Chuan gazed at the heaping trays of food in their hands, an amused yet exasperated expression crossing his face as he remarked, what is this? Are you all planning to stuff me to death? I cannot possibly consume so much on my own. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, he accepted a portion of food from Lu Ruyan, who had been offering it. He continued, as for the rest, you two can manage it yourselves. After all, I didn't specifically ask for your assistance. Lu Ruyan gracefully took a seat across from Lu Chuan, looking up at Lin Yao and Su Xiao, her face adorned with a seemingly gentle and caring smile. Teacher Lin Yao, classmate Su Xiao, let us not waste any food, shall we? Do remember to finish everything. Su Xiao, observing Lu Ruyan's amiable demeanor, felt a surge of resentment, muttering to herself, humph, how insufferable. Just because she looks a tad better than us. What is there to be so proud of? Nevertheless, Su Xiao maintained a similarly sweet smile as she directed her gaze towards Lu Ruyan, saying, thank you for the reminder, Lu, but you needn't worry about that. No sooner had she spoken than Su Xiao took another portion of food from Lin Yao's hands and confidently approached the two girls who had yet to serve themselves, generously proclaiming, here, don't be shy, it's on me. After placing the food down, she returned to sit beside Lu Chuan, followed closely by Lin Yao. Lu Chuan could not help but notice the underlying tension in the exchanges between Su Xiao and Lu Ruyan, and sighed inwardly. Ah, women, truly a handful. If I were to have dozens around me in the future, it would surely lead to daily chaos. At that moment, Su Xiao, intent on regaining her standing, picked up some food from her plate and, with a playful demeanor, offered it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuanji here. Let me feed you. Lin Yao, quickly catching on, imitated her. Su Xiao would occasionally cast triumphant glances at Lu Ruyin, her eyes seemingly declaring, "So what if you chose the food for Lu Chuan? I am, without a doubt, his girlfriend." Lu Ruyin, witnessing this, merely smiled serenely, appearing unfazed by the unfolding scene. She then spoke softly, "Lu Chuan, about the campus singer competition. I wonder if you feel confident? Would you like to join me? I could take the lead while you accompany me. This way, we would easily secure a high score. And you need not worry about those scheming girls outshining you." Chapter 17. The Temptation of the Bunny Girl. Although you are not from the music academy, within this vast school, there are indeed very few who can rival your singing prowess. Lu Chuan's gaze lingered on Lu Ruyin as she chewed her food, a smirk playing on his lips as he queried, "I find it quite curious. The esteemed campus beauty, Lu Ruyin, is so proactively assisting me. Could it be that she fears I might be outperformed by other girls in the competition? What is it? Are you truly that concerned about my potential as someone else's boyfriend? Or perhaps, Lu Ruyin, you harbor feelings for me as well?" As Lu Chuan's words fell, a fleeting moment of embarrassment flashed across Lu Ruyun's eyes, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. The chopsticks she had been poised to bring to her mouth halted midair for several seconds. With a forced smile, she hurriedly clarified, "How could that be? I merely heard others mention your lack of musical talent, so I thought I would lend a helping hand. After all, there are countless individuals at our school who aspire to be your girlfriend. If too many surpass you in the competition, it would surely become a hassle for you. Wouldn't it? Is that so?" Lu Chuan mused, his gaze still firmly fixed on Lu Ruyin. "So, ultimately, you do have an interest in me. That is why you came to assist, correct?" At that moment, Su Xiao interjected without hesitation. "So, the purpose of our campus beauty is to draw near to our boyfriend? It seems the beauty is just like us, enticed by the allure of men." Recognizing the sarcasm in Su Xiao's tone, Lu Ruyin turned her gaze towards Lu Chuan. She gently set down her chopsticks, her expression betraying no sign of anger, and said, "Classmate Su Xiao, your words are rather hurtful. What is wrong with being a campus beauty? She is just an ordinary person, after all. Shouldn't a beauty be free to pursue the man she likes?" At this juncture, Lin Yao coughed lightly and interjected, "Ahem, Su Xiao, your comment is indeed a bit excessive. Lu Ruyin is correct. Men are already scarce. The number of women who have genuinely interacted with them is exceedingly low, let alone those who have engaged intimately. Thus, Lu Ruyun's initiative to help Lu Chuan win the campus singer competition and aspire to be one of his girlfriends is quite reasonable." Upon hearing Lin Yao defend Lu Ruyin, Su Xiao immediately turned to her, exclaiming in concern, "No, Teacher Lin, you can't be bending the rules here. The night you finished your blind date with Lu Chuan, we three had yet to it should have been us first before outsiders, right?" Lin Yao, feeling a tad awkward, chuckled lightly and responded, "Well, it's not quite fair to say that. I never intended to engage with Lu Chuan right after the blind date. It was Lu Chuan who initiated it. Which is why before Lin Yao could finish, both Lu Ruyin and Su Xiao turned their gaze sharply towards Lu Chuan, staring at him intently as if trying to see through him. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Lu Chuan raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Why are you all looking at me? Please, continue your conversation. Even if that night I was the one who took the initiative. Surely there must be some order to these things. Despite the nation's regulations permitting young men to engage with multiple young women, it explicitly forbids indiscriminate relations with several at once. Such behavior would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Furthermore, Su Xiao, your incessant mention of whose turn it is suggests that you perceive me merely as a vessel for your frustrations. The willingness and initiative in this matter are solely mine to determine." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of seriousness reflected in his gaze as he addressed Su Xiao. "You ought to understand, Su Xiao, if you wish for any future intimacy between us, you must exercise restraint in your words and actions." Upon hearing Lu Chuan's admonishment, Su Xiao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her demeanor one of palpable distress as she quickly nodded, "I understand. I was wrong. Is that not enough?" Lu Chuan then turned his attention to Lu Ruyin, his expression composed as he spoke. "Lu, the esteemed campus belle, regardless of whether your assistance to me stems from genuine kindness or ulterior motives, such as a desire to become my girlfriend, for the moment, these distinctions hold little significance to me. I prefer directness over ambiguity. Therefore, I shall be forthright. If you indeed harbor intentions of becoming my girlfriend, a simple nod will suffice. If not, A shake of the head will do. I am aware that addressing you in such a manner may seem undignified, but it is simply my nature. I hope you do not take offense at my lack of decorum. Listening intently to Lu Chuan, Lu Rian instinctively glanced around, noting the sparse crowd in the cafeteria. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, she shyly nodded and replied softly, "It's all right, I am willing. To be honest, I developed feelings for you over a year ago. However, during that time, your consistent rejections of numerous suitors left me, despite being the campus belle, apprehensive about facing your rejection. Thus, I chose to observe you quietly instead of confessing. Upon learning that you began dating and accepting suitors, I resolved to gradually approach you." "Indeed, I see," Lu Chuan acknowledged with a slight nod, his expression untroubled. "Since you have expressed your feelings, my earlier words hold true. As for our relationship, we shall nurture it gradually. After all, my connections with the 4 others also began through similar introductions, and we have only known each other for a day or 2. Lu Rian responded gently with a nod, her demeanor compliant. "Understood. We shall proceed, as you suggest." Nearby, Su Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly, contemplating, alas. With so many wolves and so little meat, another one has arrived. At this moment, Lu Chuan directed his gaze toward the 3, stating, "I have nearly finished my meal. You should hasten as well." Hearing this, Lin Yao set down her chopsticks with a smile, replying, "I am done too." Lu Ruoyan had just finished her meal. And among the 4, only Su Xiaoxiao continued to chatter incessantly, her plate still brimming with food. A look of embarrassment washed over Su Xiaoxiao's face as she cautiously glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "You all will wait for me, right?" Lu Chuan let out a resigned sigh and replied, "Hurry up, I'll give you 5 minutes." "All right, no problem," Su Xiaoxiao responded eagerly. No sooner had she spoken than she began to devour her food with fervor. She stuffed her cheeks full like a little hamster, and in merely 3 minutes, she had polished off everything on her plate. At that moment, it was already past 12 o'clock, and students began to trickle into the cafeteria. As soon as they entered and spotted Lu Chuan, they couldn't help but steal glances at him. "Isn't that Lu Chuan?" one girl whispered. "I didn't expect him to be eating in the cafeteria today," another girl chimed in. Yes, let's hurry and get our food, so we can sit beside him." Several girls murmured excitedly before rushing towards the food station. Noticing the increasing crowd in the cafeteria, Lu Chuan stood up and said, "Let's go." The 3 nodded in agreement, and together, the 4 of them exited the cafeteria. A few minutes later, Lu Chuan and his companions arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory building. To be precise, the entire school was primarily composed of female dormitories. However, to provide Lu Chuan, the sole male, with a semblance of privacy, the school had allocated him an entire floor for his solitary residence. At that moment, Lin Yao waved at Lu Chuan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Lu Chuan, I'm heading back to my dorm now. If you need anything, just message me anytime." "Of course," Lu Chuan replied, just as Lin Yao was about to turn away. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she murmured, Lu Chuan, are you going to the house outside the school tonight?" Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure. If I decide to go, I will let you know." "All right," Lin Yao softly replied before turning to leave slowly. At that juncture, Lu Ruoyan approached Lu Chuan and remarked, "I'm heading back to my dorm as well. If you need anything, feel free to message me." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Okay, I will." He watched as Lin Yao and Lu Ruoyan gradually faded into the distance, then turned to Su Xiaoxiao beside him and inquired, "What about you? Aren't you heading back?" "Hee, Lu Chuan, did you forget? My mom arranged for me to stay in your dorm," Su Xiaoxiao said with a proud expression. All right. Who can argue with your mother being the principal?" Lu Chuan replied helplessly, "But I'm used to being alone and quiet. You'd better behave yourself." "Ah, don't worry. I will," Su Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly. As her words faded, the 2 of them entered the dormitory building together. They took the elevator and soon arrived at room 608. Lu Chuan took out his phone and deftly unlocked the door. Stepping into the 3-bedroom apartment, Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar figure in a space he once knew so well. "I intend to take a nap. It would be best if you kept the noise to a minimum," Lu Chuan advised. "Understood?" Su Xiaoxiao playfully responded, quickly adding, "Got it." After giving his warning, Lu Chuan made his way to his own room. Upon entering the bedroom and observing the neatly arranged sheets, he couldn't help but wonder. "I distinctly remember leaving the blankets unmade. Did Su Xiaoxiao tidy up?" However, he dismissed the thought and simply collapsed onto the gray bed. Meanwhile, in the living room, Su Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa, murmuring softly to herself, He shouldn't have noticed that I slept in his bed last night, right? But finally, it's just me and Lu Chuan alone together. Oh yeah, she exclaimed, bouncing slightly on the sofa. Let me think. What should I wear to make Lu Chuan see me in a different light? JK? No. What about that alluring black bunny outfit? Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she pondered. Yes, that's the one. A spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes, and she hurriedly rose, striding towards another bedroom. Once inside, she quickly opened the wardrobe and began rummaging through it. Clothes flew out, landing haphazardly on the bed, until it resembled a small mountain. After several minutes, Su Xiaoxiao finally emerged from her wardrobe, transformed. Standing before the mirror, she appraised her reflection, a proud smile gracing her face as she murmured, "Not bad at all. I might even make myself bleed from the nose. I doubt Lu Chuan can resist. Hee, here I come, Lu Chuan." Chapter 18. No, I was just kidding. At that moment, Lu Chuan lay sprawled across his bed in a starfish position. Just as he began to drift off to sleep, a soft click echoed from the doorknob. "What is going on?" Lu Chuan replied lazily, his body unmoving, eyes still closed, casually inquiring. As Su Xiaoxiao pushed the door open and caught sight of Lu Chuan lying there, a mischievous smile crept across her lips. She leaned against the doorframe, her body slightly angled. With a deliberate grace, she lifted her left leg, resting it on the opposite doorframe, striking an undeniably alluring pose. Slowly, she extended her hand, gliding it along her elevated thigh. In a deliberately sultry tone, she purred, "Lu Chuan, dear brother, are you really going to sleep in the middle of the day? Do you need someone to accompany you?" "No, don't bother me," Lu Chuan replied coldly, maintaining his previous posture. However, Su Xiaoxiao did not leave. Instead, she playfully pouted, saying, Oh, Lu Chuan, you haven't even glanced at me. How can you know if I need you? Just open your eyes and look at me. I refuse to believe you can remain oblivious." As she spoke, her slender fingers continued to glide slowly along her thighs, enveloped in black stockings. Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao was still lingering, Lu Chuan reluctantly rose from the bed. Turning to face her, he said irritably, "What are you staring at? It looks the same. There's nothing to see." Yet, when Lu Chuan's gaze fell upon Su Xiaoxiao, his previous drowsiness vanished without a trace, and he instantly felt more alert. This newfound energy was largely due to Su Xiaoxiao's unconventional posture, though there was a slight contribution from other factors. Lu Chuan focused his attention and noticed that Su Xiaoxiao was adorned with long white bunny ears atop her head, dressed in a snug black bodysuit that accentuated her form, complete with a fluffy bunny tail at the back. Her thighs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, leaving little to the imagination. "What do you mean by this? Why are you dressed like that?" Lu Chuan asked, bewildered. In response, Su Xiaoxiao lowered her legs and approached Lu Chuan with a playful sway, her voice sweetly lilting. "Oh, Lu Chuan, just tell me, do I look sexy today?" Upon reaching him, she playfully bumped her hips against his waist and cast a flirtatious glance, calling out, Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You really don't treat me as an outsider, do you? You come before me dressed in so little fabric. And in some areas, it's practically as if you're not wearing anything at all. Fortunately, it's just the two of us here. If it were outside, you'd likely be too embarrassed to show your face." Su Xiaoxiao, hearing this, retorted defiantly, "How can it be as if I'm not wearing anything?" As she instinctively looked down, she realized that her bodysuit had accentuated her curves quite distinctly. Lu Chuan, observing her reaction, remarked nonchalantly, "What? Do you believe me now?" Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She quickly squeezed her legs together and covered herself with her hands, stammering, "This, was an accident. Besides, I'm your girlfriend now. It's fine for you to look." Lu Chuan chuckled lightly, teasing, "Oh, is that so? Then why are you covering yourself?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang of regret. Indeed, she had come to seduce him, yet here she was, feeling shy. The next moment, she cleared her throat and feigned composure, saying, "Well, that's true." As she spoke, she no longer concealed her intentions, resting a hand on Lu Chuan's shoulder and leaning her body against him. "So, what do you think of my outfit? Is it alluring? Have I captivated you?" She continued, "If you beg me, I might reluctantly allow you to propose a condition. Any condition will suffice." Lu Chuan scoffed dismissively, "Please, you wish." "Not a chance." With that, he turned away, preparing to resume his slumber. "Are you implying that you're not even slightly tempted by my appearance? I am, after all, a stunning beauty, Your attitude is rather excessive, Su Xiaoxiao insisted, refusing to relent. Just as Lu Chuan chose to ignore her, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. Mandatory task initiated. Su Xiaoxiao's current heart rate is 90 beats per minute. Please ensure Su Xiaoxiao's heart rate rises to 190 beats per minute within 1 hour. Completion reward. Mastery of top-tier culinary skills at 100. Oh, a mandatory task. How intriguing. It seems this afternoon is determined not to let me sleep, he muttered. With a resigned sigh, Lu Chuan rose from the bed again, sauntering slowly towards Su Xiaoxiao with a mischievous grin. So, you want me to do something for you, is that it? Su Xiaoxiao, taken aback by his playful demeanor and his advancing proximity, instinctively nodded and whispered, "Emichum." At that moment, as she watched him approach, her body involuntarily retreated. Yet, in the next instant, realization struck her, and she hastily shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to what?" Lu Chuan pressed on, cornering her against the wall. Su Xiaoxiao found herself flustered by Lu Chuan's sudden assertiveness, internally bewildered. How did I become the passive one? Why is my heart racing? As she pondered, Lu Chuan swiftly pinned her against the wall. He gently lifted her chin with his hand, observing her anxious expression, and teased, "What's this? You were so bold when you were trying to entice me. Why the sudden nervousness?" At that moment, their faces were a mere 3 centimeters apart. She could distinctly feel the warm breath escaping Lu Chuan's lips, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Stammering shyly, she asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" "Naturally, to act upon your earlier suggestion," Lu Chuan replied, and before she could react, he abruptly grasped Su Xiaoxiao's thigh, lifting it to rest against his waist. Su Xiaoxiao was startled by Lu Chuan's sudden actions, her face a mask of anxiety as she stammered, "But I was merely jesting. I only intended to tempt you a little. If that were the case, I am not yet prepared." After her soft murmurs, she turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet Lu Chuan's gaze. "Oh, so you were merely toying with me?" Lu Chuan forcibly turned her face back towards him, continuing, "Do you honestly believe I would care whether you are prepared? Since you have decided to entice me, you should have been ready for the possibility that I might take it seriously, shouldn't you?" At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks burned with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just then, Lu Chuan heard the system's notification in his mind. Su Xiaoxiao's current heart rate is 170 beats per minute. Please continue your efforts, host. So, at such a close proximity, it was only 170. It seems I must take further action, Lu Chuan pondered silently, gazing at Su Xiaoxiao as he said, "Did you not incessantly express your desire to be with me? Here lies your chance. What do you say? I was merely boasting before. Can you allow me to prepare myself first?" Su Xiaoxiao's words had barely escaped her lips when Lu Chuan leaned in and kissed her. As Su Xiaoxiao experienced the soft, warm sensation of his lips, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her heart raced uncontrollably. "So, this is what it feels like to kiss a man. How utterly fascinating," she mused internally while wearing an expression of delight. Su Xiaoxiao's current heart rate is 180 beats per minute. Even then, it hadn't reached 190. Oh well, it was bound to happen eventually, Lu Chuan thought to himself before pausing his kiss. Su Xiaoxiao, with a look of longing on her face, asked, "Aren't we going to continue?" Before she could process her words, Lu Chuan swept her up in a princess carry, declaring, "Why not continue?" He then tossed her onto the bed and proceeded to draw the curtains shut. What followed was a scene not meant for outsiders. Within the span of an hour, the system notifications chimed in succession. Su Xiaoxiao's heart rate is 190 beats per minute. Su Xiaoxiao's heart rate is 200 beats per minute. Su Xiaoxiao's heart rate is 205 beats per minute, until the clock struck 120. Chapter 19. I am your teacher. Lu Chuan methodically straightened his clothes, then abruptly yanked the curtains open. The blinding afternoon sunlight pierced through like a sharp sword, illuminating Su Xiaoxiao's flushed face. He glanced down beneath the covers and noticed only her head peeking out. A smirk played on his lips as he teased, "So, will you dare to tempt me again in the future?" Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed with shyness as she hurriedly shook her head, her voice laced with a hint of playful reproach. "No, I dare not. I will never dare again. After your relentless teasing, even if I had 10 lives, I would not dare." Lu Chuan could not help but smile faintly, a hint of jest in his tone as he remarked, "With your petite frame, do you still wish to compete with me? I wonder where you find such courage. When you become as formidable as Lin Yao, then come seek me for further sparring." With that, he turned to leave for class. Just as Lu Chuan was about to step away, Su Xiaoxiao called out anxiously, "Wait." She hesitated for a moment, her cheeks growing even more crimson, stammering, "Could you possibly help me request a leave of absence this afternoon? I might not be able to walk right now." "Understood, I will do so," Lu Chuan replied, gently closing the door behind him as he departed the bedroom. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was left alone in the room. She gazed at the scattered fragments of clothing strewn across the floor. The recent memory of being chastised by Lu Chuan involuntarily replaying in her mind. She couldn't help but reflect, "I wonder how Lin Yao managed to endure. I am utterly no match for him. It feels as though my very bones are about to crumble under his might." Sighing, Lu Chuan arrived at the dormitory entrance and pulled out his phone to check the time. "Let me see, what is the first class this afternoon?" he murmured to himself. Introduction to College Student Mental Health, yet another course of little practical use. Just then, a message popped up in the group chat on his phone. "Everyone, attention. Our mental health class has a new teacher, Mr. Lee. Make sure not to be late, and head to the classroom early, with class starting at 1:30. He was uncertain if he could make it in time. He hoped this new teacher would not be overly demanding. After muttering to himself, Lu Chuan made his way to the bicycle parking area. He mounted his beloved bicycle and sped towards the School of Economics and Management. Along the way, several female students paused to watch him, their gazes fixed upon him, some even trailing closely behind. Lu Chuan paid little mind to this, as he had grown accustomed to such attention since his arrival in this world. A few minutes later, Lu Chuan arrived at the School of Economics and Management. He parked his bicycle and proceeded directly to the classroom. At this moment, the clock quietly ticked to 1:38. As he approached the classroom entrance, he was met with the curious stares of 120 female students. Calmly, he walked down the center aisle toward a seat in the last row. Oblivious to the appearance of the new teacher, "Lu Chuan, I have finally found you," whispered a girl with a single ponytail seated in the middle section. This was none other than Wang Ning, the young lady from the Wang family whom Lu Chuan had previously turned down. As Lu Chuan settled into his seat, he heard the teacher at the podium announce through the microphone, "Lu Chuan, the student who has just entered, you are 8 minutes late, and I have noted it. Be prepared to answer my questions shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan looked up at the podium, pondering why the teacher appeared so familiar. After scrutinizing her closely, he could not help but exclaim, "Isn't that Li Xia, whom I declined after our blind date? Isn't she the owner of the Li Group? What brings her to school?" At that moment, Li Xia, adorned in black stockings paired with a fitted skirt and a white blouse, exuded an aura of professionalism intertwined with allure. She quietly gazed at Lu Chuan, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. With a slight furrow of her brow, Li Xia's gaze swept across the room, and she asked the class monitor, "Monitor, why are there still so many students absent?" With a total of 180 students across 3 classes, only 120 were present. The class monitor, a girl, slowly rose and respectfully replied, "Teacher, they have all taken leave to prepare for the campus singer competition." "The campus singer competition?" Li Xia raised an eyebrow, repeating the words. "Is it possible they are competing for the chance to become Lu Chuan's girlfriend?" "Indeed, teacher," the class monitor nodded in affirmation. Li Xia inclined her head slightly, her expression turning cold as a storm brewed within her. She clenched her teeth, thinking, "So Lu Chuan, that's why you decisively rejected me the other day. It seems you are orchestrating a selection process right here at school. Humph, now that I am your teacher, let's see how I can win you over." Clearing her throat to regain composure, she adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Understood, please take your seats." Then, raising her voice, she commanded, "All right, let us commence our lesson." Instantly, the classroom fell silent as students opened their books, ready to engage with the first class from their new instructor. Lu Chuan continued to observe Li Xia's expressions, noting her discomfort upon hearing that the students were participating in the competition for his sake. Internally, he muttered, "It seems she is indeed here for me." Following the customary behavior of other young female teachers, he anticipated that she would call him to her office after class. What a nuisance, he thought. Chapter 20. Spreading Rumors. You are spreading rumors. At this moment, Li Xia calmly opened the PowerPoint presentation at the podium. The screen prominently displayed the title, "Psychological Health Issues Faced by Women Pursuing Rare Men." She cleared her throat, her voice resonating clearly through the microphone in the classroom. "Today, we will delve into the topic of women's psychological health issues. Students, in today's society, the gender ratio has reached the staggering disparity of 1:100,000. This imbalance has significantly affected the dynamics of male-female relationships. A multitude of women, in their pursuit of rare men, often find themselves plagued by a lack of self-confidence regarding their own attributes, harboring fears of not being acknowledged by their desired counterparts. This can lead to the emergence of negative emotions such as anxiety and jealousy, and in extreme cases, may even provoke drastic actions. From a professional psychological perspective, this phenomenon fundamentally reflects the interplay between individuals' psychological mechanisms and social interaction patterns in an environment characterized by extreme resource scarcity. In such a skewed gender ratio, men are perceived as rare commodities, their significance transcending mere romantic companionship. They become closely intertwined with social acceptance, life stability, and even opportunities for upward mobility. The absolute scarcity of this resource activates humanity's innate survival defense mechanisms, causing women to equate the recognition from these rare men with their own worth as exceptional individuals. When individuals perceive themselves as lacking, such cognitive dissonance can trigger profound survival anxieties, leading to fears of being discarded in the distribution of resources and an overwhelming sense of loss of control over the future. Simultaneously, the extreme imbalance in gender ratios amplifies competitive social comparisons. Women may unconsciously benchmark their appearances, capabilities, and familial backgrounds against those of their peers, with the standards for comparison continually escalating. When individuals remain in a prolonged state of perceived inferiority, their self-assessment of inadequacy gradually internalizes into a diminished sense of self-worth, leading them to believe they lack allure and are unworthy of being chosen. This cognitive distortion further undermines self-esteem, creating a vicious cycle wherein increased anxiety breeds greater self-doubt, which in turn fosters an intensified fear of failure, potentially culminating in depressive tendencies. The root of these psychological health issues, stemming from such extreme gender ratios, lies in the distortion of individual value judgment systems by resource scarcity. This transforms emotional relationships into survival competitions, triggering pathological escalations of anxiety and jealousy. Licia gently set down the laser pointer, her fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the podium. Her gaze slowly swept over the audience of solemn-faced young women who were deeply engaged by her analysis, ultimately resting on the back row where Luchuan sat, a composed smile gracing her lips. Since the crux of the issue resides in the distortion of value judgments due to resource scarcity, the solution lies in reconstructing the essence of relationships, transforming the alienated survival competition back into mutual attraction between two independent individuals. Her voice resonated with conviction and strength, imbued with an air of persuasive certainty, delineating three pivotal points. Do not regard the other as prey, do not consider oneself a competitor, and certainly do not view the relationship as a trophy. Luchuan, seated in the last row, listened intently, a slight smile creeping across his face as he contemplated. It is unexpected that Licia is indeed exceptional. At the very least, her perspective aligns with my own, suggesting that after my previous rejection, her intellectual awareness has significantly evolved. At that moment, a girl in the audience could no longer restrain herself and raised her hand to ask, teacherly, how is it possible not to compete under such an overwhelming ratio of 100,000? Licia smiled gently, her fingertips lightly tapping the word self-worth on the PowerPoint presentation as she explained, it is not the most competitive individuals who can truly penetrate the hearts of scarce men, but rather those who make them feel that competition is unnecessary. For instance, while everyone is calculating how much capital they possess to match him, there are those who ponder whether we genuinely resonate with each other. When others are anxious about whom he glanced at today, some are discussing which documentary to watch next weekend. This sense of ease, viewing him not as a resource but as an ordinary person, is the key to breaking the cycle of anxiety. Her words pierced the tense atmosphere of the classroom like a needle. Wang Ning, seated nearby, dropped her pen onto the desk with a sharp clatter, disdainfully scoffing and murmuring, Licia certainly knows how to speak, belittling others in front of Luchuan to highlight her own uniqueness and gain his favor and approval. How cunning. However, Licia on the podium seemed oblivious to this disturbance. She continued with composure, maintaining a sense of self-worth is crucial, especially not defining oneself through the acknowledgement of others. For example, she paused deliberately, casting a sincere smile towards Luchuan. When I first met Luchuan, I neither investigated his preferences nor contemplated how to please him. We simply discussed our views on the meaning of marriage in the context of extreme gender ratios. He mentioned that if two people are together merely because one is a rarity, then it is better to remain single. I argued that the essence of marriage is to find an ally to confront the absurd world together, rather than seeking a host who can provide survival security. At this point, Lu Chuan, seated at the back, looked at Li Xia in astonishment, internally questioning, when did I ever say such things to her? This is pure slander. Li Xia naturally noticed Lu Chuan's incredulous gaze, but merely smiled knowingly at him. Then, lowering her voice slightly, as if addressing the entire class while speaking just to Lu Chuan, she continued, that day, we talked for 3 hours, traversing topics from social structures to our favorite coffee origins. In the end, he remarked that few could discuss these subjects so profoundly. You see, this is the difference. She raised her hand to adjust her shirt collar, revealing her elegant collarbone with a grace that contrasted sharply with the nervousness exhibited by other girls in front of Lu Chuan. When you do not view him as a resource, he will regard you as an equal. And the attraction between equals never needs to rely on anxiety for sustenance. The murmurs from the audience came to an abrupt halt, as the girls turned their gazes towards the poised and confident Li Xia at the podium, whispering among themselves. Who would have thought that Teacher Li had developed such an intimate relationship with Lu Chuan behind the scenes? Yet, this was news to them all. Regardless, if Teacher Li could win Lu Chuan's affection, then the method she was about to impart must surely be effective. Yes, indeed. After class, we shall also attempt to pursue Lu Chuan. Perhaps success awaits us. At that moment, Li Xia lifted her cup, observing the students below who were engaged in hushed conversations. A hint of a disdainful smile graced her lips, as if everything were within her control. She took a delicate sip of water, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting upon Lu Chuan's face. With a tone imbued with undeniable gentleness, she declared, thus, the ultimate answer to solving such psychological dilemmas is rather simple. Find that person who makes you feel no need for competition, nor the desire to please, and fortuitously, they share the same sentiment. Just like Lu Chuan and I. Last week, while in the green bubble, he told me that when chatting with you, I never considered you to be one among 100,000. I inquired, then who do you think I am? He replied, someone who makes the absurdity of gender ratios feel entirely normal. As Li Xia's words resonated, a fervent discussion erupted within the classroom. Lu Chuan, his expression one of astonishment, gazed incredulously at Li Xia on the podium, pondering to himself, she truly has a knack for fabrication. It seems I must visit her office after class to inquire about this matter thoroughly. Li Xia appeared oblivious to the commotion behind her, her attention solely on Lu Chuan, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. So, dear students, a true beloved is never won through competition. Rather, it is when you stand before them, feeling neither inadequate nor perceiving them as unattainable, that you sense the brilliance in their eyes, just as I perceive it in Lu Chuan's gaze towards me. As soon as Li Xia's words fell, the entire class turned their attention toward Lu Chuan. Observing his unwavering gaze fixed on Li Xia, gasps erupted among the students. Wow, so that is the look he has. Indeed, look at how steadfast his gaze is upon the teacher. Lu Chuan, unable to contain himself, muttered under his breath, no way. Can they not see my expression of discontent? At that very moment, the bell for the end of class rang out sharply. Well, that concludes today's lesson. Lu Chuan, please come to my office, Li Xia announced through the microphone. She swiftly gathered her belongings and exited the classroom without delay. Lu Chuan watched her retreating figure. Muttering to himself, she certainly leaves in a hurry. She must be certain I will visit her office. I am quite curious to see what explanation she will provide. With that, he slipped out through the back door of the classroom. Chapter 21. The reward. Moments later, Lu Chuan arrived at the front of the office building. After a brief moment of reflection, he recalled the location of his previous psychology instructor's office. With purposeful strides, he entered the building and took the elevator directly to room 305. At this moment, within the confines of room 305, Li Xia reclined comfortably in her chair. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was thrust open. Caught off guard, Li Xia trembled slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure and turned to face the entrance. A smile instantly gracing her face as she exclaimed, Lu Chuan, we meet again. Lu Chuan approached the chair opposite her and sat down, his gaze icy as he questioned. What you mentioned in class earlier, those baseless claims, are you not inclined to offer an explanation? Dressed in a form-fitting black skirt paired with a white blouse, Li Xia rose slowly to her feet. She walked towards the door, clicked it shut, and locked it with a soft click. Turning back, Her gaze held a hint of significance as she addressed Lu Chuan. Classmate Lu Chuan, I would advise you to be mindful of your words and actions. After all, I am your teacher now. Lu Chuan scoffed. Respect is earned, and it depends on whether you are worthy of it. Do you believe a teacher who fabricates falsehoods in front of 120 students deserves respect? At this juncture, Li Xia approached Lu Chuan, nudging the documents on her desk inward. Then, she perched herself on the edge of the desk, arms crossed over her chest. That is precisely why I summoned you to my office, she explained. What I said in class was merely an illustrative example for the students. In truth, I could not conjure a better instance at that moment, and you were the only boy I had ever interacted with. Thus, I sincerely apologize. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Chuan regarded Li Xia with discontent. A mere apology does not suffice. Those students genuinely believe there is something more between us. In response, Li Xia slowly turned, leaning slightly forward in Lu Chuan's direction, deliberately accentuating her ample bosom against her blouse. She gazed down at him, whispering, an apology alone is indeed insufficient. Thus, there are other forms of recompense. Oh, what sort of recompense? Lu Chuan inquired, lifting his gaze to take in the long lashes framing her eyes and the soft pink of her lips. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xia extended her hand, her fingertips lightly resting on the back of Lu Chuan's hand, her slender fingers gliding over it like feathers. A mischievous smile graced her lips as she proposed. What if I were to offer myself as compensation? Given what I just mentioned, our relationship has already spread among the students. Rather than spending time clarifying matters, why not include me in the ranks of your romantic interests? This is quite the unilateral decision on your part. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of scrutiny passing through his gaze, pondering what merit there was in accepting you so readily. How could I ascertain your intentions of wanting to be my girlfriend? Is it my unique privileges that you covet, or do you genuinely harbor feelings for me? Upon hearing this, Li Xia grasped Lu Chuan's hand tightly, her expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness as she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, urgently asking, Lu Chuan, do you truly perceive me as one who values only personal gain? Or is it that some of my previous actions have upset you, prompting your cold demeanor towards me? Lu Chuan felt the icy chill emanating from Li Xia's palm. Observing her earnest demeanor rendered him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He inwardly deliberated. Perhaps I should first ascertain the depth of her feelings for me. With a fleeting thought, Lu Chuan discreetly activated his special ability to gauge success rates. In an instant, words appeared above Li Xia's head. Li Xia's affection for Lu Chuan, 100. Startled, Lu Chuan nearly exclaimed, what on earth? 100% affection? Could it be that I have misjudged her? Yet, recalling her initial approach, which was so brazenly backed by wealth and connections, it hardly seemed sincere. Noticing Lu Chuan's unwavering gaze upon her, Li Xia, brimming with confusion, softly inquired, is there something about me that seems amiss? Snapping back to reality, Lu Chuan hastily replied, oh, it's nothing. I've reflected on your earlier words, and there is some truth to them. Initially, you did give me the impression of being a woman who only values benefits. It seems I have indeed misjudged you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of undeniable joy danced in Li Xia's eyes as she eagerly asked, so, does that mean you are willing to accept me? Lu Chuan gently shook his head, saying, not quite yet. Allow me to pose a few questions first. Go ahead, Li Xia responded obediently. Did you come to our school solely to become my girlfriend? Indeed. Without a doubt, it is for you, Li Xia answered without hesitation. And the methods you spoke of in class regarding courting men, are those genuinely your own views? Li Xia nodded vigorously, asserting, of course, they are my own thoughts. Otherwise, how could I express them so naturally? Gazing into Li Xia's resolute eyes, Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before stating, very well, I shall grant you a 1-week trial period as my girlfriend. If your conduct during this time meets my expectations, I will formally accept you as my girlfriend. Are you willing to accept this trial? A trial period? Li Xia was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for a brief moment before resolutely nodding her head. All right, I am willing. However, before we proceed, could you possibly grant me a reward of sorts? A reward? Lu Chuan inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. What kind of reward do you desire? A faint blush crept onto Li Xia's cheeks, her eyes betraying a mix of shyness and anticipation as she stammered, I was wondering if we could share a kiss. I have always wanted to experience it, but have never had the opportunity or found a suitable man. Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Well, okay. No sooner had Lu Chuan spoken than Li Xia eagerly lifted her hands, grasping his head, and swiftly turned her face to press her lips against his. Following this, she fervently kissed him, her lips enveloping his in a warm embrace. In that instant, Lu Chuan felt the soft texture of her lips, accompanied by a subtle hint of peach. He couldn't help but think to himself, goodness, how much desire does she harbor? At that moment, Li Xia's tongue instinctively ventured into Lu Chuan's mouth. However, their kiss had not endured for 3 minutes when Lu Chuan's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 22. What? A Yandere in private? Yet, Li Xia showed no inclination to halt. Rather, it seemed as if an uncontrollable emotion had been ignited within her. The kiss grew increasingly fervent, her body pressing against Lu Chuan like a vine, as if she wished to merge him entirely with herself. Could you pause for a moment? Lu Chuan managed to squeeze out a breath amidst the heated kiss. I need to take this call. As he spoke, he forcefully pushed Li Xia's head away. At that moment, Li Xia was seated upon Lu Chuan's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck like the tentacles of an octopus. Her face was flushed, her gaze filled with lingering desire and profound reluctance. Internally, she cursed. Damn it. Why must this happen just when things were getting good? Lu Chuan retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the screen displaying a number beginning with 166. Although uncertain of the caller's identity, he swiped to answer the call. Hello, who is this? As soon as Lu Chuan spoke, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Lu Chuan, it's me, Xiaomu. Oh, it's Xiaomu? Lu Chuan, leaning back in his chair and observing Li Xia, who was almost glued to him, replied, You called, so I presume you have something to discuss? On the other end, Xiaomu's tone was slightly awkward, tinged with embarrassment as she said, Indeed, there is something. My mother wishes to meet you to discuss the dowry for our marriage. Marriage? Lu Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaomu, quick to catch the surprise in his voice, hurriedly clarified, Lu Chuan, please let me explain. I understand that you are not yet inclined to marry, and at present, I am not your designated partner. I must admit, my words may come off as somewhat presumptuous. Since the moment my mother learned of my relationship with you, she has persistently urged me to introduce you to her. I previously concocted numerous excuses to delay this meeting, but this time, I find myself devoid of any further pretexts. Hence, I decided to call you. Of course, if you are unavailable or unwilling to come, it is entirely acceptable. I would never compel you to attend. Lu Chuan, with a rather curt response, replied, Okay. On the other end of the line, Xiaomu misinterpreted Lu Chuan's words as a refusal, and a hint of disappointment crept into her tone as she softly replied, All right then. I will explain it to my mother. Confused, Lu Chuan asked, Explain what? I said I can come. Xiaomu seemed momentarily taken aback. You agreed? Listening to her surprise, Lu Chuan naturally remarked, Of course I agreed. After all, you are my girlfriend, and it is only fitting that I meet your mother. Besides, you sound quite astonished. Xiaomu, slightly shy, explained, I thought you would decline. I didn't expect you to agree so readily. At that moment, Li Xia, who was leaning in front of Lu Chuan, suddenly flashed a hint of jealousy across her face. The next instant, as if struck by a sudden thought, she slowly leaned against Lu Chuan's chest and playfully said, Lu Chuan, be gentle. Lu Chuan, taken aback and somewhat flustered, glanced at Li Xia. Meanwhile, on the phone, Xiaomu's astonished voice echoed, Lu Chuan, what are you doing? That voice was just a joke from the girl beside me, Lu Chuan hastily explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xia looked displeased, her mouth slightly open as if to continue speaking, but Lu Chuan swiftly covered her mouth. Although Xiaomu felt a twinge of doubt, she refrained from probing further and simply stated, Then, Lu Chuan, I will pick you up at the school gate after my meeting at 8 p.m. Does that work for you? There is no need for such formality. Just send me your location, and I'll head over directly, Lu Chuan replied, glancing at the struggling Li Xia before continuing, You can go home after work. All right. I'll follow your lead. I'll get back to my tasks now. If you ever need money or anything, just give me a call. I usually answer right away when I see it's you. Lu Chuan smiled appreciatively and said, That is thoughtful of you. If I truly need assistance, I will reach out. On the other end, Xiaomu softly acknowledged and then hung up. Within moments, she sent her location. At this moment, Lu Chuan gazed at Li Xia before releasing his grip and reproachfully inquired, What were you attempting to do just now? One might mistakenly believe I was in a romantic entanglement with you. Li Xia, seemingly unconcerned, resembled a cat that had successfully indulged in mischief, casually replied, I was merely jesting. Do not be upset. Besides, you are on the verge of discussing marriage with Xiaomu, while I remain merely your trial girlfriend. I was momentarily vexed and sought to reclaim some dignity. Lu Chuan sighed in resignation. All right, fine. Given your genuine feelings for me, I shall refrain from further admonishment. However, I hope there will not be a repetition of this behavior. Should your conduct this week meet my expectations, we might indeed broach the subject of marriage. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly asked, Really? Of course, I, Lu Chuan, am a man of my word. Now, you should dismount from my lap. He replied. Li Xia obediently rose from his legs, confidently asserting, Rest assured, I will perform admirably this week. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Lu Chuan stood up. Well then, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to exit, the door clicking shut behind him. Once alone, Li Xia's expression morphed into one of twisted madness, resembling a love-stricken obsession. Her slender fingers clutched her cheeks tightly, her body quivering with excitement as she murmured, Lu Chuan, I will surely please you. I will make everyone aware that I, Li Xia, am the woman who loves you the most. No one shall take you from me. Her laughter echoed with a mix of obsession and fervor, as though she had plunged into an abyss of possessiveness from which there was no escape. Li Xia strode directly to her desk, yanking open a drawer to reveal hundreds of photographs of Lu Chuan. In these images, his upper body was intentionally exposed, showcasing his muscular chest. Her gaze was glazed, her expression bordering on fanaticism. She slowly lifted a picture to her eyes, then suddenly leaned forward, passionately kissing the image of Lu Chuan, disregarding all else. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had reached the base of the office building. He pulled out his phone to check messages and requested a leave from Su Xiao. It appeared there were no classes in the afternoon. Perhaps he would buy some items and head to Xiao Mu's residence. With this thought settled in his mind, he mounted his bicycle and leisurely pedaled towards the school entrance. Chapter 23. What? Is this your twin sister? After passing through the school gate with a facial recognition scan, Lu Chuan gazed at the incessant flow of vehicles on the road, then glanced down at his somewhat flimsy bicycle, pondering to himself. It seems the time has come to invest in a new vehicle. After all, with several girlfriends already by his side, driving out would undoubtedly be much more convenient. With this thought in mind, he mounted his bicycle and leisurely made his way toward the city center. At this moment, the sun was gently descending in the early evening. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, a soft summer breeze caressed Lu Chuan's face, enveloping him in a sense of blissful intoxication. Before long, Lu Chuan arrived at the bustling center of Jiang City. The commercial street was alive with a throng of people, vibrant and bustling. Lu Chuan pedaled his bicycle slowly, weaving through the lively crowd. On the street, whether it was spirited young girls, graceful women, or elderly grandmothers, all were captivated by the sight of Lu Chuan as he passed by, casting curious and affectionate glances his way. Look, it's a man, and he's quite handsome, exclaimed an observant girl. I know him. He's that Lu Chuan from Jiang City University. Another girl responded excitedly. I heard he started accepting suitors. I truly wish to be taken home by him. Even if the dowry is 10 million, I would gladly oblige. Is that true? I must hurry and ask for a green bubble. The girls chattered animatedly, their excitement palpable. In no time, several bold girls rushed directly to Lu Chuan, eagerly requesting a photo together. Faced with such enthusiasm, Lu Chuan found it difficult to refuse and smiled as he posed for a few pictures with them. Afterward, he continued on his way, his gaze wandering between the storefronts lining the street. Although men are generally well received and favored in this world, he was visiting his girlfriend's house. And out of courtesy, he felt he should bring a token gift. But what should he bring? As Lu Chuan pondered this while cycling, he happened upon a jewelry store named Harry Winston. The dazzling lights within spilled onto the street through the display window. A thought struck him. Why not buy something here? After all, beautiful jewelry is often irresistible to women. Thus, Lu Chuan halted his bicycle and parked it steadily at the entrance of the shop. The moment he stepped inside, the several elegantly dressed female attendants, who had been busily attending to various tasks, noticed the arrival of a male customer. Their eyes instantly brightened, as if they had encountered a rare treasure, and they set aside their work, converging from all directions to surround Lu Chuan in no time. Good day, sir. The attendants greeted in unison, their voices melodious and pleasant. How may we assist you? A sweet-looking attendant inquired with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Chuan surveyed the array of charming women before him and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Thank you. I would prefer to browse on my own. Having spoken, he maneuvered his way between the two women. The two women, who had come into close contact with Lu Chuan, instantly displayed expressions of surprise and satisfaction, as if they had struck a jackpot. In contrast, the other women who were unable to approach Lu Chuan revealed unmistakable signs of jealousy, their eyes brimming with envy and resentment. At that moment, in another corner of the shop, a woman in her 30s was also gazing at the jewelry. She first glanced at the lone attendant beside her, then directed her gaze towards Lu Chuan, who was surrounded by a throng of attendants. A clear frown crossed her face as she muttered under her breath, "I've never seen such fuss over a man. What's all the commotion about?" Almost immediately, she raised her voice and called out towards Lu Chuan, "Hey, is this how you treat all customers? Why is everyone crowding around him?" One of the attendants quickly turned, responding politely, "Ma'am, this is our store policy. We appreciate your understanding." Upon hearing this, the woman's face flushed with anger, and she exclaimed, "You all act as if men are a rarity." Infuriated, she took out her phone and swiftly dialed a number. In the next moment, her expression shifted from fury to submission as she sweetly said, "Hello, dear. I'm selecting some jewelry. Could you come over and give me some advice?" Yet, the voice on the other end was filled with impatience. "I'm busy with other girls right now. Handle it yourself and don't bother me." The call was abruptly ended with a series of beeping tones. The woman's countenance darkened significantly. Noticing the gazes of those around her, she shouted in indignation, "What are you all staring at?" Unable to endure any longer, she stormed out of the store. Lu Chuan witnessed this scene and merely smiled lightly, letting out a resigned sigh. He then redirected his attention back to the glass display, allowing his gaze to leisurely wander among the exquisite jewelry. Soon, he had made his selections and raised his hand to point, stating, "Please wrap this one, and that one. Oh, and also that one." The attendants promptly sprang into action, their movements both skilled and swift. In no time, they had neatly packaged the jewelry Lu Chuan had chosen. One of the attendants smiled and said, "Sir, the total comes to 4.58 million. However, considering you are a gentleman, under our store's promotional policy, you only need to pay 3.58 million. She courteously presented the card reader. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he retrieved his card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, successfully completing the transaction. After the transaction concluded, a dozen female attendants stood in unison, cheerfully bidding farewell. "Sir, please take care. We look forward to your next visit." As Lu Chuan stepped outside, he hung the neatly packaged accessories on his bicycle's handlebars. He then mounted his bike and glanced at the location sent by Xiaomu, murmuring to himself, "Yinjing number 1? It's nearby. Seems the distance isn't far." A mere 10 minutes later, Lu Chuan arrived at the entrance of a neighborhood adorned with opulent villas. Thanks to Xiaomu's prior notification, he was able to ride through the gates of the community without hindrance. Following the navigation on his phone, he soon found himself before a grand villa. Inside this expansive and lavish abode, the living room was exquisitely decorated, with the floor and walls inlaid with splendid stones that radiated a warm glow under the illumination of the lights. A girl, strikingly similar in appearance to Xiaomu, reclined languidly on the sofa in a flowing white slip dress, idly playing with her phone while muttering, "Oh dear, why hasn't my brother-in-law arrived yet? It's already 7 o'clock. Surely my sister isn't trying to fool me again." At that moment, the clear chime of the doorbell rang out. The girl paused, pondering. "Has my sister returned home so early today?" She then padded barefoot towards the door. As she turned the doorknob with a soft click, she gently pushed the door open. In that instant, Lu Chuan's tall stature and remarkably handsome face appeared before her. Looking at the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Xiaomu, Lu Chuan instinctively inquired, "Xiaomu?" However, the girl was already captivated by Lu Chuan's striking features, her gaze fixed on him as if enchanted, completely oblivious to his call. Internally, she mused, "So handsome, even more so than in the videos." Noticing her unwavering stare, Lu Chuan lightly tapped her shoulder, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The girl, jolted from her reverie by his touch, quickly responded, "Oh, it's you, Lu Chuan. Please come in." With that, she enthusiastically took hold of his arm and pulled him inside. Next, she retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Lu Chuan. As he changed his shoes, he inquired, "Didn't you say you were in a meeting at the company until 8? The girl pondered silently, "Xiaomu? It seems my sister hasn't mentioned my existence as her twin sister to him yet. Well, since that's the case, I shall take good care of him for her." With this thought, she cleared her throat and feigned composure, saying, "Ahem. Well, I finished work early today, so I came back ahead of time. In the next moment, the woman suddenly turned around and swiftly approached Lu Chuan. A mischievous grin illuminated her face as she exclaimed, Lu Chuan, it's been several days since we last met. Shouldn't we indulge in some intimate interaction? No sooner had her words left her lips than she sprang into action, propelling herself towards Lu Chuan like an octopus, leaping into his embrace. Her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, while her legs securely clung to his waist. Lu Chuan found himself momentarily bewildered by her unexpected advance, and gazing at Xiaomu before him, he inquired with a perplexed expression, Why do you seem so different from usual? Has your personality suddenly become so vivacious? At this, the woman snapped back to reality. Recalling that her sister typically maintained an aloof demeanor and rarely initiated closeness with others. Quickly suppressing her smile, she feigned indifference and replied, Lu Chuan, I was merely overwhelmed with excitement just now. This is my true self. Lu Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a few seconds of silence, he looked at the woman whose face was mere centimeters from his own and asked, All right then. So, where is your mother? Just as Lu Chuan's question lingered in the air, a mature and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. Xiaomu, what are you doing? That is your sister's boyfriend. As the woman finished speaking, Lu Chuan, with Xiaomu clinging to him like a koala, slowly turned to face the entrance. There stood a woman clad in a black qipao, who appeared to be in her early 30s. Thanks to her meticulous grooming, her beauty rivaled that of Xiaomu in his arms. The mature charm and youthful vitality complemented each other, creating a unique allure. Lu Chuan couldn't help but admire the clever hollow design at the chest and abdomen of her qipao, as well as the glimpses of her long, elegant legs revealed by the high slit on the side, all exuding the distinct charm of a mature woman that captivated the eye. Upon noticing this, Xiaomu pouted playfully and exclaimed, Mom, what are you doing here? Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels clicking, the woman approached Lu Chuan with graceful strides. Upon reaching them, she wasted no time and gently tapped Xiaomu on the back of the head, reproaching her lightly, You silly girl. If your sister hadn't messaged me saying Lu Chuan was at home, I would have hurried back. Were you planning to continue impersonating your sister and deceive Lu Chuan? With that, the woman pulled Xiaomu down from Lu Chuan's embrace. Ouch, Mom. Xiaomu crossed her arms in front of her chest, pouting and turning her head away in displeasure. Lu Chuan hasn't said anything. Why are you so anxious? At this moment, Lu Chuan turned his attention to the woman before him and politely remarked, I presume you are Xiaomu's mother. I must say, you appear remarkably youthful. Xiaomu's initial reproachful expression towards Xiaomu transformed instantly into a gentle and amiable smile as she replied, Student Lu Chuan certainly knows how to flatter. I am indeed Xiaomu's mother. I sincerely apologize, Student Lu Chuan. This mischievous girl, Xiaomu, often enjoys causing a ruckus while pretending to be her sister. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lu Chuan glanced at Xiaomu, who was still sulking beside him, and chuckled softly, Not at all. It's also my fault for not recognizing her. Well, as long as student Lu Chuan isn't bothered by it, Xiaomu said, gently grasping Lu Chuan's wrist and enthusiastically leading him toward the sofa. Come, please have a seat. Upon noticing that Lu Chuan was still holding something, Xiaomu quickly added, Look at you, student Lu Chuan, you needn't have brought anything. It's quite uncommon for the male party to arrive with gifts. If this were to get out, people might have quite a lot to say about us. The fact that Xiaomu has you as her boyfriend is already a tremendous blessing for our family. Bringing gifts on top of that seems a bit excessive. Lu Chuan settled onto the sofa with a slight smile. It's nothing, it didn't cost much. Besides, since I've brought it, it would be impolite to take it back. As Xiaomu accepted the item from Lu Chuan, she inadvertently caught sight of the logo and was inwardly astonished. Such exquisite jewelry. This clearly demonstrated the sincerity of this young man. It seems that student Lu Chuan is indeed unlike other men and truly cares for Xiaomu. Given the current disparity in the male-to-female ratio, it appears that we, the Xiao family, have struck gold. After placing the item down, Xiaomu regarded Lu Chuan with utmost politeness. Student Lu Chuan, please make yourself comfortable here for a while. I will head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Feel free to wander around the house. Do not feel constrained. Consider it your own home. With that, she turned to Xiaomu and instructed, You take good care of student Lu Chuan, understood? All right, I got it, Xiaomu replied, slowly moving closer to Lu Chuan. I will take care of him. Xiaomu smiled warmly at Lu Chuan before heading toward the kitchen. At that moment, The living room was left with just Lu Chuan and Xiaomo. I had no idea that Xiaomu had such a sister as you, Lu Chuan remarked. She never mentioned you to me. My sister probably just forgot, Xiaomo said, a hint of mischief flashing across her face as she waved her hand at Lu Chuan. And regarding what happened earlier, I hope you don't mind. After all, there are so few men around. I just wanted to pretend to be my sister, to experience the feeling of close contact with a male. Lu Chuan regarded Xiaomo, who wore a silly grin, and replied with a calm smile. It's quite all right. I don't mind at all. At that moment, Xiaomo's eyes twinkled with a mischievous glint. Deliberately lifting her hips to lean closer to Lu Chuan, she then wrapped her arms around his, asking shyly, So, what do you think of me? As she spoke, Xiaomu discreetly adjusted the hem of her white dress, intentionally revealing her long, slender legs. Lu Chuan, sensing Xiaomo's intentions, feigned ignorance, turning to her with a calm smile. Oh, what do you mean by what do I think? Xiaomo's cheeks flushed as she stammered. I mean, my appearance, my figure. I wonder if they catch your eye. Lu Chuan appraised Xiaomo from head to toe. Aside from certain areas where Xiaomu was more voluptuous and their differing personalities, she seemed to be chiseled from the same mold. You and your sister are twins. So naturally, there's nothing to critique regarding your looks and figure. They align with my aesthetic. Upon receiving Lu Chuan's affirmation, Xiaomo's face lit up with delight, just as she was about to speak. At that moment, a sudden click echoed from the entrance. Xiaomu entered, clad in a black fitted dress paired with a white shirt and black tie. Upon spotting Lu Chuan on the sofa, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Lu Chuan, I didn't realize you had arrived. I tried calling you but couldn't get through. I thought you might not come. As she spoke, Xiaomu slipped off her high heels and walked barefoot toward Lu Chuan. Xiaomo, watching her approaching sister, internally lamented, how infuriating. Couldn't she be a minute late? Reluctantly, she released her hold on Lu Chuan's arm. Lu Chuan, smiling at Xiaomu as she approached, explained, I might have inadvertently silenced my phone. Xiaomu stood beside Lu Chuan, her gaze drifting to Xiaomo as she inquired, Is Mom back yet? And you? Knowing Lu Chuan is rare to have at home, couldn't you at least offer him something to drink? Xiaomo lazily leaned against the sofa, responding softly, She's in the kitchen. Besides, it's not like this is my first encounter with a handsome guy. I just forgot. Xiaomu cast a resigned glance at Xiaomo before heading towards the refrigerator not far away. Just then, Xiaomo conspiratorially leaned toward Lu Chuan, lowering her voice. About what I didn't finish saying earlier, I'll come to your room tonight. With that, she scurried away like a startled rabbit. Lu Chuan turned to Xiaomo, musing to himself, I don't know why, but it feels oddly like we're engaging in a secret affair. Before long, Xiaomu returned, arms laden with a variety of beverages, a hint of bashfulness gracing her expression. Lu Chuan, I wasn't sure what you liked. So I just picked a few things based on intuition. If nothing here suits your taste, I can fetch more. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chuan gently rose, casually retrieving a bottle from Xiaomu's embrace, and with a warm smile remarked, No need for such trouble. Everything here is just fine. He then placed the drink on the table. Come, take a seat as well. Lu Chuan subsequently took Xiaomu's hand and sat down. Chapter 25. What an imposition. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the restaurant, Lu Chuan could not help but inquire, Is everything at the company in order now? Xiaomu nodded lightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yes, everything is all right. Had it not been for your timely assistance last time, the company might have truly slipped from our grasp. Thank goodness. Lu Chuan replied with a smile. The three engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. After some time, Xiaomu's mother called out from the dining area. Xiaomu, bring Lu Chuan over to the dining table. Dinner is ready. Once they settled at the table, Xiaomu's mother looked at Lu Chuan with a warm smile. Lu Chuan, dear, I am unsure of your culinary preferences, so I prepared a variety of dishes. Lu Chuan gazed at the table laden with over 20 exquisite dishes, promptly expressing his appreciation. Auntie, you are too kind. There are so many dishes. It is evident that you have put in a great deal of effort. At that moment, seated on either side of Lu Chuan were the sisters, Xiaomu and Xiaomo, seemingly in a subtle competition, continuously serving him food while cheerfully exclaiming, Lu Chuan, do try this, it's delicious. Observing this scene, Xiaomu's mother wore a gentle smile and continued, Lu Chuan, regardless of what dowry your other girlfriends may offer, Xiaomu's will certainly surpass them. It will never be less. As for the dowry, I can start with 80 million. Should any of your other girlfriends present a higher dowry, I shall not hesitate to increase it. Additionally, 2 villas in the city center will be registered in your name, along with a Pagani Huayra and a Shelby supercar. You will also receive 30% of the company's shares. After 3 years of marriage to Xiaomu, the entire Xia family and the company will be entrusted to you. Xiaomu's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Mom, what about me? You can't possibly expect me to fend for myself. Lu Chuan quickly interjected, Auntie, this is truly too generous. If you are offering me all this, what about Xiaomu? Xiaomu's mother raised her hand to interrupt. Lu Chuan, please allow me to finish. While I am offering you the entire Xia family's assets, it comes with conditions. Upon hearing the mention of conditions, Xiaomu anxiously interposed, Mom, how can you do this? Why impose conditions on him? Let me finish my point. Xiaomu cast a soothing glance at Xiaomu and continued, perhaps this condition aligns perfectly with Lu Chuan's wishes. Observing this, Lu Chuan gently patted Xiaomu's shoulder, a serene smile gracing his face. It's all right, let Auntie finish her words. Noticing Lu Chuan's lack of discontent, Xiaomu chose to remain silent. Xia's mother turned her gaze toward Lu Chuan and earnestly stated, Lu Chuan, the condition I propose is this. No matter how many girlfriends you may have in the future, you must allocate time each week to accompany Xiaomu. She should not be like other women whose husbands remain absent for an entire year. Furthermore, you must also take Xiaomu as your wife. As for me, if you do not mind my age, I could also become part of your life. In that case, Xiaomu and I would be responsible for managing the affairs of your company. Lu Chuan was taken aback by these words. A piece of food nearly lodged in his throat as he coughed violently. Astonishment etched upon his features. Both Xiaomu and Xiaomu were equally taken aback by their mother's unexpected proposal. Xiaomu furrowed her brows and said, Mom, this is akin to coercing him. With Lu Chuan's remarkable qualities, he could easily find someone better. Meanwhile, Xiaomu wore a gleeful expression, thrilled by the prospect of potentially becoming Lu Chuan's girlfriend, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Finally recovering his composure, Lu Chuan set down his chopsticks and looked at Xia's mother, asking, Auntie, are you suggesting that I take on both of you, along with the company and everything related to the Xia family? Xia's mother nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after all, Lu Chuan, your current number of girlfriends is not substantial. Acquiring both of us would not pose much of a problem for you, would it? Moreover, you need not be with us constantly. Whenever you find yourself thinking of us, just come to visit. Just as Lu Chuan was preparing to contemplate a thoughtful response, a sudden system notification resonated in his mind. Detected that the host is currently faced with a choice. Option 1. Agree to Aunt Xia's proposal and include both women as girlfriends. Reward, 10-fold return ability. Option 2. Decline Aunt Xia's proposal. Reward, 1 point to appearance value. Lu Chuan mused internally. This reward setting clearly nudges me toward the first option. However, to be frank, these 3 women are each exceptional, a rare sight indeed. Furthermore, this condition presents no detriment to me, only advantages. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuan silently affirmed, System. I choose option 1. Selection successful. Please complete the task promptly. Clearing his throat and gathering his thoughts, Lu Chuan looked at Aunt Xia and said, Auntie, I have pondered your proposal thoroughly. I accept. Almost simultaneously, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and the reward has been issued. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiaomu's eyes as she remarked, I never expected you to agree so decisively. I thought you would deliberate on it. Beside her, Xiaomu internally rejoiced, whispering to herself, Wow, this is fantastic. I didn't anticipate his prompt acceptance, which saves me the trouble of pursuing him. On the surface, Xiaomu maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heart was a tumult of emotions as she pondered, while I'm genuinely pleased that Lu Chuan has agreed, as it means all 3 of us at home have a support system. The thought of my mother becoming intimate with her boyfriend in the future evokes an inexplicable sense of discomfort. At that moment, Lu Chuan turned to Xiaomu, half-jokingly stating, Although it seems I am marrying into your family, given the current situation, it feels more like I am being adopted into your household. You're right. It does feel that way, Xiaomu chimed in with a playful laugh, tightly wrapping her arms around Lu Chuan's, resting her head affectionately against it. However, the head of this family remains you. Indeed, Lu Chuan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the 4 of them enjoyed a simple meal in a relaxed atmosphere. Lu Chuan gradually stood up, saying, All right, I've eaten enough. Xiaomu gazed tenderly at Xiaomu and Xiaomo beside Lu Chuan, advising Xiaomo. Please take Lu Chuan upstairs to rest. Make sure to take good care of him. Do not neglect him. Oh, don't worry, Mom. Xiaomo exclaimed confidently, clinging to Lu Chuan's arm. We promise to look after him thoroughly and ensure his satisfaction. Xiaomu, with a slight blush and a hint of shyness in her eyes, discreetly glanced at Lu Chuan, gently biting her lip. She said nothing further, but simply nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. Night Raid. The three ascended to the second floor, with Xiaomo still tightly holding Lu Chuan's arm. She guided him to the door on the far left. Lu Chuan, you shall sleep here tonight. Her eyes were bright with cheer as she swiftly opened the door. Upon entering the room, Lu Chuan began to survey his surroundings. It was a room adjacent to the balcony on the second floor, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the glass, parts of the community were clearly visible. If one were to engage in activities here at night, without curtains to shield them, every movement within the room would be laid bare to the prying eyes of the neighboring houses across the way. Xiaomu gently approached Lu Chuan, lowering her head slightly, and with a warm smile, said, Lu Chuan, you must have worked up a sweat cycling over. Why don't you take a shower first? I'll prepare some fruit for you. Lu Chuan turned to her and nodded slightly, saying, All right, you go ahead. Xiaomu gently responded with a sound, then turned and stepped out the door. Xiaomo watched her sister's departing figure, then tilted her head back, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. Glancing at Lu Chuan, she mischievously suggested, Lu Chuan, do you need my assistance? The bathroom is quite spacious, two can easily fit. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lu Chuan turned to her, deliberately raising an eyebrow in jest, and teased, What? You wish to join me? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Besides, are you not afraid that I might lose control and do something to you? Or perhaps you wish to seize this opportunity for me to act on those impulses. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo feigned calmness, puffing out her chest and putting on an innocent facade. How could that be? I am not that kind of lecherous person. Mother merely asked us to take good care of you. She lightly tossed her hair as she spoke. Lu Chuan chuckled helplessly, gently retracting his arm from Xiaomo's embrace. Let us not, shall we? I know your little schemes all too well. Besides, I'll only be in the shower for a few minutes. There is simply not enough time. We can defer this for another day. With that, Lu Chuan nonchalantly removed his white shirt in front of Xiaomo, tossing it onto the nearby sofa, revealing a back that was both sleek and powerful, before heading straight to the bathroom. Xiaomo's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Lu Chuan's toned muscles and the distinct outline of his abs, her face alight with infatuation. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, in an environment where most males are coddled, I never expected to see a man with abs. Today's sight has certainly been a feast for the eyes. How wonderful it would be if I could. Well, you know. As she spoke, her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. Moments later, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. At that moment, Xiaomu entered, carrying a beautifully arranged platter of fruit. Upon noticing her sister standing at the bathroom door with a starry-eyed expression, she let out a soft, resigned sigh, shaking her head slightly. Can't you be a bit more serious? Your mind is filled with nothing but those thoughts all day long, she remarked, lightly furrowing her brow. Seeing this, Xiaomo quickly approached Xiaomu, leaning slightly forward and whispering in her ear, Sister, you didn't see it earlier. Lu Chuan's physique is simply superb. Her eyes widened as she gestured animatedly with her hands. You have no idea about those abs, the firmness and strength of his muscles. Just thinking about it is utterly irresistible. The previously composed Xiaomu felt her cheeks flush slightly as her sister's words stirred a ripple of emotion within her. She raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of shyness gracing her demeanor as she softly affirmed, Really? Oh dear sister, would I deceive you? As Xiaomo spoke, she gently shook Xiaomu's hand. Just as her words fell, a sudden click emanated from the bathroom, the sound of a doorknob turning. Lu Chuan opened the door a crack, revealing his damp hair and misty visage. Could one of you fetch me a towel? I presume this pink one inside belongs to one of you, he stated. At Lu Chuan's words, the two sisters exchanged a glance, and almost in unison, their eyes brightened as they exclaimed, I'll go get it. Xiaomu swiftly placed the fruit she was holding on the table with fluidity, then made her way to the wardrobe by the bed. Meanwhile, Xiaomo was already eagerly rummaging through the closet, peering through the crack of the door. Lu Chuan observed the two in a flurry of activity, murmuring in confusion, Why are they so frantic over a towel, as if they've taken some stimulant? At that moment, Xiaomu was the first to find the towel, gripping it tightly with both hands. Feeling a touch of nervousness, she approached Lu Chuan. Noticing this, Xiaomo hurried to follow suit. As Xiaomu reached the bathroom door, seeing Lu Chuan's upper body glistening with droplets of water, the sight of his taut muscles adorned with shimmering beads sent her face ablaze. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, stammering, "Here you go." Lu Chuan, recognizing the reason behind Xiaomu's blush, smiled gently as he accepted the towel from her hands, saying, "Thank you." With a firm thud, he closed the door behind him. Immediately, Xiaomo leaned in closer to Xiaomu, her eyes sparkling with excitement, whispering playfully, "So? I wasn't lying, was I?" She nudged Xiaomu with her elbow. Xiaomu nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper, "Yes, indeed." At that moment, the bathroom door swung open once more, revealing Lu Chuan wrapped in a white towel around his lower half. He casually brushed the water droplets from his hair, sending them flying. "Could you please hand me the hairdryer?" His tone carried a hint of languor. "Oh, certainly." Xiaomu responded promptly, dashing towards the corner of the room to retrieve the hairdryer before hastily returning. Lu Chuan then noticed Xiaomo, who was intently gazing at his upper body. With a playful smile, he teased, "So captivated, would you like to touch?" Instinctively, Xiaomo nodded, her eyes filled with longing. "Yes, I would." But in the next moment, she seemed to snap back to reality, shaking her head vigorously as if scalded, her hands flailing in the air. "No, no, no. Just looking is fine. Just looking. Hee hee." Lu Chuan smiled faintly, gently shaking his head. He then approached the sofa and settled down, his legs slightly apart, leaning back ever so slightly. At that moment, Xiaomu walked over with a hairdryer, standing behind Lu Chuan. She softly turned on the device, accompanied by a gentle hum. Her hands trembled slightly as she attended to Lu Chuan's hair, her gaze never straying from his figure, the blush on her cheeks unwavering. Meanwhile, Xiaomo reached for a piece of fruit from the table and, with a delicate voice, offered it to Lu Chuan, saying, "Lu Chuan, let me feed you." Lu Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded in acknowledgement, accepting one piece of fruit after another. Just then, his phone, which lay on the table, emitted a notification sound. Turning his head slightly, Lu Chuan picked up the phone to check the message. It was from Su Xiao Xiao. Her profile picture, a charming Garfield cat. Garfield avatar. "Lu Chuan, are you not coming back tonight? I'm feeling so lonely all by myself." She had also attached a pitiful cat emoji. Standing behind Lu Chuan, Xiaomu inadvertently caught sight of the message on the screen. She bit her lip slightly, her heart whispering, "So, they are already living together." Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, swiftly typing on the screen. "Not coming. I'll be spending the night at Xiaomu's." After sending the message, he seemed to suddenly recall something. Lifting his head, a hint of contemplation in his eyes, he suggested, "Let me create a group chat. That way, I can pull you all in. If I end up with someone, I can just let you know in the group. This way, I won't have to reply to each of you individually." With that, Lu Chuan deftly operated his phone, adding Lin Yao, Lin Wani, Su Xiao Xiao, Li Xia, Xiaomu, and others to the group. Observing this, Xiaomo hurriedly pulled out her own phone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly said, "Don't forget me." Lu Chuan chuckled softly and added Xiaomo to the group, subsequently renaming it My Beloved Concubines. "Oh, and make sure to add your mom too." Lu Chuan turned to Xiaomo and remarked, "Xiaomo, sure, I'll do that right away." As she responded, she quickly navigated her phone. At that moment, several messages suddenly popped up in the group. Lin Yao, Lin Wani, Li Xia, Su Xiao Xiao, Lu Ruyin. Lu Chuan glanced at the group messages, a slight smile gracing his lips. He tapped the screen lightly, sending a message, "From now on, let us discuss everything in this group." After sending the message, he shut his phone. However, it buzzed incessantly, notifications ringing out like firecrackers. Beside him, Xiaomo looked at the unfamiliar avatars in the group, her lips pouting slightly. Turning to Lu Chuan, she said, somewhat astonished, "Lu Chuan, it seems you already have so many girlfriends?" Lu Chuan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "So many? There are only a few." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaomo's eyes suddenly lit up. Turning to Lu Chuan with a hint of curiosity, she remarked, They seem to be arguing in the group about who your rightful consort is. Aren't you going to take a look?" Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Let them argue. It's good for them to understand each other." At that moment, Xiaomu had gently finished styling Lu Chuan's hair. She set the hairdryer aside and patted Lu Chuan on the shoulder. "Your hair looks great." Lu Chuan stood up, smiling at the two, stretching leisurely. "All right. It's getting late. It's almost midnight. You both should head back to rest. Xia Mu and Xia Mo exchanged glances, reluctantly saying, then we'll take our leave. MHM. Go ahead, Lu Chuan nodded. At this moment, Xia Mu looked at Lu Chuan, her gaze revealing a hint of hesitation. It seemed she had something to say. Her lips moved slightly, yet her expression was one of shyness. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she struggled to find the words. Ultimately, she sighed softly, turning away with unspoken thoughts. Once the two had departed, Lu Chuan gazed at the closed door, muttering to himself, given their expressions. They'll likely come knocking on my door in the middle of the night. It seems a fierce battle is inevitable. With that, Lu Chuan leisurely made his way to the balcony, gently closing the window and carefully drawing the curtains. He then approached the bedside, languidly lying down, turning off the light, and casually scrolling through his phone. Time passed, second by second, until it reached 1:30 a.m. Suddenly, a faint knock echoed at the door, resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. Chapter 27. Three's Company. One must be my teacher. Upon hearing the knock, a slight smile crept across Lu Chuan's lips as he chuckled softly to himself, thinking, as expected, they have arrived, though I didn't anticipate it would be so soon. With that, he casually tossed aside the blanket and swung his legs out of bed. Barefoot, he strolled leisurely towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, Lu Chuan gently turned the doorknob and slowly opened the door. Before him stood a woman clad in a delicate camisole dress, clutching a pillow. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, deliberately sizing her up, and inquired, "Are you Xia Mu or Xia Mo?" A playful glint flashed across Xia Mo's face as her eyes curved into a smile. Hee. I'm Xia Mo. So, what brings you to my room at this hour? Lu Chuan feigned ignorance, maintaining an expression of puzzlement. Xia Mo slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks tinted with a delicate blush, and shyly remarked, "Well, if I say I'm afraid of the dark, would you believe me?" Lu Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he waved his hand dismissively. "It doesn't really matter. Since you're here, just come inside." As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, Xia Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. She swiftly darted past him, murmuring, "Hee, I knew you would agree." Just as Lu Chuan was about to close the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of a dark figure slowly approaching. Turning to look, he instantly recognized it as Xia Mu. Xia Mu hesitated momentarily, taking careful steps toward Lu Chuan. Biting her lips slightly, her gaze faltered as she softly spoke, "Lu Chuan, I see you're still awake." Lu Chuan regarded her in her rabbit-themed pajamas, the neckline slightly open, revealing her delicate skin and alluring contours. A knowing smile graced Lu Chuan's lips as he retorted, "Why do you ask? Aren't you also awake? And wearing something so enticing, visiting at this hour?" Before he could finish, Xia Mu, seemingly gathering her courage, interjected, "Lu Chuan, could I possibly sleep with you tonight? I am your girlfriend now, so it shouldn't be an issue. Besides, we seldom meet. You're at school while I'm at the company." As she spoke, her gaze fell to the ground, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Observing her, Lu Chuan's smile widened as he reached out, grasping her hand gently and squeezing it, saying, "I understand. Come in." As Xia Mu stepped into the room, her gaze immediately landed on Xia Mo, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Xia Mo, what are you doing here?" Xia Mo playfully stuck out her tongue with a grin, saying, "Hee, sister. I'm also Lu Chuan's girlfriend now. It's perfectly normal for me to come find him. Besides, you're here too." A look of confusion crossed Xia Mu's face as she silently lamented, "I was hoping for some intimate time with Lu Chuan, but unexpectedly, Xia Mo is here. It feels awkward in front of my own sister." After a moment's hesitation, she sighed inwardly, thinking, "Never mind, I should let her have this." Just as Xia Mu prepared to turn and leave, Lu Chuan swiftly grasped her wrist, gently pulling her back. "Why leave now that you're here?" he questioned. Xia Mo chimed in from the side, "Sister, are you feeling shy? We're all adults here. There's no need to feel embarrassed." As she spoke, she blinked mischievously, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Xia Mu bit her lips slightly, the flush on her cheeks becoming increasingly pronounced. After a considerable moment of hesitation, she stammered, "That's fine." Lu Chuan gently closed the door and turned back to the bedside. Subsequently, the three of them climbed onto the bed together. Xia Mu and Xia Mo nestled on either side, obediently cuddled in Lu Chuan's embrace. Time seemed to stand still, with the silence stretching into seconds. The room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping would be distinctly heard. Lu Chuan could distinctly feel the warm breaths of the sisters against his chest, sending a tingling sensation through him. Breaking the silence, he spoke in a low voice laced with tenderness. Shall I begin? Given that this was their first experience, it would be disingenuous to claim that Xia Mu and Xia Mo weren't nervous. Their heartbeats quickened involuntarily, and their faces blossomed with deeper shades of crimson. Nevertheless, they nodded slightly and murmured in unison. Their voices were as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito, yet they carried an unmistakable resolve. Soon after, in the dimly lit room, the blanket gradually enveloped them from head to toe, cocooning them in a private and intimate space. One by one, articles of clothing occasionally fluttered out from beneath the covers, gently landing on the floor. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Until the dawn of the next morning, soft yet piercing sunlight filtered through the gaps in the balcony curtains, delicately illuminating the faces of the three. Lu Chuan, still in a drowsy state, opened his eyes and glanced at the delicate, pale cheeks on either side of him, along with the arms tightly wrapped around the two. Observing the two still lost in slumber, he murmured softly, if it weren't for the ancient kidney, this twin flight might not have taken off at all. Just then, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door. Lu Chuan, are you awake? Do you know where Xia Mu and Xia Mo have gone? Chapter 28. The mantis catches the cicada. While the yellow bird awaits upon hearing the knocking at the door, Lu Chuan instinctively prepared to respond with an unknowing reply. However, he quickly reconsidered. There seemed to be nothing to conceal. He thought to himself, perhaps I should just tell the truth. After all, there's nothing to hide. With that in mind, he slowly extracted his arm from the embrace of the two sisters. The alluring figure of Xia Mu made the motion somewhat cumbersome. He furrowed his brow slightly, cautiously maneuvering his arm while savoring the soft sensation. Fortunately, he did not disturb the two who were still peacefully sleeping. Lu Chuan gently lifted the blanket covering his upper body, his gaze tenderly sweeping over the sisters, unable to suppress a quiet admiration. Last night, we didn't turn on the lights, and I didn't get a good look. I didn't expect that these sisters were not only beautiful. Her figure was a perfect blend of curves, with fullness in all the right places and slenderness where it mattered, truly a rarity. Subsequently, Lu Chuan rose from the bed with utmost care. He rummaged through the scattered garments on the floor to find his underwear and striped shorts, swiftly donning them. His muscular torso remained exposed, exuding a sense of masculine strength and allure. Once adequately dressed, Lu Chuan approached the door. He reached for the doorknob, gently turned it, and with a soft click, the door creaked open. There stood a woman clad in a semi-transparent purple evening gown, none other than Mother Xia. Lu Chuan's gaze involuntarily fell upon her, captivated by the delicate outline of her collarbone just beneath the straps. The sight of her long, slender legs, accentuated by the sheer fabric, was equally mesmerizing. He found himself momentarily entranced by the mature charm emanating from Mother Xia, his eyes reflecting a fleeting astonishment. Mother Xia, upon noticing Lu Chuan's bare upper body and the defined contours of his muscles, was equally taken aback, her gaze lingering on his physique for a few seconds. Lu Chuan was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Auntie, Xia Mu and Xia Mo are in my room. With that, he stepped aside to reveal the scene within, allowing Mother Xia to take in the sight without reservation. Quickly, she diverted her gaze from Lu Chuan to the room. Upon witnessing the disarray of clothing on the floor and the two still peacefully slumbering on the bed, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Chuan, she stammered, you can't possibly mean that. Lu Chuan, maintaining his calm demeanor while gazing at the astonished Mother Xia, replied nonchalantly, Auntie, there's no need to be surprised. It is precisely as you think. They insisted on coming to my room late last night. No amount of scolding could drive them away, nor could I usher them out. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Mother Xia's expression transitioned from shock to relief, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She reached out to gently grasp Lu Chuan's hand, playfully patting it twice, and said with a laugh, That's wonderful. I never expected your progress to be so swift. It certainly alleviates my concerns. As she appraised Lu Chuan from head to toe, her eyes gleamed with admiration. I am pleasantly surprised, Xiao Chuan, at your youth and vigor. To think you can manage two at once. Indeed, youth has its advantages. Lu Chuan found himself somewhat bewildered by Mother Xia's sudden shift in demeanor. He slightly parted his lips, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Xiao Chuan, what time did you two retire last night? Mother Xia inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. It's barely past 7. How is it that you are up while they are still asleep? Auntie, That question is rather amusing. Lu Chuan shrugged helplessly. How could I possibly remember the exact time? He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, however, regarding the time, it is probably nearing 5 o'clock. Upon hearing that it was 5, Xia's mother's eyes widened in astonishment. She gazed incredulously at Lu Chuan, repeating in disbelief, 5 o'clock? Lu Chuan nodded gently, his expression calm as he affirmed, approximately. Xia's mother marveled internally, unable to suppress her murmurs. Goodness! To be awake so early at 5 o'clock after a 1v2 session. And yet, there is not a hint of fatigue. Such vitality, no wonder the state bestows S-level privileges. She shook her head lightly, seemingly attempting to dismiss the somewhat alluring thoughts that flitted through her mind. Then, with a soft cough, Xia's mother appeared to recall something significant. Curiously leaning closer to Lu Chuan, she lowered her voice and whispered, Lu Chuan, did you take any safety measures? Lu Chuan's gaze shifted slightly as he caught sight of Xia's mother's eager expression. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, no. I had intended to, but they both expressed a desire for a child, so upon hearing this, Xia's mother's face instantly relaxed into a look of relief as she patted her chest and said, that's good, that's good. Lu Chuan, I can hardly wait for you both to have children. Rest assured, we will take care of the child. You won't need to worry at all. She regarded Lu Chuan with utmost seriousness, her eyes filled with determination. Lu Chuan, observing the earnestness in Xia's mother's demeanor, allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. All right. Just as Lu Chuan finished speaking, Xia's mother's originally gentle gaze suddenly took on a mischievous glint, hinting at something less than innocent. She tenderly took Lu Chuan's hand, placing it in her warm palm. With a slight tilt of her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, she softly said, Lu Chuan, you see, you take such good care of them. When will you also care for me, Auntie? She bit her lips shyly, despite being over 30, believing herself to be as attractive as the younger girls outside. Lu Chuan, witnessing the blatant expectation in Xia's mother's eyes, internally mused, goodness, is this family planning to take turns shearing me like a sheep? Xia's mother, observing Lu Chuan's indecisive expression, instinctively glanced at the still sleeping sisters. Then, leaning closer to Lu Chuan, she lowered her voice conspiratorially, saying, look, they are still sound asleep. Shall we go to my room? We wouldn't want to wake them. Before Lu Chuan could respond, Xia's mother eagerly grasped his hand tightly and turned towards the door, deftly closing it behind them. On the bed, Xia Mu and Xia Mo seemed to sense the absence of a familiar warmth in their slumber. In a state of drowsiness, they instinctively reached out in search of Lu Chuan's presence. Ultimately, caught in a half-dream, they mistakenly embraced each other, believing one another to be Lu Chuan. Their arms entwined. They murmured indistinct dreams, slipping back into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, after pulling Lu Chuan into the room, Xia Mu swiftly turned, locking the door with a soft click. Leaning against it with an air of urgency and longing in her gaze. Biting her lips slightly, she fixed her eyes on Lu Chuan, speaking softly, Xiao Chuan. Although I am over 30, I have never truly been close to a man, save for the occasional solace offered by some trivial toys over the years. As she spoke, she gradually approached Lu Chuan, her voice growing ever softer. Just indulge Auntie a little, will you? As she spoke, her hand gently brushed against Lu Chuan's arm. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she tilted her head slightly upwards. Chapter 29. Allow me to showcase my skills. Lu Chuan regarded the boldness and composed demeanor of Xia Mu, her cheeks unflushed and her heart steady. He could not help but ponder. Since she is so openly inviting, to refuse such a tempting offering would be ungrateful. In the next moment, Lu Chuan's expression shifted subtly as he grasped the fingers that delicately traversed his arm, decisively pressing them against his chest. With an intense gaze fixed upon Xia Mu, a smirk played at the corners of his lips. Auntie, I didn't expect you to be more eager than your daughters. However, you're right. One cannot subsist on a single dish every day. Occasionally changing the flavor is indeed a fine idea. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I find it difficult to decline. However, he continued, tilting his head slightly, a teasing glimmer in his eyes, we may be engaging in a simple online racing game. But I wonder how your skills compare to those of your daughters. Oh dear, what a statement. Xiaomu replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as her other hand traced a gentle, suggestive path along Lu Chuan's chest. Her movements were tender yet charged with allure, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Do you not know that men become less capable with age, while women grow ever more formidable. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze brimming with challenge and expectation. Lu Chuan, hearing this, smiled lightly and nodded. Crossing his arms, he replied, "All right, since Auntie is so self-assured, I am indeed curious to witness your remarkable skills. But let me be clear, if you happen to lose, do not ask me to throw the game for you." Lu Chuan's lips curled into a subtle arc, his gaze imbued with a hint of eagerness. How could that be? Summer's mother, with her seductive eyes, gently grasped Lu Chuan's hand and inquired softly, "I wonder what kind of equipment Xiao Chuan likes." "Annie has a little bit of everything," she added, leading Lu Chuan slowly to a nearby wardrobe. As Summer's mother opened the wardrobe, Lu Chuan's attention was instantly captivated by the dazzling array of equipment within. There was an impressive assortment, all meticulously arranged. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Lu Chuan expressed his surprise. "I never anticipated that Auntie had such a diverse collection." "Surely, your two daughters are unaware of this, right?" Summer's mother covered her mouth with a chuckle, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Of course, they don't know. After all, as mother and daughters, some matters are not easy to disclose." Lu Chuan's lips curved upward as he selected several pieces of equipment that caught his fancy. He then handed them to Summer's mother, shrugged, and remarked, "My demands are not high. These will suffice." Summer's mother accepted the equipment with a curious glint in her eyes and replied with a smile, "I didn't realize that your interests were quite so unique, Xiao Chuan." With that, she began to change before Lu Chuan, her movements graceful and unhurried. For the next few hours, the two seemed to be immersed in an exhilarating racing extravaganza, fully engaged in this thrilling competition. Ultimately, with a slight edge and skill, Lu Chuan emerged victorious. At that moment, as Summer's mother lay in Lu Chuan's embrace, her face radiated satisfaction. Tilting her head slightly to look at Lu Chuan, she playfully asked, "Xiao Chuan, how do my skills compare to those of her two daughters?" Gently stroking Summer's mother's hair, Lu Chuan smiled and replied, "Auntie, you possess some techniques that I have never even heard of. Had it not been for my unique constitution, I might have actually lost to you." He added, "Well, now you have had your wish fulfilled." Lu Chuan lightly patted Summer's mother's shoulder with a gentle smile. "It's time to tidy up. I imagine Xia Mu and Xia Mo will be waking up soon." "All right, I understand," Summer's mother said as she slowly rose from Lu Chuan's embrace, fixing her slightly disheveled hair. She then began to methodically clean up the scene, her actions both skillful and natural. Lu Chuan adjusted his clothing and walked towards the room where the sisters were. As he gently pushed open the door, he found them just waking up, their eyes still clouded with remnants of sleep. "Lu Chuan, you're up so early," Xiaomu said sleepily, her voice soft and endearing as she blinked at him. "I just opened my eyes and didn't see you. I thought you had returned to school." Xiaomo nodded vigorously in agreement, echoing, That's right. Fortunately, you have not yet departed." After saying this, Xiaomo stretched her limbs in a grand yawn, releasing a satisfied sigh. "Ah, that nap was truly delightful." Lu Chuan observed the unabashed display before him and could not help but smile faintly, explaining, "I was just having a casual chat with your mother. You two should get dressed." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu glanced down at the clothes strewn across the floor. With confidence, she pulled back the blanket, revealing her long, slender legs as she gracefully sat on the edge of the bed. Bending down, she picked up a white shirt from the floor and deftly slipped it on. Barefoot, she approached Lu Chuan, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes shimmering with shyness and gratitude. And she softly uttered, "Thank you, Lu Chuan, for allowing me to experience a feeling I have never known before." With that, she scurried out of the room, resembling a startled little rabbit, her hands clutching the hem of her shirt tightly. Seeing this, Xiaomo sprang up from the bed in a flash. She then leaped before Lu Chuan, her hands confidently placed on her hips, striking a pose akin to a fashion model, deliberately showcasing her curves. She threw a playful glance at Lu Chuan and cheerfully remarked, "Lu Chuan, it was all dark last night. Now you must take a good look. So, who has the better figure, me or my sister?" Lu Chuan, taken aback by Xiaomo's audacity, mused internally, "This parallel world is indeed far more liberated than I had imagined. Perhaps I am the one who is too reserved." After his musings, he casually replied, "Your sister is lovely," before turning and leisurely exiting the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Xiaomo pouted, her face contorting into a defiant expression as she murmured, "Hey, that's not fair. You can't just say my sister has a good figure because she's a D-cup. I am not lacking either." With that, she hurriedly chased after him. As Lu Chuan reached the first floor, his gaze shifted to see Xia Mu busily preparing lunch in the kitchen. Suddenly inspired, he contemplated, it's time to test the culinary skills awarded by the system. Without hesitation, he strode directly into the kitchen. Entering, Lu Chuan wore a confident smile and addressed Xia Mu. Auntie, allow me to prepare lunch today. At that moment, Xia Mu, completely liberated, radiated an extraordinary glow, her smile betraying her delight even as she spoke. She gently waved her hand, her eyes filled with concern, saying, Little Chuan, how could I impose on you? Let me handle it. You should rest for a while. Auntie, I assure you, I am a top-tier chef. Please entrust the kitchen to me. After a back and forth of polite refusals between the two, Lu Chuan ultimately found himself standing before the stove in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Mu strolled to the living room sofa and settled down leisurely, watching with a sense of contentment as Lu Chuan busied himself in the kitchen. A wave of gratitude washed over her heart as she reflected, who would have thought that in this lifetime, our Xia family would be blessed with such an extraordinary boyfriend amidst a scarcity of males. Truly, it is a fortune bestowed upon us. At that moment, Xia Mu and Xia Mo had completed their grooming and donned refreshing outfits. They entered the living room and took a seat on the sofa. Xia Mu surveyed the surroundings, noticing Lu Chuan's absence. Turning to Xia Mu, she curiously inquired, Mom, where's Lu Chuan? Xia Mu glanced at her daughter, a hint of amusement in her eyes, and replied, Oh, he's in the kitchen. What? Xia Mu's eyes widened in surprise, her voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Lu Chuan is in the kitchen? Is he cooking? Xia Mu's face was a portrait of disbelief as she exaggeratedly questioned. Xia Mu smiled and nodded, confirming, You heard correctly, it's Lu Chuan cooking. Although I must admit, it's my first time witnessing a man in the kitchen. However, no matter how he performs, you are not to express any dissatisfaction or distaste, understood? With a slight frown, she gave a serious admonition. Oh dear, Xia Mo waved her hand dismissively, grinning as she replied, Don't worry, we would never do that. Even if it turns out as unpalatable as the worst, I will finish every bite, so long as it's made by Lu Chuan. No sooner had Xia Mo finished speaking than Xia Mu playfully smacked her lightly on the back of the head, feigning annoyance. Could you not say something more pleasant? How can you curse him like that? Though the kitchen was a fair distance from the living room, Lu Chuan could faintly hear their conversation. He shook his head with a sigh, muttering to himself, Alas, I was quite capable in both the parlor and the kitchen before my crossing over. Who would have thought I would be underestimated? Yet, upon reflection, it makes sense. In this world, men have become a rare species, so it seems rather normal for them not to cook. Chapter 30. Playful antics in the living room. An idea suddenly struck Xia Mo, her eyes lighting up as she cheerfully pulled out her phone. It was a rare occasion to witness a man cooking, and this moment certainly warranted documentation. Moreover, it was Lu Chuan. With that thought, she sprang from the sofa, phone in hand, and scampered toward the kitchen door. Xia Mu was about to advise her against interrupting Lu Chuan, but before she could utter a word, Xia Mo had already vanished from sight. Upon reaching the kitchen doorway, Xia Mo peeked her head in slightly. With a cheerful wave, Xia Mo called out to the busy Lu Chuan, Lu Chuan, look over here. Let me record a video for you, just as a keepsake. What do you think? Lu Chuan, who was intently slicing potatoes, lifted his gaze slightly upon hearing the voice and glanced at Xia Mo, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do as you wish, just don't disturb me. Seeing that Lu Chuan did not refuse, Xia Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. All right, I promise not to interrupt you. With that, she eagerly hopped into the kitchen, directing her phone's camera at Lu Chuan and began to enthusiastically film. Let me, the top-notch photographer Xia Mo, capture this rare moment. As she observed the finely cut potato strips in the basin, so delicate they appeared capable of threading through a needle, Xia Mo couldn't help but widen her mouth in astonishment, leaning closer to exclaim, Wow, Lu Chuan, you are truly impressive. And these potato strips are so thin. Though I admit I cannot cook, I can assure you, your skills are approaching that of a master chef. Lu Chuan turned his head slightly to glance at Xia Mo, smiling wryly. All right, enough flattery. He gently pushed Xia Mo aside and began preparing the dish known as stir-fried potato strips. Xia Mo, like a diligent photographer, held her phone aloft, continuing to film Lu Chuan while enthusiastically praising his techniques. Wow, look at your stir-frying technique, so skilled. You've mastered the heat perfectly. It's simply amazing. Oh, and this, Amid Xia Mo's incessant compliments, Lu Chuan methodically prepared a series of challenging dishes, including knife-cut fish wontons, silky tofu, and braised sea cucumber with scallions. Xia Mo gazed at the meticulously arranged array of exquisite dishes, her eyes wide with wonder. She recorded each dish with her phone, continuously expressing her astonishment. Lu Chuan, you are incredible. This one, and that one, they all look so delicious. What other secrets do you possess that we are unaware of? You know, the mere fact that a man can cook is already remarkable, but someone like you, who not only cooks but presents it so beautifully, is truly one in a million. As Lu Chuan observed Xia Mo's astonished expression, he secretly mused, I must admit, the system's reward of master-level culinary skills is quite formidable. At least the steps are flawless. I just wonder how they taste. He then raised his voice, calling out, Xia Mo, Auntie, please come over and serve the dishes. Before long, the four of them were seated at the dining table, with Xia Mo and Xia's mother gazing at the array of colorful, fragrant, and delectable dishes laid before them. A look of incredulity adorned Mother's face as she shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Lu Chuan, I never anticipated that not only could you accomplish so much, but you do it with such finesse. It truly defies imagination. Just moments ago, I had urged the two of them not to disdain the meals you prepared, but it seems I was the one being overly sentimental. Lu Chuan, observing Mother's disbelief, wore a humble smile and replied courteously, Auntie, you flatter me. I merely possess a modicum of knowledge. Now, please, do try the dishes and let me know your thoughts. Seated beside Lu Chuan, Xia Mo turned her gaze towards his profile, her eyes brimming with admiration, as if her affection could no longer be contained. She mused inwardly. I never expected that the boyfriend I approached with a lackadaisical attitude towards matchmaking would not only surpass other men in looks and values, but also be an exceptional chef. To have crossed paths with him is indeed a stroke of fortune. On Lu Chuan's other side, Xia Mo kept her head lowered, engrossed in her phone. In a short while, she had uploaded a video of Lu Chuan cooking to Douyin. As a gaming streamer, she accompanied the video with a caption, Dear friends, your streamer has a boyfriend now, and there's something even more astonishing. My boyfriend can cook. The person in the video is indeed my boyfriend. How's that for envy? After posting the video, Xia Mo placed her phone aside and eagerly joined everyone in sampling the dishes. Upon tasting, Mother and the sisters were instantly struck with astonishment. Xia Mo gently covered her mouth, exclaiming, Wow, I can't believe it. This is unbelievably delicious, far superior to any five-star hotel meal. Xia Mo, brimming with excitement, seemed ready to burst with joy. She seized Lu Chuan's arm and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, Lu Chuan, you are truly a treasure of a man. While Xia Mo and Mother may not have exhibited such exuberance, their faces were equally adorned with surprise and admiration. Lu Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless from Xia Mo's exuberance, gently grasped her hand to still her enthusiasm, chuckling, all right, it's delicious, but there's no need for such excitement. Xia Mo, realizing her exuberance, offered an embarrassed grin, sticking out her tongue. I simply couldn't contain my excitement. Approximately half an hour later, the four of them had finished their meal. Observing the nearly empty plates, Lu Chuan gently set down his utensils and stood up. Checking the time, he noticed it was already 12:30. With a slight frown and an apologetic expression, he remarked, I should probably head back to school now. Upon hearing this, Xia Mo promptly rose to her feet, a gentle smile gracing her features as she softly proposed. Allow me to escort you home. Lu Chuan, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Aren't you heading to the office? Xia Mo, upon hearing this, hastily stood up, tugging at her skirt with urgency, and insisted, Sister, let me take Lu Chuan back to school. The company and Jiangxing University are in completely opposite directions. You should return to the office. After considering her words, Lu Chuan nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, let Xia Mo take me. Very well, Xia Mo replied reluctantly, pouting slightly. Her eyes filled with reluctance, yet she acquiesced and slowly sat back down. Lu Chuan, please wait a moment, Xia Mo said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'll change into something else and be right back. As she finished her sentence, she quickly dashed up the stairs. A few minutes later, Xia Mo descended the stairs clad in a striking white and blue JK uniform, with playful twin ponytails and elegantly adorned legs in delicate white stockings. She exuded a youthful vitality, complemented by an innate coolness. Lu Chuan, watching her gracefully descend, couldn't help but murmur to himself, I never expected her height of 175 centimeters would make her legs appear so elongated in this outfit. They almost constitute 2/3 of her figure. Approaching Lu Chuan, Xiaomo reached for the car keys resting nearby, pulling him close by the arm, and cheerfully remarked, "Let's go, Lu Chuan." Meanwhile, Xiaomu sat nearby, observing her mother-esque gaze lingering on the departing duo. A hint of envy and yearning flickered in her eyes, prompting a light chuckle as she teased, "So, are you envious watching your sister with Lu Chuan?" At her mother's words, Xiaomu felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her expression tinged with bashfulness as she stammered, "I." With a gentle smile and eyes full of affection, her mother softly replied, "In a couple of days, you should visit Lu Chuan at school. Leave the company matters to me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Xiaomu's eyes as she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "All right." Meanwhile, Lu Chuan and Xiaomo had exited the villa and made their way to the garage, where they entered Xiaomo's Panamera. As she settled into the driver's seat and fastened her seatbelt, she discreetly stole glances at Lu Chuan, who was engrossed in his phone in the passenger seat. A mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she subtly leaned towards him, her long legs clad in white stockings brushing against him, and playfully suggested, "Lu Chuan, since your other hand is free, why not have a little fun with my leg?" Hearing her voice, Lu Chuan shifted his gaze from his phone to Xiaomo, a teasing smile forming on his lips as he remarked, "Oh, how considerate of you." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Chuan unabashedly reached out and grasped the object in his hand. Feeling the soft and delicate skin along with the smooth white silk, he couldn't help but exclaim, "The texture is rather delightful." Just then, the mobile phone on the stand beside him began to flicker incessantly, with a stream of messages pouring in. "Lu Chuan, could you take a look for me? See what the messages say?" Xiaomo tilted her head slightly, her gaze laced with a hint of playful charm. "The password is 457806. Seeing this, Lu Chuan, without hesitation, took the phone from her. As he unlocked the device to check, he found that all the notifications were from Douyin's backend. Surprised, he noted that the account boasted 5 million followers. Curiously, he tapped on the video, revealing himself engrossed in cooking. Lu Chuan turned to Xiaomo, his brow slightly furrowed. "Hold on, I rarely cook, and you just posted it online?" Sensing Lu Chuan's displeasure, Xiaomo chuckled awkwardly, her eyes blinking innocently. With a touch of flattery, she replied, "Hey, don't be upset. Although I posted it without your consent. You know how us girls can be a bit vain. Having such an outstanding boyfriend like you, I simply had to show him off." She pouted slightly, gazing at Lu Chuan with a pitiful expression. "Of course, if you really dislike being online, just delete the video." Lu Chuan sighed in resignation, waving his hand dismissively. "Forget it. It's already out there." However, the video's popularity took him by surprise. The comments surged to over 150,000, with likes and shares exceeding 1 million. He muttered to himself, "I never imagined a cooking video could garner such attention, and it's only been a little over half an hour." Intrigued, he began to peruse the comments section. One comment from a user named Sweetheart Bunny Sauce received an astonishing 50,000 likes. "The host actually has a boyfriend. And it's my idol, Lu Chuan. Oh, how envious. If only I could borrow him for a few days, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life." The comments below were overwhelmingly filled with requests to borrow him, alongside a relatively rational remark. "You all seem to be going a bit crazy over men. Don't forget, even if the host is willing, if Lu Chuan isn't, it won't matter." Additionally, many users expressed astonishment at Lu Chuan's culinary skills. Among them was a certified master chef who commented, "As a professional, I can attest that the young man in this video possesses top-tier culinary skills. There are dishes that even I might struggle to perfect in one go." Beneath the comments, many professionals expressed their astonishment. "My dear family, the sky has fallen. I have witnessed a man cooking, and his culinary skills are remarkable." Lu Chuan scrolled down for a while, unable to suppress his amazement. Goodness. The comments section is truly a kaleidoscope of opinions. There's everything one can imagine, even those wanting to engage in relentless exercise with me. After speaking, he carelessly tossed his phone aside. Xiaomo, witnessing this, managed an awkward smile, her gaze drifting as she scratched her head and remarked, "Well, it's the internet. All sorts of people exist. Just pretend you didn't see it." At that moment, the car gradually arrived at the entrance of Jiangxing University. Xiaomo halted the vehicle, turned to Lu Chuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation, and softly inquired, "Lu Chuan, will you be back tonight? If you come, I'll pick you up. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. It depends on the situation. If I come, I'll let you know. Oh, right. Please ask Xiaomu to help me find a house that can accommodate dozens of people. Once you've found it, inform me. We should all live together. It would save me the trouble of going here and there every day. Xiaomu nodded eagerly, a smile gracing her face as she assured him, rest assured, I will keep you informed. As soon as her words faded, Lu Chuan opened the car door and stepped out, closing it with a resounding thud. He waved to Xiaomu inside the car, saying, all right, you should head back. He then turned and walked toward the campus. Xiaomu gazed at Lu Chuan's retreating figure through the car window, her eyes filled with reluctance, softly murmuring, sigh. I wonder when the next time will be that I share a bed with Lu Chuan. It was not until Lu Chuan completely vanished from her sight that Xiaomu started the car and departed. At that moment, Lu Chuan wandered through the campus. As female students passed by, they began to whisper among themselves. One girl grasped her friend's hand and exclaimed, you saw that video, right? I would love to taste the food Lu Chuan cooks. Her companion nodded eagerly, agreeing, yes, exactly. Unfortunately, we may never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Throughout his walk, Lu Chuan paid little heed to their chatter, accustomed to such attention. Moments later, as he was about to head to the Fine Arts College for class, Li Xia suddenly approached him briskly from behind, her voice bright. Lu Chuan, you're here. Turning at the sound, Lu Chuan was slightly taken aback. Li Xia? She came to Lu Chuan's side, affectionately linking her arm with his, pressing her arm tightly against her chest. Her eyes sparkling with a hint of playful reproach. Did you forget? I need to perform well in front of you. Last night you went to the Xiao residence, and I didn't have a chance to show off at all. Would you like to come to my dorm? I have prepared a surprise for you. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and remarked, a surprise? However, I must attend class first. Let us go later. Li Xia smiled mischievously, a glint of triumph in her eyes. Actually, you need not go. I have already arranged for your absence. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan smiled nonchalantly and teased. It appears you have indeed taken the time to understand me well, even remembering my classes more clearly than I do. If that is the case, let us proceed. I am eager to discover what surprise you have prepared. You are bound to be pleased, Li Xia replied, and with that, she took Lu Chuan's arm and led him toward the dormitory building. As they walked, Li Xia held onto Lu Chuan's arm tightly, her body slightly leaning towards him. Her gaze, drawn like a magnet, continually stole glances at Lu Chuan's profile. She bit her lip gently, her tongue unconsciously brushing the corner of her mouth. Her mind enchanted as she murmured to herself, Lu Chuan, soon you will understand. Compared to everyone else, I am the one who loves you most. The whisper was so faint, it seemed to escape from between her teeth. You will surely enjoy the surprise I have prepared. Before long, they arrived at Li Xia's two-bedroom dormitory. Lu Chuan settled onto the sofa, looking up at Li Xia with eager anticipation, inquiring, where's the surprise you mentioned? Li Xia wore a seemingly normal smile, yet the curve of her lips appeared somewhat rigid, and a hint of madness flickered in her eyes. Tilting her head slightly, she spoke in a voice that was almost tender, you will know shortly. Before she could finish, she hurriedly turned and swiftly walked towards the refrigerator in the kitchen. Her steps light and brisk. She opened the refrigerator door, swiftly retrieving a cup of juice, the motion seamless. Then, she slowly reached into her bosom, extracting a package of an unidentified white substance. A smile crept onto her face, twisting into something excited yet distorted. Her eyes widened, gleaming with an almost frenzied light. As if she were on the brink of creating a masterpiece. She gradually poured the white substance into the juice, then took a spoon and stirred it quickly. Her movements mechanical yet urgent, the juice swirling within the cup. She murmured to herself, her voice barely containing her excitement, drink this. And today Lu Chuan shall belong solely to me, Just the thought is exquisite. In the living room, Lu Chuan accepted the juice she offered and took a sip. His brow furrowed in confusion as he asked again, now, what is the surprise you spoke of? In the next moment, Lu Chuan felt his vision suddenly blur. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if countless ants were crawling within his mind. He instinctively tapped his head, attempting to rouse himself, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Struggling to lift his gaze, he beheld the exhilarated visage of Li Xia, his eyes brimming with disbelief. You actually drugged me? Before he could complete his thought, his legs weakened, and his body uncontrollably collapsed onto the sofa, his consciousness gradually fading. In that moment, The room resonated with Li Shiya's ecstatic, deranged laughter. Hee hee, Lu Chuan. You have accompanied Lin Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, and Xia Mu, and now, you are finally mine. As she laughed, she sauntered closer to Lu Chuan, crouching beside him, her hand gently caressing his face, her eyes alight with possessiveness and a morbid affection. Chapter 32. The inept husband, my dearest Li Xia, she purred, her voice dripping with desire, her gaze nearly overflowing with longing. Her fingertips traced his cheek, his neck, as if measuring a precious treasure that solely belonged to her. Now, it is our turn to revel in our intimate world together. Suddenly, she leaned in, her arms securely encircling Lu Chuan's waist, lifting him effortlessly. The man in her embrace remained ensnared in a haze, his eyelashes fluttering gently. Li Xia, as if bewitched, buried her face in the crook of his neck, inhaling deeply the warmth of his skin, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. Ah, this scent. It is uniquely mine. Just inhaling it makes my bones feel weak. As she briskly entered the bedroom, a wall adorned with photographs immediately captured her attention. There were images of Lu Chuan absorbed in reading, his hands grasping a pen in the art studio, even a candid profile of him dining in the cafeteria, along with carefully curated, intimate photos of herself and Lu Chuan. Each picture was meticulously encapsulated, their edges smooth and polished. On the bed lay a silicone doll, nearly identical in form to Lu Chuan, dressed in his favored gray hoodie, even mimicking his hairstyle flawlessly. Yet, Li Xia paid it no heed. With a decisive thud, she tossed Lu Chuan onto the bed, the mattress sinking under his weight. She then turned and lunged toward a box in the corner, rummaging through it with an exuberant energy, her hair dancing with excitement. Soon, she emerged clutching several pairs of stockings, two black, one white, and one red, each with faint indentations and signs of wear, evidence that they had been cherished for a long time. Pressing the stockings tightly against her chest, the fabric clinging to her undulating skin, she gazed at Lu Chuan with an almost entranced fervor. My dear, look. I have kept these especially for you. They are my most treasured possessions, and now I present them to you as a gift. You will surely adore them, won't you? Her tone rose slightly, laced with an undeniable obsession. Abruptly, she yanked the stockings taut, the sharp crack echoing clearly in the stillness of the room. She erupted into a fit of laughter, her eyes sparkling with a hint of madness. You must be obedient. If you break it, I shall be heartbroken. Moments later, Lu Chuan's garments lay carelessly strewn across the floor, crumpled in a heap. His limbs were firmly bound by several pairs of stockings, the elastic material constricting his skin to a faint crimson hue. The ends were tightly secured to the iron frame at the foot of the bed, and with every slight movement, he could only provoke tighter restraints. A balled-up black stocking was stuffed into his mouth, carrying a faint trace of Li Xia's fragrance that now felt suffocating. A high-definition camera positioned at the foot of the bed glowed with a red light, its lens unwaveringly trained on the figure on the bed, capturing every moment. Li Xia crouched beside the bed, her hands resting on her knees, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Chuan. The obsession in her eyes seemed capable of consuming him whole. Her fingertips glided across Lu Chuan's ankle, tracing up his calf, along his thigh, and finally to his cheek. She murmured, "At last, you are entirely mine." Just then, Lu Chuan's eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes slowly opened. His vision was initially blurred, but it soon sharpened, focusing on Li Xia, who wore a light, revealing camisole dress. The neckline plunged scandalously low, exposing her fair skin almost without reservation. The shock of the moment jolted his hazy consciousness awake, causing his heart to constrict sharply. Instinctively, he attempted to struggle, only to discover that his limbs were firmly restrained, rendering him immobile. The foreign object in his mouth prevented him from articulating coherent words, producing only muffled sounds of distress as fury surged within him. Upon noticing his awakening, Li Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. She leaped onto the bed, her legs parting and kneeling on either side of Lu Chuan's waist, her hands propped up beside his head, her body nearly pressed against him, her soft skin brushing against his chest. "Ah, darling, you woke up so soon." She tilted her head, a hint of feigned disappointment in her tone, while her fingers eagerly dug into Lu Chuan's shoulders. "It seems I administered too little of the drug, but perhaps it is for the best, don't you think? With your senses intact, you can truly appreciate my affection for you." Lu Chuan glared at her fiercely, a tempest of rage swelling within his chest, his mind echoing with a singular thought. This insane woman. She is an unmitigated Yandera. Li Xia, noticing his intense gaze, burst into laughter. She gently pinched his chin, her tone adopting a playful innocence. "Oh dear, I almost forgot that you cannot speak yet." She withdrew the stocking from his mouth, its dampness lingering, and carelessly tossed it aside. The moment air rushed into his throat, Lu Chuan almost yelled, "Li Xia, do you have any idea what you are doing? This is kidnapping. It is a crime." However, to Li Xia, his furious outburst acted as a catalyst. Instead of fearing him, she laughed even more joyfully, leaning closer to him. The tips of their noses nearly brushed against each other, breath cascading upon his face, imbued with a saccharine fragrance. "My dear, how could you utter such words?" Her fingertips delicately traced his tightly pressed lips, her gaze a mixture of obsession and fervor. "Have you forgotten? I am your girlfriend. How can it be termed as kidnapping when a girlfriend keeps her boyfriend close? This is called possession." She emphasized the last two words, her tongue gently caressing her own lips. The desire within her eyes was almost palpable. "Today, you can only look at me, only think of me. You belong solely to me." Lu Chuan's limbs struggled violently against the constraints of the stockings, only to find himself bound tighter. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress the rising fury, his voice as steady as possible. "So, what exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Li Xia's fingers were now gliding along Lu Chuan's collarbone. Upon hearing his question, she abruptly halted, leaning in closer. Her nose nearly brushed against his chin, her tone saccharine yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. "My dear, of course, I wish to completely merge with you." Suddenly, her nails dug into his chest, leaving shallow red marks. Her gaze turned fervent, excitement lifting the corners of her eyes, a sickly flush spreading in her irises. "Do you know? Every time I envision you entwined with those women." She pressed her hand forcefully against her chest, breath quickening, as if countless needles were stabbing her, threatening to burst. "Why is it that they can possess you, while I can only watch from afar?" Then, she laughed abruptly, a smile tinged with a maddening satisfaction. Her fingertips resumed their restless dance upon his skin. "I must resort to this method to keep you entirely by my side. You must be obedient, or else." She deliberately elongated her words, her gaze turning icy. "I cannot predict what I might do." Lu Chuan gazed into the unmasked ferocity within her eyes, his heart sinking. The madness in this woman was all too real. She was not jesting. He gritted his teeth internally, realizing he must devise a means of escape. Confronting her directly was not an option. At that moment, a system notification echoed abruptly. Host's actions are restricted, triggering selection task. Choice 1. Obey all of Li Xia's demands. Reward: 500,000 yuan in cash. Choice 2. Deceive Li Xia into loosening her restraints and discipline her with a whip. Reward: X-ray vision skill. Only 500,000. Lu Chuan scoffed inwardly, choosing the latter without hesitation. Choice successful. Please complete the task promptly. As the system prompt vanished, Li Xia's fingers had already slipped to his side, lightly grazing him with their cool warmth. The tingling sensation made Lu Chuan shudder involuntarily. Subsequently, he adopted a gentle tone, his voice soft as silk. "Xia, dear." Li Xia paused momentarily, lifting her gaze, her eyes revealing a mix of vigilance and a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Like a fierce hound being caressed by its master, she exhibited both wariness and yearning. "Could you please let me go?" Lu Chuan gazed into her eyes, striving to infuse his tone with kindness. "If you keep me bound like this, how can I truly engage with you? Look, in my current state, I am utterly incapacitated." He deliberately slowed his speech, lacing it with an enticing undertone. "As soon as you untie me, I promise to devote myself to you today, all right?" Li Xia's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, the madness in her eyes slightly receding. "Really? Will you truly be obedient and stay with me? You won't turn around and seek someone else like before?" Her hand gradually moved towards the stockings binding his wrist, her fingertips brushing against the knot, but then she halted abruptly, raising her head sharply, a fierce determination surging in her gaze. "But if you dare to deceive me, I shall keep you here forever. Then I will personally feed you and care for you, ensuring you can never escape. You will lie there eternally, watching only me." Chapter 33. Heavier, even heavier. Lu Chuan's tone remained gentle, akin to soothing a petulant child. "Rest assured, I will never deceive you. Please, release me, and I shall indulge you wholeheartedly." Li Xia scrutinized the sincerity in his eyes. A satisfied sigh escaped her throat, her fingers trembling with excitement as she began to untie the stockings. "Darling, if I free you, you must keep your promise to stay with me." She first caressed the red marks gracing Lu Chuan's ankle, seemingly filled with compassion. Yet, her fingertips could not resist grazing the heated skin before she slowly untied the bindings on his feet. As she climbed before him to unfasten his wrists, she deliberately let her fingertip glide across his palm, eliciting a shiver that curled his fingers inward. She chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with an intoxicating obsession. Once freed, Lu Chuan sprang upright, flexing his wrists, the joints cracking lightly. Li Xia immediately knelt, her flushed cheeks fixed upon Lu Chuan, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Her voice dripping with sweetness. "Darling, come play with me." Lu Chuan suddenly smirked, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. A chilling, ruthless edge accompanied his words. "Very well, let us engage in some delightful play." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly reached out, overturning Li Xia before him. Her scream held no trace of fear. Rather, it resonated like a lit fuse, the final note vibrating with excitement. Lu Chuan seized the recently untied stockings, and within mere moments, he had firmly bound her hands and feet together. Tightening the knots just a touch, he remarked, "Do you not enjoy playing?" Grasping the black leather whip from the bedside, he flicked its tip against his palm, his voice as frigid as ice. "Today, I will indulge you thoroughly. Dare to drug me, dare to bind me. Do you truly believe I possess a gentle temperament? Do not assume that just because you are my girlfriend, I will refrain from teaching you a lesson." Li Xia tilted her head, witnessing the motion of his raised whip. The flush on her cheeks deepened, her breath becoming rapid. "Darling, are you going to strike me?" Her tone feigned weakness, yet the inflection hinted at anticipation. Lu Chuan remained silent, abruptly raising the half-meter-long whip with a crack. The sharp sound reverberated in the air before landing on Li Xia's rear. He had restrained much of his strength, yet it still left a crimson mark on her skin. Crack, crack, crack. With successive strikes, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and growled. "Have you learned your lesson? Will you dare to drug me again?" He expected her to cry, to plead for mercy. However, Li Xia buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders quivering slightly. At first, Lu Chuan assumed she was weeping, until the muffled, restrained gasps seeped from the pillow. In the next moment, she slowly lifted her head, her hair disheveled and clinging to her damp neck. A peculiar smile graced her lips, a bit harder. She arched her back, presenting the reddened skin more prominently towards him, her voice laced with heavy breaths, urging Lu Chuan to strike harder. Lu Chuan's hand froze in midair, his pupils constricting. Li Xia twisted her bound body, inching closer to him. The red marks on her fair skin stood out starkly, yet she seemed to flaunt them like treasures. "Hit me. Hit me harder." Her fingertips traced the marks through the sheet, her gaze disturbingly enamored. "Make me feel it. Let me remember that you have only done this to me. What about those other women?" Suddenly, she burst into laughter, her voice tinged with manic delight. "They can only smile at you, coo at you. But do they dare endure your blows? Do they dare to bear your wrath?" She suddenly locked her gaze onto Lu Chuan. "Only I can. Only I can withstand your fury. Is this not a unique testament between us?" Lu Chuan tightened his grip on the whip, his knuckles turning white. He observed as Li Xia eagerly lifted herself, even using her bound ankles to lightly brush against his calf. The desire in her eyes nearly overflowed. She bore no semblance of being punished, but rather reveled in this possession masquerading as punishment. "What on earth are you doing?" Lu Chuan's voice held a tone of incredulity. "I am teaching you a lesson. Is your demeanor a mockery of me?" Yet, Li Xia suddenly began to weep softly, tears cascading down her cheeks and onto her flushed skin, resembling melted sugar. "I am not," she choked, her voice growing more viscous. "I am merely too joyous that you are finally looking only at me. You are finally angry for me, even if it is to strike me. It is better than your smiles directed at them." She tilted her head back, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him, yet beneath them surged a fervent obsession. "Strike me. Lu Chuan. Strike harder. Let me feel the pain to my very core. This way, I shall never forget how you belong to me today." Lu Chuan, utterly astonished, gazed at Li Xia sprawled upon the bed, rendered speechless for several seconds by sheer disbelief. All right. You seem to crave a beating, do you? Today, I shall indulge you, allowing you to revel in this experience." Chapter 34. Could it be that they are? Simultaneously, a notification sound resonated clearly in Lu Chuan's mind. "Host mission completed. Reward successfully granted." Before the words faded, Lu Chuan raised the whip and struck again at Li Shiya's rear. The sharp crack of the whip intertwined with Li Shiya's breathy gasps of mixed bewilderment and enjoyment, echoing throughout the room. In the corridor, 3 female teachers strolled together. As they passed Li Shiya's dormitory, despite the door's adequate soundproofing, a peculiar noise managed to seep through. Shoo, listen. The leading teacher halted, straining to hear, her eyes laced with curiosity. The other 2 hurriedly leaned closer, nearly pressing their ears against the door. What on earth is that sound? One whispered, her tone brimming with intrigue. And there's a woman's panting, another added, her brow slightly furrowed. What could possibly be happening in there? Oh, I recall this dorm houses the new teacher, doesn't it? I believe her name is Li Shiya. The leading teacher suddenly remembered. Do you think she could be engaged in something scandalous inside? One could not suppress their speculation, lowering their voice further, yet unable to mask their excitement. Shoo, don't speak so carelessly, the leader gently admonished. Men are already scarce here, as you well know. And besides, it's not as if such encounters are commonplace. Oh, I've figured it out. Another exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as a realization struck her. It must involve a lifelike doll. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting to one of understanding. They nodded in unison, affirming, indeed, that makes perfect sense. Just as they prepared to turn away, a distinct male voice suddenly resonated from within the room. So, now you understand my prowess, do you? The trio froze. As if enchanted, their hearts racing as they turned in unison to face the door. I must have misheard, one murmured, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. That was truly a man's voice. Another trembled, as if uncovering a monumental secret. Quickly, she pressed her ear against the door again, desperate not to miss any sound. The leading teacher, quick-witted, hastily retrieved her phone, quietly activating the recording function, directing the lens toward the door, her fingers trembling slightly. Inside the room, Lu Chuan observed Li Shiya kneeling on the bed. The skin, tinged with a faint blush, appeared particularly conspicuous under the light. Well, the deed is done. The matter of you drugging me shall be set aside. Li Shiya, however, lay on the bed with a look of satisfaction, slowly lifting her head upon hearing this. Her gaze held a hint of infatuated reliance, with a trace of lingering seduction. She extended her fair foot towards Lu Chuan, her toes gently grasping the edge of his trousers, her voice soft and laced with a persistent plea. Darling, will you not continue? She slightly shifted her body, the reddened skin brushing against the sheets, eliciting a subtle thrill that made her eyes sparkle even more. I want you to hit me harder. Is that all right? Enough already. My hand is sore. Lu Chuan, in resignation, tossed the whip to the ground and leaned down to untie the stockings binding Li Shiya's wrists and ankles. Who would have thought that the esteemed chairperson of the Li group, behind closed doors, was not only a delicate flower, but also a masochist? He muttered to himself as he sat at the edge of the bed. Li Shiya gradually sat up, her movements imbued with an almost imperceptible urgency as she crawled beside Lu Chuan, her arms entwined tightly around his neck, her body melting into his embrace as if devoid of bones. She nuzzled her cheek against his chest, as if seeking reassurance of his presence. Her eyes radiated a fierce possessiveness, proclaiming him as her own, yet her voice dripped with sweetness. Lu Chuan, will you stay with me tonight? As she spoke, her fingers playfully teased his chest, applying a gentle pressure that brooked no refusal. It seemed that a mere denial from Lu Chuan would provoke her into some extreme action. Lu Chuan gazed down at the woman nestled in his arms. Then, employing his unique ability, he looked at Li Shiya through the lens of success probability. There appeared a clear inscription above her head. Admiration for Lu Chuan, 100%. Note, you are my everything, loved more than anyone else. He couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Alas, while this woman exhibits a severe case of obsession and her actions are somewhat inscrutable, her feelings for me, as indicated by this inscription, are indeed genuine. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuan sighed softly. He gently caressed Li Shiya's hair and made a quiet decision. Very well. I shall stay with you tonight. His gaze then swept over the thin, semi-transparent fabric adorning her form, his brow slightly arched. Put on some proper clothes. He paused, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her waist. And does your bottom hurt? Li Shiya, nestled in his embrace, felt a warmth spread through her heart at his words. The previous stubbornness of her obsession had faded considerably. She nuzzled closer to Lu Chuan, her voice taking on a playful, whiny tone. It hurts, of course it does. As she spoke, she subtly lifted her gaze to him, her lashes fluttering. Perhaps if you could give me a gentle rub, it might alleviate the pain? Oh, wasn't it you who just a moment ago insisted I apply more pressure? Lu Chuan chuckled softly, his fingertips playfully pinching the side of her hip. His tone laced with teasing. However, Li Xia suddenly draped one leg over his knee, arching her back deliberately to reveal the inflamed skin, her cheeks flushed. What happened then is in the past. The present is quite different, she chimed, shaking Lu Chuan's arm with a saccharine voice. Just help me out a little, will you? Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh, his fingers gliding over her ankle. All right then, who could refuse you, my girlfriend? With that, he lifted her leg into the crook of his arm, his other hand gently resting on the heated skin, the warmth of his palm gradually permeating through. Outside the door, 3 female teachers pressed their ears against the wooden panel, even their breaths subdued as they strived to catch the sounds from within. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as one teacher fumbled, her phone slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. The evening was particularly tranquil, and the noise resonated clearly into the room. Who is it? Lu Chuan's voice turned icy, instantly activating the enhanced vision granted by a recent system reward. Scanning toward the entrance, the 3 outside were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape. Quickly, we've been discovered. Yet, as they shuffled a couple of steps, the door creaked open behind them. Lu Chuan stood bare-chested at the threshold, his muscular physique glistening under the corridor's light, his voice deep and commanding. Stop right there. The trio froze in place, sharing an awkward glance before hesitantly turning around, their faces contorted into a smile more pitiful than a cry. We were just passing by. Do you believe that? But as they beheld Lu Chuan's face, particularly his exposed upper body, their smiles froze in an instant, their eyes widening in shock. Mouths agape as if to swallow an egg. Lu Chuan, it's actually you. Lu Chuan swept his gaze over their teacher uniforms, realizing the limitations of his newfound ability to see through clothing. Consequently, the 3 women stood before him, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Clearing his throat, he feigned ignorance, his tone nonchalant. Oh, is that so? His eyes landed on the phone in the hands of the teacher in the middle, who was frantically pressing the exit button, the screen still illuminated with the camera interface. Being educators, you should know that capturing photos without consent is an infringement of privacy rights. Lu Chuan stepped closer, his voice imbued with an air of intimidation. Tell me, what would happen if I were to file a little report about this? As his words hung in the air, the 2 women instinctively recoiled, hastily pointing at the teacher in the middle to distance themselves. No, please. Lu Chuan, don't. We didn't take any photos. It was all her. The middle teacher's face turned pale with anger as she glared at the other 2. But you were the ones who told me to record it. Lu Chuan ignored their bickering and strode directly toward them. With a swift movement, he seized the phone and unlocked it. The teacher's expression fell as she recalled the contents of the album, her fingers trembling. Yet, the 2 individuals beside her were oblivious. Their eyes fixated on Lu Chuan's upper body, their mouths nearly watering as they inwardly murmured, "Good heavens, this is an astonishing display of male musculature." Lu Chuan's gaze turned icy, his voice as chilling as frost. Do not compel me to repeat myself. Otherwise, I shall take action. Startled by Lu Chuan's imposing presence, the teacher quickly unlocked the device with her fingerprint. Lu Chuan scoffed, "You have some sense." He opened the album, the first video being the one recorded moments ago, followed by a collection of candid snapshots and academic materials. With a stoic expression, he deleted the video and tossed the phone back to her. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, should you dare to spread any falsehoods or distort the truth. His gaze swept over the 3 individuals, exuding an undeniable intimidation. I would not hesitate to ensure you lose your jobs. The trio nodded fervently. Yes, absolutely. We shall not utter a word. At that moment, Li Xia emerged from the doorway, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders, her loose garments revealing ample fair skin. Lu Chuan, what happened? Who is that? The 3 teachers, witnessing her disheveled appearance and recalling the earlier commotion, instantly validated their suspicions, their eyes glinting with intrigue. Though they dared not reveal their thoughts, Lu Chuan waved dismissively at them. Enough, you may leave. Yes, we shall take our leave. The trio, as if granted a reprieve, hastily exited, their footsteps echoing nervously in the corridor. Lu Chuan turned to Li Xia, gently adjusting her slipping neckline. It is nothing, just a few eavesdroppers. Let us step inside. Chapter 35. The more, the merrier. The The two re-entered the room, Lu Chuan striding toward the sofa in the living room. As soon as he reclined against the cushions, Li Xia, resembling a clingy kitten, nestled herself against him, resting her entire form in his embrace. One hand softly traced circles on Lu Chuan's abdominal muscles, while the other retrieved her phone. A swift glance at the screen revealed the time had progressed to 6:45. Li Xia tilted her head slightly, using her fingers to brush aside a strand of hair that clung to her lips. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she sweetly inquired, Lu Chuan, shall we venture out for dinner? It is nearly 7. Isn't it still rather early? Lu Chuan's arm casually draped over her shoulders, while his other hand delicately lifted her chin. With a playful arch of his brow and a hint of a smile, he teased, so, after my earlier lesson, how do you feel? Now feeling hungry, Li Xia fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chuan's cheek, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Gently biting her lip, she softly remarked, well, it's not too bad. It's just that if we finish our meal earlier, we can return and rest sooner. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, looking at her with a perplexed expression. Sensing his bewilderment, Li Xia's heart sank. She worried that Lu Chuan had forgotten his earlier words and felt a rush of anxiety. Her eyes filled with unease as she instinctively clutched the hem of his pants. Speaking urgently, yes, haven't you forgotten what you said? You promised to accompany me tonight. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing Li Xia's frightened and aggrieved expression, Lu Chuan quickly donned a reassuring smile, gently patting her shoulder as he tenderly replied, no, I wouldn't go back on my word after promising to be with you. Since you're so eager, let us go. Just as Lu Chuan was about to rise, his phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a video call from Lu Ruyan. Li Xia also noticed Lu Ruyan's name on the screen and felt a sense of foreboding. She grasped Lu Chuan's arm tightly, her eyes pleading as she implored, Lu Chuan, you promised me. If she is calling to invite you to accompany her, you mustn't agree. Lu Chuan patted her arm and offered her a reassuring glance, calming her. Don't worry, I won't. He then answered the video call from Lu Ruyan. On the other end, Lu Ruyan was seated at her desk in her dormitory. The moment the video connected and she saw Lu Chuan shirtless on the screen, her face flushed crimson, her gaze flitting about in a fluster as she stammered, Lu Chuan, why are you shirtless? Be careful not to catch a chill. As Lu Ruyan's words hung in the air, the other 3 girls in the dormitory, upon hearing that Lu Chuan was shirtless, perked up instantly. Whether they were lounging on their beds engrossed in dramas, working on reports at the desk, or playing games, they all paused in unison, nearly shouting, what, shirtless? In the next moment, they all crowded around Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing Lu Chuan's well-defined chest and abs on the screen, their expressions transformed into those of infatuation, and they exclaimed in unison, wow, he is so handsome. Following that, each of them waved at Lu Chuan through the video, excitedly introducing themselves. Hi, Lu Chuan, I'm Itu Asaka, Lu Ruyan's roommate. And I'm Shangwan Shizi. I'm Ruan. Lu Ruyan, witnessing this, felt her face grow even hotter. In a hurried motion, she pressed her phone firmly against her chest with one hand while using the other to push the 3 girls away, exclaiming, do not look. That is my boyfriend. Oh dear, Lu, the campus belle. Asaka Ito pouted playfully. Don't be so stingy. After all, we have been roommates for 2 years. Besides, we have never encountered a shirtless male before. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan observed the 3 unexpectedly appearing girls, raising an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. He hadn't anticipated the presence of an exchange student from the land of cherry blossoms, and they were all rather attractive. In his arms, Li Xia suddenly leaned closer to the camera, pressing her head tightly against Lu Chuan's chest, a smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth, exuding an air of disdain and pride. So, what brings the campus belle to seek out Lu Chuan? On the other end of the video call, Lu Ruyan noticed the unfamiliar woman nestled in Lu Chuan's embrace, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She frowned slightly, a hint of jealousy coloring her gaze as she inquired, Lu Chuan, is this woman in your arms your new girlfriend? Yes, she is my new girlfriend. Lu Chuan replied with an unruffled demeanor, devoid of any emotional turbulence. By the way, you called me via video for a reason, didn't you? Witnessing the intimate scene between Lu Chuan and the woman, Lu Ruyan felt a pang in her heart. Suppressing her jealousy, she forced a smile and said, oh, I just wanted to check how your preparations for tomorrow's campus singer competition are going. Do you need any assistance? I almost forgot about that, Lu Chuan chuckled, tapping his head. Don't worry about the competition, I'll manage just fine. Lu Ruyin nodded slightly, relieved. That's good. Are you busy now? Would you like to grab a meal together? Upon hearing this, Li Xia frowned, ready to decline, but Lu Chuan preemptively interjected, sure. I need to go with Li Xia as well. Why don't you invite your dorm mates? I can also call Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yao. Excitement surged among the three girls in Lu Ruyin's dorm at this news, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they exclaimed, Really, Lu Chuan? Can we come too? With a gentle smile and warm eyes, Lu Chuan replied, Lu Ruyin is my girlfriend, and since you are her roommates, you are certainly welcome. Although Lu Ruyin felt somewhat reluctant at his words, she refrained from voicing her concerns, letting out a resigned sigh while managing a forced smile. Lu Chuan. Then we will meet at the North Gate. Sounds good. Let us gather at 8:20. Lu Chuan agreed, subsequently ending the video call. In the dormitory of Lu Ruyin, three young women were exuberantly gesturing and chattering with excitement, exclaiming, This time, it is Lu Chuan who has invited us to dinner. We must dress to impress. Who knows, perhaps he might take a liking to one of us. The others readily nodded in agreement, with one girl's eyes sparkling as she remarked, Exactly. Finally, I can put to use the fake bust I bought. Observing their enthusiasm, Lu Ruyin shook her head helplessly, murmuring to herself, It seems I shall have to seek another opportunity to spend time alone with Lu Chuan. Subsequently, she rose and approached her wardrobe, beginning to sift through her clothing options. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan found Li Shirya pouting with dissatisfaction, declaring, Lu Chuan, you were supposed to be mine today. Why did you agree to join them? It's too crowded. Lu Chuan gently pinched her nose, replying, Come now. I never said I wouldn't accompany you tonight. Just as Li Shirya was about to respond, Lu Chuan stood up, placing his hands softly on her shoulders, saying, All right, you should get ready, and then we'll head over. Seeing this, Li Shirya could only obediently nod, mumbling under her breath as she turned to walk to her bedroom. At that moment, Lu Chuan picked up his phone and sent messages to Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yao. Moments later, Lu Chuan and Li Shirya stepped outside, with Li Shirya wrapping her arm around Lu Chuan's as they strolled towards the school gate. Upon arrival, Lu Chuan scanned the area and saw that Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyin, and the others were already gathered, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Chapter 36. Old friends. As Lu Chuan looked up, he beheld 6 young women before him, all donning remarkably cool attire. Their simple garments accentuated their graceful figures. Although he was accustomed to such scenes, the combination of their revealing outfits and stunningly beautiful faces stirred a delightful sensation within him. Su Xiaoxiao, with her keen eyes, spotted Lu Chuan and instantly lit up with joy. She rushed towards him, exclaiming joyfully, Darling, you finally made it. As she approached, she leaped lightly, landing securely in Lu Chuan's embrace. She then showered him with affectionate kisses on his cheek, completely oblivious to Li Shirya standing nearby, as if they were the only two in the world. Lu Chuan, slightly taken aback by the display, gently patted Su Xiaoxiao's back, saying, All right. You've had your kisses, now let go. Reluctantly, she released him, but in the next moment, she quickly wrapped her arm tightly around his, as if fearing he might be taken away by someone else, her small hand gripping firmly, her knuckles turning pale. Observing this, Lu Ruyin, Lin Yao, and the others hastily joined Lu Chuan's side. Lin Yao first offered Lu Chuan a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Subsequently, she gently turned her head, her gaze landing on Li Xia, who had her arm around Lu Chuan. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes as she softly inquired, Isn't this Li Xia, the chairwoman of the Li group? It appears we meet again. As Lin Yao's words faded, she turned her attention toward Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, is Li Xia also one of your girlfriends? Lu Chuan, observing Lin Yao's puzzled expression, replied, It's quite a long story. However, she is indeed one of my girlfriends now. At that moment, the 3 girls from Lu Ruyin's dormitory hurriedly approached. It was Itu Asaka who first extended her hand, bowing at a 90-degree angle as a gesture of respect typical of Sakura country. With a beaming, ingratiating smile, she exclaimed, Lu Chuan, do you know? You are my idol. I am immensely grateful for your invitation to dine with us. May I shake your hand? As soon as she finished speaking, her companions, Ruan and Shangwan Shizi, eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Count us in. Lin Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyin, and the others quickly grasped the intentions of the 3 girls, instinctively aligning themselves on the same front. They cast vigilant glances toward the trio, while Li Xia disdainfully shot a glance at the 3 little girls. I'm afraid Lu Chuan is rather occupied. You may be disappointed. The others nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions serious, as if defending their territory. Lu Chuan, understanding their intent to prevent the trio from approaching him, chuckled and gently withdrew his hand from Li Xia and Su Xiaoxiao's embrace. It's just a handshake. You can let go. With that, he extended his hand towards the three girls in front of Su Xiaoxiao and the others. When he shook hands with Itu Asuka, he teasingly remarked, "Your Chinese is quite impressive. I wonder how many men are there in your area?" "Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. There are only 189 men in our area," she replied. Lu Chuan chuckled. "Ah, that is indeed quite few." At that moment, as the trio made contact with Lu Chuan's hand, they were overwhelmed with joy inside. I actually touched Lu Chuan's hand. Ruan whispered to herself. I won't wash this hand again. I want to keep Lu Chuan's skin cells on it forever. Seeing this, Lu Chuan smiled at Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, and Lu Ruyan, saying, "All right, since everyone is here, let us set off." The group nodded obediently and followed Lu Chuan. Before long, they arrived at the bustling food street. Located just 100 meters from the school, the evening atmosphere was vibrant, with the food street illuminated and alive with activity. A glance around revealed that the throngs of people were predominantly female, with students from Jiangxin University making up the majority. Lu Chuan came to a halt, turning to face the group. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a loud voice, "Ahem, tonight, I shall cover all your expenses. Feel free to take whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Lin Yao furrowed her brows slightly and stepped forward. With a gentle tone tinged with modesty, she replied, "Lu Chuan, you are a gentleman. How could you allow yourself to pay while we are out? Allow me to take care of it instead." Su Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in, tugging at Lu Chuan's sleeve. "Yes. Lu Chuan, when out shopping with girls, it's not customary for a gentleman to foot the bill." The others, including Lu Ruyan and Li Xia, nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. Internally, Lu Chuan mused, spending money is a form of earning. How could I let them pay? Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and resolutely stated, "Enough. I have declared that I will pay, so there is no need for further debate. One more thing, since we are dining, we must avoid waste. Therefore, each of you should aim to spend at least 5,000. The group, taken aback, gaped in disbelief at Lu Chuan, exclaiming in unison, "Ah, that seems excessive, Lu Chuan. Although you are financially secure, we cannot let you bear such an expense for us." Seeing that Lin Yao and the others were so resistant to his offer, Lu Chuan feigned annoyance, saying, "What is this? Are you disregarding the words of your boyfriend?" Su Xiaoxiao, noticing this, hurriedly approached Lu Chuan, bending slightly and flashing a charming smile. All right, we shall heed your wishes." The others, witnessing this exchange, reluctantly acquiesced. Asuka Ito, Ruan, and Shangwan Shizi huddled together, whispering among themselves. With eyes sparkling, Asuka exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen a gentleman so generous with his spending. Lu Chuan is indeed unlike any other man." Ruan nodded eagerly, saying, "Tonight, we must find a way for Lu Chuan to consider us as his girlfriends." Shangwan Shizi lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, "Indeed. We shall concoct a plan to create opportunities for him to spend time alone with us. Whether it succeeds or not depends on tonight." The three exchanged determined glances and affirmed, "All right, we shall do this together." Lu Chuan then walked ahead, with the group closely trailing behind. Along the way, numerous girls sought to approach Lu Chuan, but upon noticing the cold and vigilant gazes of his companions, they felt doused with cold water, retreating hastily. Their desire to acquire contact information dissipated in an instant. Lu Chuan noticed all of this, but merely smiled subtly, choosing not to comment. Internally, he thought, "This works to my advantage, saving me from having to decline each one." At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, Lu Ruyan, and Li Xia navigated through the various stalls. As Lu Ruyan's gaze was drawn to a stall selling octopus balls, she hastily approached. "Boss, I would like 2 portions, please." "Coming right up, just a moment." The proprietor responded warmly. At that moment, the owner's attention shifted to Lu Chuan, who stood behind Lu Ruyan. His eyes sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Ah, what great luck today. I have encountered a gentleman." Wherever Lu Chuan went, the stall came alive, with curious young women gathering around him. A few minutes later, the stall owner handed the octopus balls to Lu Ruyan with a smile, saying, "Here you go, beautiful. That will be 30. Just as the owner was about to ask Lu Ruyan to scan her payment, Lu Chuan interjected, "Boss, I will take care of the bill." At Lu Chuan's words, the owner was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. The nearby girls, who were also making purchases, turned to him with expressions of disbelief, exclaiming in unison, "What? Did I hear that correctly? A gentleman is paying? Is there an issue with me paying?" Lu Chuan replied with a smile. It was then that the owner regained his composure and quickly responded, "Young man, you're out shopping with your girlfriend. How can you let her pay?" Lu Chuan gently explained, "You just referred to her as my girlfriend. What is wrong with treating her?" He then took out his phone to complete the payment. Spent 30 yuan, received a return of 300 yuan. At this point, Lu Ruyin raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of discomfort as she looked at Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, perhaps I should pay next time." Observing her slightly troubled expression, he reached out to gently stroke her head, offering a soft smile as he said, "It's perfectly normal to spend on your girlfriend. I can't have you always footing the bill for me. Now let us keep moving." With that, he turned and walked towards the other stalls, paying at each one. Each stall owner, upon learning that it was Lu Chuan settling the bill, displayed a look of astonishment, as if they had heard something extraordinary. The surrounding women gazed at him with envy, whispering among themselves, "Did they save his life or something? Why do they get to be his girlfriend?" Nowadays, even men who mistreat their partners have countless women flocking to them. Someone like Lu Chuan is practically unprecedented. Oh, for those of us who are of average appearance, we can only admire from afar. If you desire a man, perhaps you should focus on studying and indulging in hobbies instead. Before long, Lu Chuan and his companions were laden with an array of food, their arms filled with bags of various treats. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, where are we headed next?" Lu Chuan first smiled at the inquisitive Su Xiaoxiao. Then, his gaze swept over the others before he raised his hand, pointing ahead. "There's a barbecue stall up ahead that I frequented before. The flavors are quite delightful." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, voicing in unison, "We'll follow your lead." Before long, the seven arrived at the barbecue stall. The female owner, appearing to be in her 30s, sported a neat bob and exuded an air of competence. She was skillfully flipping the skewers on the grill when she spotted Lu Chuan. Her eyes brightened instantly, and her hands paused in surprise as she exclaimed, "Ah, Lu Chuan, my dear brother, you finally made it. I haven't seen you these past few nights. I was wondering if you had grown tired of my food. I've saved a portion for you every evening." During the years since his arrival, Lu Chuan had frequently patronized this stall, thus forming a friendly rapport with the owner. He chuckled, scratching his head, and explained, "Sister Lu, I've been busy with my girlfriends lately, which is why I haven't stopped by. Look, today I've brought them along." Sister Lu followed Lu Chuan's gesture to the 6 individuals behind him. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Oh my, Lu Chuan, your taste is impeccable. Each of these girlfriends is more beautiful than the last, as if they stepped out of a painting." Feeling somewhat bashful, Lu Chuan smiled and replied, "Sister Zhang, you flatter me. This time is different from before. Please adjust the barbecue according to our numbers. Oh, and 2 cases of beer as well." Upon hearing this, Sister Lu immediately perked up, nodding vigorously as she waved her tongs in the air. "Absolutely, Lu Chuan. Rest assured, I'll make sure everything is perfectly arranged. I'll ensure you eat heartily and drink to your satisfaction." Lu Chuan responded with a smile, "That's wonderful. I'll leave it to you, Sister Zhang." He then guided the group to a larger table by the roadside, pulling out chairs and inviting everyone to sit. At that moment, all eyes fixated on the 2 vacant seats beside Lu Chuan. In the next second, as if ignited by an unseen spark, the group rushed toward the empty spots. Ultimately, Lu Ruyin and Lin Yao, leveraging their proximity, were the first to settle comfortably beside Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao, Li Xia, and the others instantly displayed expressions of dissatisfaction, their lips slightly pouting and their eyes filled with reluctance. Lin Yao and Lu Ruyin exchanged knowing glances, stifling giggles behind their hands, their smiles tinged with a hint of pride and playfulness. Seated across from them, Su Xiaoxiao leaned slightly forward. Her curiosity piqued as she fixed her gaze on Lu Chuan, eagerly asking, "Lu Chuan, you seem quite familiar with the owner, don't you? Although she appears to be in her 30s, her beauty is undeniably striking. Did you never consider making her your girlfriend?" The others, upon hearing this, cast inquisitive glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Lu Chuan's response. Observing their impatient curiosity, Lu Chuan gently shook his head, a serene smile gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "In truth, Had I agreed back then, she would indeed be my girlfriend now. However, she confessed her feelings to me 68 times, each occasion adorned with a different flair and her eyes brimming with hope. Yet, I found myself devoid of romantic feelings for her, and thus I declined each advance. Lu Chuan paused momentarily, lost in reflection. Eventually, she recognized my unwavering stance and understood my lack of interest, gradually relinquishing her pursuits. Nonetheless, I continued to frequent this place. And over time, we forged a camaraderie akin to brotherhood. It seems there are quite a few stories between you two, Li Xia remarked, tilting her head slightly, a complex expression flitting across her face. At that moment, the proprietor approached, carrying a large platter of aromatic barbecued delicacies, her face alight with a warm smile. Your barbecue has arrived, she announced, setting the platter firmly on the table. After placing the food down, she gently patted Lu Chuan's shoulder, cheerfully advising, take your time. Lu Chuan, there's more being grilled over there. After a brief pause, a hint of unnoticeable melancholy flickered in her eyes, but she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor, adding, tonight. Everything is on the house, as a celebration for you finding a girlfriend. Oh no, that simply won't do. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands, attempting to decline. Yet, the proprietor, with a smile, interrupted his protest, saying, oh, come now, what kind of relationship do we have? It's merely a barbecue, after all. With that, she bestowed a radiant smile upon Lu Chuan and Lu Rian, her gaze lingering on Lu Chuan for a fleeting moment before she turned and departed, her steps slightly hurried. At this moment, Lu Chuan and the others cracked open their beers, laughter and merriment filling the air as they savored the delightful barbecue and indulged in their drinks, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Not far from the barbecue stall, Sister Zhang appeared engrossed in her grilling, yet her gaze frequently drifted towards Lu Chuan. Each time her eyes caught the intimate exchanges between him and his companions, a flicker of sadness and helplessness would cross her countenance. Ultimately, she merely smiled faintly, shaking her head as if to convince herself to relinquish her lingering attachment, though the motions of flipping the barbecue in her hands hastened involuntarily. Chapter 37. The delinquents. As Lu Chuan and his companions indulged in their feast, several young women with flamboyant red, purple, and yellow hair approached on an electric scooter, the hum of the engine drawing attention to their arrival. Before the vehicle had completely halted, they carelessly dismounted, hands shoved into the pockets of their exceedingly short denim shorts, and kicked at the stones scattered at their feet with a rough demeanor. Lu Chuan and his friends merely cast a cursory glance at the commotion, noting the women's brazen appearance, yet they returned to their food and drink without further consideration. A moment later, the 6 ostentatiously dressed women nonchalantly settled into the table adjacent to Lu Chuan's, sprawling across their chairs in a casual manner. Some propped their legs on neighboring seats, while others puffed on cigarettes, exuding an air of carefree defiance. Among them was a short-haired woman with vivid purple locks, her eyes adorned with garish red eyeshadow, her arms decorated with grotesque tattoos. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she called out to Sister Zhang, her tone dripping with audacity. Hey, you over there? Give us 50 skewers of grilled lamb and 12 skewers of kidneys. Make it snappy, don't dawdle. Sister Zhang, who had been intently focused on the grill, glanced up at the woman, taking in her black halter top and ripped denim shorts that revealed tattooed thighs. Though put off by the woman's brash attitude, she adhered to the principle that the customer is always right, suppressing her discomfort as she replied loudly, sure. Please wait a moment. I'll have them ready for you shortly. Seated across from Lu Chuan, Su Xiaoxiao had a clear view of the raucous group, chewing on a piece of grilled meat. She exchanged furtive glances with Lu Chuan and murmured, I can't believe it's 2026, and there are still people who look like they belong to the underworld, dressed like a pallet, as if they want everyone to know they're not to be trifled with. Li Xia, unperturbed and focused on her grilled chicken wings, shrugged nonchalantly and replied, let them be. It's none of our concern. We'll just enjoy our meal and avoid trouble. Lu Chuan took a sip of his beer, observing the scene at the neighboring table. He casually remarked, what others do is their own business. We have no right to judge. Let us just mind our own affairs. Meanwhile, among the group of women, one with yellow hair was idly scanning the vicinity. Her gaze suddenly brightened as she caught sight of Lu Chuan. Elbowing the purple-haired woman beside her, she whispered excitedly, hey, look over there. It seems like there's a male student, and he's actually quite decent looking. Upon hearing this, the group's attention shifted to Lu Chuan like sharks sensing blood in the water. One of the red-haired women licked her lips and grinned wickedly. Well, would you look at that? The appearance of this young lady is indeed quite appealing. Sister, should we invite her over for a drink? Perhaps, once she is intoxicated. We might have some fun. As she spoke, a mischievous smile graced her lips. The purple-haired woman, leading the group, cast a disapproving glance at them. Raising her hand, she gave the red-haired girl a light slap on the head, exclaiming, I see you are itching to spend a few days in confinement again. Have you forgotten the last time you teased that high school boy and ended up detained for a month? It has only been a week since your release, and you are already restless, aren't you? The blonde girl shrank her neck in response, muttering, all right, we will wait a while before deciding. At that moment, Sister Zhang approached them carefully, holding a tray of freshly grilled skewers, anxious not to offend. Here are your skewers, enjoy, she said, turning to leave without lingering. The group, eyeing the greasy barbecue on the table, eagerly grabbed the food and devoured it hastily. Suddenly, one of the green-haired girls paused mid-bite. She rummaged through her pockets and looked up to ask the others, hey, does anyone have any money? Upon hearing this, the others began checking their pockets, exchanging glances, and shaking their heads in unison. The blonde girl clicked her tongue. We just got out. How could we have any money? The red-haired girl, with a glint in her eye, leaned closer to the purple-haired woman. How about we do it like last time? The purple-haired woman, chewing on a skewer, replied indistinctly, fine. We'll use the same method as before. As soon as she finished speaking, the group ate with even greater fervor, seemingly convinced that this meal would be complimentary. Moments later, while Lu Chuan was engaged in cheerful conversation, a loud bang suddenly echoed, shaking the table. Startled, the group turned to see the purple-haired woman forcefully slapping the table. The empty bottles rattled, and she abruptly stood, directing a sharp reprimand towards Sister Zhang. Hey, owner, how do you conduct your business? You dare serve us barbecue with flies in it? Are you trying to disgust us? Upon hearing the commotion, Sister Zhang felt a jolt of concern. She quickly set down her skewers and approached, puzzled. What is going on? Is there a problem? The blonde girl immediately pointed at the nearly finished plate of grilled meat, jabbing her finger at a fly resting on it, and exclaimed, look at this. What is this? A fly. Do you dare claim your hygiene is satisfactory? Sister Zhang leaned in for a closer inspection, noticing the fly appeared intact, even revealing the intricate patterns on its wings. She furrowed her brow in confusion. Ladies, my barbecue is always impeccably clean. The skewers are prepared fresh. How could there be a fly? Could it have fallen in while you were eating from another place? The purple-haired woman now stood tall, glaring down at Sister Zhang with a cold smirk. Fallen in? Why don't you admit that it was your own doing? Spare us the nonsense and tell us how you plan to resolve this. Will it be a refund or a complimentary meal? Otherwise, we may very well destroy your stall, preventing you from conducting any business. Sister Zhang scrutinized the fly impaled on a skewer, noting its lack of any signs of frying or roasting. In an instant, she grasped the situation, her expression darkening. Surely, you don't intend to dine and dash? This fly clearly bears no evidence of cooking. It's evident you placed it there yourselves. No sooner had Sister Zhang spoken than the others sprang to their feet, encircling her menacingly. The red-haired woman shoved Sister Zhang, growling, "What's the matter? Now that you've been exposed, do you wish to argue? This matter will not end here." Sister Zhang observed the grotesque tattoos on their arms and the ferocity in their eyes, and she immediately understood the nature of these individuals, a chill running down her spine. The surrounding diners began to gather, some whispering among themselves, while others pulled out their phones to record the scene, yet none dared to intervene. On the other side, Lu Chuan set down his beer bottle, preparing to rise. Su Xiaoxiao quickly grasped his arm, urgently imploring, "Lu Chuan, don't go. Let us handle this. They're tough. And as a man, you are at a disadvantage. Don't put yourself in harm's way." Lu Chuan merely patted Su Xiaoxiao's hand with a calm smile. "It's fine. Continue your meal. I shall return shortly." As his words hung in the air, he stood and strode toward the brewing confrontation. Sister Zhang, caught in a dilemma, glanced at the onlookers and then at the advancing group, contemplating whether to concede in hopes of avoiding further trouble. "All right, I'll waive this meal for you. Is that acceptable?" Just then, Lu Chuan approached, standing beside Sister Zhang. His gaze swept coldly over the women, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Sister Zhang, with such scum, waiving the meal once will only embolden them to demand more. This will lead to countless similar incidents. There is no need to indulge them." Sister Zhang, taken aback by Lu Chuan's sudden appearance, quickly exclaimed, "Lu Chuan, Why have you come here? This is none of your concern, so please don't get involved. Chapter 38. A night with you. The crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter at Lu Chuan's approach. The reputation of these women as notorious delinquents was well known. A girl in a sweatshirt stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse, her voice laced with concern. Is Lu Chuan really going to confront them? Meanwhile, a short-haired girl frowned, recalling that these women possessed a strength far beyond that of ordinary females. Last time, a vendor ant confronted them, and her stall was overturned. Men typically possess less strength than women, and if Lu Chuan were to engage, he would stand no chance. Some shook their heads, their eyes filled with concern. In that moment, the group of female ruffians scrutinized Lu Chuan, and upon noticing his handsome visage, their eyes sparkled with avarice, lips curling into a mischievous grin. "Oh, this young man is rather striking," remarked the violet-haired woman, suppressing discomfort in her fingers as she licked her crimson lips. "What? Do you wish to defend this vendor?" The blonde girl leaned closer, her gaze roving over Lu Chuan. "Even if you are a man, today's bill must be waived. After all, it was a fly that marred her barbecue. How about this?" The red-haired woman suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Considering you are a man, we shan't make things difficult for you. Spend the night with us, sisters, and we'll let this matter slide. What do you say?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others could no longer remain seated, springing to their feet and rushing forward. Su Xiaoxiao trembled with rage, pointing at them and shouting, "How dare you say that again?" Just as she was about to charge ahead, Lu Chuan stepped in front of her, his hand halting her advance. He was about to speak when a system alert echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is facing encirclement. Mission selection activated. Option 1. Teach a lesson to a few and send them packing. Reward: a vial of breast enhancement potion. Option 2. Avoid further conflict and pay them off to resolve the issue amicably. Reward: title of Ninja Turtle. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, "Well, the first option is quite appealing." Without hesitation, he selected the first option. Host selection successful. Please complete the mission promptly. Surrounding surveillance will be disabled for half an hour. Surveillance disabled? A cold smile crept across Lu Chuan's lips. He would not hold back. He turned to Su Xiaoxiao, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Did I not say to continue eating and drinking as you please? Why come over here?" Then, he slowly turned his gaze, which became icy as it pierced through the female ruffians before him. "You wish for me to spend the night with you?" The moment the words left his mouth, a wicked smile graced his lips. At this, not only did Lu Ruyan and Su Xiaoxiao freeze in astonishment, their expressions of concern swiftly transforming into disbelief. Su Xiaoxiao even contemplated urging him not to act impulsively. The ruffians were taken aback, clearly not anticipating his prompt acquiescence. The surrounding onlookers were left speechless, the chatter abruptly ceasing. "Did I hear that correctly?" Lu Chuan, surprisingly, had agreed. Has he been rendered foolish by fear? These individuals are notoriously troublesome. The gangsters quickly regained their composure, and the violet-haired woman smiled with increasing satisfaction. "Very well, that is your own admission." As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Lu Chuan's arm. However, just as her hand was about to make contact with his shoulder, Lu Chuan's expression shifted dramatically. In a flash, he struck, seizing her 5 fingers with remarkable speed. A sharp crack resonated through the bustling street, piercing the noise like a dagger. The violet-haired woman, caught off guard, immediately felt a searing pain radiate from her fingers. Instantly, Lu Chuan forcefully bent her fingers upwards, contorting them into a brutal 90-degree angle. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, her face twisting in agony as beads of cold sweat sprang forth. Yet, before the pain could linger, Lu Chuan lifted his foot and delivered a swift, precise kick to her abdomen. With a dull thud, she was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing into a nearby plastic chair, which shattered upon impact, sending fragments flying in all directions. In an instant, the skewer in Sister Zhang's hand clattered to the ground. Su Xiaoxiao, who had just begun to charge forward, froze in mid-step, while Lu Ruyan and Li Xia stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The surrounding crowd, previously engaged in speculating about Lu Chuan's impending misfortune, now stood in shocked disbelief, jaws dropped in incredulity. The violet-haired woman lay on the ground, clutching her broken fingers, trembling with pain as she glared at Lu Chuan, her eyes filled with venom. She bellowed at the remaining members of her group. "Damn it! Make sure to kill him. I will bear all the consequences." The others were momentarily startled by this sudden turn of events. However, upon hearing their leader's command, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Lu Chuan, be careful, Lin Yao called out anxiously, her voice trembling. But in the next moment, Lu Chuan's figure blurred as he executed a flawless 360-degree spinning kick, his foot slicing through the air with a fierce wind, striking the first charging blonde woman squarely on the head. She did not even have time to utter a sound before collapsing like a rag doll, her head hitting the ground with a dull thud, blood pooling beneath her. Next, the red-haired woman swung her fist towards Lu Chuan's face. He deftly sidestepped, simultaneously grasping her hair, and with a forceful twist of his wrist, he sent her crashing onto his elevated knee. The impact was resounding as her forehead collided with Lu Chuan's knee, causing her vision to blacken. Blood spurted from her nose like a broken string of pearls, staining her clothes crimson. Lu Chuan continued his assault with fluid precision, blocking, dodging, kicking, and striking. In less than a minute, the remaining assailants lay defeated on the ground, either groaning while clutching their abdomens or rolling about, cradling their heads, none able to rise again. The onlookers surrounding the 6 fallen female ruffians erupted into a cacophony of stunned murmurs. The volume of their chatter intensified, laced with incredulity. Goodness! Did Lu Chuan truly handle all 6 by himself? A bespectacled girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. I saw it, and that spinning kick was simply magnificent. Another girl nearby clenched her fists in excitement. Whoever claimed that men lack strength compared to women. This fighting prowess is astounding. Amidst the rising tide of commentary, Lu Chuan casually dusted off his hands and slowly approached the purple-haired woman still writhing on the ground. As she watched him advance, terror filled her eyes. She shuffled backward, her voice trembling as she stammered, "What do you intend to do? Do you realize this is illegal? There are cameras here. I will call the police on you." Lu Chuan scoffed derisively, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Cameras? Is that so?" He bent over, seizing her hair and forcefully yanking her head back, causing her neck to stretch straight. She clung desperately to his wrist with one hand, while the other cradled her broken fingers, tears streaming down her face as she emitted pitiful cries, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. "What's the matter? Didn't you want me to accompany you?" At that moment, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air. Who on earth called the police? A woman in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Soon, the sound of the sirens grew closer, and within moments, several police cars screeched to a halt beside the barbecue stall. The doors swung open, and 4 statuesque female police officers hastily disembarked. The leading officer, sharp-eyed and authoritative, surveyed the scene before intently inquiring. "Someone reported that female ruffians are harassing a male. Where are they?" As the crowd saw the police arrive, they instinctively parted to clear a path. The 4 female officers maneuvered through the throng, the lead officer furrowing her brow as she scanned the groaning ruffians on the ground. Her gaze then landed on Lu Chuan, who stood composed, his attire pristine and unruffled. With a tone imbued with scrutiny and uncertainty, she remarked, "The report mentioned harassment and provocation. It appears someone has taken action against them." No sooner had she spoken than the purple-haired woman seized the opportunity, disregarding the excruciating pain of her broken fingers. She struggled to lift her head and pointed at Lu Chuan, shrieking, "Officer, it was him. He attacked first. We merely sought an explanation from the barbecue shop, and he came at me, twisting my fingers and kicking my stomach. He assaulted us brutally." "You're lying." Before Lu Chuan could utter a word, Su Xiao, filled with indignation, stepped forward. Her chest heaved with anger as she pointed at the violet-haired woman, exclaiming vehemently that it was they who instigated the trouble, having brazenly placed a fly in the barbecue to extort the proprietor. Subsequently, they had the audacity to utter lewd remarks towards Lu Chuan. As she reached out to pull him, it was Lu Chuan who acted in self-defense. The police refrained from rushing to conclusions, calmly listening to both parties' accounts. The leading female officer turned to her colleague beside her and instructed, "Please retrieve all surveillance footage from the vicinity for the past 3 hours." The officer nodded in immediate compliance. "Understood, I will get right on it." At that moment, the violet-haired woman continued to prattle incessantly on the ground, repeatedly asserting that Lu Chuan had initiated the confrontation. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan stood there with an expression of serene indifference, his hands nestled in his pockets, patiently awaiting the retrieval of the footage. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the officer who had gone to fetch the surveillance returned briskly, holding a tablet. She handed it to the lead officer, stating, "Captain, for reasons unknown, the nearby surveillance has only captured a portion of the events. While the subsequent footage has inexplicably gone dark, the lead officer took the tablet, opened the recording, and scrutinized it closely. The video vividly depicted the altercation between the violet-haired woman and the barbecue stall owner. Upon magnification, it became discernible that they had stealthily extracted an unidentified object from their pockets and placed it onto the barbecue while the owner was momentarily distracted. However, as the footage reached the point where Lu Chuan confronted them, the screen abruptly went black, leaving no further content. The police presented the tablet before the violet-haired woman, their gaze sharp as a knife, demanding, "How do you explain this?" As she beheld the recorded images, her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Realizing the truth of the extortion was now laid bare. Yet, upon witnessing the subsequent black screen, she seemed to grasp at a final straw, obstinately insisting, "We indeed intended to extort, we acknowledge that. However, it is also a fact that he struck us. Even if we were at fault, he must be detained and compensate us for medical expenses and emotional distress." At this moment, Lu Chuan let out a cold laugh, taking a small step forward to look down upon her. "Oh? On what grounds?" He retorted, "It was you who first hurled insults and resorted to physical provocation. I merely acted in self-defense." The lead female officer turned her gaze towards Lu Chuan, her tone softening somewhat. "Mr. Lu, while you are male and the circumstances may be unique, even if her claims were valid, we could have handled this with leniency, merely issuing a reprimand. However, everything must be substantiated by evidence, and we cannot yet ascertain who is truthful and who is not. Further investigation is necessary." Lu Chuan chuckled lightly, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. "Officer, this is quite simple. With so many bystanders around, surely several of them must have recorded videos." No sooner had he spoken than a rustle of murmurs broke out among the crowd. Many young women's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to engage with Lu Chuan. "Lu Chuan, I have the video," exclaimed a girl with a ponytail, raising her phone high. "And I recorded everything." Another girl hurriedly added. In an instant, a dozen girls surged forward, each brandishing their phones to show the police. Upon witnessing this, the purple-haired woman's complexion drained of color. She stood frozen, mouth agape, her eyes reflecting sheer despair. The police, observing the scene, prudently accepted 3 or 4 phones to scrutinize the footage. The video clearly captured the lascivious remarks made by the purple-haired woman and her companions towards Lu Chuan, as well as their initial aggressive gestures towards him. When the leading officer observed Lu Chuan's decisive counteraction, he could not help but be momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "In my decade-long career as a police officer, this is the first time I have witnessed such strength in a male." After reviewing the footage, the officer turned to the purple-haired woman, his tone icy. "I have seen the content of the video. Lu Chuan's actions indeed fall under legitimate self-defense. He shall not be detained. However, you all not only instigated trouble, but also attempted extortion. How dare you utter such phrases to a man, demanding his company for the night? According to Article 23 of the Male Protection Law, making sexual demands or implications towards a man outside of a romantic or marital relationship can result in imprisonment for no less than 3 years and no more than 5. As the officer's words lingered in the air, the expressions of the girls on the ground turned ashen, their spirits plummeting as they slumped to the ground, rendered speechless. "Take them all away," commanded the leading officer. The 2 officers beside him promptly nodded in agreement, retrieving handcuffs to secure the 6 individuals, treating them as though they were lifeless animals as they ushered them into the police vehicle. The crowd erupted in reaction upon hearing the potential sentences, their faces alight with schadenfreude. "Ah, this is what happens when one tries to steal a chicken and ends up losing the rice. They've delivered themselves straight into custody." Su Xiaoxiao laughed until her eyes narrowed into slits, shaking Lu Chuan's arm vigorously, her tone brimming with vindication. Lu Rian, Li Xia, and others exchanged relieved smiles, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction. At that moment, the leading officer approached Lu Chuan, gently patting his shoulder with a hint of approval in his smile. "Young man, I did not expect you, a male, to possess such strength and combat skills. Have you trained before?" Lu Chuan, pondering his response, thought it best not to mention his university studies in Taekwondo from his previous life. He chuckled softly and replied, "No, I just practiced by imitating videos in my spare time." "No wonder." The female police officer nodded knowingly and then pulled out a business card from her pocket, handing it to Lu Chuan. "This is my phone number. In the future, should you encounter similar situations, contact me immediately. Furthermore, Despite living in a society governed by law, there still exist numerous undercurrents of malevolence. They particularly target men, and we, as law enforcement, must also exercise caution. You should remain vigilant and consider hiring a few bodyguards from the local authorities. Thank you for the warning. I will take heed. Lu Chuan replied earnestly as he accepted the card. No sooner had he spoken than the police officer turned and walked towards her patrol car. The sirens soon blared to life, gradually fading into the night. As the crowd around them witnessed this, they began to converge towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, your fighting moves were so impressive. Can we exchange contact information? Lu Chuan, I was the one who provided the video earlier. May I have your contact as well? Lu Chuan, observing the throng of girls approaching, promptly instructed Su Xiaoxiao and the others to decline their advances one by one. Once the crowd dispersed, Sister Zhang slowly stepped forward to stand before Lu Chuan. Chapter 40. Are you satisfied now that you've been disobedient? Lu Chuan, I cannot thank you enough for what you did just now, Sister Zhang said, bending slightly with her hands clasped in front of her. Her voice brimming with gratitude and her eyes glistening slightly. Lu Chuan looked at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he lightly assisted her. What is there to thank? What we share does not require such formality. After this incident, I doubt anyone will dare to cause trouble at your stall again. At this moment, Lin Yao raised her hand, her delicate fingers brushing aside a loose strand of hair near her eye, and softly added, You are a good friend of Lu Chuan, and we are his girlfriends. Should you face any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to us directly. Li Xia and the others nodded in agreement, with Su Xiaoxiao emphatically patting her chest. Absolutely. With us around, no one will dare to create a ruckus at your place. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang's expression quivered slightly. Her lips parted as if to speak. Ultimately, she managed to utter a choked thank you, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill. All right, it's getting late, Lu Chuan remarked as he glanced at the sky. We should head back and visit again another day. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave, and the others waved goodbye to Sister Zhang before swiftly following him. Passing by a table, Lu Chuan caught sight of the payment QR code resting atop it. He took out his phone, scanned it, entered the amount, and confirmed the transaction. Spent 1,000 yuan, received a return of 10,000 yuan. As the notification chimed, Sister Zhang heard the payment alert and quickly looked up, wanting to chase after them to refuse the money, but by the time she raised her head, Lu Chuan and the others had already vanished into the night. Clenching her apron, she felt a warm glow in her heart. On the journey home, Su Xiaoxiao took out her phone and deftly maneuvered her fingers across the screen. She shared the recently recorded fight video in the group chat of her beloved concubines. Within moments, messages from Xia Mu, Xia Mo, Lin Yao, and others began to flood in, fervently discussing the footage. As she walked, Su Xiaoxiao typed away, her fingertips dancing over the screen. Did you see that spinning kick? Wasn't it absolutely stunning? Lin Yao promptly responded with an infatuated emoji. That side kick was also incredibly cool, perfectly executed. Xia Mo chimed in with 3 exclamation marks. Oh my goodness. I had no idea Lu Chuan could fight like this. How did I miss it? Listening to the incessant notifications from her phone, Lu Chuan turned to glance at his companions. Su Xiaoxiao was engrossed in her screen, her fingers flying rapidly. Lu Ruyin walked with a smile, occasionally tapping the screen, while Li Xia furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating how to counter their infatuated remarks. He chuckled helplessly, choosing not to join their lively banter, and instead strolled leisurely. Meanwhile, the 3 girls from Lu Ruyan's dormitory lingered a short distance away, whispering among themselves. Ito Asaka sighed, kicking a small stone by the roadside. It seems there's no chance tonight. Ruan echoed her sentiment with a sigh. I was hoping to get Lu Chuan drunk and find an opportunity to talk to him more. Shangguan Shizi clicked her tongue. Who would have thought a group of ruffians would suddenly appear and ruin everything? Before long, they entered the campus, where everyone halted and turned their gazes expectantly towards Lu Chuan. Su Xiaoxiao intentionally drooped her mouth in a pitiful manner and tugged at Lu Chuan's sleeve. Lu Chuan, are you returning to the dorm tonight? Lu Ruyin opened her mouth, intending to suggest he go to her dorm, but reconsidered, remembering her roommates, and swallowed her words, gazing at him longingly instead. Observing this, Li Xia firmly grasped Lu Chuan's arm, holding on tightly while casting a triumphant glance at the others. Her chin slightly raised. No one can take him away tonight. Lu Chuan is mine. He promised to keep me company. The eyes of Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, Lu Ruyin, and others immediately turned to Lu Chuan, filled with inquiry. Lu Chuan, is that true? Indeed, I did promise her, Lu Chuan nodded, watching their faces fall momentarily before adding, but there's no need to fret. I've already asked Xiaomu to look for a place that can accommodate all of us. When the time comes, we can all move in together. As soon as the words left his lips, excitement radiated from several faces. Su Xiaoxiao hugged Lu Chuan's arm and leaped with joy. Really? That's wonderful. Lin Yao and Lu Ruyin exchanged smiles, their earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant. Lu Chuan observed their excited expressions and waved his hand, saying, "All right. You all should return and rest early. The campus singer competition is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We shall meet at the auditorium then." After reluctantly bidding farewell to Lu Chuan, the group dispersed. At that moment, the video of Lu Chuan teaching a lesson to some thugs had quietly spread across the internet, garnering considerable attention. In a dimly lit, dilapidated room, a dozen robust women adorned with fierce tattoos gathered around, fixated on the video playing on a smartphone screen. One woman with a buzz cut licked her lips, her gaze filled with greed. Interesting, this young man not only possesses remarkable looks, but also has combat skills. If we sell him to those powerful figures abroad, we could live without worries for years. Another woman, her arms decorated with tattoos, quickly chimed in. Hurry, send someone to keep an eye on him. Also, get in touch with Lin Laomei. She's become his girlfriend, which could be quite useful now. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. A petite woman responded and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had arrived at Li Xia's dormitory. Upon entering the living room, he glanced at the wall clock and noted it was already 10 p.m. I'll take a shower first. He removed his jacket and tossed it carelessly onto the sofa, pulling out the system reward, a pill that enlarged certain attributes, and placed it beside his jacket. You can wash up after I'm done, he added, turning to head into the bathroom. Li Xia's gaze fell upon a small candy jar on the sofa. Curiously, she approached, picked it up, and weighed it in her hands. What is this? Unscrewing the lid, she discovered orange candies inside, emitting a faint fragrance. It smells delightful. She popped 3 into her mouth, mumbling, not bad, not bad. It's orange-flavored. As she lay back on the sofa, chewing the candy, she began browsing her phone. A few minutes later, the bathroom door swung open. Lu Chuan emerged, clad only in a white bath towel wrapped around his lower body. Water droplets cascaded down his sculpted muscles, the contours of his abs sharply defined in the light. Li Xia abruptly lifted her head, her phone clattering to the sofa. Her gaze was glued to Lu Chuan, almost as if mesmerized. With a slight swallow, she murmured, "Wow. So handsome, let me have a good feel." Before her words had fully left her lips, she dashed over. Raising her slender fingers, she lightly traced circles on Lu Chuan's abs, her eyes brimming with adoration. Lu Chuan, feeling a bit impatient with her touch, grasped her hand with a sigh. "A little is fine, but go take a shower now. Once you're done, you can touch to your heart's content." Okay, I'll go now." Li Xia obediently nodded, glancing back multiple times as she made her way to the bathroom. Lu Chuan approached the sofa and picked up the hairdryer to style his hair. Once he finished, he lent an ear to the sound of water cascading in the bathroom. His gaze inadvertently swept over the translucent glass door, revealing glimpses of Li Xia's alluring silhouette, her curves delicately outlined. After a brief interlude of several minutes, a soft click resonated from the bathroom door handle. Lying on the sofa, Lu Chuan raised his eyes and beheld Li Xia emerging, similarly wrapped in a white towel. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets of water trailing down, gliding along her fair neck and disappearing into the edge of the towel. Lu Chuan's gaze lingered momentarily upon her form before he spoke. "Do dry your hair. Let us conclude our rest sooner. I have to perform on stage tomorrow." As he spoke, he gestured to the vacant space beside him. Li Xia, barefoot, approached Lu Chuan step by step. The moisture-laden strands brushed against his arm as she leaned slightly, her hands gently resting on his shoulders, her fingertips inadvertently grazing his collarbone. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, "Lu Chuan, what model is your charger port? I fear it may not match when I attempt to charge later." Lu Chuan set his phone aside and turned toward her, a playful smile curving his lips. "Oh, so this is what preoccupies your thoughts?" He extended a finger to lightly tap her nose. "Rest assured, my side is perfectly compatible. However, you must be cautious that your port can withstand the current, lest it be overwhelmed." Upon hearing this, Li Xia straightened her back, the shyness on her face diminishing, replaced with newfound confidence. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling with determination as she declared, "Mine is a high-quality port, don't you know? A superior interface can endure thousands of insertions and removals while maintaining stability." She paused, her fingers tracing circles on Lu Chuan's shoulder, continuing earnestly, "Moreover, the charger itself, as the output source, must possess adequate stability. Whether Type-C or USB, the angle and force of insertion must be just right. Too rough, and it risks damaging contact points, leading to looseness or even failure. Yet, if one hesitates too much, a stable conductive pathway cannot be established and energy cannot flow through." At this point, her cheeks flushed anew, yet her voice remained clear. "Only with a precise match between the charger and the port, with good contact, can energy be transmitted continuously." Lu Chuan listened attentively to her earnest analysis, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. His fingertips gently tapped against his knee. "Is that so? No wonder you inquired about it." In the next instant, he reached out, gently lifting Li Xia's chin with his fingertip, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lu Chuan's gaze was profound, imbued with a hint of inquiry, his tone oscillating between a smile and something more enigmatic. "I didn't expect you to know so much. Surely, you must have done considerable research." Li Xia felt her heart skip a beat under his intense scrutiny, her eyes darting away in a flustered manner. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood could spill forth, and she stammered, "I haven't tea. Have I?" Lu Chuan chuckled softly, his words trailing off as he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. Li Xia gasped, instinctively clutching his neck. In the flurry of movement, her towel slipped, revealing a delicate segment of her waist. Looking down at her, whose eyes were a mixture of panic and anticipation, Lu Chuan's voice turned low and suggestive. "In that case, let us explore this matter thoroughly, shall we?" With that, he cradled Li Xia and steadily made his way toward the bedroom. The mobile phone on the sofa behind them remained illuminated, casting a glow upon the somber night outside. Chapter 41. D becomes F. F as a pillow as Lu Chuan carried Li Xia into the bedroom. He turned his back to the door and gently nudged it shut with his foot, the latch clicking softly. Li Xia clung tightly to Lu Chuan's neck, having longed for moments of intimacy with him. Yet now, at this juncture, a tide of anxiety and exhilaration surged within her. Her cheeks blazed with a fervent heat, prompting her to bury her face deeply into his chest. Too timid to meet his gaze, Lu Chuan glanced down at the bashful Li Xia, a faint smile gracing his lips, and neither spoke as his steady footsteps echoed softly in the room, leading them to the bedside. Moments later, 2 white towels fluttered down from the bed, landing lightly on the floor in a disordered heap. Outside, the hour approached midnight, and apart from a few scattered windows still aglow, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The curtains, illuminated by the light, only faintly revealed the shifting silhouettes within, leaving little to the imagination. This serene state persisted until the clock struck 2, when the illumination of the bedroom gradually dimmed. The following morning, Lu Chuan awoke groggily, feeling an oppressive weight upon his chest, as if some heavy burden had settled upon him, reminiscent of a nightmare. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld Li Xia sprawled atop him like a koala, her limbs entwined around him. A glance downward startled him into full wakefulness, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What on earth? Why is it so large?" He abruptly pushed Li Xia off, sitting up with a start, and threw back the covers. Gently tapping her, he urged, "Hey, Li Xia, wake up!" Quickly, after several attempts, Li Xia finally stirred, her sleepy eyes fluttering open. Her long lashes trembled as she focused on Lu Chuan's face, mere centimeters away from her own. Rubbing her eyes, her voice emerged in a raspy whisper, still heavy with slumber. "Lu Chuan, you're awake? Could you allow me to sleep a little longer?" Lu Chuan sighed helplessly as he gazed at the astonishing curvature before him, pointing to her chest. "Perhaps you should awaken and assess your condition first." Li Xia, puzzled, slowly sat up. As she moved, she frowned and murmured, "Oh dear, why does my body feel so heavy?" However, when her gaze fell upon herself, she gasped sharply, exclaiming, "Ah, my heavens, how have I become so substantial?" Lu Chuan's eyes followed hers, and a sudden spark of realization ignited in his mind. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, "Did you consume anything peculiar last night? Perhaps some sort of pill?" At that moment, Li Xia was propping herself up with her hands, trying to stabilize the unwieldy weight. Taken aback by his question, she paused and recalled, "Pills? Oh, I remember. When I returned last night, I ate those candies you left on the sofa." Understanding dawned upon Lu Chuan, and he nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, it makes sense. What you ingested was not candy at all. Confusion filled Li Shia's eyes as she pressed him. Then what was it? What else could it be but a growth pill? Lu Chuan shrugged. How else could you have gone from a D to an F overnight? Ah, a growth pill? Li Shia's eyes widened in disbelief. But I only consumed 3. How could I have grown this much? Lu Chuan shook his head. 3 is hardly a trivial amount. However, judging by your current state, it seems you may not be able to revert. What should I do? Li Shia grasped Lu Chuan's arm in a panic, her eyes filled with trepidation. Do you still find me appealing like this? If not, I could undergo a surgery to reduce it. Seeing her distressed expression, Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Honestly, I think it's quite nice. It could even serve as a pillow. I'm just unsure how it will affect your life moving forward. Li Shia glanced down at herself. Murmuring softly, a pillow? Given its size, it certainly could be. Well, if you think it's good, then let it be, she decided. At worst, I could order a custom-made bra that I could hang up. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. All right then. He turned to look at Li Shia's phone on the bedside table. Noting that it was already 8 o'clock. You should get ready. We need to head to the assembly hall. As his words fell, Lu Chuan swiftly rose to dress. Li Shia followed suit, walking to the wardrobe to search for clothes. However, upon picking up her previous undergarments, she realized they no longer fit at all. Forget it. I won't wear any, she decided, biting her lip as she chose a white shirt to put on. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the top 2 buttons of her blouse remained stubbornly undone. The fabric was stretched tightly, accentuating her remarkable curves. With a forlorn expression, she turned to Lu Chuan and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Lu Chuan, what should I do? None of my previous outfits fit anymore. Lu Chuan glanced at her chest, tightly enveloped by the shirt, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well, who told you to indulge so much all at once? Now look, you can't even wear your clothes. Lu Chuan, why don't you head over first? Li Shia pondered for a moment before continuing. I'll have my assistant bring me some new clothes, and then I'll come find you. As Lu Chuan adjusted his collar, he nodded in agreement. It seems that's the only way. I'll head over first. Just send me a message when you arrive. With that, Lu Chuan turned and headed to the washroom for a quick freshen up. Upon reaching the living room sofa, he picked up the remaining bottle of pills and his phone, then stepped out the door. Just as Lu Chuan exited the elevator of the teaching building, his phone in his pocket began to ring urgently, the sound echoing distinctly in the quiet morning campus. He paused, took out his phone, and saw it was a video call from Lu Ruyan. With a gentle tap on the screen, he connected the call. Instantly, Lu Ruyan's exquisite face appeared on the screen. It seemed she had just styled her hair, the strands cascading smoothly over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. In the next moment, Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Yao's heads popped into view beside her. 3 lively faces crowded the screen, creating a delightful scene. Good morning, darling. Lin Yao waved, chiming in with a cheerful greeting. Good morning, Lu Chuan. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to wave her hand, playfully poking at the screen as she eagerly asked, Where are you right now? Lu Chuan, gazing at the 3 smiling faces, felt a subtle smile tug at his lips. As he walked forward, he replied softly, I'm on my way to the auditorium. Lu Chuan, there are so many people here today. Lu Ruyan slightly turned her face, the camera capturing the dense crowd behind her. There was a note of astonishment in her voice. The auditorium, which can hold 20,000 people, is completely full. It seems that more than half have come for you. After the school learned about the promise you made, the principal personally came to host this competition. Many professors from our music academy are sitting in the front row as well. They seem to have come for you too. That's all right. It's not a problem at all. Lu Chuan maintained a relaxed tone, his pace unwavering. We'll discuss anything important once I arrive. The 3 nodded in unison, replying, okay. After ending the video call, Lu Chuan tucked his phone back into his pocket, his fingers unconsciously grazing the edge of the pocket as he murmured to himself. I never expected that the promise I made so casually would attract such a crowd. He had not ventured far when a sudden chime resonated in his mind. Detected that the host is to participate in the campus singer competition. The task has been activated. Task requirement. The host must secure at least 10 girlfriends during this campus singer competition. Task reward. Danger alert capability. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, momentarily halting his steps, before continuing forward with a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Is this what triggers a task? Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed time to acquire a fresh batch of girlfriends. This opportunity would allow for a careful selection. With that thought, he quickened his pace towards the auditorium. Chapter 42. Conditions for selecting a partner. A few minutes later, Lu Chuan arrived at the entrance of the auditorium. Even before approaching, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A throng of individuals in varied attire obstructed the entrance, creating an impenetrable barrier. Amidst the bustling crowd, countless hands brandished gleaming signs that boldly proclaimed winning the competition and capturing Lu Chuan's attention. Red, yellow, and pink placards shimmered under the morning light. At that moment, a woman clad in a black uniform approached briskly. Her sleek ponytail swayed as she moved, and strands of hair clung to her forehead, dampened by sweat. Yet her face bore a professional smile. Lu Chuan, you finally arrived. The principal has instructed me to wait for you. This way, please. I shall escort you through the side entrance. Lu Chuan glanced at her and nodded slightly. Thank you for your assistance. Following the woman through the throng, heads turned, and gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Utilizing her status as a staff member, they traversed unimpeded to the side entrance of the auditorium stage. As Lu Chuan stepped inside, a sudden shift occurred. The rows of cameras overhead seemed enchanted, swiftly redirecting to focus entirely on him. In an instant, his figure was vividly displayed on the enormous LED screen ahead. The smaller screens hanging around also illuminated, showcasing his likeness from various angles. Lu Chuan. It's Lu Chuan. He is here. He is really here. Wow, seeing him in person is 100 times more stunning than in photographs. Just a glance ignited a warmth throughout my body. Instantly, the entire auditorium erupted, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, creating waves of fervor. Over 20,000 seats were filled to capacity, with some in the back even bringing in small stools to squeeze in. The crowd surged like a dark tide, with whispers, screams, and excitement merging into a cacophony that nearly threatened to lift the roof. The principal and counselors in the front row lifted their gazes, their eyes converging on Lu Chuan. The younger female teachers, all under 30, displayed a palpable glimmer of determination in their eyes. Some adjusted their hair discreetly, while others instinctively straightened their backs, as if engaging in a subtle competition. Meanwhile, in the fifth row, Lu Rian, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lin Yao were vigorously waving at Lu Chuan, with Su Xiaoxiao even bouncing on her feet in sheer excitement. The two deliberately vacant seats between the three individuals were particularly conspicuous. Just as Lu Chuan was about to stride towards them, the principal, seated at the podium, suddenly cleared her throat. Her voice resonated through the auditorium. Attention, students and teachers. Please be quiet. The authority in her tone left no room for dissent, and the cacophony ceased abruptly. The principal, a woman in her 30s with cascading waves of hair and a delicate oval face, exuded an air of elegance. At that moment, she set down her water cup and continued. Since our student Lu Chuan has arrived, let's take a moment to interview him before the competition begins in half an hour. This event is of great importance not only to our school, but has also garnered special attention from the government. We must ensure a well-organized occasion, providing comprehensive support for Lu Chuan. With that, she turned her gaze towards Lu Chuan, her tone softening and even hinting at a smile. Lu Chuan, please come over here. Regaining his composure, Lu Chuan stepped forward towards the center of the podium. His sneakers echoed against the polished floor, the sound piercing the stillness of the auditorium. Upon reaching the principal, she handed him a microphone, her fingertips brushing against his hand with a pleasantly cool sensation. Lu Chuan, she began, leaning slightly forward. Her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity. Before the competition commences, I would like to confirm a few points with you. Would that be agreeable? Lu Chuan, grasping the microphone and gently caressing the cool metallic casing with his fingers, nodded affirmatively. Of course, principal, feel free to ask. With his consent, the principal cleared her throat and slowly articulated, Lu Chuan, you previously stated that anyone scoring higher than you in this competition could become your girlfriend. Is that correct? Lu Chuan glanced at the principal beside him and then surveyed the sea of faces, over 20,000 in total, cascading from the front rows to the back. Taking a deep breath, he raised the microphone to his lips, his voice resonant and clear. Indeed, I did say that. Pausing briefly, his gaze swept across the audience once more, a knowing smile gracing his lips. However, I have since changed my mind. As Lu Chuan's words hung in the air, everyone anticipated a retraction. Yet, his lively voice rang out again. Not only can those who score higher than me become my girlfriends, but after the conclusion of this campus singing contest, I will also select an additional 15 individuals to join the ranks of my girlfriends. The moment his declaration resonated, the audience erupted into a frenzy, their excitement surpassing the previous uproar. What? Did I hear that correctly? So we spectators have a chance as well? Oh my. Does that mean I could also have a possibility? An extra 15. Is Lu Chuan expanding his selection? The astonishment and chatter surged like a tidal wave. Lu Ruyan, Su Xiao, and Lin Yao huddled closely together, their heads nearly touching, whispering in hushed tones. Su Xiao furrowed her brow, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, letting out a sigh of disappointment. I never expected Lu Chuan to begin courting girlfriends so swiftly, she lamented, a hint of sadness in her voice. However, Lu Ruyan gently patted her hand, her face adorned with an optimistic smile, her fingers lightly tapping the table. What is there to sigh about? We are among the first to become Lu Chuan's girlfriends. In terms of seniority, the subsequent wives will naturally fall behind us. Lin Yao nodded in agreement, her fingertips brushing through her loose hair. Lu's words ring true. Moreover, compared to other males, Lu Chuan's pace in acquiring girlfriends is rather slow. Have you not heard? Other men often gather dozens, if not hundreds, at once. We should consider ourselves fortunate. At that moment, the principal, seated at the podium, noticed a stir in the audience. Taking up the microphone again, her voice resonated through the speakers with an air of authority. Everyone, please be quiet. Once the noise subsided, she turned her attention to Lu Chuan, her expression softening into a gentle smile as she leaned slightly forward. It is truly wonderful that you think this way, Lu Chuan. I wonder, what specific requirements do you have for your girlfriends? Lu Chuan grasped the microphone, twirling it thoughtfully between his fingers before responding after a brief pause. As for requirements, at the very least, I expect a certain level of attractiveness. I do not have stringent expectations regarding financial status. As long as she can support herself without the need to take care of me. He paused again, surveying the audience before continuing. However, she must possess some talents, preferably in singing or dancing. Of course, I do not wish to impose excessive pressure on others. The talents I seek are not strictly defined. As long as they can please me, that suffices. Those are the main criteria. As his words concluded, the eyes of the dance majors in the audience sparkled with excitement. They exchanged whispers among themselves. If Lu Chuan thinks this way, does that mean he will prioritize us dance majors? Exclaimed a girl in a purple dress, her excitement palpable as she clutched her roommate's arm, her fingers trembling slightly. While the opportunity is indeed substantial, our dance academy alone boasts over 1,000 students this year. Another girl remarked, a hint of skepticism in her voice as she nervously twisted the hem of her skirt. Being able to dance hardly gives us an advantage. Ultimately, it will come down to looks and figure. The principal, having listened to Lu Chuan's remarks, wore a look of satisfaction, clapping her hands softly. It seems that Lu Chuan has quite relaxed standards regarding financial matters. Might I inquire about your expectations concerning dowries? Lu Chuan, maintaining an expression of calm, raised the microphone slightly. As for the dowry, that would depend on the financial circumstances of the other party. There were no specific requirements here. Upon hearing this, the audience became increasingly exhilarated. Whispers filled the air, more fervent than before. Lu Chuan is truly remarkable. He even considers those of us with modest financial means. A bespectacled girl blushed with excitement, her hands tightly clenched into fists. Indeed, it is quite heartwarming to hear that dowries are adjusted according to one's economic circumstances. The girl beside her nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Chapter 43. The new favorite consort Lu Chuan is truly unlike other young men. The principal regarded Lu Chuan with a hint of approval. He gently patted his arm and remarked, I have no further inquiries. Does Lu Chuan have anything to add? Lu Chuan shook his head, returning the microphone to the staff beside him. Not at the moment. Then let our campus singer competition officially commence. The principal raised the microphone, his voice resonating throughout the venue with an invigorating energy. Lu Chuan turned and descended the stage, traversing the left aisle directly towards the vacant space between Lu Ruyan and Lin Yao. As soon as he sat down, he extended his arms, pulling the two of them closer into his embrace, a contented smile gracing his face. Ah, sitting is indeed comfortable. Lin Yao and Lu Ruyan, nestled in his arms, stiffened slightly, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lu Ruyan discreetly glanced at him before quickly lowering her gaze, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her skirt. Lin Yao, biting her lip, found herself unable to suppress a slight smile, leaning in closer to him. Sitting beside Lu Ruyan, Su Xiao immediately pouted, twisting her body and gently tugging at Lu Chuan's shirt, adopting a playful tone. "Ah, Lu Chuan, I want a hug too." Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her, chuckling helplessly. He freed one hand to ruffle her hair. "Alas, I only have 2 hands. I can't embrace 3 at once. I'll hug you next, all right?" Su Xiaoxiao relented but shot him a mock glare, her eyes lacking genuine ire. Meanwhile, the girls surrounding Lu Chuan gazed at him, enviously captivated by his affectionate demeanor. Heavens, when will I ever experience such treatment? A girl in the back row stared at the two nestled in Lu Chuan's embrace, instinctively swallowing hard, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothing tightly. The girl beside her gently nudged her arm, sighing, "Oh, don't dwell on it. Just being able to imagine ourselves in such a situation is fortunate enough. With our average appearances, we probably won't have such opportunities in this lifetime." At this moment, the staff on stage were efficiently dismantling the podium, their movements swift and orderly. Soon, a tall woman clad in a stunning red gown ascended the stage, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. She was a student of journalism, often serving as the host for various school events. Before her, 5 judges, their expressions grave, were seated in the audience. All esteemed music instructors from the national team, meticulously arranging their score sheets. In an instant, the lights of the grand hall dimmed dramatically, leaving only a few vibrant beams illuminating the center of the stage, weaving a tapestry of enchanting light and shadow in the air. Then, a clear and articulate voice resonated throughout the venue, imbued with just the right blend of enthusiasm and solemnity. "Esteemed teachers and dear students, good morning." The female host slightly inclined her body, her hands gracefully clasped before her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Welcome to the Jiangxing University campus singer competition. Here, there are no professional barriers to the stage, only a pure heart passionate about music. There are no complex judging criteria, only the stories and strength hidden within the melodies." She paused, her gaze sweeping across the audience, her tone infused with a touch of playful warmth. "Over the next few days, 808 contestants will take to this stage, all carrying a fervent devotion to music and a profound admiration for Lu Chuan. Now, allow me to officially declare the Jiangxing University campus singer competition open." She raised her hand in a gesture of invitation, her voice rising in excitement. "Let us extend our warmest applause to the contestants who are about to appear." Filled with affection for Lu Chuan, and to ourselves, who are brimming with anticipation. As her words faded, a thunderous applause erupted, cheers rising and falling like a wave. The stage lights grew ever more resplendent, elevating the atmosphere of the grand hall to its first crescendo. The host raised her hand, signaling for silence, her smile perfectly poised, her voice ringing clear. "Now, let us welcome our first performer to the stage. She is none other than our esteemed Music Academy teacher, He Yiming." As her announcement concluded, the audience erupted into a cacophony of applause, interspersed with gasps of astonishment. The host elegantly stepped aside, allowing He Yiming to move forward, illuminated by the spotlight. Her movements serene, each step in time with an unspoken rhythm, her gown swaying gently with her grace. Whispers of surprise filled the air as some leaned forward, their voices hushed in conversation. "I can't believe teacher He is participating. She is a nationally recognized music instructor." Indeed, she had previously posted in a forum expressing her intent to compete. Lu Chuan, seated in the audience, fixed his gaze upon the woman on stage. Dressed in a shimmering black and silver gown, the upper portion elegantly revealing her shoulders. The voluminous puff sleeves accentuated the delicate lines of her neck, while a refined chain of rhinestones adorned her décolletage. Following the curves of her figure, the gown cinched gently at her waist, exquisitely highlighting her alluring silhouette. The shimmering silver sequined mermaid skirt clung to her form, refracting a dazzling brilliance under the lights. Complementing her voluminous golden waves parted to the side. Her delicate and charming visage exuded an air of unattainable elegance, reminiscent of a swan gliding through the clouds. He Yiming's gaze traversed the crowd, landing precisely upon Lu Chuan. A gentle smile curled at the corners of her lips as she nodded subtly in his direction. Observing this, Lu Chuan responded with a courteous nod. He mused internally, "I believe I have encountered this He Yiming in a photograph on Su Xiaoxiao's phone." It must be said, her poise is undeniably remarkable, exuding an indescribable grace and nobility. Such a woman is a rarity. I shall appoint her as the first choice. In his arms, Lu Rian sensed his gaze, Gently raising her eyes to observe his serious demeanor, she whispered, "Do you wish to take her as your girlfriend?" Lu Chuan lowered his gaze to her, his fingertips tracing a delicate circle around her waist, smiling as he nodded. "A woman like her is indeed rare. She must be brought into my fold." At that moment, He Yiming on stage slowly raised the microphone, her fingertips lightly resting upon its metallic surface, her voice clear and resolute. "Today, I will sing an original song entitled A Confession to Lu Chuan." As her words fell, a wave of gasps and exclamations rippled through the audience. My goodness! Truly deserving of her national-level title, she has composed a song specifically for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, intrigued, leaned forward slightly, anticipation flickering in his eyes. How fascinating. I shall listen closely. He Yiming's gaze shifted back to Lu Chuan, her eyes brimming with unabashed affection as she continued. "Lu Chuan, this song was inspired by the moment I first laid eyes on you upon your arrival at school. A case of love at first sight. Coincidentally, the day I completed it was May 20th. She paused, her tone softening with tenderness. "Thus, this song is not merely my entry for the competition, but also my confession to you. I hope you will like it." Instantly, silence enveloped the auditorium, all eyes fixated on the center of the stage. Then, as the accompaniment began to play softly, He Yiming opened her lips, and a celestial melody flowed forth. At times gentle as a babbling brook, at others soaring like a bird in flight. Each note seemed to carry unspoken emotions, gently resonating within the hearts of the listeners. 5 minutes later, the final note lingered in the air, its echo still reverberating. He Yiming bowed deeply to the audience, her golden hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, her poise impeccable. In an instant, the auditorium erupted into a thunderous applause akin to a tidal wave. Lu Chuan gazed at He Yiming on stage, admiration swelling within him. This is truly impressive. She lives up to her national-level accolades. Her vocal and compositional skills are beyond reproach. I wonder if the rewards from the system will be able to match this. The judges seated below exchanged a few words, subsequently beginning to write on their scoring sheets. At this moment, the host returned to the stage, smiling as he awaited the results. 3 minutes later, the judges raised their scorecards one by one. The host stepped forward and announced loudly, "Judge number 1, 98 points." Instantly, a cheer erupted from the audience. "Judge number 2, 97 points." Applause resounded once more. "Judge number 3, 99 points." This time, even the judges' table could not contain their applause. "Judge number 4, 96 points." "Judge number 5, 95 points." After a brief calculation, the host declared with a clear voice, "The total valid score is 291 points, resulting in a final score of 97 points." The venue erupted in excitement, buzzing with discussions. Scoring 97 points out of a perfect 100, such stability is remarkable. "Teacher, he is indeed formidable. It seems this score will be hard to surpass." He Yiming tightened her grip on the microphone, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lu Chuan, her tone imbued with an unwavering certainty. "Classmate Lu Chuan, although we have not conversed deeply before, I shall demonstrate through my actions that I can be the most exceptional girlfriend for you." Implicitly, she has already envisioned herself as Lu Chuan's girlfriend, her eyes radiating confidence and anticipation. Chapter 44. Little Potato performs a pole dance. As her words fell, He Yiming gracefully bowed to the audience once more. She turned, her sequin skirt swaying elegantly, and descended the stage with poise. The host immediately approached, beaming as he began to introduce the next contestant, his voice resonating throughout the venue. In Lu Chuan's embrace, Lu Ruyin and Lin Yao gazed at He Yiming's stunning performance, feeling an involuntary sense of disparity. They glanced at themselves. In terms of appearance and figure, they were not inferior to one another. Yet, the formidable talent displayed by the other evidently captivated Lu Chuan's attention more profoundly. Lin Yao's fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, while Lu Ruyin bit her lip, a subtle hint of disappointment fleeting across her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao exhibited a stark contrast. She remained entranced by He Yiming's singing, cradling her face in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Such beautiful music, truly deserving of my adoration. If only she could write me a song, I would be overjoyed. At this moment, Lin Yao lifted her head, her previously resting face against Lu Chuan's chest tilting back slightly. Her gaze met Lu Chuan's, who was eagerly anticipating the next performance. She grasped Lu Chuan's hand, unconsciously tightening her grip, her fingertips turning somewhat pale. Lu Chuan, slightly startled by her hold, glanced down at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What's wrong? Lin Yao met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of humility, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Chuan, do you think I am rather useless among all your girlfriends? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, gazing at her in confusion. Why did she suddenly ask that? I feel as though, apart from a bit of beauty, I possess no remarkable abilities. Lin Yao's voice lowered further, her fingers twisting tightly. Compared to the graceful He Yiming on stage, I seem unworthy of being your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan's heart softened. He reached out gently to lift her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His fingertips were warm, and his tone was earnest. Why would you think such a thing? You are simply too sensitive. Everyone has their own unique brilliance. You are gentle and attentive. Moreover, in that particular regard, you surpass Su Xiaoxiao, Xiaomu, Li Xia, and others by a significant margin. That is a talent unique to you, is it not? He paused, lowering his head to plant a soft kiss on her forehead, his voice becoming even gentler. So, you need not worry excessively. Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback by his words, and her inner turmoil diminished considerably. A warmth spread through her heart as she sniffled, whispering, Really? Of course, it is true, Lu Chuan replied, smiling as he playfully pinched her cheek. So, do not let your thoughts wander unnecessarily. Lin Yao nodded, leaning back into his embrace. This time, her posture relaxed considerably, and a subtle smile graced her lips. To the right, Lu Rian gently tugged at the hem of Lu Chuan's shirt, her voice tentatively soft as a whisper. Lu Chuan, what about me? Do you think that although I am beautiful, I am merely a vase? Lu Chuan looked down at her, noticing her lowered lashes and fidgeting fingers. He couldn't help but chuckle. A vase? You all seem to possess a keen sense of crisis. Do you truly believe that I value your abilities when I take you as my girlfriend? Lu Rian hesitantly lifted her gaze, stealing a quick glance at him before quickly averting her eyes. She nodded slightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Is it not so? Of course not, Lu Chuan affirmed, pinching her cheek with certainty. For me, as long as you possess beauty and a good figure, that is more than sufficient. Lu Rian and Lin Yao exchanged glances, both nodding gently. Lu Rian murmured, Is that so? Lin Yao chimed in, her fingertips subconsciously brushing over her skirt. Then we must take good care of ourselves and never let our guard down. As Lin Yao's words fell, Lu Rian seemed to suddenly recall something. She looked up at Lu Chuan, her eyes filled with urgency. In the next moment, she straightened up abruptly, her rosy lips close to Lu Chuan's ear. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, her voice delicate as a thread. The ability you just mentioned regarding Lin Yao, I possess it too and surely do not fall short of them. After speaking, she recoiled as if burned, bashfully turning her head towards Su Xiaoxiao. Her ears were flushed a deep crimson, as if stained with blood, and even her neck bore a delicate hue of pink. Lu Chuan couldn't help but chuckle softly at her flustered demeanor. Leaning closer to her ear, his voice dripped with a teasing gentleness. Once this event concludes, I shall have to witness your talents in full. With that, he straightened slightly, leaning back against the chair. Lu Rian stealthily turned her face, casting a quick glance at him. Observing the smile gracing his lips, her cheeks burned even hotter, and she merely nodded, her face aglow. Though she said nothing further, her fingers involuntarily twisted the hem of her clothing. At that moment, a timid voice suddenly pierced through the murmurs among the group, interrupting their conversation. Lu Chuan looked up to see a petite girl with a single ponytail and round glasses standing at the center of the stage, her height barely reaching 1.50 meters. She was clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit. Her cheeks were plump and youthful, exuding a gentle charm, reminiscent of a studious overachiever. The girl gripped the microphone tightly, her knuckles paling from the pressure, her voice soft yet tinged with nervousness. My name is Huan Ing, and I am a physics major. I just turned 20 today. I will be performing a combination of pole dancing and rap. I hope you like it. Lu Chuan. As soon as she finished speaking, her trembling body bowed slightly towards Lu Chuan and the judges. The audience erupted in a flurry of whispers, the sound surging like a tide. Isn't she the top student in the physics department? I've heard she's a super scholar who excels in both arts and sciences. One girl gasped, her mouth agape as she nudged her companion. Oh my goodness, a top student performing pole dancing? The contrast is astounding. Another girl widened her eyes, clearly in disbelief. She usually speaks so softly. How could she dare to take on pole dancing? I can't help but wonder what will happen next. Amidst the chatter, the girl tightened her grip on the microphone, yet her eyes behind the glasses sparkled with newfound determination, as if she had summoned immense courage. Lu Chuan, too, found his interest piqued, focusing intently on the performer on stage. Chapter 45. The Power of Veto. The judges in the audience displayed expressions of incredulity. One of them adjusted his glasses, leaning slightly forward, his tone tinged with a hint of verification. Excuse me, are you truly intending to perform pole dancing along with rap? Despite the tension etched across her face, Huaning clutched the hem of her outfit firmly and replied with unwavering certainty, yes, esteemed judges. I am indeed set to perform pole dancing and rap. Upon receiving her affirmative response, the judges exchanged glances, choosing not to press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. Please commence your performance. Lu Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the petite girl, who stood confidently on the stage at around 1.50 meters in height. Turning to Lu Ruyin, Lin Yao, and Su Xiaoxiao, he sighed, I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness a young girl performing on the pole. This is certainly a spectacle. Lin Yao nodded in agreement, her fingertips lightly tapping her knee. It's our first time seeing this as well, and it is indeed quite surprising. Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head, glancing at Lu Chuan with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Do you think she might be deliberately creating this contrast to capture your attention? Capture my attention? Lu Chuan replied with a casual smile, gently stroking his chin. Whether intentional or not, she has indeed succeeded. A young girl dancing on a pole is a rare sight. Although her beauty leans towards the ordinary, it is still quite acceptable. I certainly won't miss this opportunity. As his words faded, the lights above the stage abruptly focused. A beam of cold white light precisely illuminated the pole at the center of the stage. The metal surface gleamed sharply, standing out in the dimly lit venue. The girl took a deep breath and, barefoot, stepped towards the pole. She first extended her fingertips, lightly touching the pole as if to gauge the temperature of the metal. Then, with a steady grip, she spun upward, her form clad in a tight black leather outfit that accentuated the soft curves of her waist and abdomen. As she twirled, the hem of her outfit fluttered, revealing a glimpse of her fair waist, imbued with a hint of youthful allure. As her legs wrapped around the pole, slowly descending, the leather pants rode up, showcasing her slender yet powerful calves. In an instant, she glanced down at the audience, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, which held the innocent expression peculiar to a 20-year-old girl, yet there was an unconscious tension in her movements. Finally, she gripped the pole tightly, her body soaring and flipping through the air, the black leather creating a crisp arc against the backdrop. Upon landing, her knees bent slightly, hands bracing against the pole, her chest rising and falling from the exertion. Stray strands of hair, damp with sweat, clung to her smooth forehead. The sequence flowed seamlessly, interspersed with fluid rap, the rhythm perfectly synchronizing with her body, leaving the audience mesmerized. Even Lu Chuan could not help but exclaim, goodness, I must say, what a performance. To see someone of her height, merely 1.5 meters, dance with such vigor is astonishing. There is a subtle hint of sensuality to it, quite impressive. The girl bowed gracefully to the audience, then turned her gaze towards Lu Chuan. Her high ponytail swayed with her movements, a shy smile gracing her face as she summoned the courage to speak. Lu Chuan, that performance was a tribute to you. I hope you enjoyed it. I know you might wonder why I chose pole dancing given my height. I merely wish to convey that I am capable of handling not only the lowly type, but also the sensual type. At this moment, Lu Chuan rose to his feet, clapping his hands with a resounding sound. Wonderful. It is precisely due to your audacity in challenging pole dancing with a lowly physique that I declare you my girlfriend, regardless of how the scores turn out. As his words echoed, the audience erupted into a flurry of whispers. Is this really possible? It seems that even if the judges award her a 0, it would have no bearing on her status. This is essentially Lu Chuan's unilateral veto power. How enviable. The young girl on stage, upon hearing this, could not contain her excitement and exhilaration, her eyes wide with disbelief. Am I truly now Lu Chuan's girlfriend? Lu Chuan, noticing her reaction, smiled gently and nodded, lifting his chin slightly. You heard correctly. You are indeed my girlfriend. At this moment, within the grand hall, aside from a few who were already Lu Chuan's girlfriends, everyone else wore expressions of envy and jealousy, with some even clenching their fists in frustration. The girl repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Lu Chuan, her voice laced with emotion. Thank you. I am truly grateful. I will strive to be a commendable girlfriend. The judges in the audience exchanged glances. One was about to speak when her companion restrained her. They observed the girl on stage, who was on the verge of tears, and ultimately shook their heads in resignation. With Lu Chuan's candid endorsement, the scoring seemed to lose its significance. Nevertheless, they adhered to protocol and completed the entire meticulous scoring process. When the final score of 81 was confirmed, the numbers on the score sheet were set in stone. As the competition continued, participants took turns to perform, with displays on stage rising and falling in succession. Whenever a girl caught Lu Chuan's attention and pleased him, he would express his feelings on the spot, claiming her as his girlfriend. As time quietly passed, the clock's hands gradually approached noon. The host grasped the microphone, first raising his hand to signal for silence. Once the clamor subsided, he smiled and addressed the audience. Teachers and students, the morning session of the competition will now come to a temporary halt. He paused, scanning the audience below, then raised his voice a notch. We shall reconvene here at 2 p.m. Let us not be absent. With the host's final words, he bowed slightly, indicating the conclusion of the morning's proceedings. Under the guidance of security personnel, the crowd began to rise in an orderly fashion, exiting through the designated passage. As the vast venue gradually emptied, bustling yet orderly, it was only then that Lu Chuan stood up from his seat, first rubbing his shoulders and then stretching his arms in a grand yawn. The slight crack of his bones accompanied a lazy smile on his face. Let us go. It's time to have a meal together. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. She suddenly dashed towards Lu Chuan, securely colliding into his embrace, her voice brimming with joy. Wonderful. As she spoke, she instinctively wrapped one of his arms tightly around herself, gently nuzzling her head against his arm, as though fearing he might vanish. On the other side, Lu Ruyan's gaze fell upon Lu Chuan's unoccupied arm. A subtle smile graced her lips as she stepped slightly forward, naturally and affectionately pulling that arm into her own embrace. Her fingertips lightly grazed his cuff as she softly uttered, "Let us go," just as Lu Chuan was about to respond and take a step forward. In the fleeting moment when the three were about to turn to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure hastily approaching. He Yiming had somehow walked over. Now standing not far away, her gaze fixed intently upon them. Chapter 46. Are you in the car? Lu Chuan allowed Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan to cling to his arms, his fingertips faintly brushing against the soft velvet of Su Xiaoxiao's sleeve and the cool silver bracelet adorning Lu Ruyan's wrist. Noticing He Yiming standing nearby, he did not halt his steps. The four of them continued toward her. At this moment, He Yiming had already changed out of the striking silver-black gown she wore on stage. She donned a white short camisole, the sheer fabric clinging to her like a second skin, accentuating her slender yet curvaceous waist. The lace trim at the neckline gently swayed with her breath, exuding an almost imperceptible allure. Casually thrown over her shoulders was a wine-red short jacket, one side of the shoulder slipping down to reveal her delicate collarbone, while the other half rested precariously, perfectly blending an air of relaxed elegance with commanding presence. Below, she wore a pair of dark ultra-short denim shorts, and her legs were bare, accentuating their length and straightness. A pair of slender-heeled sandals clicked lightly against the ground with each step. Lu Chuan, He Yiming stepped forward a couple of paces, lightly tucking a curl behind her ear. Her voice softened slightly, yet retained an air of poise. With her eyes subtly lifting at the corners, she glanced over her waist, inquiring, "Might I invite you to join me for lunch?" Lu Chuan cast a glance down at the two women in his arms. Su Xiaoxiao was gazing up at him, her fingers subtly tightening around his sleeve, while Lu Ruyan bit her lip, her fingertips gently grazing his arm, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. He curled his lips into a smile and raised his gaze to He Yiming. "An invitation just for me?" Upon receiving a nod in response, he chuckled. "Very well. This could be a splendid opportunity for us to get to know each other better." With that said, he turned to Lu Ruyan, Lin Yao, and Su Xiaoxiao, saying, "You three should go ahead together. We shall meet here afterwards." Lu Ruyan's fingers hesitated for a moment before she released her hold on him. Gently patting his arm, her voice soft and soothing, she said, "All right, we shall wait for you here." Lin Yao nodded in agreement, though her hands, hanging by her side, subtly clenched, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing her eyes. Only Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she abruptly freed herself from Lu Chuan's grasp. She bounded a few steps towards He Yiming, hands clasped behind her back, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Teacher He, I have admired you for a long time. She looked up at He Yiming, her fingers involuntarily poking at her own cheek. The song you just sang for Lu Chuan. The lyrics were exquisite, and the melody was enchanting. It was simply magnificent. He Yiming chuckled at her fervor, reaching out to gently tousle Su Xiaoxiao's hair. His fingertips brushed against her soft strands as he spoke with a tone of endearment. Thank you. Since we are both Lu Chuan's girlfriends, she paused, her gaze drifting towards Lu Chuan in the distance, her smile deepening. I shall write you a song when I have the time. How does that sound? Really? Really? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands clutching He Yiming's clothing tightly as her body swayed slightly. That would be wonderful. I have always wanted a song that belongs to me. At that moment, Lu Chuan approached slowly, his fingers stroking his chin as he directed his attention towards He Yiming. Teacher He, you mentioned on stage that it was love at first sight for me. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. But if memory serves me right, I believe we have yet to meet, have we? He Yiming lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. When she looked up again, her tone carried a playful reproach tinged with a hint of grievance. Lu Chuan, you truly are a person of privilege who forgets easily, aren't you? She leaned in slightly, the subtle scent of her perfume wafting to Lu Chuan's nostrils. You encounter countless girls each day. It is only natural that you do not remember me. As her words lingered, she gently bit her lip, her gaze shifting. But that matters not. It is not too late to get acquainted now, is it? Indeed, Lu Chuan responded with a light chuckle, turning to glance at Lu Ruyan and the others. He raised his hand in farewell. Then we shall take our leave. You three can manage lunch on your own. Is that all right? Of course, go ahead, Lu Chuan. Lin Yao quickly replied, though her voice carried an undertone of barely perceptible sadness. Lu Chuan nodded, turning to walk alongside He Yiming. He extended his arm, effortlessly wrapping it around her waist, his fingertips brushing against the soft fabric at her side, gently pulling her closer to him. Let us go. He Yiming found herself momentarily taken aback by Lu Chuan's sudden gesture, her body instinctively tightening, yet she largely reveled in the experience. Internally, she mused, is this what it feels like to be touched by a man? How wonderfully intriguing. Behind them, Lu Ruyan watched the two depart hand in hand. Unable to suppress the urge to press her hand against her chest, her tone imbued with a touch of melancholy. How unfortunate to be overlooked. Su Xiaoxiao also wilted, her head drooping as she nervously twisted the hem of her shirt. I feel so sad. Lu Chuan didn't even pat my head just now. Lin Yao gently patted both of their shoulders, her eyes filled with helplessness. The three did not turn away until Lu Chuan and He Yiming had completely vanished around the corner. At that moment, Lu Chuan and He Yiming had reached the school parking lot. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground and the two figures. Before long, a silver-gray Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 came into view. The sleek lines of the car exuded a palpable sense of power, glistening with a cold metallic sheen under the sun. He Yiming released Lu Chuan's hand and briskly walked to the passenger side. With a gentle pull on the door handle, the door swung open. She stood aside, slightly bending forward in an inviting gesture, her cascading curls sliding over her shoulder. Lu Chuan, please. Lu Chuan, captivated by the unmasked anticipation in her eyes, allowed a smile to grace his lips. He bent down and slid into the passenger seat, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the supple leather. Noticing this, He Yiming's smile deepened as she swiftly circled around to the driver's seat. Opening the door, she settled into the seat, her burgundy jacket slipping down to reveal her fair shoulders. She rested her hands lightly on the steering wheel, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the texture of the leather. When she turned to glance at Lu Chuan, the tips of her ears flushed and her voice softened. Lu Chuan, what do you think of me? How do I compare with your current girlfriends? After asking, she felt a bit abrupt, her fingers tightening around the steering wheel, knuckles whitening as her gaze darted away. Lu Chuan turned to her, a playful glint in his eyes as he deliberately elongated his tone. Oh, which aspect are you referring to? His gaze traveled from her cheek to her waist, then back to her eyes, her figure, her beauty, or something else. All of the above? He Yiming's voice dropped further, and she nodded slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering. All of them. Lu Chuan's smile deepened as he leaned slightly closer, their breaths mingling. If that's the case, why don't you come a little closer? Let me take a good look. Take a look? He Yiming paused for a moment, then quickly realized, her cheeks instantly aflame. Yet, she bit her lower lip and softly replied, all right. She unbuckled her seatbelt, placing her hands on Lu Chuan's thighs, gradually leaning in towards him. Nervousness made her fingertips tremble slightly, and she dared not meet Lu Chuan's gaze, focusing instead on the buttons of his shirt, her voice barely above a whisper. She said, "Okay, you can look now." Observing her bashful and restrained demeanor, Lu Chuan couldn't help but reach out, lightly brushing her earlobe with his fingertip, teasingly saying, "Teacher He, don't be so shy." His fingertips glided down her earlobe, gently tugging at the collar of her garment. When serenading love songs upon the stage, one exudes such confidence. This was my first experience of such intimate proximity with a man. He Yiming's voice bore a hint of fluster, her breath quickening. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Lu Chuan, which inevitably made her a tad anxious. As her words faded, Lu Chuan slowly lifted his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the golden waves of her hair. The fine strands slipped through his fingers, leaving behind a subtle fragrance reminiscent of tulips. As her complete visage came into view, Lu Chuan's gaze lingered on the corner of her eye, barely 5 centimeters from his own. Her naturally long lashes fluttered gently with each breath, framing a delicately contoured face. Her soft, rosy lips appeared full and moist, enhanced by a hint of understated makeup, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Lu Chuan's fingers gently rested on her cheek, his fingertips caressing her delicate skin, infused with admiration. "Teacher He, your subtle makeup is truly exquisite. Especially those lips, they look incredibly soft. I wonder how they feel when kissed." He Yiming could distinctly sense the warmth of Lu Chuan's touch, and her heartbeat quickened in response, her complexion blushing from her ears down to her neck. She slightly tilted her head back, gazing at Lu Chuan with a dreamy expression, her voice trembling. "If you like it, I shall paint it for you often, as long as you enjoy it. If you don't mind that I'm wearing lipstick, you may kiss me if you wish. As it's my first time, I will do my utmost to cooperate." After speaking, He Yiming's gaze flitted nervously, unable to meet Lu Chuan's eyes. Chapter 47. Special Service. A wicked smile crept upon Lu Chuan's lips, his eyes glinting with mischief and anticipation as he softly replied, "Oh, really? Then you must cooperate well." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he swiftly placed both hands firmly on the back of He Yiming's head. With a gentle yet forceful tug, he leaned slightly to the side and unhesitatingly pressed his lips against hers. He Yiming was taken aback by this sudden move, her entire body shivering in surprise. Instinctively, she closed her eyes tightly, her long lashes fluttering anxiously. Her expression transformed into one of delicate submission, surrendering to his will. Lu Chuan felt the softness of her lips, a sensation warm, tender, and silken, a myriad of sensations intertwined, while the faint scent of her lipstick, reminiscent of roses, lingered in the air. Under Lu Chuan's fervent kiss, He Yiming's heart raced like a startled fawn, beating ever faster. Is this what kissing a man feels like? Her mind swirled in chaos. And in the midst of Lu Chuan's deepening kiss, her tongue unwittingly ventured into his mouth. Her hands, seemingly beyond her control, naturally encircled Lu Chuan's neck. With a surge of strength, he pulled her into his embrace. In an instant, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The once assertive Lu Chuan found himself in a passive position. Just as He Yiming, unable to contain himself, was about to push Lu Chuan down, Lu Chuan exerted a sudden force, firmly placing his hands on her shoulders and gently pushing her away. Breathing slightly heavily, his hands lingered on her shoulders, his gaze betraying a hint of helplessness and restraint. Hold on, we're in a car. A mere kiss is sufficient. If this continues, I fear I might lose control." He Yiming's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes dreamy as she gazed at Lu Chuan, quickly waving her hands in apology. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. It was an instinctive reaction. I truly apologize." Lu Chuan regarded her slightly remorseful expression, cleared his throat, and coughed softly. "Ahem. It's really not your fault. It's simply inappropriate to do this during the day in a car. If someone were to see us, it could have repercussions for both of us." Upon hearing this, He Yiming tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes as she countered. "So, is it permissible when we're not in the car?" Lu Chuan, noticing the anticipation in her gaze, smiled gently and replied, "As long as there's no one around. It's perfectly fine." "Then let us go," she declared. With that, he reached out to adjust his somewhat disheveled collar. Seeing this, He Yiming also raised her hand to smooth her slightly tousled golden locks, tucking strands behind her ear, her face flushed as she nodded. Oh, all right. The next moment, the roar of an engine echoed through the parking lot. He Yiming started the car, slowly driving away with Lu Chuan. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a well-reputed restaurant outside the school. He Yiming skillfully parked the vehicle, quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, and stepped out with purpose. She circled around the front of the car and gracefully opened the passenger door for Lu Chuan, her movements both elegant and swift. Lu Chuan stepped out, his feet grounding firmly on the pavement. He lifted his gaze to the restaurant before him, surveying its exquisite sign and vintage decor. A smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Wow, this is quite nice. When did such a restaurant open near the school? I have no recollection of it. He Yiming gently linked her arm with his, tilting her head slightly to meet his gaze. This restaurant just opened recently. I see. Then let us go in and take a look, Lu Chuan replied, and as his words fell, he stepped forward towards the entrance. He Yiming, a faint smile playing on her lips and a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, hurriedly quickened her pace to keep up with him. Lu Chuan gently pushed open the revolving door, entering the restaurant. The expansive space was filled to the brim with patrons, the cacophony of voices and the clattering of cutlery intertwining in a lively symphony. At that moment, the receptionist caught sight of Lu Chuan entering, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She quickly tidied her uniform and adorned her face with a gentle smile. Promptly approaching him, coming to a halt before Lu Chuan, she slightly bent her knees and performed a formal 90-degree bow. In a soft voice, she said, "Sir, please hold on. I will summon our manager right away." Lu Chuan furrowed his brows, confusion evident in his gaze. "I came here to dine. Why are you calling the manager?" The young attendant, appearing to be in her 20s, maintained her smile and patiently explained, "Sir, you may not be aware, but in our establishment, whenever a distinguished male guest arrives, it is the manager who personally attends to them. Someone of my humble position is not deemed worthy to serve you." Taken aback, Lu Chuan momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he resignedly replied, "Very well then." As the attendant turned and swiftly departed, the surrounding diners also took notice of Lu Chuan's presence. A keen-eyed girl excitedly tugged at her companion's sleeve, whispering, "Look, it's a man." She hurriedly thrust her phone towards a nearby girl, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Quick, snap a photo of me with him." The girl comprehended the cue and swiftly pressed the shutter, capturing the image of Lu Chuan and the girl together. "Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn." Other women nearby, witnessing the scene, eagerly pulled out their phones, snapping away at Lu Chuan with fervor, the flashes echoing like a chorus, as if he were a sought-after celebrity. Lu Chuan, faced with this spectacle, merely smiled calmly, clearly accustomed to such attention. After about a minute, a restaurant manager in his 30s hurriedly approached, jogging towards Lu Chuan. Upon reaching him, he respectfully bowed and, with a beaming smile tinged with a hint of apology, said, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the wait. I am the manager of this establishment." Lu Chuan gave a slight nod, his demeanor tranquil. "Understood." The manager immediately stepped aside, gesturing courteously, "This way, please, sir. We have private rooms specifically reserved for male guests." Lu Chuan turned to offer a glance at He Yiming behind him, silently indicating for her to follow. The two proceeded upstairs under the manager's guidance. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a lavish private chamber. The manager gently pushed the door open, allowing Lu Chuan and He Yiming to enter. Inside, the room was adorned with opulent decorations, the golden accents shimmering under the light. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating the entire space in resplendent splendor. "Sir, this way, please." The manager swiftly moved to a chair, gripping the back with both hands. He gently pulled it out, his face ever adorned with a warm smile. Lu Chuan was not one to stand on ceremony. With a slight nod, he seated himself with an air of confidence. He Yiming stood to the side, feeling invisible as the manager's gaze never lingered on her, as if she were a mere specter. She couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter under her breath, "It's the first time I've been treated like air." Subsequently, she approached Lu Chuan, pulled out a chair, and gracefully took her seat. Lu Chuan turned to the manager and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need for the menu. It's just the two of us. You may decide accordingly." The manager promptly nodded, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Very well, sir. I shall make the arrangements." With that, he turned and quickly exited the private room. Barely had the manager departed when the door swung open once more, revealing a dozen young women clad in Dunhuang attire. Gliding in with elegant poise, they were followed by 4 other women whose outfits were somewhat more revealing. Upon entering, they all bowed in unison, chirping, "Good day, sir." One of the young ladies stepped forward, beaming with a smile as she introduced, "Sir, we are the dancers from this establishment, here to perform for you." Meanwhile, the 4 women swiftly moved behind Lu Chuan. One gently rested her hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Sir, I am here to provide you with a massage." Another picked up a pair of chopsticks, sweetly adding, "Sir, I am here to serve you your dishes." The last one held a teapot, softly stating, "Sir, I am here to pour your tea." Lu Chuan surveyed the stunning young women before him, whose beauty and figures were nothing short of remarkable, as well as the 4 lovely attendants beside him, all appearing to be in their early 20s. He raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. "I must say, your establishment offers quite the exceptional service." Observing the scene, He Ming felt a pang of jealousy rise within her, pouting slightly as she murmured, "Lu Chuan, actually." Pausing as her eyes glimmered with a hint of grievance, "I could do that too." Turning to her, Lu Chuan noticed her sulky expression and couldn't help but smile. He gently pinched her cheek and replied tenderly, "What could you possibly do? Let us not forget, we are the customers. How could you possibly compare to them? Allow them to serve us. We should simply enjoy ourselves." He Ming considered his words, giving a slight nod and responding softly, "Oh, very well then." Moments later, the door to the private room opened slowly, and a procession of female attendants entered, each carrying exquisitely prepared dishes. They moved gracefully, carefully placing each dish on the round table with synchronized precision. Once everything was arranged, one of the attendants smiled and said, "Please enjoy your meal, sir." With that, they bowed in unison and quietly exited the room. At this moment, the enchanting dancers before them began to sway gracefully to the melodious music emanating from the private booth. Their figures were light and elegant, and their movements were captivatingly beautiful. Meanwhile, the 4 attendants beside Lu Chuan and He Yiming commenced their attentive service. Standing closely by and meticulously feeding the 2 men morsels of food, gently bringing each bite to their lips. He Yiming turned to Lu Chuan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and contentment. "It seems we have chosen the right place today. I must say, I am experiencing a privilege typically reserved for men." Chapter 48. Exclusive service. Lu Chuan leisurely savored the dishes presented to him by the female attendants, each bite bringing a look of pleasure to his face. He slightly turned his head towards He Yiming and remarked, "Such service is not exclusively for men. Anyone with sufficient means can partake in it." He Yiming nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, the attendant responsible for serving food leaned forward slightly and inquired softly, "Sir, might you be interested in our exclusive service?" Lu Chuan turned to her, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Exclusive service? What does that entail?" The attendant smiled and patiently explained, "Sir, the exclusive service involves me first tasting the dish and then feeding it to you." As soon as she finished speaking, before Lu Chuan could respond, He Yiming abruptly stood up, her brows furrowed, and interjected, "No way." Seeing He Yiming's displeasure, the attendant quickly lowered her head in apology. "Madam, I sincerely apologize. This is the establishment's policy, and we are merely following instructions. It is not our intention to offend your boyfriend." Lu Chuan, noticing the situation, waved his hand gently towards the attendant, speaking in a calm tone, "It's all right." He then turned to He Yiming, his gaze reassuring, "You need not be harsh with her. Such intimate contact does not bother me. However, it is indeed impolite for an outsider to behave this way in front of you, as my girlfriend. I believe this service is primarily intended for men who visit alone. Yet, I find the idea of this exclusive service rather intriguing. Why not give it a try?" He Yiming was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. "Me? I should do it." Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Who else? Since you prefer not to let them serve, as your boyfriend, I think it is only fitting for you to step in." Biting her lip, He Yiming's eyes reflected a mix of shyness and determination as she nodded. "All right, I will." With that, she adjusted her chair closer to Lu Chuan, leaning forward slightly to pick up a tender piece of crab meat, slowly savoring it before gently bringing it toward his lips. Her cheeks grew increasingly rosy as she shyly leaned in closer to Lu Chuan. At this moment, the surrounding dancers continued to twirl gracefully to the music. The 4 women beside them quietly observed the scene. In front of everyone, He Yiming fed crab meat from his mouth to Lu Chuan's. The waitress, who had originally intended to offer Lu Chuan her services, noticed this, and her expression shifted slightly. A flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes as she muttered to herself, "I worked so hard to secure this position, yet he brought his girlfriend." Sigh. He Yiming straightened up from Lu Chuan's side, gently pressed her lips together, her gaze somewhat evasive. After Lu Chuan swallowed the crab meat, he turned to the waitress beside him, a smile gracing his lips. "So, is she not just like this?" The waitress quickly nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Indeed, sir." Lu Chuan's gaze softened as it landed on He Yiming, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "This manner of feeding is, dare I say, rather amusing. From now on, I suppose it shall be you who attends to my needs?" He Yiming's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with affection as she gently replied, "As your girlfriend, it is my duty to serve you. As long as it is not someone else, I am more than willing." Lu Chuan regarded her, a satisfied smile blooming on his face as he repeatedly affirmed, "Very well, very well." In the ensuing moments, Lu Chuan reclined comfortably in his chair, taking delight in the sight of the dancers before him, their movements light and graceful, their skirts swirling, each motion imbued with rhythm. Simultaneously, he savored the expertly timed massages from the four women behind him, their techniques adept and pressure just right, allowing his muscles to gradually relax. Meanwhile, He Yiming focused intently on providing Lu Chuan with delightful offerings. She delicately picked up exquisite dishes, gently tasted them, and then carefully fed them to Lu Chuan, each action suffused with shyness and tenderness. In such an atmosphere, Lu Chuan finished his meal in simplicity. After several minutes, Lu Chuan slowly rose, stretching his arms upward and gently unfolding his body with a contented sigh. At that moment, his phone, which lay on the table, suddenly buzzed. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and looked down, noticing that the caller was Xiaomu. Chapter 49. The test of questions. He Yiming's gaze followed Lu Chuan's movements to the illuminated phone screen on the table, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she softly inquired, "Your other girlfriend?" Lu Chuan nodded slightly, picking up the phone and responding to He Yiming before answering Xiaomu's video call. Instantly, the dozen or so dancers, who had been moving gracefully in the private room, seemed to be frozen in time, halting their movements in unison, standing quietly and orderly to the side, their expressions tinged with a hint of awkwardness. The four women who had been massaging Lu Chuan also fell silent, maintaining a quiet demeanor. Lu Chuan raised his phone to his eyes, gazing at the visage of Xiaomu displayed upon the screen. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing the backdrop behind her. In the image, Xiaomu's eyes sparkled with warmth as she waved at Lu Chuan, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Softly, she inquired, "Lu Chuan, I hope I am not disturbing you with this call." Lu Chuan settled back into his chair, languidly reclining against the backrest, holding the phone at his chest. He replied leisurely, "Not at all. Moreover, it appears you are at the office. Am I correct?" Xiaomu nodded lightly, her silky hair swaying with the motion. "Yes. I just arrived at the company. Regarding the matter of viewing properties that you previously asked my sister to discuss with me, I have taken care of it. However, as your girlfriend, I regret that I could not ascertain your specific preferences for a house." A hint of remorse glimmered in her eyes as she slightly bit her lip. "Therefore, I personally visited several locations to select options. Among them is the Zhongxin Taifu Binjiang Financial City Jiuxi in the Urqi Binjiang area. It is situated in a prime location along the riverfront, adjacent to landmark buildings, offering a rare view of the river at a price of 2.8 billion. There is also a selection of villas around Donghu, each with a lake view and equipped with private yacht docks, priced at 1.5 billion. Furthermore, there is Changdao on the center of the largest urban lake in Asia, Tongshuan Lake, featuring high-end villas such as Yulong Island, Changdao Villa, and Yuanyang Manor. Notably, the standalone villa of Yuanyang Manor, with its three sides bordering the lake, is priced at 3.4 billion. As Xiaomu spoke, she gestured with her hands, her gaze intent. "By the way, I will send you the photos." Just as she finished, a flurry of green bubbles popped up on Lu Chuan's phone screen, revealing dozens of images. Lu Chuan tapped his finger, meticulously examining each photo, scrolling slowly from top to bottom. "It's perfectly fine. You need not apologize to me. The properties you have found indeed align with my requirements," Lu Chuan stated after reviewing the images, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us proceed with the 3.4 billion option. Please begin preparing the necessary materials. I am currently engaged with the campus singer competition, and once that is concluded, I will bring along my other girlfriend as well. Additionally, you need not concern yourself with the payment. I will settle it when I arrive." Upon hearing this, Xiaomu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a look of concern crossed her face as she gently bit her lip. "Lu Chuan, please allow me to take care of it. As your girlfriend, how can we let you handle the payment?" Lu Chuan promptly raised his hand to interrupt her, shaking his finger as he earnestly insisted, No, please do not make the payment. All you need to do is follow my instructions." Seeing Lu Chuan's resolute demeanor, Xiaomu felt compelled to acquiesce, nodding in reluctant agreement. "Understood. I will prepare the materials promptly." "Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall end the call," Lu Chuan remarked as he prepared to conclude the conversation. "All right. Goodbye," Xiaomu responded, and with that, the video call was terminated. Meanwhile, He Yiming and the others quietly listened to the exchange, their jaws nearly dropping at Lu Chuan's revelation that he intended to personally finance the purchase of a house for a staggering sum of 3.4 billion. Their worldviews felt as though they had been utterly shattered. In this society, it had always been the women who earned money, providing dowries and purchasing homes. The fact that Lu Chuan, a man, was willing to shoulder the expenses was simply beyond belief. At that moment, Lu Chuan stood up and noticed He Yiming's astonished expression. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Why the look of surprise?" He Yiming snapped back to reality and quickly shook his head, stammering, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just surprising to see a man take the initiative to pay for a house for the first time." Lu Chuan merely smiled gently and patted He Yiming's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right. You'll get used to it in time. Now, let us head back to school. The sooner we finish this campus singer competition, the sooner we can all live together. I also need to arrange the accommodations, who will be the primary residents, and who will be the secondary and tertiary. We can also discuss matters pertaining to marriage." As Lu Chuan finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the door. Upon hearing about the arrangements for living quarters and marriage, He Yiming suddenly perked up, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He hurriedly stepped forward and affectionately linked his arm with Lu Chuan's, tilting his head slightly, a bashful yet curious expression adorning his face. "Lu Chuan, may I inquire how the divisions of rooms will be determined? I want to strive for a better position as well." Lu Chuan glanced back at He Yiming, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Well, I haven't fully decided the specifics yet. However, there will certainly be some competition among you all. The general idea is that I will pose questions for you to answer, along with various physical challenges, among other criteria." He Yiming furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the implications. "Questions and physical challenges, you say?" Regarding the physical aspect, he looked up at Lu Chuan, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he pressed further. "Is this related to physical training?" At this, a mischievous smile spread across Lu Chuan's face as he leaned in closer to He Yiming, whispering an explanation. The moment He Yiming heard it, his cheeks flushed crimson, and he stood frozen in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's that kind of physical competition?" Lu Chuan observed He Yiming, who remained rooted to the spot, a faint smile lingering on his lips as he proceeded directly to the front desk on the first floor. At this moment, He Yiming silently exclaimed, "The QA is manageable. But when it comes to physical endurance, I have never tested my limits. How can I possibly know where they lie? What should I do?" Approaching the front desk, Lu Chuan extracted a bank card from his pocket and handed it over, succinctly stating, "Check, please." The attendant, upon seeing this, quickly waved her hand, a professional smile gracing her face as she explained, "Sir, as you are male, dining at our establishment incurs no charges." Lu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a touch of resignation, "It's fine, just process the card. Even though I am male, I still intend to pay." The attendant appeared troubled, her hands clasped before her as she slightly bowed and said, "Sir, it is our store's policy, and I lack the authority to make exceptions. Perhaps you could wait a moment while I summon our manager?" "Very well, please hurry." Lu Chuan nodded, placing his bank card on the counter. Moments later, the attendant returned with the manager. The manager approached with a broad smile, respectfully stating, "Sir, I have been informed of the situation. Dining for males at our establishment is complimentary." Lu Chuan internally muttered, "Complimentary? How then can I earn?" He then pushed his bank card forward, his tone resolute. "All right. If you still consider me a male, process the card." The manager, seeing Lu Chuan's firm stance, refrained from further protest and reluctantly accepted the card, saying, "Very well." He then expertly operated the card machine according to the price of the dishes served to Lu Chuan. In the next moment, a receipt slowly emerged. "Please keep this, sir." The manager presented the receipt with both hands. Lu Chuan glanced at the displayed total of 35,060 yuan and smiled contentedly, taking the bank card and turning to leave the restaurant. Meanwhile, a system prompt echoed in Lu Chuan's mind. Spent 35,060 yuan. Refund 350,600 yuan. The attendant, now puzzled, looked towards the manager and quietly inquired, "Manager, what does this mean?" The manager could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, The scarcity of men may be a consequence of the nation's generous treatment, leaving them with little opportunity to spend. The attendant muttered softly, "Men have money they cannot spend, while women wish to spend but lack the funds. It sounds rather amusing. Just think, I earn 5,000 yuan a month and still have to pay a mortgage. I truly wish to be reborn as a male in my next life." Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had already reached his car outside the restaurant. Shortly after, He Yiming hurriedly exited the restaurant, opened the car door, and settled inside, exclaiming, "Lu Chuan, I sincerely apologize." In a moment of inadvertent distraction, He Yiming slightly lowered her head, a hint of apology shimmering in her gaze. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively and said gently, "It's quite all right. There's no need for constant apologies in my presence. I am not like other men who resort to domestic violence. Relax a bit, just be yourself as usual." He Yiming raised her head, casting a grateful glance at Lu Chuan, and nodded in agreement. "All right then, let's head back to school." With that, she started the engine. Accompanied by the distinctive roar of the sports car, the vehicle swiftly departed, soon vanishing at the end of the street. Chapter 50, Too Large to be Appealing. A moment later, He Yiming deftly navigated the car into Jiangxing University, parking it securely in the underground garage. She quickly unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, and hurriedly dashed around to the other side, beaming as she opened the door for Lu Chuan. Once he alighted, she affectionately wrapped her arm around his, while Lu Chuan, in turn, gently encircled her slender waist, and the two departed the underground parking lot in an intimate posture. At that moment, the clock quietly ticked to 1:35 p.m. He Yiming and Lu Chuan entered the venue through the front door, just in time for the afternoon campus singer competition to commence. Standing at the entrance to the audience area, Lu Chuan cast a cursory glance around, swiftly spotting Lu Ruyan, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, and others in the fourth row, with Li Xia among them. Notably, 2 seats were deliberately left vacant between the group. As Lu Chuan approached, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, their glances almost pleading to leap into his embrace. Su Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her eagerness, stepped forward and grasped Lu Chuan's hand, playfully exclaiming, "Lu Chuan, you've finally arrived. I've missed you so much. I thought you might not come." With a fond smile, Lu Chuan affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair and teased, All right, I see you're just after my body." After that, he and He Yiming took their seats in the vacant spots between Lu Ruyan and Lin Yao. At that moment, Li Xia curiously turned her gaze towards He Yiming, tilting her head slightly as she softly inquired, "Lu Chuan, who is this?" He Yiming, with an air of grace, smiled and introduced herself. "I am Lu Chuan's new girlfriend, He Yiming. May I ask how you would like to be addressed?" "Oh, so you're the new girlfriend," Li Xia replied with a smile. "You can call me Li Xia." At that instant, He Yiming's eyes inadvertently fell upon Li Xia's rather conspicuous assets, and she subconsciously glanced at her own, a flicker of envy crossing her features as she could not help but inquire, "Miss Li Xia, your development is truly remarkable. Might I ask how you achieved such a figure?" As soon as He Yiming finished speaking, Su Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, and the others seemed to suddenly recall something, their eyes lighting up as they eagerly leaned towards Lu Chuan. Su Xiaoxiao grasped Lu Chuan's arm with both hands, her body twisting slightly as she asked sweetly, "By the way, dear, do you still have that candy you gave to Li Xia? She mentioned that it was your candy that made her grow so much." Lu Ruyan and Li Xia nodded eagerly in agreement, chorusing, Yes, dear, we want some too." The two gazed at Lu Chuan with eyes full of longing. Observing the adorable and playful demeanor of the three, Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, chuckling, All right, I'll give you some. However, let's skip Lin Yao. You're already quite ample, and any larger might be inconvenient in daily life. A little is sufficient for both Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruoyan." He Yiming, witnessing this, blinked and inquired with a hint of expectation, "What about me, Lu Chuan?" "You can forget it," Lu Chuan replied with a smile. "Besides, why do you need to be that big? It's uncoordinated and unattractive if it's too much. And my hands aren't that large, are they?" Lin Yao frowned slightly. Her expression filled with confusion. But why can Li Xia be so large? That was an accident. By the time it was discovered, it was irretrievable, Lu Chuan explained, and then reached into his pocket to retrieve the candy jar. He opened the lid and took out 2 pieces, placing one in the hands of Lu Ruoyan and Su Xiaoxiao. You 2 can each have one, as you are indeed a bit smaller. The 2 accepted the candies, their eyes fixated on the treats, their faces alight with excitement. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, popped the candies into their mouths. The next moment, Su Xiaoxiao quickly looked down, instinctively measuring her chest with her hands, her face a mask of bewilderment. Why isn't there any reaction? It takes a night to take effect, Lu Chuan patiently explained. Now sit tight. Meanwhile, several contestants had already completed their performances on stage. The host, microphone in hand, announced brightly, "Up next is Lu Huanhuan." As Lu Huanhuan stepped onto the stage, she seemingly cast a casual glance at the judges below, her eyes hinting at something intentional. She lifted her head, smiling at the audience, her voice melodious. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Huanhuan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Today, I will perform the diva dance." Lu Huanhuan slightly tilted her head back, confidently gazing at Lu Chuan. "This song is especially for you, Lu Chuan. I hope you enjoy it. I am utterly confident in my abilities, and thus, I congratulate myself in advance for soon becoming one of your girlfriends. I firmly believe I will be your most outstanding one." Her lips curled slightly upwards, exuding an air of determination. "Before I commence my performance, I boldly addressed Lu Chuan as dear." Upon finishing my words, she gracefully flicked her long hair, signaling the band to commence the music, thus officially launching her singing. The audience below, witnessing this, began to murmur amongst themselves in hushed tones. "Goodness, even before becoming his girlfriend, she is already asserting her claim," exclaimed a girl with wide eyes, slightly astonished. "No wonder she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family." Another chimed in, acknowledging the Lu family's prominent status among the elite families in Jiangqing. They truly possess such influence. Yet, despite these accolades, what does it matter? In the pursuit of a partner, one must still earnestly pursue. Of course, this is contingent upon adhering to the male protection law. Another classmate shrugged, chuckling helplessly. Li Xia curled her lips in disdain, casually remarking, "Humph, even before officially becoming his girlfriend, she is already claiming her territory in front of everyone. If they truly become a couple, she might not even regard us as worthy of her attention." Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, visibly displeased. "Indeed. It's just because she is the daughter of the Lu family. She even claims she wants to be Lu Chuan's most outstanding girlfriend. It's quite irksome." We dared not voice such sentiments aloud. Listening to the banter of jealousy around him, Lu Chuan wore a calm smile. He gazed at Lu Huanhuan, adorned in an elegant pink off-shoulder gown on stage. His feelings were neither of affection nor aversion. He regarded her as he would any ordinary girl. Given her confidence, it might be worthwhile to hear her sing, Lu Chuan softly remarked. Upon hearing this, his companions ceased their criticisms. Indeed, as Lu Chuan extended his hands, subconsciously caressing He Yiming and Li Xia, he remained focused on Lu Huanhuan's performance. He Yiming and Li Xia exchanged glances with Lu Chuan, their expressions brimming with pride and joy. Thanks to the system's endowment of 100% proficiency in musical instruments, Lu Chuan possessed a certain understanding of music. When the song reached a high note, anyone with even a modicum of musical knowledge could discern Lu Huanhuan's exceptional vocal ability. However, Lu Chuan noticed something amiss. The vocal track in the accompaniment was 2 seconds ahead of Lu Huanhuan's lip movements. Furthermore, during the chorus, she deliberately turned her body and raised her hand to obscure her mouth, cleverly avoiding a crucial moment for breath. As a professional in this field, He Yiming also recognized the discrepancy. She subtly turned her head, her gaze meeting Lu Chuan's, and softly inquired, "Lu Chuan, did you notice that as well?" Lu Chuan nodded slightly, his eyes resolute. Indeed. Li Xia, Su Xiaoxiao, and Lu Ruyan, overhearing their conversation, all turned to face them. "Ah, what are you all discussing? Have you discovered something?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Lu Chuan, meeting the inquisitive gazes of the 3, spoke with a calm demeanor. "He Yiming and I suspect that Lu Huanhuan is lip-syncing." "Lip-syncing?" the trio exclaimed in unison, astonished. He Yiming nodded solemnly. "Indeed. However, we currently lack concrete evidence." How surprising that the esteemed young lady of the Lu family would resort to such tactics. No wonder she exudes such confidence. Li Xia remarked, furrowing her brow in disbelief. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Lu Chuan's mind. Random task initiated. 1. Expose Lu Huan's lip syncing and bribery of the judges. Reward: the ability to read minds. 2. Disregard the incident. Reward: 1 PowerPoint. 3. Decline the task. The host may handle the matter at their discretion. Reward: mastery in gaming skills. As Lu Chuan pondered the system's voice, he mused, the system has spoken. It appears she truly is lip-syncing. However, I did not anticipate that she would also bribe the judges. These judges are all national-level singers. Yet they can be swayed. Truly, a family that can make the ground tremble with a mere stamp in Jiang City. Nonetheless, given my current capabilities, the second reward holds little value for me. As for the third, with the numerous women surrounding me, I hardly have time to indulge in games. The first reward, however, is quite appealing. It would be intriguing to hear their thoughts. With a decisive mindset, Lu Chuan declared inwardly, System, I choose option 1. Host selection successful. To assist the host in completing the task effectively, the system will provide video evidence of Lu Huan's lip-syncing and bribery of the judges. The system is quite considerate, Lu Chuan thought, a smile playing on his lips as he felt a surge of satisfaction. At that moment, Lu Huan concluded her performance, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. The judges began to present their scores one by one. The host, who had been standing alongside Lu Huan, gripped the microphone tightly and announced with fervor, Lu Huan's final score is 98 points. As the host's words echoed, the crowd erupted in disbelief. My goodness, 98 points? Even higher than He Yiming's score? How is that possible? One classmate gasped, nearly dropping their jaw in astonishment. Indeed. And we hadn't heard of her singing prowess before, had we? Another classmate questioned, shaking their head in confusion, listening to the murmurs of the audience. Lu Huan remained unfazed, her expression composed. She directed her gaze at Lu Chuan, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. Lu Chuan. Then I suppose I shall be your girlfriend from now on. As soon as her words fell, Lu Chuan abruptly stood up, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Oh, is that so? Although I cannot claim to be well-versed in music, I must admit I am quite intrigued by the high notes you sang earlier. Might you indulge us with another performance? Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, the audience exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by his implication. What did Lu Chuan mean? Had he uncovered something? Beside him, Lu Ruyin, Su Xiaoxiao, and others quickly huddled together. Su Xiaoxiao, her eyes sparkling with delight, exclaimed, could it be that Lu Chuan is about to expose her lip-syncing? Given Lu Chuan's demeanor, it seemed likely. Lu Ruyin nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering in her gaze. On stage, Lu Huan had not expected Lu Chuan to pose such a question, knowing well that she had been lip-syncing. She lacked the capability to perform live again. With a quick thought, an expression of apology washed over her face. Lu Chuan, I truly apologize. Having just finished singing, my voice has yet to recover. Would it be possible for me to sing for you at a later time? Lu Chuan, upon hearing this, allowed a slight smile to play at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? I find Lu Huan's voice quite clear. Is it truly that your throat is unwell, or is it perhaps a case of guilt preventing you from singing? Could it be that you are afraid of being unmasked for your lip-syncing? His words sent a wave of murmurs through the crowd. Did Lu Chuan imply that Lu Huan had indeed been faking her performance? It seemed so. After all, who in the school could rival the prowess of teacher He Yiming? As the whispers grew louder, Lu Huan's complexion shifted slightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. However, she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her smile, albeit tinged with a hint of strain. Lu Chuan, you certainly have a penchant for jest. How could I possibly be lip-syncing? If I were, surely the esteemed judges in the audience would have noticed. They are all nationally recognized singers. In the next moment, Lu Huan effectively cast herself as the victim, lowering her head slightly, her tone laced with a touch of grievance. She said, Lu Chuan, although you are a man pursued fervently by countless women, I too am a genuine admirer of yours. I am at a loss as to what I might have done to earn your disdain, leading to such a misunderstanding. But rest assured, if you voice your concerns, I shall make amends. Oh, is that so? Lu Chuan replied coolly. Then would you care to take a look at this? With that, the large screen behind her flickered to life, revealing footage of Lu Huan alone in a room, conversing with someone on the other end of the phone. Courtesy of the system's assistance. Chapter 52. The unfathomable labeling as a tool. As the audience's gazes converged upon the grand screen, they beheld Lu Huanhuan, clad in a pristine white shirt, seated within a lavishly adorned chamber. Her demeanor was grave, her eyes frosty, starkly contrasting with the gentle yet slightly aggrieved expression displayed on stage at that moment, revealing two disparate personas. She raised her phone to her ear, her tone cutting as she inquired, "How has the matter progressed?" As she spoke, her fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest, producing a staccato sound. On the other end of the line, a woman's voice emerged, cautious and deferential. "Miss, the arrangements have been successfully completed. Rest assured, they are all professionals. No one will suspect a thing." Lu Huanhuan furrowed her brow, pressing further, "What about the judges?" Her gaze sharpened, seemingly attempting to pierce through the phone screen to scrutinize the individual on the other side. "Miss, the judges have been taken care of as well. 5 million has been transferred to their accounts," the voice continued, laced with a hint of obsequiousness. "Excellent." Lu Huanhuan's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smirk. After acknowledging the information, she unhesitatingly severed the call, tossing her phone aside with nonchalance as she reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of disdain. With a cold, almost self-reflective tone, she proclaimed, as if addressing the universe itself, "Once I become Lu Chuan's girlfriend, I shall see how my sisters contend for the family inheritance." And Lu Chuan, handsome as he may be, merely serves as a tool to satisfy physiological needs in my eyes. Were it not for his status and the power he wields, how could the illustrious Miss Lu lower herself to pursue him? At that moment, the audience was rendered speechless, utterly flabbergasted by the unfolding video. Lu Rian and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged wide-eyed glances, instinctively covering their mouths in disbelief. Lu Chuan, too, was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape as he mused internally, "I never anticipated that the situation would prove to be even more intriguing than I had imagined." As the crowd regained their composure, pandemonium ensued, voices erupting in a cacophony of astonishment. "Goodness, is this truly what we are witnessing?" exclaimed one girl, her hand covering her mouth in shock. "I can't believe that Miss Lu's pursuit of Lu Chuan was merely a strategy to secure her position as the family heir." Another girl gasped, her eyes wide with incredulity. "And to think she referred to Lu Chuan as merely a tool for her physical needs. How outrageous!" protested yet another girl, indignantly stamping her foot. The 5 judges, who had previously feigned composure, now found their faces drained of color, turning ashen as the truth was laid bare before them. Panic-stricken, her eyes widened, and her body trembled slightly, clearly terrified. The issue of bribery has now been exposed, and its repercussions within the industry will undoubtedly be significant for them. Losing her status as a national team singer is not an impossibility. Lu Huanhuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She never anticipated that she could be recorded in her own home. She stood frozen on stage, her gaze vacant, her very soul seemingly extracted, unable to recover from the shock. Lu Chuan's expression was grim, his cold gaze fixated on Lu Huanhuan, who remained in a state of astonishment. He clicked his tongue derisively and remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Miss Lu, you certainly possess a cunning mind." Finally snapping out of her stupor, Lu Huanhuan's expression transformed from one of gentleness and grievance to one of intense anxiety and unease. Her hands instinctively clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. Her lips trembling as she implored, "Lu Chuan, please let me explain. It's not as you perceive. The content of this video is clearly fabricated. Someone has set me up." As she spoke, a flicker of panic and helplessness glimmered in her eyes as she endeavored to defend herself with urgent words. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of frost flashing within. Fixing his gaze on Lu Huanhuan, he coldly uttered, "Set up? Miss Lu, do you take me, or the assembled audience, for fools?" With his arms crossed, he slightly elevated his chin, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before continuing, "Now, with irrefutable evidence at hand, I shall overlook your lip-syncing for the moment. However, your derogatory remark about me being a mere tool is sufficient under Article 33 of the Male Protection Law to ensure your incarceration." Having spoken, Lu Chuan turned to the principal seated at the front, his tone respectful yet firm. "Principal, I kindly ask for your assistance in addressing this matter." As soon as Lu Chuan's words fell, the principal abruptly rose, her demeanor serious, and loudly commanded, "Security personnel." Simultaneously, she raised her arm, decisively pointing towards Lu Huanhuan, instructing them to escort her away. Subsequently, the principal turned back to Lu Chuan. a reassuring smile gracing her features as she spoke in a steady voice. Lu Chuan, leave this matter to me. I will contact the head of the Lu family and ensure she pays for her words. Thank you, Principal. Lu Chuan nodded slightly before returning to his seat. At this moment, security personnel had approached Lu Huan, reaching out to restrain her. Instantly, she began to struggle, twisting her body, her face flushed, shouting loudly. Let go of me. I am the eldest daughter of the Lu family. How dare you lay hands on me? Her shrill voice echoed piercingly throughout the venue. Meanwhile, the video on the screen had rapidly disseminated through various channels, soon reaching the hands of Lu Huan's sisters. Chapter 53. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be just one person? The principal slowly cast his gaze upon the 5 judges seated below. Although his expression subtly betrayed his discontent, he remained courteous, acknowledging their stature as national team singers. Esteemed judges, he began, slightly bowing with hands clasped before him. We shall refrain from further interference in matters concerning Lu Huan. However, our institution has invested a significant sum to enlist your services as judges. Therefore, we kindly request that you continue to score the upcoming contestants. Upon hearing the principal's words, the 5 female judges displayed a range of emotions, their faces shifting from red to pale. Internally, they grappled with their discomfort. They exchanged glances filled with resignation. After all, they had already accepted the payment, making it inappropriate to simply walk away at this juncture. One judge managed to muster a strained smile and spoke. Principal, you jest. The earlier incident was indeed unforeseen. You are aware of the Lu family's prominence in Jiangqing. We were left with no choice. Nevertheless, rest assured, such an occurrence will not repeat itself. As she spoke, she waved her hand lightly, as if to dismiss the earlier unpleasantness. At that moment, Lu Chuan had just taken his seat when the system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Mind-reading ability has been successfully granted. Let me test the efficacy of this mind-reading ability, Lu Chuan mused quietly to himself before activating the newfound skill. Instantly, a cacophony of thoughts surged into his consciousness, a relentless clamor that filled his mind. Unexpectedly, Lu Huan was experiencing a moment of misfortune. How fitting. Lu Chuan, my Lu Chuan. How I long to share a bed with him. I wonder who will take the stage next. Amidst the flood of voices, Lu Chuan felt as though his head might implode, buzzing incessantly. He quickly clasped his hands over his head, tightly shut his eyes, and shook his head vigorously, endeavoring to regain clarity while hastily ceasing the ability to read others' thoughts. Seeing Lu Chuan in such distress, Lu Ruyan and Lin Yao exchanged worried glances. Lu Ruyan promptly grasped Lu Chuan's arm, her voice laced with concern. Lu Chuan, are you all right? Lin Yao leaned closer, gently holding Lu Chuan's hand, her expression filled with care. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Tears began to well in her eyes. Li Xia, in a state of urgent anxiety, wasted no time and pulled out her phone, speaking rapidly. I'll have a car at Jiangxing University in 10 minutes. As she spoke, she paced back and forth. Observing this, Lu Chuan reached out and grasped Li Xia's arm, quickly interjecting, it's unnecessary. Just a moment ago, I merely felt a slight dizziness. Truly, I am fine. Are you genuinely all right? Lu Chuan, Lin Yao remained unconvinced, tilting her head and gazing at Lu Chuan with a pitiful expression. Perhaps we should get you checked, she suggested. Observing the anxious expressions of the 4, Lu Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. He gently caressed each of their cheeks in turn and softly reassured them, everything is all right, do not worry. Seeing Lu Chuan's resolute demeanor, they hesitated to press further and relented. Subsequently, the campus singer competition continued to unfold in an orderly manner. Following Lu Huan's earlier outburst, no one dared to harbor any ulterior motives. During this time, Lu Chuan's attention was drawn to 2 girls. One exuded an air of sophistication, with a cold yet alluring demeanor, while the other embodied a charming, youthful innocence that could melt hearts with her smile. Naturally, Lu Chuan took them both as his girlfriends. Before they knew it, the hour had approached around 8 p.m. As Lu Chuan and his companions exited the auditorium, several girls quickly surrounded him, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they eagerly inquired, Lu Chuan, whom do you plan to sleep with tonight? Come to my place, Lu Chuan. Li Xia was the first to speak, gently tugging at his sleeve. No sooner had she spoken than the others turned their gaze toward Li Xia, exclaiming in unison. No way. Su Xiao, hands on her hips and pouting, chimed in, you spent last night with Lu Chuan. You can't be so possessive. Lu Ruyan and this teacher, he have never shared a night with him. With that, she feigned annoyance and glared at Li Xia. Li Xia's cheeks flushed slightly at this. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, all right, I understand. Besides, Lu Chuan has not objected. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and the others all turned their eager and curious gazes toward Lu Chuan, simultaneously asking, so, Lu Chuan, who will you be with tonight? Lu Chuan glanced at them, cleared his throat, and somewhat helplessly stated, tonight, let me just rest properly. Since being with you, it seems I have not had a moment's peace each night. With you all giving me the runaround, even someone as strong as I am must retreat. Upon hearing this, they pondered and realized he had a point. Lin Yao nodded weakly, hesitating before suggesting, then how about I buy you some goji berries, deer antler, and ginseng? She glanced at Lu Chuan, gauging his reaction. The others, noticing, nodded in agreement, echoing, Lin Yao is right. He Yiming also nodded along and added, I will contact my private doctor to prepare some medicine for you. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly raised his hand to halt them. Stop. I merely stated that I wished to take a break. I did not imply any deficiency in my health. Can none of you discern the state of my body? Upon hearing this, several individuals displayed expressions of embarrassment, scratching their heads and chuckling awkwardly. We were merely concerned for your well-being. Lu Chuan regarded them with a serene smile, shaking his head in resignation, silently musing that with my ancient physique, it is not entirely unmanageable. Yet, the daily exertion leaves my lower back achingly sore each morning. Moreover, after several days, the thought of abalone has utterly lost its appeal. Lu Chuan then addressed the group. Very well, you may each return home for the evening. Tomorrow morning, it will be time for my performance. Once it concludes, I shall take you to view some properties. The group nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao found herself secretly delighted, as the notion of living with Lu Chuan made her heart swell with sweetness, her lips curving into an involuntary smile as she mused. After all the twists and turns, Lu Chuan remains mine. At that juncture, Lu Chuan glanced at his phone, as if struck by a sudden thought. Oh, by the way, could someone lend me their car? I wish to take a drive. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the group brightened, and they chorused. Shall I accompany you? Lu Chuan, however, calmly waved his hand, stating, no need, I prefer to wander alone. Instantly, the smiles faded from their faces, each one appearing despondent. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and murmured, all right then. Subsequently, He Yiming, Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Yao, and Li Xia each handed their car keys to Lu Chuan. Observing this, Lu Ruoyan felt a pang of disappointment, reflecting on her lack of background and financial means compared to the others. Her head instinctively drooped, a wave of inferiority washing over her. Lu Chuan, perceptive to the subtle shift in Lu Ruoyan's expression, surmised her thoughts. He offered a gentle smile, casually accepting the keys to the Chevrolet Corvette ZR1 from He Yiming, who stood closest to him. All right, you may go now, he declared, turning to head toward the parking lot. The group exchanged brief farewells before departing. Just as Lu Ruoyan reached the base of her dormitory, preparing to enter, her phone emitted a notification beep. She hurriedly retrieved her device to check and found a message from Lu Chuan. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly opened it. Lazy sheep avatar, I'm downstairs waiting for you. I'll come to pick you up. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced like a startled deer at the sight of those brief words, a flicker of joy passing through her. Her lips could not help but lift into a smile as she hastily replied, okay, accompanied by a Pikachu emoji making an okay gesture. Chapter 54, MD. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Ruoyan stood beneath the dormitory building, surrounded by a bustling crowd. Occasionally, she would glance around, her eyes betraying a flicker of anticipation. Before long, a sharp, piercing roar echoed from a distance, drawing nearer with alarming speed. In the next instant, Lu Chuan expertly maneuvered his car into a stunning drift, skidding to a halt right before Lu Ruoyan, the tires screeching against the pavement. The female students nearby were startled by this sudden display, jumping in surprise. Upon realizing it was a luxury sports car, they speculated about which heiress might be inside. Their indignation muted as they whispered amongst themselves, MD, can he even drive? One girl frowned, discontent evident in her mutterings. It's just a bit of money. What is so impressive about that? Another girl scoffed, her expression rife with disdain. He can only show off in front of ordinary people like us, someone else chimed in softly. As Lu Chuan stepped out of the car, the crowd quickly recognized him. their eyes lighting up in excitement as they swarmed around him, phones drawn for impromptu photographs. Lu Chuan, can we take a picture together? One girl asked, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Lu Chuan, could we possibly add you on WeChat? Another eagerly inquired, refusing to be overshadowed. Yet, Lu Chuan paid no heed to their requests. Striding directly toward Lu Ruoyan, he approached her and gently pinched her porcelain-like cheek, his touch tender and his gaze filled with affection as he softly said, "Let us go. Get in the car." Under the watchful eyes of dozens, Lu Ruoyan felt a rush of warmth bloom in her cheeks, turning as red as a ripe apple. Initially, she lowered her head shyly, but then, with a hint of confusion, she looked up at Lu Chuan and asked, "Lu Chuan, didn't you say you were going alone?" With a slight smile curving his lips, Lu Chuan grasped her hand and replied, "Is it not permissible for me to change my mind?" He then led her toward the car. Once Lu Ruoyan settled into the passenger seat, Lu Chuan deftly took his place behind the wheel. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away towards the school's west gate. The onlookers, still gathered in a cluster, watched the departing sports car with envy glimmering in their eyes. Lu Chuan actually came to pick up Lu Ruoyan. How blissful is that? One girl exclaimed, her hands cradling her face in awe. When will I ever experience such treatment? Another lamented, unable to contain her jealousy. I can't stand it anymore. Why isn't at me sitting beside Lu Chuan? I'm so envious. At this moment, Lu Chuan had successfully whisked Lu Ruoyan beyond the school gates. On the dimly lit road at night, Lu Ruoyan found herself alone with Lu Chuan for the very first time. Her heart raced like a little rabbit, thumping wildly in her chest. She obediently settled into her seat, stealing glances at the serious-faced Lu Chuan as he drove. The contours of his handsome profile became increasingly pronounced under the glow of the lights, igniting an impulsive desire within Lu Ruoyan to lean in and kiss him. Lu Chuan, perceptive to Lu Ruoyan's unusual demeanor, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips as he inquired, "What's the matter? You're not usually this shy when we're alone together." Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she cast her gaze downward, murmuring, "And no, not really." Lu Chuan turned to her, his eyes softening as he gently asked, "I noticed you seemed a bit unhappy when they handed me the car keys. Would you care to share why?" Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, a hint of insecurity crossing her face. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly replied, "Lu Chuan, do you think less of me for not having money? For not being able to provide you with what you desire like they can?" As she spoke, she nervously twisted her fingers. Lu Chuan, upon hearing her words, refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question of his own. "Do you truly believe I would think less of you?" Lu Ruoyan turned to face him. Her eyes locked onto his, momentarily at a loss for words as she stammered, I don't know." In the dimly lit car, beams of light filtered through the windows, illuminating Lu Ruoyan's fair face, accentuating her restrained yet melancholic expression, rendering her all the more exquisite. Lu Chuan let out a soft sigh, his tone earnest as he said, "Lu Ruoyan, if I had been after your wealth from the start, I would never have chosen you. Do you understand? Besides, you're only 20, still a third-year student. It's perfectly normal not to have economic stability at your age. With your capabilities, it's certainly possible to surpass Li Xia and the others after a few years of development post-graduation." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan gently shook her head, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes as she remarked, "But we're both 20, and you're already financially independent without parents. As for me," Lu Chuan quickly interrupted her, lightly tapping her forehead as he countered, "You see, you're being unreasonable again. You and I are not the same. Honestly, my financial independence is largely due to my being male. There are various subsidies, benefits, and so forth." Just as he instinctively began to mention the system, he suddenly realized and swiftly amended his words. "In any case, you needn't feel inferior. Without those advantages, I would be just like you." Listening to Lu Chuan's heartfelt reassurance, the clouds of doubt in Lu Ruoyan's heart began to dissipate significantly. She lifted her head to gaze at Lu Chuan, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes as she asked, "What if I am unable to become someone like Li Xia after graduation? Will you still want me?" A radiant smile blossomed on Lu Chuan's face as he gently ruffled Lu Ruoyan's hair, soothingly responding, "Do not fret. I have faith that you will surely succeed. If, by any chance, you are unable to be like Li Xia and the others, then I shall take care of you." At that moment, he added, "In fact, supporting 100 of you would be an effortless task." As those words slipped from Lu Chuan's lips, Lu Ruoyan's pupils dilated, as if she had heard something unfathomable. She fixated on Lu Chuan's profile, her eyes brimming with surprise, emotion, and a myriad of complex feelings. His words reverberated in her mind like an echo. At this juncture, Lu Chuan called her name several times, but she remained unresponsive. Unable to contain himself, he gently tapped her shoulder, expressing concern. Lu Ruyan, Lu Ruyan, what is the matter with you? It was only when Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality that she realized her daydream. She hastily nodded an apology, her gaze flustered. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Observing her reaction, Lu Chuan smiled faintly and teased. Indeed, I noticed. You didn't respond even after I called you multiple times. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she began to speak. It has always been women spending on men, with dozens or even hundreds of women supporting a single man. This is the first time I have heard a man express the notion of supporting a woman. Lu Chuan merely smiled faintly, secretly musing, if she were to discover that in my original world, not only do men support their families, but they must also purchase homes and cars, and deal with exorbitant bride prices, her worldview would surely shatter. He then glanced at Lu Ruyan and remarked, there is nothing extraordinary about this. Besides, I am not like other men. At that moment, as they were conversing, the vehicle approached a somewhat dimly lit road. Under the glare of the high beams, a frail figure suddenly darted out from an alley ahead. The car was traveling at a swift pace, and it seemed as though they were on the verge of a collision. Lu Chuan was startled, his heart racing to his throat. Instinctively, he gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed on the brakes. With a screech, the car skidded across the road, narrowly avoiding the impending crash. Lu Chuan could not help but exclaim, MD, what a reckless ghost, seeking death. After uttering those words, he flung open the car door and swiftly exited to investigate. As he approached the front of the vehicle, he too was taken aback. Chapter 55. After all, one more or one less makes no difference. Under the brilliant illumination of the headlights, the scene ahead became vividly clear. It revealed a remarkably emaciated little girl, so frail that it seemed a mere gust of wind could topple her. Describing her as skin and bones would not be an exaggeration. With her dirty little feet bare, she sat on the ground, her soiled hands propping herself up as she struggled to stabilize her trembling body. Lu Chuan first glanced down at a spot less than a meter from the front of the car, his brow furrowing slightly before his gaze gradually shifted to the little girl. She was wrapped in a tattered white short-sleeve shirt that hung loosely on her small frame, the garment almost the same length as her own body. Perhaps due to the shock she had just experienced, the oversized shirt had slipped off her shoulders, revealing the stark contrast of her fair skin against the grime that covered her legs and face. Finally, Lu Chuan's eyes settled upon her disheveled long hair, which grew wildly and nearly obscured her entire face. The little girl timidly peered through the strands, her gaze directed upward at the towering Lu Chuan. Her body trembled with anxiety as she repeatedly apologized, her voice quivering with a sobbing tone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Please don't hit me. The plaintive quality of her voice echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. The impulse to scold that had arisen in Lu Chuan due to his initial fright inexplicably diminished upon witnessing the girl's pitiable appearance. He slowly crouched down, striving to soften his tone as he gently inquired, Little sister, how did you end up in this dark alley all alone? Where are your family? As he spoke, he softly patted her shoulder in an attempt to soothe her distress. The girl flinched at Lu Chuan's unexpected gesture, but upon realizing he meant her no harm, her fear abated slightly, though it lingered. Biting her lip, she stammered, I don't have any family. What? Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, his expression revealing his astonishment at her words. No family. At that moment, Lu Ruyan also descended from the vehicle. She approached Lu Chuan, bending slightly to express her concern. Lu Chuan, what's the matter? Lu Chuan shook his head gently, gesturing toward the little girl as he explained, This is a little girl. Observing the situation, Lu Ruyan slowly crouched down as well, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she softly asked, Little sister, do you live nearby? Would you like us to take you home? The girl curled her body tighter, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Yet, upon sensing that Lu Chuan and Lu Ruyan harbored no ill intentions, she gradually began to explain, I don't have a home. I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. With that, she lowered her head, seemingly filled with self-doubt, unable to meet their gaze. Upon hearing the term orphan, Lu Chuan's expression momentarily froze, as if something deep within him had been stirred, causing his thoughts to drift toward memories long buried in his heart. In but a fleeting moment, he swiftly regained his composure, his expression settling into tranquility as his gaze refocused on the little girl before him. With a slight furrow of his brow, he inquired with genuine concern, "But you ought to be at the orphanage. Why have you found yourself in such a place?" The little girl trembled like a leaf in the wind, her voice quavering with a hint of tears as she stammered, I escaped." Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan instinctively turned to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze, both their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Lu Ruyan bit her lip lightly. Worry etched across her face as she whispered, "Lu Chuan, what shall we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chuan replied with a calm demeanor, "Naturally. We shall take her to the police station and let the officers handle the situation. We cannot simply abandon her here." No sooner had Lu Chuan spoken than the little girl, as if ignited by a spark, became tense and agitated. She abruptly reached out, gripping the hem of Lu Chuan's garment with all her might. Her eyes, wide with fear, glistened beneath her disheveled hair, and she shook her head vehemently. Her voice tinged with desperation, "No, I do not wish to return. Please, do not send me back. I have escaped that place with great difficulty. I cannot go back." Observing the girl's terror-stricken expression, Lu Chuan's heart softened, and he moderated his tone, "Then you need not return. How old are you now?" As the little girl sensed Lu Chuan's willingness to spare her from being sent back, her fear slightly diminished. She sniffled and replied, I am 15. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise as he took a closer look at her, exclaiming, 15, you say? You appear so small. I would have thought you were only 12 or 13. In that case, there is indeed no need for you to return. You are certainly capable of living on your own." With that, Lu Chuan rummaged through his pocket and produced a modest sum of cash, approximately 700 or 800 yuan. He gently crouched down, extending the money towards the little girl, placing it tenderly into her grimy little hands. "Here, take this. Find yourself a job and live well," he said softly. As he began to rise and prepare to depart, the little girl once more reached out, clutching Lu Chuan's garment with a sense of helplessness. "I have never attended school for even a day. I have searched through countless establishments but found no work. They all deem me too young and illiterate. Sister, could you possibly take me in? I can do anything. I will help you with the dishes and laundry." "Illiterate? And you call me sister?" Lu Chuan turned to face her, unable to suppress his astonishment. Confusion marred his features as he questioned, "That cannot be right. The orphanage is required by national compulsory education law to ensure that children of appropriate age are enrolled in public schools for 9 years of mandatory education. Some welfare organizations strive to secure support for children in high school, vocational education, and even higher education. At the very least, there is compulsory education for 9 years. Is there not? How could one possibly be illiterate?" At this moment, Lu Ruan gently rose and approached Lu Chuan, tilting her head slightly as she spoke to him. "Lu Chuan, could it be that you have made a mistake? Orphanages do not arrange for them to receive 9 years of compulsory education. They merely care for them until they are 18, at which point they must fend for themselves. Typically, the work they find afterward requires no literacy, merely physical labor." Upon hearing Lu Ruan's words, Lu Chuan froze, his mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. What? How could it be so bleak? Is it really true that they do not receive 9 years of compulsory education? Would that mean they lack even basic life skills and fundamental arithmetic? Lu Ruan regarded Lu Chuan with a hint of confusion, tilting her head in inquiry. "Lu Chuan, could it be that you are mistaken? Has it not always been this way?" At that moment, reminded by Lu Ruan, Lu Chuan regained his composure and muttered to himself, "I thought this world, aside from the gender imbalance, was fundamentally the same as the original one. It seems I have overestimated it." Lu Chuan slowly lowered his gaze to the little girl before him, who was clutching his clothing tightly, her eyes filled with hope. He could not help but reminisce about his experiences in the original world, abandoned at birth by his parents, growing up in an orphanage. Perhaps out of divine compassion, he was adopted at 13 by a couple of modest means. However, after turning 18, he spent years in a job with radiation exposure, ultimately succumbing to cancer, which led him to this world. Reflecting on this, a wave of sympathy surged within Lu Chuan. He knelt down gently, his gaze softening as he unconsciously reached out to stroke the little girl's head. As if making a resolute decision, he spoke softly. "All right, since I have plenty of girlfriends, I might as well consider raising a daughter." Chapter 56. A daughter acquired. Lu Ruan tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she looked at Lu Chuan. So, you intend to adopt her? She bit her lip gently, her gaze filled with concern for Lu Chuan's decision. Lu Chuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, and he nodded firmly. Indeed, our meeting is a fateful encounter. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Lu Ruoyan's shoulder, adding, and I possess the capacity to do so. Why not treat her as a daughter? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chuan bent slightly, effortlessly taking the little girl's hand in his own, his touch both tender and strong. Come now, he said, let us first visit a hair salon to tidy your hair, and then perhaps procure some clothing. The little girl, pulled to her feet, looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, gratitude, confusion, and a hint of fear. In the next moment, she appeared to have made a momentous decision, suddenly kneeling on the ground with a soft thud. Following this, her head began to bow repeatedly towards Lu Chuan, her voice tinged with tears yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Thank you. Thank you for adopting me. Sister, I promise to take good care of you in the future. Lu Chuan paused in mild astonishment, his expression morphing into one of confusion as his brows furrowed slightly. Why are you calling me sister when I am a male? The little girl gradually rose to her feet, her face a portrait of bewilderment, her eyes wide open as she gazed intently at Lu Chuan. What does it mean to be a male? Lu Chuan found himself momentarily speechless, as if time had frozen for a few seconds. He opened his mouth slightly, uncertain of how to respond. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that males were indeed a rarity in this world. Furthermore, having grown up in an orphanage, the little girl had limited exposure to the outside world, making her ignorance quite understandable. Lu Chuan cleared his throat softly and said, regardless of what it means to be male, you may simply call me brother from now on. With that, he reached out gently to stroke the little girl's head, his actions overflowing with affection. The little girl blinked obediently, nodding vigorously, her voice clear yet laced with a hint of shyness. I understand. All right then, let us depart, Lu Chuan stated, taking the little girl's hand and leading her to the back of the car. He opened the door gently, allowing her to settle into the back seat while he circled around to the driver's seat, with Lu Ruoyan elegantly occupying the passenger seat. At that moment, the little girl in the back seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed everything within the vehicle. Her eyes widened as they flitted across the car's interior, the decorations, the seats, and the dashboard, yet her body remained still, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing as if fearing that any movement might disrupt this unfamiliar and wondrous environment. Lu Chuan turned to Lu Ruoyan in the passenger seat, noting that their original plan to explore the nearby mountains this evening would now be impossible due to time constraints. We shall go another day, he remarked, extending his hand to gently clasp Lu Ruoyan's. A tender smile graced her face as she lightly shook her head and squeezed Lu Chuan's hand, reassuring him, It's all right. It's all right. Just proceed as per your plans. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, acknowledging her words with a simple, moments later. He skillfully drove the car to a high-end hair salon in the city center. He deftly unfastened his seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and after Lu Ruoyan gracefully alighted, he approached the back seat once more. Taking the little girl's hand, he led her into the salon. Just before he entered, the 6 hairstylists inside, having keenly noticed the presence of a male, instantly lit up with excitement. They swiftly and orderly approached him, one of them nimbly stepping forward to open the door for Lu Chuan. With a radiant smile illuminating their faces, they chimed in unison, Hello, Mr. Lu. It is a pleasure to serve you. May I inquire which of you requires a haircut? Do you have a reservation with a particular stylist? Lu Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the diverse array of female hairstylists. A hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he questioned, What is this? Is it impossible to receive a haircut without a reservation? Upon hearing his words, the stylist's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing their faux pas. They hurriedly waved their hands in a flurry of apologies, their faces adorned with contrition, exclaiming, We sincerely apologize. As long as you are here, we can accommodate you at any moment. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, then gently pulled the little girl behind him forward to give her a haircut. If you have a washroom, please also wash her hair. The stylists followed his gesture, directing their attention toward the small girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall, who appeared disheveled, resembling a little beggar. A flicker of disdain crossed their eyes, yet upon recognizing her association with Lu Chuan, their smiles returned instantly, and they eagerly nodded, Of course. We will take her to the washroom right away." Feeling the gaze of the hairstylists upon her, the little girl was suddenly engulfed by a wave of fear. Instinctively, she shrank back behind Lu Chuan, her eyes brimming with trepidation as she looked up at him. Observing her reaction, Lu Chuan knelt slightly, gazing at her with gentle warmth. He smiled reassuringly, lightly patting her shoulder. "Go ahead, we will be waiting here." With Lu Chuan's encouragement, the little girl hesitated momentarily before cautiously following the hairstylists away. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Chuan turned and approached a nearby black sofa, slightly angling his body as he sat down. Lu Rian noticed and gracefully joined him. Taking a seat beside him, Lu Chuan instinctively extended his arm, embracing Lu Rian effortlessly, while his other hand casually perused his phone. After several minutes, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. The hairstylist descended slowly, leading the little girl from the second floor. "Mr. Lu, do you find her acceptable?" one of the stylists inquired. Upon hearing their voices, Lu Chuan lifted his gaze, his attention immediately drawn to the little girl. After her wash, despite still wearing the tattered white t-shirt, her beauty was unmistakable. Her delicate features and fair skin rivaled even those of Lu Rian, cradled in his arms. Lu Chuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Then please style her hair according to her face shape." Lu Rian, observing the little girl, felt a pang of unease. Having always prided herself on being the most stunning among Lu Chuan's current girlfriends, she now found herself confronted by a potential rival who matched her in beauty. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, an anxious glimmer passing through her eyes as she scrutinized the little girl, as if assessing a formidable competitor. Lu Chuan silently mused, pondering the peculiar dynamics of a world where women outnumber men. In the previous world, had any man encountered an orphan of such beauty in a desolate place, the outcomes would have been unfathomable. Chapter 57. Intimacy. After a moment of contemplation, he inadvertently turned his gaze towards Lu Rian. She was intently fixated on a little girl receiving a haircut, her expression revealing a mix of focus and deep thought. A subtle smile, tinged with mischief, crept across Lu Chuan's lips. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he considered employing his mind-reading ability to discern Lu Rian's current thoughts. The instant he activated his power, Lu Rian's inner musings echoed in Lu Chuan's ears. "This little girl is just too beautiful. I'm so infuriated. If this continues, my standing in Lu Chuan's heart will undoubtedly diminish." A frown formed on her brow, accompanied by a flicker of jealousy. Moreover, if she grows up, she might become Lu Chuan's childhood bride. What can I do to maintain my status as the most attractive among his girlfriends? She bit her lip, her face etched with anxiety as her eyes darted around, desperately searching for a strategy. An idea sparked within her. What if I change my usual demeanor? I could act adorably and sweetly in front of Lu Chuan while the little girl is watching. Lu Rian's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sense of triumph. With my beauty, the contrast will be stark. My position in Lu Chuan's heart will surely soar. With resolve, she thought, "Yes, that will do." Lu Chuan, having overheard her thoughts, chuckled internally and abruptly turned to meet Lu Rian's gaze, their eyes locking in an unexpected moment. Aware of the pretense, he could not help but ask, feigning curiosity, "What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?" A blush crept onto Lu Rian's cheeks as she gradually shifted closer to him, her body pressing against his, leaving scarcely any space between them. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze dreamy, wearing an expression of yearning. In a soft voice, she uttered, "Lu Chuan." Extending her slender fingers, she lightly traced Lu Chuan's arm. "Since you chose me as your girlfriend, it seems we haven't had any intimate contact yet, have we?" She bit her lip gently, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Could you fulfill my wish, just this once? Just a little?" As she spoke, she slowly raised her arm, preparing to tenderly wrap it around Lu Chuan's neck. At that moment, the two of them were seated on the sofa behind the little girl. The reflection in the large mirror before the child captured every subtle movement they made, leaving the little girl, though bewildered and unaware of the implications, watching their actions with wide eyes. Yet her expression unconsciously morphed into a semblance of displeasure, her delicate lips pouting slightly, and her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. Internally, she murmured softly, "Oh dear, what are the older brother and sister doing? Why do I feel so unhappy inside?" A few hairstylists, witnessing this scene, wore expressions filled with envy. They were too shy to turn and look directly. Instead, they gazed intently through the mirror, fearing to miss even the slightest detail of the couple's actions. One hairstylist's mouth was slightly agape, her eyes wide with longing, while another gently bit her lip, her hands instinctively tightening around the tool she held. Lu Chuan glanced down at Lu Ruyan, who was now seated on his lap. Her long, fair legs dangled gracefully beneath her ultra-short denim shorts. At that moment, her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck, and he could distinctly feel her warm breath against his skin, carrying a faint fragrance. Lu Chuan smiled helplessly, shaking his head gently. "You know, it seems that we really haven't engaged in much intimate contact," he remarked. He raised his hand, playfully brushing his fingers against Lu Ruyan's nose. "But are you certain you wish to be affectionate here in this hair salon, in front of so many people? After all, in today's world, while publicly showcasing affection is not illegal, it certainly lacks decorum." Lu Ruyan vigorously shook her head, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination. "If it's deemed immoral, so be it. Let me be the one to embrace that immorality." A slight frown creased her brow, and a hint of grievance flickered in her gaze. "If you find it distasteful or uncomfortable, you can simply push me away." No sooner had she spoken than her cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She pouted her soft, pink lips and slowly leaned in towards Lu Chuan's neck, planting a gentle kiss. As she kissed, she playfully nipped at him with her teeth, as if to stake a claim. Then, she extended her tongue to lightly lick him, her movements both ambiguous and playful. Occasionally, she cast a glance towards the little girl, offering a triumphant look, as though to assert her dominance. The hairstylists, peering through the mirror, were utterly captivated by Lu Ruyan's every action towards Lu Chuan. Some of them even gasped, their mouths agape in a blend of astonishment and envy, occasionally swallowing hard as audible gulps escaped their throats. Even the stylist attending to the little girl paused, her eyes fixated on the scene in the mirror, her expression one of longing and envy. "I wish I could experience that feeling of being with a man," one hairstylist whispered, her eyes filled with yearning. "Being exposed like this is more torturous than any form of punishment," another stylist chuckled wryly, shaking her head. "Truly, a feast for the eyes but a trial for the body," sighed a third stylist in resignation. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Chuan did not push Lu Ruyan away. Rather, he allowed her to act freely. Noticing that several hairdressers were observing them through the mirror, he cleared his throat softly, his voice low yet imbued with an air of authority. "If you wish to look, then look. Just do not cease your work, shall you? Is no one cutting hair anymore?" At his words, the hairdressers seemed to awaken from a dream, embarrassment spreading across their faces as they hastily apologized and resumed their tasks. Nevertheless, their eyes would occasionally dart towards Lu Chuan, as if under a spell, unable to divert their gaze. Disregarding their presence, Lu Chuan turned his attention back to Lu Ruyan, who continued to shower him with affection. Gently, he pushed her away, saying, "Since you have kissed me, might it not be my turn now?" Chapter 58. A romantic hotel. Lu Ruyan's eyes were dreamy, her face flushed with a tinge of intoxication as she gazed longingly at Lu Chuan, her cheeks glowing like the dawn. She nodded softly and then slowly closed her eyes, awaiting Lu Chuan's affectionate advance. Her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling gently, revealing a hint of tension and anticipation. However, as moments ticked by, Lu Ruyan found herself waiting in vain. No touch graced her cheeks, lips, or any part of her being. A sense of disappointment and confusion stirred within her, prompting her to open her eyes slowly. With a trace of grievance in her gaze, she inquired softly, "Lu Chuan, do you find me unappealing?" As she spoke, she bit her lower lip, anxiety evident in her expression. Observing her demeanor, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile. He gently lifted his hand, tenderly reaching for the back of her head, his movements slow and gentle. He drew her forehead close to his, leaning in to whisper near her ear, his warm breath caressing her skin. "Disdain is hardly the word." He paused, his smile deepening. "I merely recalled that you mentioned during the campus singing competition that you possess quite the talent in that regard. How about I verify that tonight?" The moment his words fell, Lu Ruyan's complexion flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. Panic flickered in her eyes as she stammered, "Tea tonight?" Her voice trembled, laced with surprise and shyness. "But didn't you say you wanted to rest this evening?" Furrowing her brow, confusion painted her features. "My words are not set in stone." Lu Chuan replied with a gentle smile, playfully brushing his fingers against Lu Ruyan's nose in a tender and flirtatious manner. "Why concern yourself so? Just tell me if you desire it or not. If you are unwilling, then let us forget it." As Lu Chuan's words lingered in the air, Lu Ruyin felt as though a deep chord within her had been struck. Almost without a moment's hesitation, she blurted out, "Of course I would." Her voice was bright and clear, resonating throughout the barber shop, drawing the attention of every individual present. Suddenly aware of her indiscretion, a rush of embarrassment washed over her, painting her cheeks a vivid crimson, and she wished desperately to vanish into the ground. In a flurry, she buried her face deep into Lu Chuan's embrace, murmuring urgent apologies. "I'm so sorry, I got carried away." As she spoke, her body trembled slightly, her hands gripping the hem of Lu Chuan's shirt as if seeking solace. Lu Chuan, maintaining his composure, turned to the others in the shop and declared with a confident voice, "It's nothing. Please, do continue with your work." The other patrons, having not overheard the exchange, returned to their tasks without a second thought. Lu Chuan then lowered his gaze, studying the flustered Lu Ruyin nestled in his arms. A playful smirk danced across his lips as he teased, "All right, I understand that you are willing. But did you really need to announce it to everyone?" He raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Or were you hoping to boast a little?" Lu Ruyin, her face aglow with shyness, remained hidden in his embrace, her voice barely audible as she stammered, "I wasn't." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she lifted her eyes to meet Lu Chuan's. Worry and bashfulness mingling in her gaze as she cautiously inquired, "Lu Chuan, it seems we are not in the same dormitory." "Oh, but I never mentioned going to the dormitory," Lu Chuan replied, arching an eyebrow, a sly smile playing on his lips. "If I recall correctly, there happens to be a couple's hotel nearby, does there not?" At the mere mention of the couple's hotel, vivid images from her study materials flooded Lu Ruyin's mind. Her cheeks flamed anew, and she shyly nodded, her voice a mere whisper, "That sounds fine. But could you be gentle? I have never used such toys before." The last word lingered on her lips, unspoken. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with sudden delight, a smile of astonishment spreading across his face. He leaned closer to Lu Ruyin, his voice dropping to a soft, teasing murmur, "Oh, is that true? If so, we might just have an adventure ahead of us." Lu Ruyin, her face a portrait of embarrassment, nodded slightly before quickly averting her gaze, her body curling in on itself from shyness. At that moment, the barber approached Lu Chuan quietly, casting a glance of mild apology at the girl nestled in his arms. Then, turning his gaze towards Lu Chuan, a hint of a bashful smile appeared on his face as he shyly inquired, "Mr. Lu, I hope I am not intruding upon you too?" Lu Chuan, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded nonchalantly, "Not at all. What is it?" Upon receiving Lu Chuan's affirmative reply, the hairstylist continued, "Well, the hair of the little girl you brought has been styled. What do you think?" As soon as the words left his lips, several other hairstylists escorted the little girl to Lu Chuan's presence. His eyes fell upon her hair, which was styled into an exquisite collarbone-length cut. The strands cascaded smoothly and naturally, complemented by neatly arranged bangs that perfectly framed her face, rendering her both refreshing and adorable. Noticing this, Lu Chuan gently pushed aside Lu Ruyin, his movements tender yet decisive. He then stood up and quickly approached the little girl. Gradually, he crouched down, his gaze filled with admiration and affection. He scrutinized her closely, nodding in praise. "Very good, splendid. It seems we have come to the right place today." The little girl, sensing Lu Chuan's focused attention, felt both anxious and hopeful. With a hint of timidness, she softly asked, "Brother, do you like it?" Her eyes sparkled with a star-like gleam, revealing a cautious desire. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded vigorously, his tone laden with affirmation, "I like it, very much so. Now let us go buy you some clothes." With that, he turned to the hairstylist and succinctly uttered, "Check out." "Mr. Lu, the total is 580 yuan, the hairstylist replied politely. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chuan grasped the little girl's hand and strode towards the area designated for QR code payments. Observing this, Lu Ruyin promptly adjusted her attire and followed closely behind them. "Spend 580 yuan, receive 5,800 yuan back." As the notification of successful mobile payment resonated, Lu Chuan led the two out of the hair salon. Shortly thereafter, he drove to an upscale shopping mall. Lu Chuan, accompanied by the little girl and Lu Ruyin, made his way directly into a renowned women's clothing store. The store's decor exuded a minimalist yet fashionable vibe, with racks adorned with an array of exquisite garments. Upon spotting Lu Chuan's entrance, the eyes of the female attendants instantly lit up, each one vying to approach him. They moved with grace, their faces radiant with warm smiles. and one slightly more forward attendant eagerly exclaimed, "Sir, it is a pleasure to serve you. May I ask if you are here to shop for your girlfriend and daughter?" Just as Lu Ruyan was about to clarify that the clothes were not for herself, Lu Chuan, however, took the initiative to speak first. He nodded slightly, his expression calm as he remarked, "Indeed." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Lu Ruyan, warmth glimmering in his eyes. Gently resting his hand on her shoulder, he added, "Why don't you take the little girl to choose some clothes? You might as well pick out a few for yourself." Lu Ruyan was about to decline, but upon meeting Lu Chuan's resolute gaze, the words caught in her throat. Reluctantly, she nodded and softly replied, "All right." With that, she took the little girl's hand and sweetly said, "Let us go see if there's anything we like." The two then began to peruse the store. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, with nothing much to occupy him, leisurely browsed through various garments. As he walked, he scrutinized the clothes hanging on the racks, occasionally picking up an item to feel its texture before placing it back to continue his search. Before long, he had selected dozens of appealing outfits, including charming bunny girl costumes, vibrant JK uniforms, and elegantly styled maid outfits, among others. A diverse array of styles filled his selection, with the more risque garments notably dominating the assortment. He handed the chosen clothes to a nearby attendant, instructing, "Please package these." Then, he mused to himself, "Yes, this should suffice. They should fit Lin Yao and the others quite well." At that moment, Lu Ruyan approached with the little girl, each holding several selected items. Upon seeing the substantial pile of clothes before her, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but furrow her brow in concern, saying, "Lu Chuan, are you sure it's wise to buy so much?" Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively, a smile on his face as he replied, "It's nothing, really. Not too much at all. I've also bought for a few others." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan let out a soft "oh," her worries slightly alleviated. Once everything was organized, Lu Chuan turned to the attendant nearby, gesturing towards the heap of clothing. "Please place these in the vehicle outside." "Of course, sir." The attendant responded respectfully. Instantly, a dozen female attendants sprang into action, making multiple trips to transport the garments. After considerable effort, they finally loaded all the clothes into the vehicle. Subsequently, Lu Chuan approached the checkout counter. A smiling attendant informed him, "Sir, your total comes to 450,000. Afterward, she extended the card reader towards Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly interjected, "Wait, let me handle this." He took the card reader from Lu Ruyan's hands and, amidst the astonished expressions of the attending female staff, he effortlessly completed the transaction. Then, Lu Chuan departed the store, accompanied by Lu Ruyan and the little girl, spending 450,000, receiving a return of 4.5 million, left a group of bewildered individuals in the store, among whom one attendant could not help but murmur softly, "Did I just imagine that?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chuan had already driven to the entrance of a boutique hotel. After parking, the three of them entered the hotel lobby. Lu Chuan approached the front desk, smiling as he addressed the attendant. "Hello, could you please book a 3-bedroom suite for me?" Once the arrangements were made, they ascended to their floor together. Chapter 59. Amusement Park. The trio arrived at the door of room 508. Lu Chuan raised his hand and gently inserted the key card into the slot. With a soft click, the door slowly swung open. He stepped inside first, followed closely by Lu Ruyan, who was holding the little girl's hand and carrying the newly purchased clothing. Upon entering the room, Lu Chuan casually pressed the switch on the wall. Instantly, the space was enveloped in a warm, pink glow. The walls were adorned with a grand heart shape meticulously crafted from rose petals, romantic and fervent. Most striking, however, were the various peculiar implements displayed in the living room. One could only imagine the possibilities. There was nothing that could not be found here. Lu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the bizarre devices. Her pupils constricted in shock, her face a canvas of astonishment. In contrast, the little girl beside her wore an expression of curiosity, her eyes wide open as if she had discovered a new world. Innocently, she asked, "Sister, is this an amusement park?" Lu Chuan maintained a composed demeanor, walking directly to the sofa in the living room. He plopped down and glanced at Lu Ruyan, who stood at the door, frozen in disbelief. Clearing her throat, she said, "Ahem, little sister, this is not an amusement park. You are still quite young. You will understand when you grow up." Suddenly, Lu Chuan seemed to recall something. Tapping his head, "If I remember correctly, we haven't had dinner yet, have we?" Lu Ruyin snapped back to reality and took the little girl's hand. She placed the clothing on a nearby table and sat next to Lu Chuan on the sofa. Indeed, we haven't eaten since leaving school. Lu Chuan, shall I go downstairs to buy something? What would you like to eat? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. No need, we can just order takeout. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone from his pocket to place an order. At that moment, the screen clearly displayed 1012. As he scrolled through the options, he inquired, by the way, can you both handle spicy food? Lu Ruyin nodded eagerly. I can manage. She then turned to the quiet little girl beside her and gently asked, what about you, little sister? Can you eat spicy food? The little girl blinked obediently, nodding vigorously. Brother, sister, I can eat anything. After hearing this, Lu Chuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he began to place an order on his phone. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, selecting a variety of snacks such as milk tea, snail noodles, barbecued skewers, and grilled cold noodles. Once the order was complete, he gently set his phone down on the table and turned to Lu Ruyin, suggesting, why don't you take a shower while we wait for the delivery? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She lowered her head and shyly murmured, all right. With that, she bashfully rose to her feet and hurried towards the bathroom. However, a moment later, her voice called out again, Lu Chuan, want you come and take a look? Lu Chuan, puzzled, stood up and walked toward Lu Ruyin. As he approached, he discovered that the bathroom door was uniquely adorned, consisting merely of strings of beads. The curtain's height barely reached the waist, offering little in terms of concealment, instead exuding an enticing allure that seemed almost deliberate in its seduction. The light within the bathroom glowed in a soft, ambiguous shade of pinkish purple. Realizing this, Lu Chuan awkwardly cleared his throat and said, perhaps it's best if I leave it be. It would be fine if it were just the two of us, but considering there's also an underage girl present, I think I shall find another room. Lu Ruyin followed Lu Chuan's gaze to the curious little girl seated on the sofa in the living room, her face aflame with embarrassment. I'll go, she said hastily, resembling a startled rabbit as she darted out the door. Lu Chuan observed Lu Ruyin's bashful retreat, shaking his head with a resigned smile. He then turned to the little girl, crouching down to meet her gaze with warmth. It suddenly struck him that he did not even know her name. Gently taking her small hand in his, he asked, little sister, what is your name? The girl instinctively tightened her grip on her legs. Her head bowed slightly as she whispered, big brother, I'm Shin Yuchu. Oh, so your name is Shin Yuchu? Lu Chuan responded with a smile, finding her name quite charming, much like Lu Ruyin's. From now on, consider me your brother, all right? I will arrange for a tutor for you, and once you master the knowledge from elementary to middle school, I will send you to high school. How does that sound? Shin Yuchu nodded obediently, saying, I am taken care of by big brother, and I will listen to whatever you say. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Lu Chuan gently patted her head, saying, now, that won't do. You cannot just follow everything I say. As you grow, you must develop your own thoughts and perspectives. Do you understand? Shin Yuchu lifted her head and looked at Lu Chuan, nodding vigorously. Yes, big brother. After a brief pause, she quietly inquired, that big brother. What is your relationship with that big sister from earlier? When I saw you two together, I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan pondered internally, how curious. Could it be that she harbors such feelings for me? Immediately dismissing the thought, he admonished himself, no, she is still a minor. It would be wise to clarify our boundaries. With a resolute gaze directed at Shin Yuchu, he earnestly stated, you must understand, Yuchu, until you reach adulthood. Our relationship is strictly that of siblings. It can only remain as such. Do you comprehend? Shin Yuchu met Lu Chuan's serious eyes and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I understand. I will listen to everything my big brother says. At that moment, Lu Ruyin approached briskly, announcing, Lu Chuan, I have booked the room. It's just next door, and it's a standard room. Lu Chuan stood up and looked at Lu Ruyin. That's good. Just as Lu Ruyin closed the door, Lu Chuan's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the time, he realized the delivery had arrived. He rose to open the door, revealing a young woman, seemingly around 20 years old, clad in yellow attire. She was out of breath, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she raised her hand, preparing to knock. Upon the door's sudden opening, she hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm so sorry. There was traffic, and I lost track of time. Please forgive me. Could you kindly refrain from leaving a negative review? Observing the bag she carried, Lu Chuan reassured her, it's all right. He took the food from her hands and retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket, handing it to her. Delivering food can be quite arduous. Consider this a tip. After placing the money in her hand, just as he was about to close the door, the woman looked up and, upon recognizing him as a man, displayed an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "You are Lu Chuan? Thank you so much. I am also a student at Jiangxing University. I never expected to run into you here. What incredible luck." Lu Chuan smiled slightly, acknowledging the coincidence, and added, "If there is nothing else, I shall close the door." The woman, flustered, quickly nodded, Yes, I'm sorry for prattling on." Once Lu Chuan had shut the door, she beamed with joy, murmuring to herself, "I can't believe I ran into Lu Chuan here. What luck! I should buy a lottery ticket." With that, she hummed a cheerful tune and skipped away. Chapter 60. The eighth round. Lu Chuan, carrying the takeout, stepped between Lu Ruyin and Shun Yuchu. Lu Ruyin tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion gracing her features as she gazed at Lu Chuan, inquiring, "Lu Chuan, do you know that person from earlier?" As he deftly unwrapped the takeout, Lu Chuan replied without lifting his gaze, "I do not know her. However, she knows me. She is from our school. Now, let us eat." In the midst of his words, he had efficiently arranged the takeout across the table. A mere 15 minutes later, the trio had finished their simple meal. Lu Chuan turned his attention to Shun Yuchu, a gentle smile illuminating his face. "Come, I shall escort you back to your room to rest." Shun Yuchu, obediently blinking her eyes, nodded vigorously, Okay." Lu Chuan led the little girl to the adjacent room, reached out to turn on the light, and warm yellow illumination flooded the space. He looked down at Shun Yuchu and softly stated, "All right, you shall sleep here tonight. We will return to school together in the morning." Just as Lu Chuan was about to close the door and depart, Shun Yuchu, seemingly startled, hurriedly extended her small hand, clutching the corner of Lu Chuan's garment tightly. Her face was a mask of fear and concern, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled. "Brother, do you not want me anymore? Please, do not leave me alone. I can do anything for you." "I can." Before the little girl could finish her sentence, Lu Chuan's heart softened, and he slowly crouched down. He opened his arms and gently enveloped her in a warm embrace, patting her back tenderly as he reassured her. "Do not worry. Since I have taken you in, I will certainly not abandon you." Feeling the warmth of Lu Chuan's embrace, Shun Yuchu's fear began to dissipate somewhat. She tilted her head upward, her eyes filled with confusion. "Then, brother, why can't I sleep with you? Have I done something wrong? I promise I will be good and not cause any trouble." Lu Chuan, hearing her words, smiled helplessly and raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears that had just fallen from her eyes. He softly replied, "How could that be? The reason you cannot sleep with us is that your older sister and I have important matters to attend to." Shun Yuchu choked back her words, her voice trembling. "Is it really true?" "Indeed, absolutely true. Rest well, and I shall come to fetch you in the morning," Lu Chuan said earnestly. At this moment, Shun Yuchu responded with a hint of skepticism, "Understood." Once he had comforted her, Lu Chuan gently closed the door and turned back to the original room. As Lu Chuan stepped inside, he found Lu Ruyin sitting on the sofa, her demeanor shy and her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. Lu Chuan gently shut the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lu Ruyin and teased, "What is the matter?" Lost in thought, Lu Chuan settled beside Lu Ruyin, whose cheeks instantly flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She lowered her gaze and softly replied, No, it's nothing. Shall we begin now?" A wicked smile danced on Lu Chuan's lips as he gently lifted Lu Ruyin's chin with his finger, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes sparkled with playful mockery. "What is the hold-up? Are you planning to wait until the new year?" With that, Lu Chuan effortlessly scooped her into his arms. Cradling her securely, Lu Ruyin gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his embrace, stammering, "Okay, I understand." Upon entering the bathroom, Lu Chuan observed Lu Ruyin in his arms, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. He gently pressed her against the wall, their bodies closely entwined, allowing her to feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. Leaning slightly, his lips nearly brushed her ear as he whispered, "Do you wish to take the initiative? Or shall I assist you?" Lu Ruyin felt the warmth of his breath against her cheek, igniting a deeper blush. Trembling slightly, she nodded, her voice barely audible. "Why you do it?" Lu Chuan smiled tenderly, his eyes brimming with affection. "Ah, that suits my desires perfectly." Moments later, garments began to cascade from the bathroom. strewn haphazardly across the floor, as if narrating the intimate tale unfolding within. Lu Chuan and Lu Ruyin languidly reclined in the bathtub, the water gently rippling around them. He gazed at her bashful countenance and beckoned her with a playful curl of his finger, his voice laced with soft coaxing. "Come here, into my embrace. Why linger so far away?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin felt her cheeks flush anew, biting her lip in silence as she gradually leaned toward him. Just as she neared, Lu Chuan swiftly pulled her closer. At that moment, Lu Ruyin lost her footing and tumbled forward into his arms. Landing directly in front of him, Lu Chuan's hand fortuitously landed on her facial cleanser, and the instant they made contact, Lu Ruyan's cheeks burned as if they might bleed. She instinctively sought to retreat, but found herself firmly held in Lu Chuan's embrace, unable to move. The first round concluded. Minutes later, Lu Chuan emerged from the bathroom, cradling Lu Ruyin in his arms. Her fair skin bore a strikingly vivid red hue on her backside, contrasting sharply with her porcelain complexion. Lu Chuan surveyed the array of equipment before him, glancing down at Lu Ruyin. "Tell me, if we were to indulge in all of this, do you think you could rise tomorrow?" Lu Ruyin buried her head in his chest and replied, "I can manage. Do not concern yourself with me." "Is that so?" Lu Chuan chuckled playfully. As his words lingered in the air, he strode toward her step by step. The following content is left to your imagination. In the second round, the location is a rocking chair. In the third round, the location is a sofa. In the fourth round, the location is a love seat. In the fifth round, the location is a crucifix. In the eighth round, the location is a heart-shaped red bed in the bedroom. Just as the eighth round commenced, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside. Chapter 61. Learning Brings Me Joy, abridged version. Upon hearing the urgent knocking, he furrowed his brow, his expression darkening slightly, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it, who would choose this moment to spoil my mood?" At that moment, Lu Ruyin slowly sat up. She knelt, facing Lu Chuan, her eyes filled with concern as she softly suggested, "Lu Chuan, perhaps you should go take a look?" Meanwhile, the knocking persisted relentlessly, as if it would not cease until it achieved its purpose. Lu Chuan sighed in resignation and said, "Fine, I'll go check." With that, he made his way to the living room door. Reaching the door, Lu Chuan reached out to open it, his tone laced with impatience. "Who is it?" However, the moment the door swung open, he found no one outside. Just as he was puzzled, a faint voice floated up from below. "Big brother, it's me." Instinctively, Lu Chuan looked down and was taken aback. "You Chu? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" At that moment, Shen Yuchu slightly tilted her head upward, gazing at Lu Chuan's well-defined upper body, stammering, "Big brother, why are you?" Lu Chuan glanced at himself and quickly realized, clearing his throat awkwardly, "Ahem. I had to rush out." Although Shen Yuchu covered her eyes with her hands, her gaze peeked through her fingers, secretly examining Lu Chuan. Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan smiled gently. "If you wish to look, then look. Stealing glances is rather dull. It's just bare shoulders, after all." "Oh, okay." Shen Yuchu nodded. "So, why are you awake at this late hour seeking me?" Shen Yuchu slowly lowered her hands, her gaze wavering as she turned her head to the left, whispering, "Is Big Brother still awake? Is it because you took me in that you had a quarrel with the big sister?" Upon hearing Shen Yuchu's words, Lu Chuan mentally scoffed. What a terrible hotel. It lacks soundproofing. Does that mean she heard everything that just transpired? He quickly cleared his throat again, striving to regain his composure, and hastily explained, "Ahem, Yuchu, I had a minor disagreement with the big sister. She was being disobedient, so I had to discipline her. Therefore, it has nothing to do with you, so you needn't feel guilty." "Really?" Shen Yuchu, caught between belief and skepticism, gazed intently at Lu Chuan. It must be true, she thought. Lu Chuan endeavored to infuse his tone with sincerity, urging her, "All right, you should hurry and get some rest. It's getting late." Shen Yuchu obediently nodded, replying, "Oh, I understand, brother." After saying this, she turned back thrice, seemingly still concerned about the situation between Lu Chuan and Lu Ruyin, and slowly made her way to the door of her room. Watching Shen Yuchu enter her room, Lu Chuan finally exhaled a silent sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, "Well, it seems I must keep the noise down." After murmuring, he turned and returned to his own room. At that moment, Lu Ruyin, noticing Lu Chuan entering, inquired with curiosity, "Lu Chuan, who was that?" Lu Chuan paused for a moment, then replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Shen Yuchu was awakened by the noise we were making. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Ah? Was our noise really that loud? What if someone next door?" Lu Chuan quickly approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "It's all right. There's no one next door. I've already explained it to Shin Yuchu. Besides, she is still young and doesn't he understand these matters. Let us just keep it quieter from now on." "Oh, I see," Lu Rian replied. Lu Chuan smirked slightly, saying, "All right, you've rested enough. Now, as for what comes next." 1,000 words omitted. Chapter 62. Is it my turn to shine? At precisely 8 o'clock a.m. the following morning, after an entire night of profound discussion on the origins of life, Lu Rian lay exhausted, still ensconced in deep slumber, reluctant to awaken. For Lu Chuan, endowed with the ancient physique, this was merely a warm-up. Gradually, he stirred from his sleep, slowly propping himself up, lazily leaning against the headboard. Stretching his arms wide, he murmured, "I must say, I slept quite comfortably last night." Turning to glance at Lu Rian, still peacefully asleep, he noticed her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, accompanied by her soft, even breaths, creating an aura of serene tranquility. Unable to resist, Lu Chuan extended a hand, his fingertips gently gliding over Lu Rian's exquisite visage, as if caressing a precious work of art. He mused to himself, "I must say, for someone who hasn't even touched a toy, this tight spell is truly formidable." With that, Lu Chuan delicately lifted the covers and got out of bed. As his gaze fell upon the bed he had just vacated, he noted the clear imprint of Lu Rian's initial victory. Just then, a rhythmic knock echoed from the living room outside, crisp and resounding. Lu Chuan, unperturbed, dressed with simplicity, taking care to tuck Lu Rian's blanket snugly around her. As the door was gently closed, Lu Chuan walked towards the living room. Arriving at the entrance, he reached out to open the door, only to find Shin Yuchu standing quietly at the threshold, her hands neatly clasped in front of her. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, she slightly tilted her head back, her eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, and softly inquired, "Brother, did I interrupt you?" A warm smile instantly graced Lu Chuan's face as he replied, "Not at all. How could you?" With that, he affectionately pulled Shin Yuchu into the room. She tiptoed into the living room, her curious gaze wandering around, and asked, "Brother, where's the big sister?" "Oh, the big sister is still asleep," Lu Chuan answered while making his way to the sofa. "Please have a seat. I'll step out to buy some breakfast. Once the big sister wakes up, we can head back to school." Shin Yuchu's eyes brightened at the thought of Lu Chuan leaving, and she quickly hopped off the sofa, running to his side. She grasped his hand and sweetly pleaded, "Brother, can we go together? Please." Her petite and adorable demeanor made it nearly impossible to refuse. Lu Chuan gazed down at Shin Yuchu, his eyes filled with affection, and couldn't he help but chuckle as he nodded. "All right, let us go together." With that, they left the living room hand in hand. Just as they departed, Lu Ruoyan in the bedroom stirred groggily awake. The curtains were drawn, casting a dim light within the room. Slowly opening her eyes, she squinted around in a daze. Instinctively, she reached out towards Lu Chuan's former position, her voice still thick with sleep. "Lu Chuan?" However, after searching for a while, her hand found nothing but emptiness. Alarmed, Lu Ruoyan abruptly became more alert and turned her head to the side. Upon realizing Lu Chuan was absent, panic surged within her. She instinctively attempted to sit up, but as she moved, a sharp gasp escaped her lips. "Ah, my body hurts." At that moment, Lu Ruoyan felt as if every bone in her body had undergone a tumultuous disassembly and reassembly. A tide of soreness washed over her entire being. Gritting her teeth, she tried several more times, only to discover that the intensity of her discomfort was far beyond her expectations. Even the simple act of sitting up became a monumental challenge. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, her voice quivered as she called out, "Lu Chuan, can you help me? I think I can't get up." She called for Lu Chuan repeatedly, yet received no response, leaving her feeling as though the world was collapsing around her. Tears welled in her eyes as despair seeped into her heart. "It's over. Lu Chuan no longer wants me. Oh no. It must be because I failed to please him last night that he has abandoned me." Minutes later, a soft click echoed from the entrance of the living room. Lu Chuan entered, holding breakfast in his left hand while gently grasping Shin Yuchu's hand with his right. Upon crossing the threshold, a faint sound of sobbing wafted from the bedroom, prompting Lu Chuan to glance down and exchange a worried look with Shin Yuchu. Furrowing her brow slightly, Shin Yuchu whispered, "Brother, Could it be that you hurt the elder sister too much last night, causing her to cry? Surely not, Lu Chuan thought to himself. Though he maintained an impassive expression, approaching the sofa, he delicately placed the breakfast on the table and said to Shin Yuchu, "You go ahead and eat. I will check inside." Nodding obediently, Shin Yuchu watched as Lu Chuan turned and strode into the bedroom. As he entered, Lu Chuan found Lu Ruoyan lying on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh dear, what seems to be the trouble?" The illustrious campus beauty of Jiangxing University, Lu Ruoyan, is shedding tears? Leaning casually against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, he observed Lu Ruoyan with keen interest. Upon recognizing Lu Chuan's voice, she turned towards the doorway, her tear-streaked face lighting up with relief. "Lu Chuan, thank goodness, you haven't left. I thought you no longer wanted me." The playful expression on Lu Chuan's face vanished, replaced by warmth and concern. He rushed to her side, slightly bending down to gaze into her tear-red eyes, softly assuring her, "How could I possibly not want you? Then why didn't I see you when I called just now?" Lu Ruoyan's eyes fixed on Lu Chuan, a hint of grievance reflected in her gaze. Lu Chuan paused momentarily, then quickly recollected himself, explaining, "I was out with Shin Yuchu to buy breakfast. Naturally, you wouldn't have seen me." As he spoke, he tenderly reached out to wipe away her tears, comforting her. All right. No more crying. Get up, wash up, and let's have breakfast together. Once we're done, we'll head back to school." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment of hesitation, she murmured, Lu Chuan, could you help me get dressed? I can't move because my body hurts." Turning her head away shyly, she felt a wave of heat rise to her cheeks. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, surprised by the severity of her condition. "Is it really that bad? Haven't I always been the one moving around?" As his words trailed off, Lu Ruoyan, blushing, stammered, I don't know. I just can't move because it hurts. And I can move, all right." The last phrase was barely audible, yet Lu Chuan caught her words. A helpless smile appearing on his lips as he affectionately replied, "All right then. Since it's my fault, I suppose I can reluctantly assist you in getting dressed." Upon finishing his words, Lu Chuan bent down to pick up the clothes he had previously brought in and set aside. In the next moment, he gently lifted the quilt, unabashedly revealing the immaculate Lu Ruoyan. Due to the effects of a growth-enhancing pill, Lu Ruoyan now possessed a figure that was truly remarkable. Upon seeing this, her face turned crimson, and she shyly turned her head away. Lu Chuan, observing her bashful demeanor, took a moment to appraise her from head to toe. Satisfied, he nodded and could not resist teasing her. "What's this? Feeling shy?" "I am not," Lu Ruoyan replied, feigning firmness, yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Lu Chuan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded to carefully dress Lu Ruoyan from the inside out. Throughout the entire process, she remained bashful, her gaze flitting away, never daring to meet his eyes. After he had attentively finished dressing her, a mischievous smile crept onto Lu Chuan's face as he playfully gave her a light slap on the backside, saying, "All done." Lu Ruoyan shot him a playful glare, then leaned into his embrace, her voice soft and tender. "Carry me out, please. I need to freshen up." Lu Chuan chuckled and nodded, resignedly saying, "All right, I'll take good care of you. But once you're ready, you must compensate me handsomely." Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "I understand." Subsequently, Lu Chuan carefully cradled and supported her, slowly escorting her to the washroom. After assisting her with her personal care, he then carried her to the sofa, gently placing her down. "All right, hurry and eat," he urged. At that moment, Lu Chuan's phone, which was resting on the table, suddenly buzzed. Frowning slightly, he instinctively turned to look at the phone, and upon picking it up, he saw Lin Yao's name flashing on the screen. Raising an eyebrow, he swiftly swiped to answer the call and held the phone to his ear, hearing Lin Yao's urgent voice on the other end. "Lu Chuan, where are you right now? The campus singer competition is about to start, and it's your turn to perform." Chapter 63. Better late than never. Lu Chuan frowned slightly and asked into the microphone, "So soon? How many people are ahead of me?" On the other end of the line, the voices of Su Xiaoxiao, He Yiming, Li Xia, and others could be faintly heard. Realizing the call had connected, they quickly gathered around Lin Yao. He Yiming leaned in slightly, eagerly interjecting, "Not many, just 3 people left. If you come now, you should make it in time, right?" She tilted her head slightly, a hint of uncertainty on her face. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, feigning anger as she said, "And dear, Tell me the truth. Did you spend the night with Lu Rian? At this hour, your absence is noted, as is hers. Last night, I awaited your arrival for the entire evening. Did you know that? She spoke while stamping her foot, emphasizing that she had donned your favorite maid outfit. Yet, in the end, I found myself alone in an empty room, unable to express my affections for you. My heart grows cold at this thought. Lu Chuan turned to glance at Lu Ruyin, who was enjoying her breakfast. Upon hearing the voices, Lu Ruyin paused momentarily, extending her delicate tongue to gently lick the remnants of soy milk from the corner of her mouth. A subtle smile graced her lips, radiating a sense of satisfaction. Yet she refrained from interjecting, continuing to savor her meal in silence. With a resigned smile, Lu Chuan addressed the phone, saying, Lu Ruyin is indeed with me. In any case, let us discuss matters when I arrive. Our hotel is merely 15 kilometers from the school. I can reach you in half an hour at most. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately expressed her urgency. My dear, you must hurry. If you miss the performance, you will receive a score of 0. At that point, every participant in the competition could become your girlfriend. Nearly 4,000 to 5,000 individuals. Just imagine, 1/5 of Jiangxing University would be your girlfriends. She animatedly gestured as she spoke. The notion of 4,000 girlfriends conjured a vivid image in Lu Chuan's mind, being encircled by thousands of women, each one vying for affection, demanding kisses and embraces. Most alarmingly, this would not be a fleeting scenario, but a daily, even hourly, reality. A shiver ran down his spine as he murmured, just thinking about it is terrifying. Even if it were merely 10 women a day, that would accumulate to around a month. Setting aside whether my ancient physique could endure, I certainly cannot mentally withstand such a burden. He preferred the gradual approach of selecting a few at a time rather than being overwhelmed by a stampede. Regaining his composure, Lu Chuan responded on the phone, understood. I shall be there shortly. With that, he decisively ended the call. Turning to Lu Ruyin and Shen Yuchu, they exchanged knowing glances and swiftly tidied their breakfast. Lu Ruyin stood, straightened her skirt, and declared, We are ready and can depart at any moment. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement, stating, All right, let us go. With that, the three exited the hotel. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Jiangxing University, the ambience was vibrant and electric. The host on stage, microphone in hand, proclaimed in a resounding voice, The next contestant is Miao Miao. Please welcome her. She then turned to one side of the audience, adding, And Lu Chuan, please prepare for your turn. At this moment, the audience in the grand assembly hall craned their necks, searching for Lu Chuan's figure amidst the crowd, whispering and speculating. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was entirely focused on driving, racing toward Jiangxing University with remarkable speed. However, it wasn't long before a traffic light at the upcoming intersection turned red for over 50 seconds. Lu Chuan lightly tapped the steering wheel, furrowing his brow, unable to suppress a hiss of frustration. In the back seat, Shen Yuchu noticed Lu Chuan's reaction and leaned forward with a worried expression, asking, Brother, what's wrong? Lu Rian quickly patted Lu Chuan's arm, gently reassuring him, It's all right, Lu Chuan. The contestant has a 5-minute waiting time before taking the stage. You can still make it. Lu Chuan let out a sigh, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. This is partly my fault for not coordinating the schedule properly. You two needn't worry about me. Seeing his demeanor, they refrained from offering further reassurances. As they waited for the red light, a lull settled within the car. Shen Yuchu, blinking her curious eyes, suddenly tilted her head and asked Lu Ruyin, Big sister, are you feeling better now? Last night, brother said you had a fight. Lu Ruyin, lost in thought while gazing out the window, stiffened slightly upon hearing this and quickly turned to look at Shen Yuchu, a look of embarrassment washing over her face. She hastily retorted, What? A fight? How could that be? How could I fight with your big brother? She forced a strained smile, attempting to mask her inner turmoil. Shen Yuchu furrowed her brow in confusion, tilting her head innocently, Really? But I heard the sound of slapping last night when brother was hitting you. As soon as the words left her lips, both Lu Chuan and Lu Ruyin, seated in the front, widened their eyes in shock and quickly turned to face Shen Yuchu in the back seat. A flicker of discomfort crossed Lu Chuan's face as he cleared his throat twice and said, Ahem, Yuchu, such matters are for adults. You shouldn't pry too much. Understand? Some things you'll grasp as you grow older. He intentionally fixed a somewhat serious gaze upon Shen Yuchu. Startled by Lu Chuan's stern expression, Shen Yuchu quickly nodded obediently, murmuring, Oh, all right, big brother. Lu Ruyan felt her face flush with heat, leaning back in the passenger seat, awkwardly turning away to gaze out the window, secretly mumbling to herself. How embarrassing. Although I did indeed keep my voice down last night, I didn't realize that detail would be overlooked. Lu Chuan glanced at Lu Ruyan, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the red light turned green, and Lu Chuan gently pressed the accelerator. The car gradually moving forward as the three continued their journey toward the university. In the grand hall of the school, the stage was illuminated with dazzling lights. The previous contestants' performance had concluded, and a wave of enthusiastic applause resonated throughout the venue. The host, gliding gracefully onto the stage with a microphone in hand, declared in a clear and resonant voice, "Next up is..." She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping across the audience. Lu Chuan. Instantly, the atmosphere ignited, erupting into a cacophony of applause and screams, akin to the fervor of a concert by a top-tier celebrity. A significant portion of the audience held aloft placards emblazoned with "I love you, Lu Chuan," their faces radiating with fervent excitement. However, 3 minutes elapsed, and Lu Chuan's presence was still absent from the stage, with only the spotlight illuminating the empty podium. The principal, seated in the VIP section, furrowed his brow in confusion. Unable to contain his concern, he swiftly picked up his phone to contact the dean of the Fine Arts College. The principal's expression tightened as he spoke into the phone. "Hello, what is the status of Lu Chuan? Why is he not here?" The dean of the Fine Arts College promptly responded with respect, "Principal, please hold for a moment. I will contact his counselor immediately." Meanwhile, Lin Yao and Su Xiaoxiao sat anxiously in the audience, incessantly messaging Lu Chuan. Lin Yao bit her lip, her brow furrowed in worry. This is bad. Why hasn't Lu Chuan arrived yet? On Lu Chuan's end, his vehicle had successfully entered the school grounds and was speeding towards the hall's entrance. His phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages, as if urging him to hasten his pace. Back inside the grand hall, the host once again approached the stage, glancing at her timer with a look of regret. If Lu Chuan does not arrive within a minute, according to the rules, he will receive a score of 0. Just as her words faded, a familiar voice resonated from behind the red curtain on the left side of the stage. Wait. With that, the gaze of over 20,000 female students in the hall seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, collectively directing their attention towards the right side of the stage. The spotlight, as if receiving a command, swiftly adjusted its focus to that direction. In the next moment, Lu Chuan emerged, tall and poised, clad in a perfectly tailored white suit. Each of his steps resonated with the hearts of the onlookers, as the large screen behind him projected his striking visage. Instantly, the hall erupted once more into a fervent chorus of cheers and shouts, akin to a surging tide. As they beheld Lu Chuan in his white suit, every woman in the hall found themselves captivated by his image and charm, succumbing to a profound infatuation. Look quickly, look quickly. A girl from the dance academy was flushed with excitement, tugging at her companion with fervor, her gaze never straying from Lu Chuan, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Wow, Lu Chuan is so handsome. He is truly striking. Lu Chuan, I adore you. Suddenly, a girl from the School of Economics and Management sprang to her feet, cupping her hands around her mouth, and shouted towards Lu Chuan with a quivering voice filled with emotion, "Please, accept me as your girlfriend. I would gladly serve you in any capacity. Lu Chuan, I will offer you 10 million. Another girl from the Humanities College boldly stood up, her tone sharp and urgent, pleading, "Lu Chuan, I beg you, take me. I would be your devoted companion for a lifetime." One after another, similar declarations echoed from the audience, creating a harmonious cacophony of admiration. In the fourth row, Lin Yao, Su Xiaoxiao, and others were riveted to Lu Chuan, their cheeks tinged with crimson, their infatuation unmistakable. Li Xia, overwhelmed with excitement, revealed her Yandere persona. Her eyes sparkled with a near-manic fervor, her face slightly contorted as she clutched her cheeks tightly, emitting a gleeful chuckle. "Ah, my dear, I never anticipated you would look so dashing in a suit." At that moment, Lu Ruoyan squeezed her way to the front, pulling Shen Yuchu along. However, Su Xiaoxiao and He Yiming were entirely absorbed in Lu Chuan's charm, their gazes seemingly glued to him, oblivious to Lu Ruoyan's arrival. Having just assisted Lu Chuan in changing his attire backstage, Lu Ruoyan bore a more composed expression than the others. The school leaders in the front row, too, were captivated, their attention fixated on Lu Chuan. Even the usually composed principal found himself momentarily entranced, His eyes locked onto Lu Chuan as he muttered under his breath. He is exceptionally handsome. I must be unwell, for a man nearing 40 is feeling a stir of emotions for the one on stage. At this juncture, Lu Chuan approached the host, who donned a flowing yellow gown, her figure graceful. She, too, was spellbound by Lu Chuan. Her gaze filled with infatuation as if the world around her had faded away, leaving only him in focus. Observing her rapt attention, Lu Chuan cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Dear host, you may commence. When he noticed her unresponsiveness, he raised his voice slightly, calling her name twice. With no reaction forthcoming, Lu Chuan, in exasperation, gently tapped her shoulder to rouse her from her reverie. The host, suddenly awakening from her reverie, instantly felt a blush of embarrassment spread across her face. She quickly apologized with a look of contrition, saying, I'm terribly sorry, truly sorry. Lu Chuan, observing the host's flushed visage, offered a gentle smile and replied, It's quite all right. Please, go ahead and announce the commencement. Oh right. The host, flustered, composed herself and turned to face the audience below, clearing her throat. She endeavored to restore a sense of calm to her voice. Next, let us listen to the song New Concubine Drunken performed by Lu Chuan. As her words resonated, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. This silence was not born of reluctance to speak, but rather a collective astonishment at the formidable challenge posed by the song Lu Chuan was about to perform. Many were rendered speechless, particularly the Music Academy instructors and judges seated in the front rows, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. One instructor, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, Did I hear correctly? Lu Chuan is going to sing this song? Another teacher interjected. This piece is based on the Peking opera Drunken Concubine, incorporating lyrics rich in the profound cultural heritage of our nation alongside a modern pop melody, vocal techniques, and arrangement. The main verses utilize a male pop singing style, while the chorus shifts to a solo Peking opera vocalization, requiring a single performer to execute it flawlessly. Can Lu Chuan truly manage this? A slightly furrowed brow from another judge accompanied her measured response. Whether he can or not remains uncertain. Let us listen first. Meanwhile, the music teachers who had already completed their performances and scored above 95 displayed expressions of delight, as if victory was already assured. One music instructor, with a confident smile, remarked, This is a sure win. We are destined to become Lu Chuan's girlfriend. I was aware of Lu Chuan's singing skills prior. They are average at best. To master such a challenging song, I wouldn't bet on it, another music teacher concurred. If that is indeed the case, then I can rest easy. At this moment, Lu Chuan inhaled deeply and slowly raised the microphone. As the melodious accompaniment began to play, he commenced his heartfelt rendition. The snowflakes fell that year. The plum blossoms graced the boughs. By the Huaqing pool that year, so much sorrow was allowed. Let us not speak of right or wrong, nor dwell on love's fleeting song. I only wish to dream with you, to revel once more where we belong. With each poignant note that escaped Lu Chuan's lips, the audience, once filled with chatter, found themselves entranced into silence, listening intently. They sat up straight, as if fearing the loss of any single note. Is this truly Lu Chuan singing? One audience member murmured softly, eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. Heavens, how enchanting! Previously, someone on the confession wall remarked that Lu Chuan's singing was merely average. Seated before him were music teachers and students from prestigious conservatories, each boasting scores above 9. Oblivious to the impending revelation, maintaining expressions of disdain and self-assuredness. As Lu Chuan transitioned into the key change, a unique and breathtaking Peking opera vocalization resonated throughout the auditorium. Love and hate intertwined in an instant, cups raised to the moon, emotions akin to the heavens. The duality of love and hate lay vast before him, questioning when one would fall in love. The reflection of the chrysanthemum platform mirrored the bright moon. Who knew of the coldness within my heart? Drunk in the embrace of the sovereign, dreams hark back to the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. The music teachers and high-scoring students were struck with astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. One music teacher, having just taken a sip of water, inadvertently sprayed it out in surprise, gazing at Lu Chuan with incredulity. Even the seasoned judges, accustomed to a myriad of performances, found themselves momentarily bewildered, utterly taken aback by Lu Chuan's vocal prowess. Judge 1. Surely, this must be on par with our level? Judge 2. No, this surpasses our capabilities by a slight margin. Meanwhile, In the audience, individuals such as Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan excitedly raised their phones, capturing the moment with fervent enthusiasm, their faces radiant with pride and exhilaration. An expression of admiration and joy that was beyond words. As Lu Chuan's performance progressed, the previously confident high scorers became increasingly restless. Being professionals in the field, they were acutely aware of Lu Chuan's extraordinary talent, and their confidence gradually gave way to anxiety and concern. When Lu Chuan concluded his final lyric, an overwhelming silence enveloped the hall, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Mere seconds later, an eruption of applause ensued, akin to a volcanic explosion. The entire auditorium, with a capacity of 20,000, stood in unison, fervently cheering and clapping. The applause echoing as if it sought to lift the very roof of the venue. Chapter 65. The Grand Selection Ceremony on Stage. Lu Chuan gently lowered the microphone he had held aloft. He then slightly bowed, acknowledging the fervent audience and the solemn judges with a gesture of respect. Following this, he awaited the judges' scores in serene anticipation. The host, stationed beside the stage, maintained a professional and sweet smile. She briskly approached Lu Chuan, tilting her head slightly to offer him an enchanting smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. She then turned to face the panel of judges, gripping the microphone tightly. Her voice soft yet clear as she announced, "Now, I invite the 5 esteemed judges to provide their scores." At this moment, the audience, who had been exuberantly cheering, began to settle down in an orderly fashion, their eyes fixated on the judges' table, expressions filled with eager anticipation, all longing to discover the score Lu Chuan would receive. The music instructors and high-scoring contestants, at this moment, felt as restless as ants on a hot skillet, their anxiety palpable and uncontainable. Some furrowed their brows, their fingers incessantly tapping against their arms, producing a rapid, staccato sound. Others, in a state of agitation, grasped their water cups, drumming their fingers impatiently against the walls, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. 3 minutes later, the 5 judges in the audience raised their scorecards in unison. The host's gaze darted to them, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face, her voice involuntarily rising. "I can't believe my eyes." The first judge had indeed given her a score that tantalized the audience, and then declared loudly, 10 points. Following that, she shifted her gaze to the left, her voice tinged with excitement. The second judge also awarded a 10. 10, 10, and yet another 10. The host could no longer contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, they are all 10s. Thus, this year's campus singing competition had its first perfect scorer, student Lu Chuan. As the host's words echoed through the venue, the crowd erupted into cheers and shouts. Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan. The cacophony was deafening, while the music instructors' expressions darkened instantly. Their faces turned a shade of green with anger, and they gritted their teeth, muttering curses, infuriating. Some stood up abruptly, storming away in a huff. Once Lu Chuan had exited the stage, the host cleared her throat and resumed. "It appears no one will surpass student Lu Chuan's score today. However, the subsequent contestants need not feel anxious. As long as they maintain their composure, I believe they shall achieve commendable results." The next performer to take the stage was student Jia Jia from the College of Humanities. Yet, at that moment, the audience remained immersed in the joy of Lu Chuan's performance and his perfect score, rendering the incoming Jia Jia almost invisible, as if no one paid her any mind. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan approached his friends Lu Ruyan, Su Xiaoxiao, He Ming, and Li Shiya. As soon as he sat down, Su Xiaoxiao eagerly leaped into his arms, clasping his arm tightly against her chest, her head nuzzling into him. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Darling, you were incredible just now. I never imagined your singing could be so enchanting. I posted a video of your performance online. I believe that after tonight, you will surely become a sensation." Beside them, Li Shiya gazed dreamily, a fragile smile gracing her face. She pressed Lu Chuan's hand to her chest while her other arm wrapped around his neck. Her body swayed slightly as she nestled her head against Lu Chuan's neck, occasionally planting soft kisses upon it. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "Darling, you truly have opened our eyes. To be your girlfriend is nothing short of a blessing bestowed upon me through several lifetimes." Meanwhile, He Yiming gazed at Lu Chuan with gentle affection, her smile subtle and elegant, devoid of the exuberance exhibited by Su Xiaoxiao and Li Shiya. She softly remarked, "Lu Chuan, your performance today was utterly unexpected. We have endured much in ignorance. Had we known of your remarkable singing prowess, I doubt anyone would have subjected themselves to the rigors of this competition. Lu Chuan initially cast a glance at the two girls in his embrace, who resembled two little greedy kittens, and chose not to push them away, allowing their playful antics to continue. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards He Yiming, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled helplessly. It was all right, and besides, you never asked me. Can it truly be said that I concealed it from you? Lin Yao nodded slightly in agreement, adding, what Lu Chuan says holds truth. It seems we never inquired about his singing abilities from the outset. However, knowing now is hardly too late. At that moment, He Yiming inadvertently glanced towards Lu Ruyin and suddenly noticed Shun Yuchu seated nearby. Furrowing her brow slightly, she asked with a hint of curiosity, Lu Chuan, is the person beside Lu Ruyin your new girlfriend? As her words fell, Su Xiaoxiao, Li Xia, and Lin Yao, who had been lost in thought, abruptly returned to the present, directing their attention towards Lu Ruyin. Su Xiaoxiao was the quickest to react, swiftly standing and darting over to Shun Yuchu's side. Upon seeing the youthful face of Shun Yuchu, which appeared to belong to someone still in their adolescence, she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Ah, is this a child? She looks barely of age. Li Xia, meanwhile, cupped Lu Chuan's face with her hands, her gaze imbued with a peculiar meaning as she dreamily inquired, Darling, are we simply too old? Or do you wish to explore a different type? As she spoke, she gently pressed her lips against his, continuing, You've even taken a child as a girlfriend? Lu Chuan observed the misunderstanding etched on the faces of the others and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, shaking his head in resignation. What? Do you all perceive me as someone who would not spare even a minor? He retorted. She is merely my adopted daughter. There is nothing romantic about it. At this juncture, Lu Ruyin hastily interjected to clarify. What Lu Chuan said is correct. The story actually begins from last night. She then recounted the events of the previous evening succinctly for everyone. So that is how it is. Little one, what is your name? Su Xiaoxiao regained her lively and cheerful demeanor, crouching down playfully to tease Shun Yuchu with inquiries. Under the watchful eyes of several onlookers, Shun Yuchu's small face flushed crimson. Her gaze reflected both anxiety and fear, occasionally casting a silent plea for help towards Lu Chuan. Observing her anxious expression, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile gently, murmuring reassurances, Yuchu, fear not. They are not bad people. They are all your mothers. Shun Yuchu lifted her head to gaze at the 5 women surrounding her, her eyes brimming with confusion as she timidly inquired, "And mommy?" Li Xia's lips curled into a teasing smile as she extended her finger to lift Shun Yuchu's chin, scrutinizing her lovely cheeks. What a charming little girl you are. Now that you belong to Lu Chuan, who knows how things will unfold as you grow. Your beauty might stir unease among us, the girlfriends. Shun Yuchu, noticing the slightly serious expression on Li Xia's face, trembled nervously. Please don't frighten my daughter. Lu Chuan feigned anger, gently patting Li Xia's shoulder. As Li Xia stepped back, a look of feigned grievance crossed her face, and she whined, all right, I understand. At that moment, Lu Chuan softly ruffled Shun Yuchu's hair in a soothing gesture. All right, you all come forward and introduce yourselves to Shun Yuchu. I'll go first. Su Xiaoxiao eagerly approached, her face radiant with a bright smile. Little Yuchu, I am Su Xiaoxiao. From now on, I am your mother. I'm only 21, so you can also call me sister. Observing Su Xiaoxiao's vibrant demeanor, Shun Yuchu felt her tension ease slightly and nodded with a smile, softly replying, okay, mommy. Lin Yao stepped forward gently, saying, I am Lin Yao. I will also be your mother from now on. I can help you with your English. He Yiming approached next, smiling as he introduced himself. I am He Yiming, and I too will be your mother. If you ever wish to learn singing, I can guide you. Li Xia, unwilling to be outdone, stepped ahead of the others with a sickly sweet smile. Little sister, I am Li Xia, and of course, I am also your mother. While I may not have much to teach you, if you need money, just come to me. At this moment, Lu Ruyin interjected, Shun Yuchu, I am also your mother. You need not call me big sister anymore. Shun Yuchu, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of so many mothers, felt incredulous. She turned to Lu Chuan, her eyes filled with confusion, and asked, Big brother, are they truly my mothers? Lu Chuan gently caressed her head and tenderly said, Of course. From this moment on, they shall all be your mothers. Oh, and it seems a few have yet to arrive. They too will be your mothers. You will have the chance to meet them later. Meanwhile, I will continue selecting mothers for you on stage. If you find someone you like, feel free to call out their name. If they are particularly charming, I may also consider them as a girlfriend, thereby becoming your mother. Do you understand? I understand. Big brother. Shin Yuchu replied obediently, nodding her head. As time passed, due to Lu Chuan achieving a perfect score, the subsequent contestants appeared deflated, like punctured balloons. They lost their confidence and simply gave up. Before long, the competition came to an end. At this moment, the principal slowly ascended the stage, clearing his throat. He smiled and announced, "Now, all contestants of the campus singer competition have concluded their performances. The next segment, which is also the most crucial one, will be the selection of brides by our classmate Lu Chuan." As soon as the principal finished speaking, the hall erupted with excitement. "Wonderful!" exclaimed a girl, dancing joyfully, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she waved her hands in the air. Finally, it was time for Lu Chuan to select his girlfriend. Another girl, at that moment, swiftly retrieved her prepared attire from her bag. She donned a yellow robe and hat, held a Three Pure Ones bell, and began to chant incantations. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Grand Supreme Lord, please manifest your presence. Guan Er Yi, Chao Guojiu, Santa Claus, Sun Wukong, Pyramid Wealth Temple, Hello Kitty, Iron Man, and the Seven Fairies. Unleash your power on behalf of the moon. Urgently, by decree, Lu Chuan's bride shall be me." Her expression was solemn, as if she were truly conducting a sacred ritual. Meanwhile, the girls from the dance academy quickly tidied their attire. Some carefully applied makeup in front of mirrors, while others adjusted their skirts and postures, striving to present their most beautiful selves. In the grand hall, every aspiring girlfriend of Lu Chuan showcased their unique talents with utmost determination. The principal, casting a warm gaze toward Lu Chuan, beamed and announced, "Now, let us welcome our classmate Lu Chuan to the stage." Lu Chuan turned, his eyes scanning the individuals beside him, giving a slight nod as a gesture. He then raised his hand to gently adjust his collar before slowly making his way toward the stage. As he ascended the stage, the principal wore a warm smile, his gaze benevolent as he turned to Lu Chuan and inquired, "Lu Chuan, may I ask how you intend to select your girlfriend?" Lu Chuan cleared his throat with a light cough, then fixed his determined gaze upon the audience, his voice resonant and clear as he proclaimed, "Firstly, since I achieved a perfect score in this competition, no one present can directly become my girlfriend. Out of respect for their dedication and capabilities, I shall divide my selection process into 3 distinct segments." He paused momentarily, surveying the crowd before continuing. "In the first segment, I will select 10 individuals from those who have scored above 9. These 10 shall have the honor of becoming my girlfriends. In the second segment, I will focus on students from the dance academy, from which I will choose another 10. As for the third segment, it will involve the over 20,000 audience members present. This will be conducted through a multiple-choice format to identify 10 individuals. The questions will be straightforward, encompassing my favorite fruits and dishes, items I dislike, and aspects of my daily habits." Lu Chuan paused again, then added, "Shortly, staff backstage will tally the responses of every participant and rank them according to the number of correct answers. Ultimately, the top 10 will be chosen as my girlfriends in this third segment. I have already prepared these questions. Subsequently, the deans from your respective colleges will distribute the questions to your advisors, who will then relay them to your class groups. Please take note. You will have only 30 minutes to complete the questions." Chapter 66. The first segment. As Lu Chuan's words resonated, the audience erupted into a flurry of whispers and chatter, a cacophony of excitement filling the air. Among them, the students from the dance academy appeared particularly animated. A girl with a ponytail, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, energetically gestured to her classmates, analyzing the situation. "If what Lu Chuan says is true, then every one of us from the dance academy has 2 opportunities." She gestured excitedly, noting that the second segment is primarily aimed at our group. Even if we are not selected, we can still compete in the third segment. Meanwhile, students from other disciplines began to grasp this reality as well, furrowing their brows in discontent and voicing their grievances about the perceived unfairness. In an attempt to diminish their competition for the third segment, they protested vehemently. A slightly plump girl with black-rimmed glasses, her face flushed, shouted at the top of her lungs, "Lu Chuan, this is unjust." She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Lu Chuan on stage. Another girl with twin ponytails chimed in, "If we follow your logic, wouldn't the dance academy have 2 chances to compete?" She waved her arms, relentless in her stance. Yes, let us remove the students from the dance academy. It's simply too crowded as it is." If that's the case, it leaves us no room to breathe. The surrounding students joined in, voicing their discontent with increasing fervor. Lu Chuan observed the raucous crowd below, filled with complaints and unrest. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the principal beside him. The principal wore a look of helplessness, raising his hands in a gesture of defeat. His face etched with difficulty. Lu Chuan, you see this? She gently shook her head. If it comes to that, perhaps we should indeed follow their suggestion and remove the dance academy students in the third round. Principal, in my view, there is absolutely no need for that. Lu Chuan replied, raising his chin slightly, speaking at a leisurely pace. He pointed toward the girls below, who were vocally protesting. And have you not noticed that those who are most vociferous down there are all rather unremarkable in appearance, ranking low on the school's beauty scale? Seeing the principal's inclination to counter, Lu Chuan waved his hand lightly, continuing with composure. Furthermore, principal, my intention is not to discriminate against them. After all, the desire for beauty is inherent in all. I am merely selecting those I find appealing. This is not charity, where one accepts all. Naturally, the more attractive, the better. He paused momentarily, scanning the audience. Moreover, I cannot claim with certainty, but I would estimate that at least 90% of those present are only interested in becoming my girlfriend for ulterior motives. It is unrealistic to engage emotionally with so many individuals. Politely put, we might call it a romantic relationship. Frankly speaking, for the majority, it is merely a casual affair. Thus, I must prioritize beauty in my selection. Wouldn't you agree, principal? The principal regarded Lu Chuan with a firm expression, his gaze resolute. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded in resignation. Very well. From your perspective, it does seem that way. I shall refrain from further comment. Everything shall proceed according to your wishes. It was reassuring that the principal understood. Lu Chuan smiled slightly. He then turned to face the audience, raised the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke in a loud, serious tone. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. His voice resonated like a bell, instantly drowning out the clamor below. I am aware that many of you privately accuse me of favoritism towards the girls from the dance academy. Indeed, I confess my bias towards them. Lu Chuan candidly acknowledged, his gaze unwavering as it surveyed the audience before him. I believe you are all aware of my previous declarations. My criteria for selecting a girlfriend primarily hinges upon her beauty. After all, is it not the case that the dancers from the academy possess striking looks? Moreover, have you not noticed that some of the beautiful girls around you remain quietly seated, exhibiting no signs of discontent? This is indeed a reality, and thus my preference for these attractive young women stands justified, does it not? He paused momentarily, his expression sharpening. Furthermore, you must understand that it is I who chooses you, not the other way around. You hold no authority to compel me to alter my standards for companionship. Should anyone feel disgruntled, they are welcome to leave at this very moment. As Lu Chuan's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the venue. The girls who had previously clamored for the expulsion of the dance academy students now resembled wilted flowers, their heads bowed in submission, their faces etched with frustration and helplessness. Meanwhile, apart from the secretly elated dance academy students, the girls from other disciplines shrank back, hesitant to utter a sound, fearful of inciting Lu Chuan's ire and losing their chance to compete. Observing the tranquil scene below, Lu Chuan's face broke into a satisfied smile, and he nodded slightly. Since no one has chosen to leave, let us commence the first round. With that, Lu Chuan turned slightly, directing his gaze towards the side of the stage, and called out to the backstage staff. Please present the list of contestants who have scored above 9 points. In an instant, following Lu Chuan's command, a multitude of names materialized on the large screen behind him. The audience's attention was immediately drawn to the display, revealing a staggering total of 285 individuals who had achieved a score of 9 or higher, including those tied in ranking. Those names seemed to be infused with an invisible energy, their previously languid or anxious postures transforming into attentive and upright stances. Their eyes were fixed intently on the screen, hands instinctively clenching the edges of their garments, faces aglow with anticipation, each silently wishing that Lu Chuan would take notice of them. Among those seated at the forefront were several music instructors, their anxiety palpable as they feared their age might disqualify them. Sweat beaded on their palms in response to their mounting tension. Lu Chuan glanced at the plethora of names displayed on the screen, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he abandoned the idea of having them introduce themselves one by one. Instead, He turned to the principal beside him and suggested, "Perhaps we could have the backstage staff display photographs of these individuals. This would facilitate my selection." The principal nodded in agreement, responding, "Certainly, I will arrange that now." A few minutes later, the original rankings on the large screen seamlessly transitioned into a series of candid photographs. Lu Chuan gazed at the screen, a satisfied nod gracing his head, a faint smile illuminating his face. He then turned to address the crowd of over 20,000 below, his voice resonant and clear as he proclaimed, "Next, I shall have the staff in the back switch through the photos one by one. Any image upon which I call halt signifies my approval. However, to eliminate those who may have resorted to beautifying or retouching their images, I require the individual corresponding to the photo to step onto the stage. Only upon my confirmation that the likeness aligns flawlessly with the reality shall she be deemed my girlfriend." The moment Lu Chuan uttered these words, a wave of commotion surged through the audience. Some individuals, once brimming with confidence, suddenly turned pale, a flicker of panic glimmering in their eyes, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Others bowed their heads, attempting to evade the gazes of those around them, evidently unsettled by the disparity between their images and their true selves. Lu Chuan remained composed, turning his attention to the grand screen behind him, his tone steady as he declared, "Very well, let us commence. Please display the first photograph." In the next instant, the screen vividly showcased the image of a young woman. She bore a cascade of fluffy pink curls, adorned with playful pink cat ears atop her head. Her features were nothing short of enchanting, with round, expressive eyes that slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a lively charm. Her petite and delicate nose, with soft, natural lines, complemented her face with an endearing cuteness. Her lips were full and vibrant, reminiscent of fresh, rosy petals, their shape elegantly contoured, their corners subtly lifted as if perpetually graced by a sweet smile. Her eye makeup radiated a translucent pink hue, and beneath the long, curled lashes, her large, luminous eyes sparkled like brilliant stars. Her lips resembled freshly bitten cherries, plump and glistening, exuding an alluring charm. She wore a uniquely tailored white, crop top, its hem twisted in an irregular fashion, artfully concealing her midriff while revealing a slender waist and a hint of a delicate waistline, inadvertently exuding a subtle allure. A loosely tied black tie adorned her neckline, playfully accented with a bright red bow below. Her lower attire consisted of form-fitting black trousers that hugged her graceful legs, every step resonating with rhythm, showcasing an air of distinct confidence and nonchalance. She appeared both sweet and fierce, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden emerging from the pages of a fantasy realm. Each detail bespoke a carefully crafted blend of languor and elegance. The moment the image was unveiled, the venue erupted in astonishment, exclamations of awe cascading through the crowd. "Wow, she is stunning," one girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy. "I can't believe she's a cat girl." Another girl chimed in excitedly, her face radiating wonder. "In our school, does this girl exist?" Some individuals, perplexed, scanned the crowd in search of a familiar figure. "Unclear. I've never seen her before." Another person shook their head, equally bewildered. "Moreover, her beauty surpasses that of our school's flower, Lu Ruyan, by a significant margin," a classmate murmured, admiration evident in their gaze. Lu Chuan gazed at the woman on the screen, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. It felt akin to drawing a rare treasure in a card game on the very first try. The excitement and satisfaction were palpable. "Goodness, this is a jackpot. The first one is so stunning," Lu Chuan remarked with a slight smile. Then, with a decisive command, Lu Chuan instructed, "Stop." In an instant, the venue fell silent. The next moment, a figure from the last row of the audience gradually stood up. She first gently removed her white cap, and then slowly took off her azure jacket. Before the audience's envious gazes, she approached the stage, almost identical to the image displayed on the large screen. Upon reaching Lu Chuan, the girl slightly lifted her head, revealing a blend of confidence and shyness in her smile. Standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, she elegantly bowed to Lu Chuan. Her voice was sweet and melodious. "Hello, Lu Chuan." As she spoke, her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, a subtle indication of her inner nervousness. "I am Lu Luali, 22 years old, a junior at the School of Economic Management." After a brief pause, she took a deep breath, seemingly gathering courage. "To be honest, I am the elder sister of Lu Huan, the one who lip-synced earlier. I have liked you for a long time." Upon finishing, she averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and furtively glanced at Lu Chuan, her eyes filled with anticipation. You see, I wonder if my appearance aligns with your aesthetic compared to the photos. Lu Huanhuan's elder sister? Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. Yes, indeed, Lu Loli nodded vigorously, a hint of panic in her eyes, and hurriedly clarified, but please, don't misunderstand. I am not like my sister. Although we are biological siblings, our relationship has always been strained. My intent in approaching you is purely to express my desire to be your girlfriend. Seeing Lu Chuan's unwavering gaze upon her, Lu Loli felt increasingly anxious, fearing he might doubt her sincerity. In a flurry, she pulled out her phone, her fingers swiftly swiping across the screen in search of photos to validate her claims, muttering, I'm truly different from her. Let me find some evidence. Lu Chuan regarded the nervous yet endearing girl before him, a smile involuntarily surfacing. He responded gently and calmly. That's fine. However, you do not need to validate your relationship with Lu Huanhuan. I have faith in you. Lu Loli abruptly halted her actions, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at Lu Chuan. Her lips parted slightly, seemingly unable to comprehend. Oh, I don't need to? No. Lu Chuan gently shook his head, his gaze tender as he looked at her. From the very beginning, you candidly revealed your connection with Lu Huanhuan, which is sufficient to demonstrate that you and she are not of the same ilk. Therefore, there is no need for any proof. Upon hearing this, Lu Loli's previously anxious demeanor transformed into one of joy. Her lips curled into a smile. Thank you, she exclaimed with excitement. So, can I now be your girlfriend? Lu Chuan smiled, stepping closer to Lu Loli. He lifted his hand to gently pinch her smooth cheek, the texture akin to fine jade. Did I not say so earlier? Yes. At that moment, the audience watched in envy as Lu Chuan publicly pinched Lu Loli's cheek. Oh, how wonderful it would be if that were me, a girl remarked, cupping her face with her hands, gazing longingly. Lu Loli, feeling the pinch from Lu Chuan, blushed deeply, her cheeks resembling ripe apples. She shyly turned her head away, her eyes darting, stammering, thank you. I will strive to be a worthy girlfriend. All right, that works. Lu Chuan nodded with a smile, then pointed towards the seats of Lu Rian, Su Xiaoxiao, and others below. Go on, get to know them. They are all my girlfriends. Lu Loli, her face flushed, nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper, With that, she swiftly descended the stage. Lu Chuan's gaze returned to the large screen, his expression composed as he clearly announced, all right, next. Subsequently, a series of photographs flashed across the screen, yet the young women depicted paled in comparison to Lu Loli's beauty. None approached even a fraction of her allure, all of them rather plain in appearance. Unmoved, Lu Chuan decisively called out, next, next, next. The girls whose photographs were bypassed looked as if they had received a crushing blow, their faces drained of color, spirits dampened. They wore expressions of dismay, some even covering their mouths, eyes reddening as they hurriedly exited the auditorium in tears. Wah, I detest you, Lu Chuan. I detest men. It was not until the screen transitioned to the 86th individual that Lu Chuan suddenly raised his voice, declaring, stop. Just as his words fell, a woman seated in the front row among the music teachers, who had appeared calm, yet somewhat disheartened as she gazed at the screen, caught everyone's attention. A fleeting moment of incredulous joy swept across her face. Her eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with disbelief. Instinctively, her hands flew to cover her mouth, only to be lowered abruptly moments later. Rising in excitement, her voice trembled slightly with exhilaration. That's me. My goodness, that's me. Did you see? The photograph that froze on the screen is me. At this moment, the woman could no longer contain her inner elation. Her face radiated excitement as she fervently tugged at the arm of her music teacher, who wore a furrowed brow from being chosen. Unmindful of the expressions around her, she continued to shake with enthusiasm, repeating, look, Lu Chuan chose me. He chose me. Chapter 68. The next contestant, Lu Chuan, was just about to invite the selected girl to the stage. However, before the words could escape his lips, she had already stepped onto the stage ahead of him. She sat in the front row of the auditorium, positioned to the right, conveniently behind Lu Chuan and out of his line of sight. Thus, as she approached the front, Lu Chuan remained oblivious to her presence. As the girls in the audience recognized the photograph and the figure on stage, a wave of murmurs erupted amongst them. The students from the music academy reacted most strongly. A short-haired girl gasped in disbelief. exclaiming, "Isn't that our counselor? She's 25 and still got chosen." Beside her, another girl couldn't help but vent her frustration, her tone laced with disappointment. "Is there no chance left for us? This is utterly unfair." A third girl sighed, her voice tinged with a sense of helpless envy. "What can we do? She is simply incomparable. Our counselor is 25 yet appears as youthful as we do at 18. She possesses beauty, a stunning figure, maturity, and can embody sweetness or allure, even a touch of the delicate. Such attributes are beyond what we can attain at our age." Meanwhile, Lu Chuan scanned the audience, preparing to call out for someone. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, and a soft, melodious voice floated from behind him. "Lu Chuan, you needn't search anymore. I am here." Turning at the sound, Lu Chuan beheld a woman standing approximately 175 meters tall. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few wisps framing her snow-white shoulders, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast that added an air of languid allure. She was adorned in a shimmering purple, one-shoulder, semi-transparent gown, crafted from countless tiny sequins that sparkled with a dreamlike luster under the lights. The hem of her dress barely grazed her hips, revealing her exceptionally long legs, which were even more striking than her upper body. Her skin was fair, and her silhouette seamless, embodying beauty in every sense. Lu Chuan gazed at the woman before him, comparing her with the photograph displayed on the screen. He discerned that, apart from her attire, her visage was strikingly identical, devoid of any traces of digital enhancement. Internally, he mused, "Indeed, purple has never failed to captivate." The mature allure of a woman coupled with this shade of purple possesses an innate charm. Lu Chuan then spoke in a calm tone. "Well, you bear a remarkable resemblance to the photograph. Please, introduce yourself briefly." At this moment, the woman had shed the excitement she felt when selected from the audience. In its place blossomed a demeanor of grace and poise. She nodded slightly, her voice gentle yet imbued with strength. "Lu Chuan, I am Zhang Jingru, as you can see. I am a faculty member at our school's Conservatory of Music. Regarding age, I presume you can ascertain it. I am approximately 25 years old. Is there anything else you wish to know?" Upon hearing her age, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. 25? Now, that is indeed surprising. I thought you were a recent graduate stepping into a teaching role. Zhang Jingru, upon hearing his remark, felt a surge of excitement bubbling within her. While maintaining her calm and elegant exterior, a tempest of emotions swirled within. My goodness. Is Lu Chuan complimenting me on my youthful allure? It is exhilarating to receive praise from a boy I admire. My heart feels as if it might melt. It seems that growing older isn't necessarily a disadvantage after all. She composed herself, her tone remaining steady and her demeanor dignified. "Thank you. It is truly an honor to be spoken of so kindly by you." Lu Chuan merely smiled. "No need for such formality. Now that you resemble your photograph, you shall be counted among my girlfriends from this moment forth. Like Lu Luoli before you, go down and become acquainted with my other companions." Zhang Jingru nodded with a smile. "Understood, I shall get along well with them." With that, she gracefully descended the stage. As Zhang Jingru walked down, making her way towards Lu Ruyan and the others, she inadvertently brushed past a music teacher who had been eliminated in the second row. The rejected woman shot a glance of jealousy and disdain at Zhang Jingru. Whether motivated by envy or some other reason, she subtly extended her foot, intending to trip Zhang Jingru and cause her to stumble in front of everyone. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jingru, who was entirely absorbed in the joy of becoming Lu Chuan's girlfriend, she remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, as Lu Chuan prepared to glance at the large screen, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhang Jingru's predicament. Immediately, he raised the microphone, his voice laced with a hint of coldness. Some individuals harbor discontent due to their elimination. Thus, envy towards those chosen by me ensues, leading to subtle antics aimed at embarrassing them. Therefore, everyone should tread carefully while walking, lest they fall prey to the machinations of those with nefarious intentions. As Lu Chuan's words resonated, the audience in the hall turned their gazes towards Zhang Jingru, following his direction. Some individuals seated in the front rows discerned the woman's furtive movements, sparking a flurry of whispers. "Isn't that Teacher Li from Class 23 of the Music Academy?" A student murmured, astonishment lacing their tone. "She appears so gentle and benevolent. Who would have thought she could behave in such a manner?" Another chimed in, disdain evident on their face. "Indeed, she is nearly 30, and not particularly striking. It is no surprise that Lu Chuan overlooked her." Who would have expected her to stoop to such actions? True, while her looks may not be exceptional, it is shocking to discover such a cruel heart within. At that moment, Teacher Lee, realizing her exposure, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She hurriedly withdrew her foot, her face flushing with a mix of red and white. Flustered, she cast her gaze downward, attempting to shield her face with her hands as she stammered, I didn't. It's not as you perceive. Yet, her defense sounded feeble amidst the chorus of accusations, and no one believed her. Ultimately, unable to endure the weight of humiliation under the scornful gazes, she abruptly stood and nearly fled the scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingru turned her attention back to Lu Chuan on stage, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She offered a gentle smile, slightly bowing in acknowledgement of her appreciation. Subsequently, Lu Chuan redirected his gaze to the large screen, addressing the microphone. All right, let us proceed. Chapter 69. The Self-Introductions of 8 Girlfriends. The screen displayed Zhang Jingru's photograph, which slowly transitioned. The subsequent image appeared, but after several flips, the girls depicted remained, as before, of average appearance. It was rare to find individuals as stunning as Lu Luoli and Zhang Jingru. However, with nearly 300 girls in the school, the odds of discovering a few with comparable beauty increased with each turn. Ultimately, Lu Chuan selected the remaining 8 individuals from the first segment in one go. As the photograph of the last person flashed across the screen, Lu Chuan positioned the microphone close to his lips, turning to the audience below, and announced clearly, all right. This concludes the first segment. The 8 individuals I have just selected may come up to the stage. No sooner had he finished speaking than the 8 girls below beamed with uncontainable excitement and exhilaration. Some promptly rose, deftly smoothing their skirts, meticulously adjusting their dresses. Others swiftly shed their outer garments, revealing delicate shoulders akin to jade beneath their strapless gowns and long, elegantly straight legs emerging from beneath their skirts. Some of the girls pulled out small mirrors, meticulously checking their makeup to ensure they left the most enchanting first impression on Lu Chuan. They did not rush onto the stage, but took 2 or 3 minutes to prepare before gracefully striding to Lu Chuan's side. Meanwhile, the girls from the dance academy were also occupied, each examining their outfits and dress details with their companions. Hurry, hurry. Lu Chuan is about to select from our dance academy. One girl urged her friend, asking, can you check if my bow at the back is crooked? No, not at all. It looks perfect, her companion replied while handing over a lipstick. Here, help me fix my hair while I touch up my makeup. The other girls in the dance academy were equally engaged, with some carefully outlining their lips in small mirrors, others gently pressing their lips together to evenly distribute lip balm, and some holding their breath as they adjusted the curve of their eyeliner, all busy yet joyful. Observing their frantic preparations were the girls from the art academy, who felt an overwhelming sense of envy. One girl sighed quietly, if I had known, I would have chosen dance as well. Hey, have you all noticed? Another art academy girl suddenly leaned closer to her companion, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Although the girls from the dance academy are beautiful and well-proportioned, they all share a common trait. The girl with twin ponytails turned to look at her, her face filled with curiosity. What common trait? Their chests are particularly small, she replied. Upon hearing this, the twin ponytail girl's eyes lit up, and she instinctively scanned the dance academy girls, exclaiming, oh my goodness, it's true. In the next moment, this revelation took flight, spreading rapidly from one to another, until the entire auditorium was abuzz with the news. Upon hearing the murmurs around them, the dance academy girls felt their cheeks flush with anger. How despicable! One girl clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming, you're clearly just jealous. We, who dance, inherently have smaller chests. Another girl retorted defiantly, Lu Chuan knows this too. Hasn't he said anything, so why are you in such a rush? Exactly. Perhaps Lu Chuan prefers girls like us, someone chimed in. Right. We have both beauty and figure. What gives you the right to critique us? In an instant, the dance academy and the other academies became 2 opposing factions, embroiled in a heated debate. Lu Chuan, unfazed by the commotion below, turned his attention to the 8 girls before him and gently said, all right, please introduce yourselves. The girl on the far left, appearing lively with a single ponytail, began to speak. With a lively step forward and a radiant smile illuminating her face, she chimed in with a voice as melodious as a bell. I'll go first. Hello, Lu Chuan. I am Wenxi, a third-year student majoring in mathematics, age 20. With a playful wink at Lu Chuan, Her ponytail danced lightly with her movements. Next, a more reserved girl donned in a strapless dress took a graceful step forward, her hands delicately clasped at her abdomen, her voice soft as a whisper. I am an a second-year student from the College of Economics and Management, 19 years old. As she spoke, her gaze lowered slightly, her long eyelashes casting a modest shadow beneath her eyes, hinting at her shyness. The third girl, exuding a hint of sensuality in her bunny-themed attire, followed suit, waving at Lu Chuan. The bunny ears adorning her head quivered with her gestures, and her voice dripped with sweetness. I am an I. And I'm in the same class as you, from the Fine Arts Department, Class 012. As she spoke, she intentionally puffed her chest, her bunny tail swaying playfully beneath her skirt, embodying a touch of deliberate allure. The fourth girl, standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, radiated a mature, sophisticated aura in her sleek, black jumpsuit. With an icy demeanor, she stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, Lu Chuan. I am Yu Ran, a third-year student in computer science. Aged 22. Her calm gaze swept over Lu Chuan, devoid of any superfluous expressions, yet emanating an unmistakable air of distance. The fifth girl, dressed in a sweet, campus-style outfit, jogged forward with a gentle, dimpled smile. Lu Chuan, I am Ji Xia, a first-year student in mathematics, 19 years old. As she spoke, she playfully tugged at the hem of her pleated skirt. Following her was the sixth girl, clad in a maid outfit. Her hands fidgeted nervously at her abdomen. Her head bowed slightly as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. I am Watanabe Yukino, an exchange student from Sakura Country, 22 years old. Just as she finished speaking, she raised her head, a flicker of determination in her eyes, and seamlessly switched from Chinese to Japanese. Lu Chuan, Shan. After uttering those words, she shyly lowered her head and quickly retreated to the side, her ears flushed crimson. Lu Chuan, taken aback, raised an eyebrow in curiosity, pondering the meaning of her words. Next, the seventh girl, adorned in an iced silk camisole, approached with a languid grace. Her voice was equally relaxed as she introduced herself. I am Wu Tong, a fourth-year student from the ceramics department, age 22. With her head slightly tilted, her gaze casually fell upon Lu Chuan, the straps of her top slipping off her shoulder just enough to reveal her delicate collarbone, exuding a carefree sensuality. Finally, the eighth girl, clad in an ultra-short uniform, stepped forward. Her movements were crisp and decisive, her voice imbued with a touch of elegance. My name is Ruoli, a senior at the School of Humanities, aged 21. As she spoke, she gently brushed away non-existent dust from the hem of her uniform, her gaze bright and direct. Lu Chuan surveyed the 8 individuals before him, each possessing their own unique charm. If rated on a scale of 10, their appearances would undoubtedly score around 8 or higher. All right, I now have a general understanding of you all. You may leave for now, and we shall gradually become acquainted in due time. Chapter 70. Girl Group PK, Part 1. Watching the 8 young women gracefully exit the stage, Lu Chuan promptly redirected his attention to the crowd below. Still embroiled in heated discussions, he slowly raised the microphone and cleared his throat. Ahem. In an instant, the assembly hall, filled with nearly 20,000 attendees, seemed to be paused. At the sound of Lu Chuan's voice, everyone obediently fell silent. The once boisterous venue transformed into a realm of utter stillness, where even the sound of breathing appeared magnified. The principal, seated in the front row, witnessed this scene with a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. With a helpless shake of her head, she murmured, Here I am. The principal, trying to quiet the crowd multiple times to no avail, only to have Lu Chuan silence them with a mere cough. Truly, one must marvel at the prowess of others. As she spoke, she adjusted her tie, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. On stage, Lu Chuan shifted his gaze toward the area designated for the dance academy, observing the exhilaration and sparkle in the eyes of the young women there. He softly announced, The first segment has concluded successfully. We shall now commence the second segment. Pausing briefly, he tapped the edge of the microphone with his fingertips, adding, As I am not well acquainted with your dance academy and am uncertain of your numbers, I kindly ask all students from the dance academy to stand, so I may ascertain how many of you there are. As soon as Lu Chuan's words left his lips, a wave of young women sprang up from the upper right corner of the rectangular audience area, his right-hand side, like bamboo shoots after a rain, clad mostly in off-shoulder gowns. Their skirts swayed gently with their movements, The vibrant hues of their dresses shimmered under the lights, complementing their slender and poised figures. Each standing silhouette captivated the eye, resembling a flowing sea of blossoms. Before long, approximately 1/5 of the female attendees within the grand hall had risen. The sheer multitude of figures created an overwhelming sensation, as if the view extended endlessly. Lu Chuan regarded this vast assembly with a wry smile. I never anticipated that there would be so many from the dance academy. Surely, there must be over 4,000 of you, right? I hope none from other colleges have slipped in among you. His tone carried a hint of jest, yet his gaze lingered with keen interest as it swept across the crowd. Lu Chuan, you have unjustly accused them. At this moment, a lady in her 30s seated at the far right of the front row stood up, dressed in a meticulously tailored black suit, her hair neatly styled into a bun. She exuded professionalism and poise. I am the dean of the dance academy, and I can attest that our institution indeed has this many students. If you are still unconvinced, I can have the list brought in for verification, she stated, raising her hand to signal someone nearby. Please, Dean, Lu Chuan interjected, turning to her and waving his hand dismissively. I merely remarked on the number of people present. It was just a casual observation, not to be taken seriously. With that, he redirected his attention to the group of girls standing below. Since the number is not in question, let us commence. He cleared his throat, his voice resonating clearly throughout the venue. Firstly, among the over 4,000 students in your dance academy, only 10 will ultimately become my girlfriends. To save time, I cannot select each one individually. Therefore, just as before, we will employ an elimination system to make our selection. This approach is fair to all of you. At that moment, a girl from the dance academy, her hair styled in a high ponytail, could not contain her curiosity and leaned forward. With a hint of eagerness, she inquired, Lu Chuan, may I ask what the elimination method entails? As she spoke, she instinctively tightened her grip on her skirt, her knuckles turning slightly white. The other attendees, aside from the dancers, also craned their necks, their eyes brimming with curiosity, fixated on Lu Chuan, fearful of missing a single word. Observing their anticipation, Lu Chuan smiled nonchalantly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a subtle arc. It is quite simple. Since you are all dance students, the elimination will naturally occur through dance. He paused, elaborating further. The rules are as follows. You will be divided into groups of 30, totaling over 130 groups. Each group will form a temporary girl group to engage in random dance face-offs. After a series of duels, we will reduce the number from 130 to 60, then from 60 to 30, and finally from 30 to 10, culminating in the selection of the ultimate winning group. I will then choose 10 individuals from this final group to become my girlfriends. However, as soon as Lu Chuan finished explaining the rules, another girl sprang to her feet. Clad in a light blue tulle dress, she hesitated momentarily before asking, Lu Chuan, if we are to follow these rules, will you not be considering their looks and figures? Her voice bore a hint of anxiety as she instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Of course, I will be considering those aspects. Lu Chuan responded without hesitation, slightly turning his body to scan the audience, though his gaze remained focused on the dance students. In terms of appearance and physique, there is generally little disparity among you. Thus, this particular stage can be bypassed. Meanwhile, the dean of the dance academy wore a look of uncertainty on her face. Leaning slightly forward, she inquired with a hint of perplexity, classmate Lu Chuan, with so many individuals forming teams, will they be allowed to form their groups randomly? Or will our academy be arranging them? As she spoke, her fingers gently tapped the surface of the table before her, her gaze imbued with curiosity. The dean, clearly thoughtful, was attentive. Lu Chuan first offered a warm smile to the dean, his tone laced with a degree of politeness. He adjusted the cuff of his suit and continued. If we allow the over 4,000 participants to form teams at random, it would not only squander time, but might also lead to disputes and quarrels due to varying levels of dance proficiency. To prevent such scenarios, I would kindly ask you to arrange the teams. As if a thought had just crossed his mind, he added, oh, and please appoint a leader for each group to facilitate coordination. Understood, the dean nodded, her expression reflecting efficiency. I shall have someone organize the group arrangements immediately. With that, she turned and briskly made her way towards the backstage, the sound of her high heels striking the ground crisp and urgent, indicating her intent to address the matter without delay. In the interim of the dean's organization, Lu Chuan directed his gaze towards the anxious girls from the dance academy below. With a reassuring smile, he added, You need not feel nervous. You may discuss your dance styles with your team leader, but the final decision rests with them. He paused, scanning the crowd before continuing. There are no restrictions on the type of dance, including but not limited to suggestive styles. As for costumes, there are no limitations. Even slightly revealing outfits are entirely acceptable. His criteria for judgment were simple, conveyed with a casual yet undeniable confidence. As long as it captivates my attention and resonates with me, that is all that matters. As soon as Lu Chuan finished speaking, the eyes of the Dance Academy girls brightened, glimmering with excitement. Several girls quickly huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, "Does this mean we should dress a bit more provocatively?" One girl remarked, instinctively tugging at her skirt while a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Since classmate Lu Chuan has suggested it, it must be so. A glimmer of cunning flashed in another girl's eyes. Wearing something a bit more revealing would not only showcase our figures, but also add an element of allure. Perhaps it will earn us extra points. Indeed, as dancers, we possess an advantage in our figures. We must not squander it, another girl chimed in, nodding enthusiastically, her fingers unconsciously curling around the strands of hair by her ear, her expression brimming with eagerness. A few minutes later, the dean returned to the stage, approaching Lu Chuan with a quickened pace, slightly breathless. Clearly having hurried while arranging matters earlier, she tidied her slightly disheveled bangs and addressed Lu Chuan, saying, "Lu Chuan, the group arrangements are nearly complete, and the team leaders have been chosen." Chapter 71, Girl Group PK, Part 2. Lu Chuan nodded, a hint of gratitude in his tone. "Thank you, Dean." He then turned to the audience, his voice clear as he announced, "Ladies from the Dance Academy, your team members and PK opponents have been assigned. The details have been sent to your phones. Please gather promptly and proceed to the classroom or dance studio to change outfits. The PK will officially commence in 2 hours." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls from the Dance Academy rose en masse, their skirts swaying as they hurried out of the auditorium. In no time, the upper right corner of the auditorium was noticeably emptier, creating a sense of spaciousness. However, the next moment, those who had previously failed to secure seats outside surged in like a swarm, as if summoned. In just 5 minutes, the more than 4,000 vacant seats were once again filled to capacity, with even some standing on tiptoes at the back, eager not to miss a moment. Lu Chuan, observing this scene from the stage, was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "Goodness, there are still so many people outside." Among the newcomers, a girl with a bun was the first to raise a pair of binoculars, directing them towards Lu Chuan on stage, her excitement palpable. "Finally made it in. Oh my gosh, Lu Chuan looks incredibly handsome in a suit." Beside her, a bespectacled girl, upon hearing this, quickly snatched the binoculars, exclaiming, "What? Lu Chuan is wearing a suit? Let me see, let me see." When the nearsighted girl finally got a clear view of Lu Chuan through the binoculars, she was so thrilled that she nearly jumped up, her voice rising sharply. "Wow, Lu Chuan looks even more handsome than the male lead in those movies." With one hand tightly gripping the binoculars and her eyes fixated on Lu Chuan, her other hand instinctively pressed against her chest, fingers slightly curled. As if drawing Lu Chuan into some enchanting scene in her mind, her cheeks flushed with infatuation. "Goodness, is Lu Chuan trying to make me swoon?" Another girl with long, curly hair gazed at the stage with an equally entranced expression, her gaze seemingly glued to Lu Chuan, feeling as if her period might arrive prematurely. At this moment, Lu Chuan took advantage of the 2-hour interlude to return to his friends, Lu Rian, Lu Loli, and several others for a brief respite. However, as soon as he sat down, he found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers, akin to stars orbiting a moon, each brandishing various cleansers, eager to pamper his face. His head was tightly squeezed, making even breathing difficult. "Lu Chuan, look at me," a girl in a pink dress purred, deliberately rubbing against him, her voice sweet enough to melt. "Lu Chuan, come into my arms." Another voluptuous girl spread her arms wide, attempting to draw him in, her gaze filled with possessiveness. "Darling, my waist is so soft. Would you like to give it a try?" A girl in a camisole dress pushed her chest forward, her fingers teasingly tracing her waistline in a clearly provocative manner. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Ruyan, squeezed out at the edges, wore expressions of utter despair. Su Xiaoxiao, frantic, clawed at her hair like an irritable kitten. "Oh, it's driving me mad. Have they all lost their minds?" Lu Ruyan gently patted Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Alas, what can we do? Our heights are as they are, we can't compete with them." Nowadays, Lu Chuan seemed to have an increasing number of girlfriends. It appeared that opportunities for us to spend time alone with him would soon become scarce. Trapped in the midst of the crowd, Lu Chuan attempted to push them away several times, but to no avail. His brow furrowed suddenly, and he coldly reprimanded, "Enough." As soon as the words left his lips, the girls surrounding him froze as though under a spell, immediately ceasing their relentless attempts to smother him with facial cleanser. Looking at Lu Chuan's stern and icy expression, they resembled children caught misbehaving, obediently lowering their heads and nervously twisting the hems of their clothes, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Chuan regarded them, his tone laced with irritation. "What is this? Do you intend to devour me? I am not a Tang Song. Consuming me will not grant you immortality. Honestly, have you all lost your senses?" As he spoke, he raised a hand to tidy his disheveled hair, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. "From now on, only when I initiate contact may you lean against me." Lu Chuan's sharp gaze swept across the group. Any who dared disregard his words would find themselves dismissed. As the last syllable fell, the girls hurriedly nodded in unison, exclaiming, "Yes, darling. We understand our mistake." Their voices were tinged with evident fear and a desire to appease. Observing this, Lu Rian and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, their faces betraying uncontainable delight as they stifled their laughter behind their hands. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but nudge Lu Rian with her elbow, whispering, "Puffed, this is hilarious. Finally, someone is setting them straight." Moments later, 2 hours swiftly passed. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed, replaced by a spotlight illuminating the girl group. The host quietly announced, "Next up is the performance by Group 35. Chapter 72, Girl Group PK, Part 3. The dance prepared for Lu Chuan was introduced by the host, who deliberately elongated their tone, casting a sweeping gaze over the audience that held its breath in anticipation. Then, a clear and melodious voice announced, "Sensual Jazz Dance." As the words faded, the stage lights blazed to life. Under the spotlight, the girl group had assumed their positions. Over 30 members formed a diamond-shaped formation, each kneeling on one knee with their heads slightly bowed. Their sleek, high ponytails arched gracefully behind them, swaying gently with each breath. Dressed in ultra-short blue denim shorts that barely concealed the tops of their thighs, and paired with snug black camisoles, their nearly 1.8-meter stature appeared even more statuesque. Their long legs stood straight and slender like measuring rods, glistening under the lights with a lustrous sheen, as if a thin layer of oil had been applied, so smooth that they could reflect a silhouette. For leg enthusiasts, this was undoubtedly a visual feast of the highest order. Lu Chuan gazed at the array of fair and radiant legs on stage, even though he was accustomed to seeing them daily. Often feeling the warmth of their skin on his fingertips, he still couldn't help but squint his eyes and steal a few extra glances, quietly murmuring to himself, "Not bad. Not bad at all, quite to my liking." Beside him, Lin Yao and He Yiming noticed Lu Chuan's unwavering gaze and instinctively lowered their heads, their eyes falling upon their own legs. Lin Yao subtly lifted her skirt, revealing a long, fair thigh. Her fingertips gently caressed the smooth skin as she whispered to herself, "Lu Chuan is looking so intently. Does he prefer long legs? At my height of 1.8 meters, my legs must take up 2/3. That should count as long, right?" She then pinched the soft flesh of her thigh, pondering whether he would appreciate it despite its slight plumpness. The others, too, were lost in their thoughts. Li Xia squeezed her chubby thigh, occasionally glancing up to compare it with the dancer's legs on stage, her brow furrowing slightly. "Although my legs aren't as long, they do have a certain appeal. Didn't Lu Chuan say he liked this before?" Su Xiaoxiao contemplated her relatively ordinary leg length, her fingers unconsciously twisting her skirt. "Should I secretly practice stretching when I get back? Perhaps I could gain a few extra centimeters." Lu Luoli measured her leg length with her fingers, finally breaking into a confident smile. "My legs are long and straight. They surely rival theirs." Meanwhile, the other girls in the audience were equally captivated by the spectacle on stage. Even as fellow women, they couldn't help but steal glances. "Goodness, those legs are longer than my life," one exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How curious. Why are their legs so shiny? They must have applied oil, right?" Another girl leaned closer to her companion, whispering, "I think so. Otherwise, how could normal legs shine like that?" It was undoubtedly an attempt to capture Lu Chuan's attention. Those nearby echoed this sentiment, their voices tinged with a hint of envy. At that moment, Lin Yao turned to glance at Lu Chuan, her delicate fingers gently sweeping aside a stray lock of hair from the corner of her eye, a faint blush coloring her ears. After a brief hesitation, she slowly extended her hand, cautiously reaching towards Lu Chuan's hand resting on his abdomen. With utmost care, she lifted his hand and placed it gently upon her thigh, revealed by the lifted hem of her skirt. Lu Chuan, initially lost in thought as he gazed at the performance on stage, did not notice at first. It was only when his hand instinctively squeezed, feeling the soft and supple texture beneath his palm, that he abruptly came to his senses. Looking down at his hand before turning to Lin Yao, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Did you place it there?" Lin Yao's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, and she nodded shyly. Her voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, "Yes, it was I who placed it there. I noticed you were watching intently and thought you might want to touch it, so I took the liberty of doing so. If you dislike it." Observing Lin Yao's bashful and anxious demeanor, Lu Chuan smiled knowingly. His fingertips gently caressed her thigh as he softly replied, "It's rare to see you observe me so attentively. How thoughtful of you. However, I must admit, I do have such an inclination at the moment." With that, he boldly lifted one of Lin Yao's legs, resting it on his own, leisurely stroking her delicate skin while continuing to watch the performance on stage. Lin Yao was taken aback by this sudden action, her heart racing, her body momentarily stiffening before she quickly relaxed, her cheeks aflame. She instinctively leaned her head against Lu Chuan's shoulder, basking in the warmth of his touch, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. On her right, Luluali, unwilling to be outdone, slowly lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her own long, fair leg, which she gently placed on Lu Chuan's other thigh. Her eyes sparkling playfully, she teased, "Lu Chuan, here. You may touch mine as well." Lu Chuan glanced at Luluali, responding with a casual, "Sure." Afterward, he took one leg in each hand, kneading them as if they were walnuts, while his gaze remained fixed on the stage. At that moment, the performers on stage, accompanied by the music, engaged in an intense and energetic dance. 3 beams of light converged on the center of the stage as 30 figures leaped in time with the rhythm. Yet, their collective gaze was locked onto Lu Chuan, seated between Lin Yao and Luluali. The performance commenced with powerful waves, the dancers' waists and hips appearing to be guided by an invisible thread, drawing smooth yet forceful arcs from shoulder to waist and hip. The tantalizing outline of their abdominal muscles shimmered enticingly under the stage lights. Moments later, the music abruptly quickened, transitioning the dance style from languid to rhythmic punctuations. They arranged themselves into 3 horizontal lines, and suddenly the middle row knelt down. With their hands supporting the ground and their bodies arched backward, their legs extended straight, forming a perfect line, the arch of their feet resembling a taut bowstring. The pose was utterly captivating. Those on either side moved rhythmically around them, their arms extended, fingertips nearly brushing against the air below the stage. Their gazes remained fixed on Lu Chuan, and in the fleeting moments of turning, some playfully winked in his direction, the corners of their mouths curling into alluring smiles. Then, the most explosive segment concealed itself within the interlude. The 30 performers suddenly scattered, centering around one individual. They formed a semicircle on stage. The girls in the front row rose onto their toes, their hands raised above their heads, crossed, then swiftly separated. Their bodies sank powerfully in sync with the beat, the sound of their boots striking the stage resonating in perfect rhythm. Meanwhile, those in the back row executed synchronized waves, their hair flowing with their movements, a few strands sticking to their necks. Sweat trickled down their jawlines, yet no one was distracted enough to wipe it away. Each of their movements flowed seamlessly, like a gentle stream. Before long, the music softened, signaling the conclusion. The 30 performers quickly regrouped, bowing deeply with their backs to the audience, their hair cascading gracefully with their motions. Just as everyone assumed the performance had ended, they simultaneously turned their faces to the side, directing heart-shaped gestures toward Lu Chuan. A few girls playfully stuck out their tongues, their eyes sparkling with a mischievous charm. In an instant, all expressions were reined in, their spines erect once more, resuming their poised dancer stance, as if the previous playfulness was merely a fleeting illusion. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the performance came to a close, and the venue fell into a brief silence, as if everyone was still entranced by the rhythm they had just witnessed. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's voice broke the quiet, unreserved admiration evident in his tone. "Beautiful, truly beautiful." As he spoke, he raised his hands, palms meeting to create a crisp sound. The surrounding audience, awakening from their reverie, joined in a resounding applause. The claps, initially sporadic, swelled into a roaring wave, echoing throughout the hall. A few minutes later, the applause began to subside, returning to tranquility. The 35 girl group members on stage looked at Lu Chuan, their eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. Each of them felt a surge of joy, their lips unable to suppress a smile. They exchanged glances, excitement shimmering in their eyes. Fantastic. Lu Chuan is so appreciative of our dance. It seems securing a spot in the top 60 is assured. Meanwhile, backstage, the 12 rival girl group members watched intently from the large screen, observing the approval in Lu Chuan's gaze and the generous applause that followed. They each wore expressions of distress, their brows furrowed. What should we do? Are we destined to be defeated by them? A girl with short hair bit her lip, her voice quavering slightly as her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her shirt. Indeed, another girl echoed her sentiments, her gaze dimming as she noted how evidently Lu Chuan admired them. Surely we can't be eliminated in the very first round. Just as the girls were engulfed in their gloomy thoughts, sighing heavily, the captain of Team 12 approached. She stood tall, her gaze resolute. Stepping into the midst of the group, she clapped her hands forcefully and declared with a vigorous tone, "This is far from certain. How can we know our capabilities without taking the stage? Moreover, our dance is by no means inferior to theirs. In terms of attire, we are far more alluring. It remains to be seen which team Lu Chuan will ultimately favor." She paused, her sharp eyes scanning the crowd. "Therefore, we must not allow our spirits to falter before we even perform. If our lack of confidence tarnishes Lu Chuan's impression and leads to our defeat, that would be truly regrettable." The team members, inspired by their captain's words, felt as if they had been infused with newfound vigor. Their previously bowed heads gradually lifted, their eyes rekindling with determination. Indeed, the captain is right. One girl clenched her fist, resolute that they could not retreat over such trivial matters. To forfeit the chance of becoming Lu Chuan's girlfriend over this would be a lifelong regret. At that moment, members of Team 35 slowly retreated backstage. As they passed by Team 12, they deliberately halted, wearing smug smiles. "Oh, are you all set to perform?" The captain of Team 35 crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow at them with a tone brimming with disdain. "I dare say you might as well give up. Lu Chuan holds our performance in high regard. In this first round of competition, victory is assured for Team 35. No sooner had she spoken than the other members of Team 35 erupted in laughter. "Huh? Quite right. You are simply too much." The captain of Team 12 felt her cheeks flush with indignation, but maintained her posture. "Your ability to win Lu Chuan's favor is merely a result of being the first to perform. What is so remarkable about that? It remains uncertain which team Lu Chuan will ultimately prefer." Just then, the voice of the host resonated clearly from the stage. "The next team to perform is Girl Group 12. They have prepared a sultry chair dance for Lu Chuan. Please welcome them." Upon hearing the announcement, the girls of Team 12 immediately composed themselves. Ignoring the taunts from Team 35, they took a deep breath and helped one another adjust their outfits and hairstyles. They strode confidently towards the stage. The captain of Team 35 watched their retreating figures, scoffing dismissively as they brushed past. She then turned to her teammates and said, "Let us prepare for our next performance." Meanwhile, beneath the stage, Lu Chuan was comfortably nestled between Lin Yao and Lu Luoli, reclining against the back of his chair as he awaited the next performance. His hand, resting upon Lin Yao's shoulder, moved unconsciously, his fingertips inadvertently grazing the softness at her chest, prompting a reflexive, gentle squeeze. Lin Yao reacted as if scalded, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, even her ears tinged with a delicate pink. Aware that Lu Chuan's action was instinctive, she refrained from vocalizing her discomfort, instead lowering her gaze slightly, her long eyelashes casting shadows that concealed her embarrassment. She allowed Lu Chuan's hand to linger, her body trembling ever so slightly. At that moment, the previously darkened stage erupted with vibrant beams of colored light, illuminating the center with precision. Under the radiant glow, 30 pristine white chairs stood in stark contrast. Surrounding these chairs were dancers clad in red or black, fitted bodysuits with off-shoulder designs. Their flowing, jet-black hair glimmered in the kaleidoscopic lights. Each glance, each movement exuded an exquisite sensuality, laced with an alluring edginess that eclipsed the previous 35 performances. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, his body leaning forward as he marveled. "Wow, this dance academy truly possesses something extraordinary. Each act outshines the last." Suddenly, the spotlight extinguished, plunging the theater back into a thick darkness. The only sound was the soft scraping of 30 metal chair legs against the floor, weaving a silent yet taut web in tandem with the rising drumbeat. The first beam of cold white light illuminated the center chair, where a girl in a bodysuit gracefully knelt to sit, her fingertips casually gliding across the smooth surface of the chair. Her waist, as if guided by invisible threads, arched backward until her shoulder blades met the chair's back. Her neck elegantly lifted. It was then that the audience discerned the arrangement. 30 chairs had been symmetrically aligned in a formation reminiscent of a flying V. Each chair was occupied by a silhouette, all sharing an identical stance. As the lights brightened sequentially, 30 figures simultaneously lifted their legs resting beside the chairs. Their movements synchronized impeccably. The metal chairs, under their command, seemed to come alive. Some supported themselves with one hand on the chair's back, their bodies coiling and undulating like serpents, showcasing astonishing flexibility and allure. Others leaned forward, their knees pressing against the edge of the seats, their abdominal muscles taut as they contorted into precarious angles. As their hair cascaded, their fingertips brushed the floor only to retract swiftly, creating a gust of delicate wind. The drumming intensified, and 30 dancers rose in unison, pushing their chairs backward with a crisp sound. When the warm yellow lights flooded the stage, the true tension of the dance erupted. Some faced away from the audience, gripping the chair's backrest with both hands, their hips swaying gently to the bass, while their spines rippled like waves, each segment narrating a tale of ultimate flexibility. A figure is seated sideways on a chair, one leg bent and resting on the chair's foot, while the other leg extends straight, the toes taut and poised. As the body leans forward, the neckline of the dance attire slips slightly, revealing a delicate scattering of sequins at the collarbone that sparkles enticingly under the lights. Moments later, the formation shifts. 30 chairs gather to form a semicircle. The dancers lean against each other's chair backs, their arms intertwined, yet at the emphatic beat, they simultaneously lean back, hands pressing against the ground, allowing the chairs to suspend at their waists. Their legs come together and rise, parallel to the ground, showcasing their formidable core strength. Occasionally, they disperse into individual islands, each dancer entwined with their own chair. One flips the chair over, gripping the legs, the metallic frame stretched before them. They weave their bodies through the frame, hips twisting freely as if striving to break free from constraints. Another kneels beside their chair, fingertips gliding delicately from the chair's foot to its back. Finally, with a decisive push on the seat, they rise fluidly, the motion imbued with an undeniable sense of power. As the performance progresses, the 30 form a tight circle, chairs laid flat at the center. All lean forward, hands resting on their neighbor's chair back, creating a flowing arc. Their waists and abdomens undulating against the chair's surface. Hair whips around with their movements, sweat glistening under the lights. When the final emphatic beat strikes, all 30 rise simultaneously, grasping their chairs and settling down with precision, their postures mirroring those at the beginning. Yet now, their breaths carry a warmth of perspiration, and their gazes brim with an unquenched fire, stirring the heart. The spotlight narrows once more, leaving only the central chair and the dancer upon it. She raises a hand to smooth the damp strands of hair, her fingertips deliberately tracing her lips. Then, she adopts a captivating expression, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Chuan. Below, Lu Chuan watches the conclusion of the performance, internally exclaiming in admiration. If the previous girl group's performance could be described as alluring, this one could be encapsulated by a single word: provocative. Lu Chuan abruptly rises, seizing the microphone from Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Clearing his throat, he proclaims loudly, "The PK between the two groups has concluded, and I have already reached a conclusion in my heart." As his words fall, both the audience and the girls backstage hold their breath, their eyes fixed on Lu Chuan. Anticipation and anxiety are etched across their faces. As if the very air has thickened, Lu Chuan takes a deep breath and articulates each word with clarity. The victors of the first group are the 12th girl group. His voice resonates brightly and assuredly within the hall. The members of the 12th group initially remain frozen in the pose they held at the performance's end, their expressions tinged with disbelief and confusion. Upon confirming that Lu Chuan announced their group, the previously tense bodies instantly relaxed. In the next moment, they transformed into a whirlwind of exuberance, dancing with uncontainable excitement. Some leapt from their seats, while others clung to their teammates, shrieking with joy. Their voices, tinged with the tremors of tears, echoed, "Am I dreaming? Luchuan chose us. He truly chose us." The arms wrapped around each other trembled, as if attempting to convey their ecstatic warmth through touch. Those who have won a lottery worth 100 million know the sensation. It feels as though every fiber of their being, even their very souls, have been immersed and cleansed by such a fortune. All the pressures, anger, and irritations of life dissipate in that fleeting moment. Even if an enemy stood before them, they would be compelled to embrace. Such was the elation they felt. Their smiles radiated brilliance, blinding in their luminosity, eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Yet, smiles and emotions do not arise nor vanish without cause. Where there is joy, there is inevitably sorrow. Behind the stage, the members of Group 35 fixated intensely on the large screen, their faces paling to an extreme, more suffocating than swallowing a fly. They clenched their fists tightly, knuckles turning white. One girl, in her fury, drove her long manicured nails into her palm, piercing the flesh, causing droplets of blood to fall like rain. Staining her fingertips red, she remained oblivious to the pain. "Damn it, why them?" one girl growled, her voice brimming with resentment and bitterness. "Why are they the victors? I will demand an explanation from Luchuan." Before the captain of Group 35 could finish her statement, she turned and dashed toward the stage. At that moment, the members of Group 12 were preparing to exit. Suddenly, a piercing, shrill sound shattered the air of the auditorium. "Stop right there." Everyone turned to see the captain of Group 35, clutching a microphone she had snatched from somewhere, hastening up the stage. Her finger pointed accusingly at the members of Group 12, her body trembling with rage. Yet her gaze, sharp as a poisoned blade, fixed directly on Luchuan as she questioned, "Luchuan, why them? Why did they win?" "We, Group 35, performed flawlessly, with unwavering effort, without a single mistake. Yet they faltered at every turn. Why, in the end, are they the victors?" This sudden upheaval ignited the audience into a frenzy. Onlookers craned their necks, their faces alight with anticipation. The scene had become quite the spectacle. Whispers filled the air, eyes gleaming with excitement. The dean of the dance academy, seated in the front row, watched the uncontrollable girl on stage, her brow knitting into a frown. She recognized this girl, a key member who had secured silver medals for the academy in the national dance competition for 2 consecutive years. Exceptionally gifted, yet notoriously headstrong. The dean, fearing that she might impulsively offend Luchuan and be sent away, abruptly stood up and sternly reprimanded from the stage. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to Luchuan in such a manner? Do you not realize that with a mere word, Luchuan could have you sent away under the guise of insulting a male? Apologize to him at once." The girl, however, seemed deaf to the dean's words, defiantly casting a glance in her direction before turning her gaze back to Luchuan, her voice icy as she demanded, "Luchuan, we deserve an explanation. Why did they win? What do we lack compared to them?" She slightly raised her chin, her face a mask of stubborn defiance, her very breath heavy with indignation. Luchuan regarded her, devoid of any anger. Calmly lifting the microphone, his gaze fell upon her with an air of indifference. "I understand your eagerness to become my girlfriend. However, have you forgotten? My criteria for judging victory has never been based on the level of dance expertise, but rather on my personal preference." He paused for a moment, his voice steady yet undeniably resolute. "In my eyes, Group 12 simply resonated more with me. Thus, they are deemed the winners. There is no reason nor justification required." As his words settled, the girl appeared drained of all strength, her mouth opening in vain, unable to utter a single word. The defiance on her face crumbled into a silent embarrassment. Biting her lip fiercely, she finally stamped her foot in frustration and turned away, rushing off the stage without a backward glance. The dean of the dance academy, witnessing this, quickly turned to Luchuan, a smile of apology gracing her features, her tone notably gentle. "Luchuan, I sincerely apologize. As their dean, I must extend my regrets to you. This child is simply too eager to become your girlfriend and acted impulsively in her excitement. Would you, for the sake of my position, consider not pressing charges and allow her to go unpunished?" As she spoke, she slightly bowed, adopting a lowly demeanor. Observing the dean's cautious demeanor, Luchuan offered a faint smile. "Since the dean has spoken thus, it is only fitting that I show you some consideration." He paused, softening his tone, acknowledging that her earlier behavior was indeed disrespectful, yet not deserving of severe consequences. The dean breathed a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing significantly. And she promptly expressed her gratitude. "It is truly wonderful to hear you say that, Lu Chuan. I will ensure she comes to apologize to you in person." Lu Chuan merely nodded non-committally before turning his attention to the members of Group 12 on stage, declaring, "All right, you may step down now and prepare for the next round of competition." The members of the 12th group finally snapped back to reality after the recent interlude, quickly nodding in acknowledgement before gracefully retreating from the stage. Below, the other girls began to whisper among themselves upon witnessing the scene. A girl with dyed red hair nudged her companion with her elbow and murmured, "I never expected Lu Chuan to be not only the most handsome among the boys, but also so good-natured. If it were any other guy, being publicly questioned like that would probably lead to an immediate confrontation." Her friend nodded in agreement, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Perhaps this was the reason why all the girls in school were so fervently pursuing him. Who wouldn't he be enamored by someone so dashing and magnanimous? After this brief interlude, the competition continued unabated. The host's voice resonated as the next group, number 65, was called to the stage. They had prepared a dance for Lu Chuan, themed around Subject 3, a game of luck. No sooner had the host's words faded than the curtain at the side of the stage slowly parted. A line of girls clad in JK uniforms stepped onto the stage, their legs adorned with pristine white stockings, and their skirts swayed gently with each step. Upon reaching the center of the stage, they immediately struck a pose. Standing side by side, one leg slightly bent, right hands resting lightly on their waists, they faced Lu Chuan, with their slender waists peeking out from beneath the JK uniforms. They formed dainty heart shapes with their hands, their movements synchronized yet playful. Suddenly, the stage lights flared to life, and accompanied by music, they began their performance. Every turn and leap radiated youthful exuberance. Lu Chuan watched this scene unfold before him, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips as he quietly remarked, "These girls from the dance academy certainly know how to charm." Beside him, Wen Shi and an E could hardly contain themselves, playfully vying for his attention with voices as sweet as cotton candy. "Lu Chuan, we can do it too. Look." They stood up and approached him. When she subtly puffed out her chest, while an E purposefully lowered her collar. Their delicate fingers rested lightly on their full chests, and in unison, they formed heart shapes with their hands, eyes sparkling as if holding stars. "Lu Chuan, what do you think? Do you like it?" Lu Chuan gazed at the eager faces of the girls vying for his affection, shaking his head in helpless amusement, though a smile lingered on his lips. "You all are truly something, competing over this." He paused, his gaze sweeping over their expectant faces. With a tone that bore a hint of indulgence, he admitted that such displays did indeed have a refreshing effect on him from time to time. Just then, an N.I. suddenly stepped forward, nervously clutching her skirt. With a hint of shyness, she softly inquired, Lu Chuan. "Look, we are all now your girlfriends. When will you meet our parents? Discuss the dowry and such," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed and her gaze evasive. Annie's words seemed to ignite a spark. Beside her, Wenxi, Ani, Zhixia, Yuran, Wutong, Ruoli, Lu Rian, and a total of 16 others nodded in agreement, their voices rising in a chorus of shared anticipation. "Indeed, indeed. Lu Chuan, when will you visit our families?" Yes, let us discuss the dowry." Lu Chuan propped his chin on his hand, his fingertips gently tracing his jawline. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Well, it is only natural to meet the parents. However, with so many of you, visiting each one individually would likely take me a week or two." He paused, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Perhaps we should wait until after the campus singing competition concludes. You can bring your parents to our home." Lu Luoli blinked in confusion. "Our home?" Lu Chuan nodded, casually explaining, "Indeed, I have had my other girlfriend, Xiaomu, scout out a house for us. It's approximately 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. Ample enough for over 100 residents. This way, any new girlfriends can also reside together. For 1,000 square meters? That's enormous. I've never lived in such a large house. I've only seen them on my phone. I never imagined I would experience this in my lifetime. Brought to me by you, Lu Chuan." Other than He Yiming, who was aware of this through a phone conversation between Lu Chuan and Xiaomu, and the affluent Li Xia and Su Xiaoxiao, the others widened their eyes, their faces painted with astonishment, their voices tinged with incredulous excitement. Wenxi instinctively covered her mouth, while Ani's eyes grew wide. Zhixia even stood up, pacing back and forth as if processing the astonishing revelation. Lu Chuan waved his hand nonchalantly, It's not too large, really. However, for now, it's sufficient. As more people join, we can consider transitioning to a castle-type residence and perhaps hire some maids. Upon hearing this, the astonishment on their faces swiftly transformed into exhilaration. Their eyes sparkled, and smiles stretched across their faces. Wensi excitedly grasped Luchuan's arm, while Ani quietly began to plan the future layout of their rooms. Annie even wrapped her arms around Luchuan's, her voice brimming with joy. Wow, that is wonderful. We can live together. Luchuan nodded, his tone laced with anticipation. Yes, once the 20 girlfriends from the second and third rounds are selected, we shall all move in together. In the meantime, make sure to prepare your belongings. No need to bring clothes. In due time, I shall take all of you shopping together. The crowd nodded in understanding. At that moment, Luloli seemed to have suddenly recalled something, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, even the roots of her ears blushing pink. She slightly lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes concealing the embarrassment in her eyes. Nervously twisting the hem of her dress, she inquired in a voice as faint as a whisper, "What about Luchuan? Have you ever considered that aspect? With so many of us, how do you plan to allocate time?" Luchuan observed her bashful demeanor, her words hovering on the brink of utterance, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "That aspect? Which aspect?" Noticing that Luchuan had not grasped her meaning, Luoli's face reddened even more intensely. She furtively glanced at Luchuan before quickly averting her gaze again. Subsequently, she gently clapped her hands at her sides, producing a soft sound, her actions imbued with a somewhat clumsy suggestion. Luchuan and the others immediately comprehended the implication. Apart from Lu Ruyan, Li Xia, and Su Xiaoxiao, who had already shared a more intimate relationship with Luchuan and bore slight traces of embarrassment along with a knowing calmness, the rest of the group displayed varying shades of crimson, their heads bowed, eyes darting. Some twirled their hair with their fingers, while others pressed their lips together. Their ears flushed as if they might bleed, and the air seemed thick with an atmosphere of awkwardness and ambiguity. "Oh, so that is what you meant," Luchuan said in realization, a playful smile gracing his lips. His tone relaxed. "You need not worry about this. To ensure none of you are overlooked, I shall start with each of you individually. After that, it will depend on your luck. When the time comes, I will draw lots, and whoever's name I pick will be paired with me." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned, but their embarrassment gradually transformed into delight, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Annie could not contain herself and whispered, "Really?" Her tone imbued with a hint of incredulous excitement. Luchuan nodded with a smile, his tone assured, "Of course. I wouldn't deceive you." Chapter 76. Do you want it? How much do you want it? With Luchuan's affirmative response, the excitement in their gazes intensified. Their fingertips unconsciously twisted the edges of their clothing. Even their breaths quivered with a joyous thrill. At that moment, Wutong stepped forward slightly, nervously tugging at her dress. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, she quietly asked, Luchuan, may I inquire what brand of small umbrella you typically use? So we can prepare some in advance, in case we need them later." Ani, Wensi, and the others all lifted their heads in response, their eyes filled with curiosity and shyness, resembling a group of eager students awaiting an answer. Their gazes fixated on Luchuan's face, observing the expectancy in their eyes. Luchuan's lips curled into a charming smile. Lifting his hand, he beckoned the group of over a dozen individuals to draw closer. The women exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Gradually, they leaned in, bringing their exquisite faces within mere centimeters of Luchuan's cheek. As the delicate aromas wafted towards him, an array of fragrances enveloped him. Sharp notes of cosmetics, the sweet softness of milk, and their own alluring scents, reminiscent of orchids, danced teasingly at his nostrils, stirring his heartstrings. Luchuan slowly began to speak, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Is your desire to know so intense?" The group blinked their shimmering, doe-like eyes and nodded gently, their voices a faint whisper yet resolute. "Yes, we are quite eager to know. Please, do tell us." "Very well." Luchuan elongated his tone, initially stating with composure, "In truth, I am indifferent to brand names." In a sudden shift, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial hush, as if a warm breeze had caressed their ears. "However, I do prefer unmediated, profound communication." In that instant, the women seemed to be struck by an enchantment. A flush of crimson spread across their cheeks, even tinging their necks with pink. They shyly bowed their heads, fingers nervously twisting their hair or biting their lips. wishing they could vanish into the ground. Observing their flustered demeanor, Lu Chuan chuckled softly, extending his fingers to lift their chins, compelling them to meet his gaze. His eyes sparkled with mischief. What is this? You all inquired about such matters, and now that I have answered, you find yourselves embarrassed? Pray tell, is it that you do not desire it? The group hastily shook their heads, their voices tinged with urgent defense. No, no, that is not what we meant. As soon as when she finished speaking, an Ni promptly added, her cheeks as red as ripe cherries. We just momentarily did not know how to respond. It is not that we do not wish to. Upon hearing this, a deeper, devilish smile spread across Lu Chuan's lips. He teased deliberately. Oh, I see. As the saying goes, everything has its limits. Just how much do you long for it? At his words, the women fell into silence once more, shyly averting their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. The air was thick with a palpable tension and embarrassment. Lu Luoli's voice emerged, delicate as a whisper, tinged with a hint of pleading. Lu Chuan, may we refrain from answering? With so many people in the hall watching us, this matter is quite difficult to articulate. Perhaps we could address it when we are alone? The other women quickly nodded in agreement, their voices echoing a collective hope. Yes, yes, what Sister Loli said is true. In the next moment, Lu Chuan suddenly reached out, grasping the corner of Lu Luoli's clothing at her chest and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Lu Luoli, caught off guard, let out a startled gasp and fell directly into Lu Chuan's arms. Her slender fingers instinctively found purchase on Lu Chuan's shoulder to steady herself. He encircled her delicate waist with one arm, pressing her firmly against him, while his knee securely wedged against her hips to prevent her from slipping away. With his other hand, he lifted her chin, their noses almost touching, a mere centimeter apart from her cheeks, which were flushed crimson from embarrassment. Well, your silence is an invitation for action. Lu Chuan's voice was low, laced with a hint of seduction. Just don't let me down when the moment comes. At that moment, the girls in the audience, who had been observing closely, widened their eyes in shock. Their mouths agape at the sudden intimacy displayed between Lu Chuan and Lu Luoli. What on earth are Lu Chuan and that woman doing? One girl instinctively covered her mouth, her voice filled with disbelief. Just a second ago, they had been chatting, and now. Another girl craned her neck, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Could it be that they are? Someone whispered, their tone tinged with incredulity, their gaze fixated on the two on stage. Meanwhile, when she and Yi Wutong, He Ming, and others in front of Lu Chuan gazed at Lu Luoli with envy, their eyes harboring deep longing, silently lamenting. Why isn't that person me? If only Lu Chuan treated me like that. Lu Luoli trembled with shyness in Lu Chuan's arms, yet managed to nod gently. Her gaze flickered nervously. Unable to meet Lu Chuan's eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. We will prove it through our actions. But, Lu Chuan, could you let me up first? In such a public setting, people might misunderstand our position. Though she voiced her desire to rise, her body remained still, maintaining their prior posture. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lu Chuan, her heart pounding like a drum. Lu Chuan teased, what is this? I'm not bothered, yet you seem shy. Isn't this exactly what you've always wanted? Lu Luoli stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered state, Lu Chuan decided to relent. All right, I won't tease you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently pressed his lips against her petite, rosy mouth. He then released her, pushing her away from his embrace. Lu Luoli was taken aback by this sudden kiss, her entire body stiffening. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red, as if splashed with crimson. She quickly turned away from Lu Chuan, her fingers softly brushing her lips, murmuring to herself, did Lu Chuan just kiss me? But it felt too fast. A hint of disappointment lingered in her tone as she spoke. Unconsciously, she ran her tongue over the spot where Lu Chuan had kissed her, her eyes betraying a subtle sweetness. Apart from the already familiar Lai Shiyan, Li Xia, and Su Xiaoxiao, the others watched this scene with wide, envious eyes. One by one, they nestled closer to Lu Chuan, playfully tugging at his arm. Their voices soft and melodious enough to drip with sweetness. Lu Chuan, can we have a turn too? Would it be possible for you to kiss us as well? As they spoke, they leaned into his embrace, their gazes filled with anticipation and longing, wishing to take the place of Lu Luoli from moments ago. Chapter 77 was nearing its conclusion. Observing the eager girls, their eyes sparkling and their playful demeanor evident, Lu Chuan could only shake his head in exasperation, though a tender smile crept onto his lips. He waved his hand at them in succession, his tone indulgent. "Ah, I truly have no way to deal with you all. Come one by one." At that moment, Annie, quick and spirited, stepped forward first, her voice brimming with excitement. "I'll go first." With that, she pursed her rosy lips and leaned in closer to Lu Chuan, her eyes gently closing, long eyelashes fluttering. Lu Chuan placed a hand on the back of her head to prevent an awkward collision of noses that might disrupt the contact of their lips. He tilted his head at a precise angle and slowly leaned in for the kiss. As their lips met, Annie instinctively rose onto her toes, her hands delicately wrapping around his waist. After a brief moment, Lu Chuan gently pulled away, his voice slightly husky. "All right, next." Annie lingered in the sensation, her gaze dreamy. Her lips still slightly pursed as she was pushed back to her original spot. Unable to resist, she lightly brushed her fingers against her lips and licked them. Following her, when she and Wu Tong, Ruo Li, Ji Xia, Watanabe Yukino, Yu Ran, He Yiming, Li Xia, Lu Shuyan, and Su Xiaoxiao approached in turn. When she smoothed her skirt as she stepped forward, while an appeared visibly anxious, her fingertips turning pale. Watanabe Yukino blushed deeply, whispering a shy phrase in Japanese. "Please take care of me." Lu Chuan patiently devoted 5 minutes to bestow kisses upon each of them, gazing at the array of flushed faces. Each girl radiated joy and satisfaction, with traces of lingering infatuation. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Chuan asked, "Are you all satisfied now?" In unison, they replied, "Hom, we are satisfied." Their voices were laced with sweet laughter. However, Lu Luli pouted, displaying a hint of discontent, her head bowed as she murmured softly, "I'm not satisfied." Though her words were barely audible, they floated into Lu Chuan's ears perfectly. Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon her. "Did you just express dissatisfaction?" Lu Loi, caught in his attention, decided to no longer conceal her feelings and lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. "Indeed, I am dissatisfied." Lu Chuan chuckled, his tone light and playful. "Oh, and why is that? Am I not your first kiss?" "I am your first, yet my time was the briefest." Lu Loi pouted, resembling an indignant little pufferfish. "Everyone else had at least 10 seconds, while I only had 1. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. "I thought it was something significant. Turns out it was merely this." He gestured for her to come closer. Come, let me make it up to you." Lu Loi's eyes instantly sparkled at his words. She quickly stepped forward, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. All right. With that, Lu Chuan wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her once more. This time, it was no fleeting peck but a lingering kiss filled with tenderness. Initially, Lu Loi felt a bit anxious, but soon she relaxed, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and responding on her tiptoes. This kiss lasted a full 3 minutes until Lu Chuan noticed her breathing had quickened, and she was nearly breathless before he slowly released her. Lu Loi's cheeks were flushed, panting heavily, yet her eyes sparkled like glistening black grapes. The others, witnessing this, suddenly felt a pang of discontent, their equilibrium disrupted. Lu Chuan, you are biased." Su Xiaoxiao was the first to pout, voicing her dissatisfaction while gently nudging his arm. And when she and the others nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with a look of grievance. "Indeed, it's too biased. Why take it so seriously?" Lu Chuan replied, perplexed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "There are so many of you. I am not a master of balancing attention. Besides, Lu Loi's lips are so moist, soft, and smooth. Shouldn't I savor them properly?" Hearing this, the others instinctively touched their own lips, their heads drooping, expressions pitiful. Fine, they conceded internally, secretly resolved to ensure their lips would be as supple and smooth as Lu Loi's. Standing nearby, Lu Loi couldn't help but secretly smile at their words, a glimmer of pride dancing in her eyes, though she pretended not to hear, lowering her head to adjust her skirt. At that moment, Lu Chuan clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to settle down. All right, enough of the commotion. Let us continue to enjoy the performances on stage. For the remainder of the evening, one girl group after another took to the stage, leaving Lu Chuan's eyes feeling slightly sore. Their performances were predominantly composed of various suggestive dances, each act more daring than the last. The outfits grew bolder, with some wearing crop tops paired with ultra-short skirts, while others boldly donned bikinis, dazzling under the lights. Initially, Lu Chuan was able to discern which group resonated more with his preferences. However, as time progressed, after viewing over 100 sultry dance performances. He found his eyelids growing heavy and a sense of numbness creeping into his heart, even feeling a touch of weariness. Rubbing his sore eyes and stifling a yawn, he muttered to himself, "Oh dear, I am experiencing aesthetic fatigue." Having watched so many sensual dances, he felt his interest in this genre waning. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that the competition among the over 130 girl groups finally reached the climactic 1v1 showdown. Under the spotlight, the final two groups had just completed their performances. One donned provocative bikinis with bold and uninhibited moves, while the other wore flowing dunhuang costumes, their water sleeves gracefully fluttering as they portrayed the ethereal beauty of the flying dance. Lu Chuan raised the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the stage, and his voice resonated clearly. "Now, the ultimate winner of the second round is Group 3. The members of the third group, upon hearing their name called, initially displayed a flicker of disbelief, which was swiftly engulfed by overwhelming joy. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of relief and exhilaration. And one could not help but silently mouth the words, "We won." Two of them discreetly huddled together, whispering in tones only they could hear. "It turns out the captain was right," one girl said, her voice lowered, her fingertips trembling with excitement. "If the captain hadn't noticed the aesthetic fatigue on Lu Chuan's face and promptly switched our routine from the sultry dance to the flying dance, we might have been the ones eliminated." "Exactly. We owe it all to the captain." The other girl nodded vigorously, a smile breaking across her face. "I was so anxious during the bikini group's performance. I thought we had no hope." At that moment, Lu Chuan's gaze fell upon the 30 girls clad in dunhuang attire on stage. Frowning slightly, he pondered how to select 10 among them as potential partners. The beauty of these 30 was evenly matched, and their makeup and costumes were largely uniform, making it difficult to discern any distinctions. He lightly tapped the edge of the microphone with his fingertips, his eyes roaming back and forth among the crowd. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes. A thought crossed his mind, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he silently declared, "I've got it."